The false necromancer, lacking in resources, is shunned and hunted. The true necromancer commands countless skeletons and rises as a formidable sovereign. Upon acquiring the portal, Wu Hong discovers a world teeming with zombies. When a smuggler's scheme falters, a new plan for survival emerges. Wu Hong chooses to embrace the identity of a necromancer. In a realm where summoning the undead is forbidden, the entire planet in the apocalypse serves as a source of troops. Is survival in a zombie-infested world impossible? I shall thrive in this foreign land, honing my skills. Thus, a legion of undead, equipped with modern weaponry, emerges in this world. Catastrophes loom with millions of skeletons. Undying bone dragons and necromantic kings arise. The portal leads to a magical realm of necromancy and calamity. Section 1. In Blackstone Town, the town hall. Wu Hong, behind a desk piled high with documents. A stern-faced, middle-aged woman glanced at the files before turning her gaze to the young man across from her. Wu Hong nodded. Indeed, at his utterance, the previously cacophonous hall fell into an immediate hush. All eyes turned towards them, filled with expressions of peculiarity and curiosity. It seemed incomprehensible why, in this era, one would choose the path of a necromancer. Yet Wu Hong persisted. I am grateful for Lady Moira's reminder. I will adhere to the laws and regulations of the kingdom in Blackstone Town. The middle-aged woman scrutinized his demeanor with careful consideration. However, he did not elaborate much, merely retrieving several documents from a drawer and handing them over. Stating, please peruse these carefully, then affix your signature. The Necromancy Restriction Act. The Procedure for Reporting Undead Dependents. The Corpse and Remains Protection Act. Guidelines for Dark Magic Experimentation Applications. Human Trials. Upon receiving the documents and observing the names and contents, Wu Hong's eyes widened in astonishment. The Kingdom of Eek allows the existence of necromancers, yet it has progressively intensified the restrictions and legislative measures against them. These include prohibitions on the private transformation of skeletons, corpses, and other undead entities, as well as bans on conducting experiments on cadavers and necromantic magi. Sea trials. Theft and experimentation on corpses are deemed serious crimes here. A necromancer incapable of transforming undead soldiers and barred from magical research faces a bleak future. Not to mention the uncertainties surrounding their academic prospects, their combat potential is virtually nullified. This explains the astonished expressions among those present upon hearing the mention of a necromancer. Wu Hong had previously acquired some understanding, but had not anticipated the regulations to be even more stringent than he had imagined. After meticulously reviewing the documents, the middle-aged woman cautioned, very well, the process is complete. Remember the contents of these statutes. I do not wish to see you next time on the gallows. I shall heed your admonition. Wu Hong stood and bowed before making his exit. Stepping out of the hall, whispers regarding his identity lingered in the air behind him. For a young man with ebony hair and eyes who had chosen the path of a necromancer, the bewilderment of those around him was palpable. Departing from the assembly, he paid no heed to the murmurs that trailed behind. He pondered what heinous acts the title of necromancer could possibly entail to warrant such treatment. A plethora of restrictive clauses had been crafted specifically for this profession, effectively stifling its potential for growth. As Lady Moira had articulated, selecting the path of a necromancer was akin to donning a shackle. Forbidden from summoning the undead, barred from experimenting with magic, the prospects seemed bleak. Yet, Wu Hong resolutely embraced this vocation, not merely because it was the sole magical profession accessible to him, but rather, he believed that, in his hands, the necromancer could flourish beyond the conventional limitatio.ns. Upon exiting the municipal hall, a thought flickered in his mind, and a transparent panel visible only to him materialized before his eyes. Name, Wu Hong. Profession, Necromancer. Level, 110,300. Attributes, Strength 9, Agility 11, Constitution 12, Intelligence 14, Perception 10, Charisma 12. Skill, Bone Manipulation. Following his class change, this panel had come into existence. It detailed his profession, attributes, and skills, closely resembling the interface found in online games. Thus, he could more intuitively gauge his physical condition. Having departed for the central area, I found myself entering a blacksmith shop along the bustling commercial street. Upon stepping through the threshold, I was greeted by the distinct aroma of flaxseed oil. "Good day, proprietor. I have come to collect the weapons I ordered this morning." Wu Heng addressed the counter. The middle-aged owner set aside the iron sword he was polishing and looked up. "Ah, it is you. They're all set aside for you. That will be 7 silver coins in total." Wu Heng verified the weapons he had purchased, an iron sword and a short spear, both carefully chosen earlier that day. He placed 7 silver coins on the counter before the owner. Earlier that morning, when Wu Heng had come to acquire the weapons, he had been unexpectedly detained by the town's Gua.RDS. "I have only just arrived in Blackstone Town, and they insisted I register at the municipal hall. I am unfamiliar with the procedures here," he explained. "Register? Is that truly necessary?" The owner's brow furrowed. He had never heard of such a requirement. With the influx of newcomers in Blackstone Town, if registration were mandatory, the municipal hall would surely be busier than the marketplace itself. "They asked for my name and insisted I adhere to the rules, which made me quite anxious." Wu Heng chuckled, scratching his head. "Ha! Those fellows are simply idle. They meddle in both important and trivial matters. It's nothing to worry about." The owner laughed heartily, offering words of comfort. Wu Heng nodded with a smile. After having his weapons neatly wrapped, he bid farewell to the owner and exited the shop. Choosing not to linger, he distanced himself from the commercial street and the throngs of people, making his way towards the residential area in the northern district. Traversing through the dimly lit alleyway, I arrived at my rented abode. The room was modest, comprising a living area and a bedroom. Aside from a table, a few chairs, and a wooden bed, there were no other furnishings. The arrangement was rather austere. Setting my backpack and weapon aside, I seized a piece of bread from the table to quell my hunger. My mind wandered to the attitude of Blackstone Town towards necromancers, evoking an impression akin to that of a felon recently released on bail under the scrutiny of various eyes. In the city, it is imperative to maintain a low profile and gradually enhance one's capabilities, I mused, cramming the remainder of the bread into my mouth. Rising once more, I grasped the iron sword and spear in one hand, while the other unclasped the bronze key hanging from my neck. I approached the door to the bedroom and gently turned the knob. As the door creaked open, a luminous veil appeared within the threshold. On the other side, instead of the familiar bedroom, there lay a scene reminiscent of a mirrored reflection. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the image, finding myself on the other side. The moment my senses revived, a pungent stench of decay enveloped the air. The familiar sight of a wooden desk, bed, monitor, and speakers greeted me. Outside, a cacophony of beastly roars reverberated. I had returned to a world both familiar and alien to the modern realm. Approaching the window, I gazed outside. Below, a horde of zombies gathered, their tattered garments barely concealing protruding bones and exposed entrails, aimlessly jostling and wandering about. Among them, familiar figures can still be seen. Indeed, it remains the same. A new book has been launched. This is a tale of dual traversals, and I hope it brings joy to all. Chapter 2. The home is lost out approximately half a month ago. Wu Heng acquired an ancient bronze key. By inserting this key into any door, one could unlock a passage to another realm. This reminded Wu Heng of a novel he once read, where the protagonist traversed various worlds through sheer will. However, he was slightly behind. He required a key to manually open the door. Yet, it mattered little as long as he could cross over. The method was inconsequential. The initial location of the other world was a remote village, impoverished and backward, with its inhabitants displaying a strong sense of exclusivity. Wu Heng sought out a passing caravan, and after a fortnight of arduous travel, he reached the nearest town, Blackstone. Just as he was preparing to utilize the key to trade goods between the two worlds and achieve financial freedom, the world transformed utterly. The modern world he remembered vanished, replaced by hordes of wandering zombies, and the corridors echoed with the ominous sounds of pounding on doors. Wu Heng was left in a state of shock. He had merely traveled for half a month, ready to embark on a journey of wealth. His home was gone. Witnessing the transformation of his once familiar city into this nightmarish scene, a profound gloom enveloped his heart. He remained unaware of the reasons behind this cataclysm. One can only imagine that had he not been traversing another world during the zombie outbreak, he might have become one-offed. He undead himself. It is often said that electricity can be stored, allowing for a few months of sustenance, even after power generation ceases. However, in this place, the power has been cut, and even. The water is deemed unsafe to drink. Fortuitously, there is Blackstone Town, which can provide for his sustenance. Drawing the curtains tightly once more, Wu Heng grasped the weapon he had prepared and stepped out of his bedroom. The living room was sparsely furnished. Most of its contents had been exchanged for currency in Blackstone Town. In the current circumstances, those belongings were of little use. In the corner stood a skeletal warrior, its bones a ghastly white. Thus, he had acquired this singular undead summon. Skeleton warrior. Level 10100. Attributes: Constitution 10, Strength 12, Agility 8. Special trait: Hollow Skeleton. The summoning of the Bone Soldier can take two forms. One involves the summoning of an actual corpse, where the form and attributes of the summon are significantly influenced by the strength of the original body. In other words, the stronger the corpse had been in life, the mightier the summoned skeleton will be. The other form is the summoning of skeletal fragments. By collecting scattered bones to a sufficient quantity, one can also summon skeletal warriors. Take this, Wu Heng said, extending the iron sword toward him. With a clatter, the sound of bones scraping together echoed as the skeletal warrior, poised for action, lifted its rigid arm and grasped the iron sword that was offered to it. Maintaining a poised grip on the sword, he awaited the next command. Wu Heng seized another short spear, testing its weight with a few practice swings. After a moment's contemplation, he discovered a pot lid in the kitchen, wrapping it around his arm to serve as a makeshift shield. With his preparations complete, he approached the entrance, pressing his ear against the door. Faintly, he could discern the subtle sound of footsteps and the scraping of something against the ground. It seemed that the number of zombies in the stairwell was not substantial if there were only one or two. Dealing with them should pose little challenge. Once he eliminated one, the number of skeletal warriors would increase. The advantage lay with him, he felt assured. Having made up his mind, he hesitated no longer. Summoning the skeletal warriors to the door, he took a deep breath and opened it wide. As the door creaked open, a far more potent and foul stench assaulted his senses. His throat itched, and he instinctively stifled a cough. With the door fully ajar, he beheld a corridor smeared with blood and marked by scratches on the walls, the dark red, muddy floor creating a scene reminiscent of a horror film. Fortuitously, he encountered no zombies immediately upon exiting. "Go out," Wu Heng commanded in hushed tone. The skeletal warriors, brandishing their iron swords, obeyed and stepped outside, while Wu Heng cautiously left the room, closing the door behind him. As he emerged, he spotted a zombie at the corner of the staircase, drawn by the sound, turning its head to look upward. The hair was matted with dried blood, the skin a pallid gray, and dark, twisted veins crisscrossed the surface. The mouth gaped wide, revealing jagged, blackened teeth. It was the elderly woman from the second floor, whom Wu Heng recognized. She had previously mentioned her intention to introduce him to a potential partner. It seemed she would not be waiting any longer. Suddenly, a figure appeared alongside a skeleton, momentarily startling the zombies. They then erupted into furious roars and charged up the stairs. "Kill him," Wu Heng commanded, his heart racing with tension. He understood that confronting the zombies was an essential step in progressing further. The skeletal warrior immediately brandished its sword and engaged the oncoming horde. The zombies lunged upwards with ferocity, while the skeletal warrior stood above, looking down with an imposing presence, its iron sword descending with precision. With a sickening thud, the blade struck the zombie's shoulder. The creature felt no pain, yet its body faltered. It stumbled on the stairs, its upper half slipping beneath the skeel. Hun's legs clawing and snapping, it aimed a bite at Wu Heng's groin. The grotesque assault startled him into a swift retreat. Gaining distance, he glanced down to ensure he had not been harmed, letting out a sigh of relief. The zombie, trapped beneath the skeleton, continued to shriek in rage. With a swift motion, the skeletal warrior thrust its sword downward again, penetrating the zombie's body. Wu Heng, wielding a short spear, aimed for the creature's eye socket. Yet, the zombie flailed its arms, causing the spear to veer off course and strike its forehead instead. The flesh cracked, yet did not penetrate the skull, as the zombie began to struggle more violently, rising to its feet and nearly toppling the skeleton. Soon after, the skeleton and the zombie became entangled, tumbling down the staircase. As Wu Heng gripped his iron spear, intending to assist the skeleton in its lethal endeavor, A sudden commotion echoed from above. A new zombie, reeking of decaying flesh, descended her. Rapidly, upon spotting Wu Heng, it leaped down directly, crashing onto the steps. A wave of tension surged within him. With no time to contemplate strategies, Wu Heng raised a shield on his left arm, bracing for the impact. With a resounding thud, the zombie collided with him midair, dark blood splattering in all directions. Wu Heng stumbled backward, colliding with the wall behind him. The zombie continued to roll down the stairs, and gritting his teeth, Wu Heng stood firm, thrusting his spear at the descending creature. The already decayed body exhibited remarkable resilience. Striking it felt akin to piercing soft leather. Despite several thrusts, he failed to inflict any grievous wounds upon the zombie. The creature quickly regained its footing, launching another assault. Wu Heng defended with a shield while aiming his spear at the zombie's chest and abdomen. This was becoming problematic. If he were to be scratched or bitten, it would spell certain doom for him. A notification chimed in his ear. Experience gained, 10. Summoned Entity Skeleton Warrior Experience, 5. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse downward. The battle at the corner has concluded, as the skeletal warrior, taking advantage of its weaponry, cleaved through the zombie's skull, delivering a fatal blow. Advance and eliminate this target. The skeletal warrior hastened forward, positioning itself in front of Wu Heng, and once more swung its iron sword towards the zombie. The combat style of the skeletons bore a striking resemblance to that of the zombies, characterized by a notable absence of defensive maneuvers. Every action was an assault, aimed squarely at the opponent. Having freed himself from the grappling zombie, Wu Heng swiftly retreated down the corner of the staircase. Directing his attention to the recently vanquished zombie, he invoked the Bone Servitude spell. The necromantic magic enveloped the corpse, causing the flesh of the zombie to melt away like warm wax, revealing a human skeleton that rose to its feet, hands planted firmly on the ground. Go, attack, Wu Heng commanded, gesturing towards the ongoing skirmish above. The newly risen skeletal warrior, upon receiving the order, charged upwards unarmed. Wu Heng shook his arms to alleviate the pain from the earlier impact. The makeshift shield in his hand had twisted and deformed, yet it had proven invaluable, deflecting the zombie's onslaught at a critical moment. Zombies, while not particularly formidable in terms of raw power, posed a greater threat due to the toxins within their bodies. A bite or scratch could lead to an unjust demise. The battle above raged on, as two skeletons cornered a zombie, one wielding a sword and the other attacking with fists, their strikes falling like torrential rain. Black blood and shattered flesh splattered in all directions. Ultimately, amid the furious roars and frenzied tearing of the undead, his neck was pierced by a blade, and his body said to resist, collapsing in a lifeless heap. Gained 10 experience points. Summoned Entity Skeleton Warrior gained 5 experience points. His experience continued to accumulate, reminiscent of the games he had played before. This was precisely the reason he had chosen to become a necromancer. Blackstone Town forbade him from experimenting with magic or summoning undead creatures. Yet he possessed this world. He could entirely rely on the zombies of this realm to elevate his level and amass power. Once he acquired sufficient strength, the restrictions imposed by Blackstone Town on necromancers would naturally dissolve. He invoked the bone manipulation spell. With a clatter, flesh and blood fell away, and a third skeleton warrior rose once more. Before he could act, 2 more zombies slowly ascended the stairs below. They simultaneously raised their heads, gazing upward. Attack. Chapter 3. Gathering forces, the 3 skeletal figures turned their rigid skulls, their hollow eye sockets fixated upon the target. Upon discovering the zombies, they swiftly descended the staircase to engage in battle. 2 unarmed skeletons ensnared 1 zombie each, while the sword-wielding skeleton stood to the side, relentlessly striking the undead with its iron blade. Wu Heng also advanced, using his shield to deflect the outstretched claws and the splattering of foul blood. In his grasp, a short spear pierced through the vacant ribcage, jabbing wildly at the zombie-s form, repeating the thrusting motion with fervor. He had chosen the short spear as his sole option after much deliberation. The act of drawing a bow was exceedingly arduous, and the precision of the arrows required extensive practice. The need for consistent accuracy while frequently loosing arrows was a feat not easily accomplished by the average individual. Swords were the most common weapons in Blackstone Town. However, during his initial attempts, he nearly inflicted harm upon himself. Heeding the advice of the blacksmith, he opted for the short spear, which offered commendable lethality through both thrust and jabs. As a novice, it proved easier to wield without the risk of self-injury. Before long, the two zombies that had been lured forth were vanquished through their combined efforts. There remains a gruesome sight upon the ground. Heng recognized these zombies. They were once his neighbors from the same corridor, now tragically turned foes. Summoning the Bone Servitude spell, he animated two skeletal warriors once more. Observing the absence of further zombies, he pondered for a moment before issuing commands. The security door was secured, and Heng settled into a chair to recuperate. Despite the primary combat being conducted by the skeletal warriors, the heightened tension and mental strain had drained his stamina, leaving him feeling weary. From a qualitative perspective, his strengths do not lie in physical endurance or sheer strength. Yet, at present, his arsenal is limited to mere melee attacks. After a brief respite, Heng ventured into the kitchen, where he procured a chef's knife, a paring knife, and a hammer, distributing these implements among 3 of the skeletons. For the remaining one, in the absence of a more suitable weapon, he resorted to using a mop as a makeshift armament. The chef's knife emerged as a commendable choice, serving as a worthy substitute for the skeleton warrior's primary weapon. Once his finances permit, he intends to consider procuring iron swords from Blackstone Town to better equip his skeletal allies. Having taken sufficient rest, Heng rose once more, steeling himself for the ensuing conflict. Returning to the dimly lit corridor, he felt the unsettling sensation of flesh and blood adhering beneath his feet. "You 3, lead the way," Heng commanded, gesturing toward the 3 skeletons. With the first trio in the lead and the latter duo positioned behind him, they descended the staircase together. As they approached a room on the 2nd floor, its door ajar, Heng and the skeletons peered inside, finding no sign of zombies. The homeowner had been the unfortunate victim who had recently met his demise. In the kitchen, they discovered 2 additional chef's knives, which replaced the mop and paring knife in their inventory. Cautiously, they proceeded toward the 1st floor. With utmost vigilance, Heng peeked around the corner. The green stairway door bore the scars of a fierce assault, but remained firmly shut, effectively barricading the exterior from the staircase within. Faintly, he could discern the sound of something clawing at the door. Thankfully, the large entrance remained closed. Had it been ajar, the zombies outside would have surged in, complicating matters significantly. Directing the skeleton warriors, he instructed them to pile various debris against the D upon arriving at the door of the first residence. He produced a bronze key and gently turned it, causing the door to ajar slightly. A soft, pale light seeped through the crack. As the lock clicked open, Heng withdrew the key and paused for a few seconds, during which the luminescence from another world dissipated, revealing the living room of the 1st floor apartment. The room was somewhat dim, yet no zombies were in sight. Suddenly, a series of loud bangs erupted from the bedroom door, followed by a violent hammering. In a matter of moments, the frail door splintered apart, and 2 zombies clad in nightclothes stumbled forth. "Attack!" Heng commanded once more. The scattered zombies posed little threat. Rather, they became a source of experience points, augmenting both his knowledge and the ranks of his skeletal warriors. With a clatter, the skeletal warriors surged forward, encircling the zombies, their knives raised and falling in a relentless rhythm. The scene was somewhat brutal yet cathartic, as the zombies displayed no semblance of retaliation. Succumbing to their demise in the living room, Heng approached, casting the Bone Servitude spell, causing 2 skeletal warriors to rise anew. After confirming that there was no danger, he made his way to the kitchen, where he discovered 2 additional knives. He distributed these to the recently resurrected skeletal warriors before embarking on a search throughout the residence for items of potential value. In this transformed world, survival in Blackstone Town demanded currency. Had the world not descended into chaos, he could have effortlessly amassed wealth. There were stored rice and flour, and the refrigerator contained well-preserved pickled goods. However, in Blackstone Town, sustenance was not of utmost importance. Closing the refrigerator, he continued his rummaging through the wardrobe in the bedroom. He retrieved several pieces of clothing that exuded an air of sophistication. Alongside them were cash, bank cards, property deeds, and various paper certificates. In the vanity cabinet, he discovered a few exquisite pieces of women's gold jewelry. While cash and bank cards had lost their utility, the gold ornaments retained their intrinsic value. As he was about to step out, his gaze fell upon a decorative item positioned at the entrance. On the shoe rack by the door rested a jade cabbage. Perched upon a wooden base, the translucent likeness of the vegetable measuring approximately 30 centimeters in length. quite substantial indeed. Wu Heng assessed the piece, cradled it in his arms, and exited. He then proceeded with the skeletal warrior to the adjacent room. Residing in an antiquated complex of 6 stories, with 3 households per floor, Wu Heng methodically opened each door with his skeletal companion, vanquishing the zombies within and scavenging useful items. By 5 in the afternoon, Wu Heng, accompanied by the skeletons, had thoroughly ransacked the entire unit of rooms. The somewhat cramped living room was now filled with skeletal warriors wielding kitchen knives and fruit knives, standing in chilling formation that cast an eerie pall over the space. Upon counting, he found a total of 17 skeletal warriors. Although the number of skeletons was fewer than anticipated, it was still satisfactory. Today's operation had proceeded remarkably well. Among the skeletons, the one with the highest experience was the sword-wielding skeleton, boasting an impressive 55 points, just shy of leveling up. Should tomorrow unfold as favorably as today, reaching level 2 would be a mere formality. Throughout today's skirmishes, he had discerned the patterns in how the skeletons accrued experience. Apart from Wu Heng, who could share the collective experience of all skeletons, the remaining experience distribution was calculated based on the final blow dealt. In other words, the final blow is attributed to the skeleton that delivered it, rather than being evenly distributed among all the skeletons. My own experience has reached a midpoint, and if all goes well, I may achieve an advancement. Everything is progressing in a favorable direction. The Antler Shop, a renowned chain store in Blackstone Town, features a design reminiscent of antlers. It is said that the shop has branches in all human cities, wielding considerable influence and enjoying a solid reputation. Beautiful, truly beautiful. The plump proprietor behind the counter scrutinizes a jade cabbage with great care. After instinctively offering a couple of compliments, I gingerly place it on the counter and inquire, "What material is this?" It is neither jade, nor does it exhibit any signs of carving. It does not resemble natural materials. I am taken aback by the sharpness of his gaze. Although referred to as a jade cabbage, it is not genuine jade but rather a resin piece formed in a single mold. It has no relation to jade whatsoever. Fat jade, as you might call it, is virtually unseen in your region, characterized by its lightweight durability and rich colors. I fabricate. This world is not akin to the medieval era of Earth. Its level of development is not lacking. Glass, exquisite crafts, grains, and salt are all abundant. However, synthetic materials like resin and plastic have yet to make an appearance here. Instead, they have become rare curiosities. The shopkeeper examines it closely before stating plainly, "The Antler Chamber of Commerce never undercuts prices. Your item is commendable, but it is clearly a product made from a mold. It excels in aesthetic appeal and features unique materials. If you are willing to sell, we can offer you a price of 30 silver coins." The universal currency is categorized into 4 types: copper coins, copper ingots, silver coins, and gold coins. Although gold coins represent the pinnacle of currency, they are rarely encountered among the common folk. Silver coins, on the other hand, suffice for most transactions, endowing them with considerable purchasing power. In Wu Heng's perspective, silver coins here are akin to 100 yuan bills. Feigning dissatisfaction, he shook his head. "What is your psychological price point?" 100. He proposed an exorbitant price, knowing he could always negotiate down if refused. Should he ask for less and the other party readily acquiesce? It would only leave him feeling discontented. Naturally, the price must remain reasonable. An outrageous figure would be unacceptable. That price is likely difficult to accept. How about 40 silver coins? It is the highest offer I can extend. The proprietor presented a firm price. Wu Heng pondered. The jade cabbage was of no use to him, and he had no other venue to sell items of little personal value. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Very well. Chapter 4. The door was not closed. Stepping out of the shop, a heavy pouch of coins now filled his backpack. Were it not for the impending apocalypse, Wu Heng could have easily exchanged gold and silver at a jewelry store to directly spend in this world. While he may not amass wealth rivaling nations, acquiring a few otherworldly maidens should pose no issue. He had even overheard discussions in the tavern regarding the druid profession, capable of transforming into various forms to satisfy a partner's craving for novelty. Alas, it is too late to speak of such things now. Inside the shop, he did not trade in gold jewelry, not due to the shop's refusal, but rather to avoid attracting unwelcome attention. As long as the exchanged currency sufficed, revealing gold ornaments would only garner undue scrutiny. Without strength, one is merely a fat sheep in the eyes of others. What remains now is to upgrade and amass one's forces, making one's way towards the blacksmith area. In Blackstone Town, there are no restrictions on weapons. However, swords and blades must remain sheathed within the town, and bows and crossbows should not be displayed openly. "Welcome. What can I assist you with today?" greeted the proprietor of the weapon shop. "Do you have a smaller shield?" "Right this way." The shopkeeper retrieved a small silver round shield and placed it on the counter. Wu Heng held it in his hands, feeling its considerable weight. Prolonged use or intense combat would undoubtedly become a burden. "Do you have something lighter?" The shopkeeper assessed him and produced another shield, one suited for children's training. The surface was made of iron, while the interior comprised treated hardwood. The exterior gleamed with silver iron, while the inner side was crafted from dark wood. Wu Heng tested its weight and found it quite satisfactory. Given that zombies typically attack by clawing, tearing, and biting, the shield would suffice for now. Once his attributes improved, he could venture into heavier shields. "I'll take this one. 75 copper. Though this price was not particularly cheap, considering it consisted of iron encasing wood, it was indeed the most affordable option in this weapon shop. He paid the 75 copper, picked up the shield, and exited the store. Along the way, he visited the armor shop and purchased a set of leather armor. Made of tough leather with simple craftsmanship, emanating a pungent scent. He chose not to acquire armor for the skeleton warrior. Firstly, the number of skeletons will continue to rise. If everyone opts to don such equipment, given the current circumstances, it would be utterly unsustainable. Secondly, it is prudent to maintain a low profile. The treatment of necromancers here is far from amicable, and attracting undue attention is certainly not advisable. As long as he is alive and possesses the bronze key, issues of manpower and levels will not pose a challenge. After purchasing the armor, his gaze once more fell upon the wooden humanoid frame nestled in the corner. Intended for the display of armor, the one before him appeared somewhat dilapidated, clearly a relic of bygone days. "Is this wooden frame obsolete?" Wu Heng inquired. The proprietor glanced up and replied, "It has been replaced. If you need it, it will cost you 2 copper coins." He initially intended to offer to dispose of it and take it away, but the other party had discerned his intention and promptly quoted a price. Wu Heng said nothing further, produced 2 copper coins, and left with the humanoid frame in his arms. Such an item holds little monetary value, yet its unique feature lies in its humanoid shape, allowing one to distinguish the head from the body. The post-apocalyptic environment is hardly suitable for habitation. At least here, he is spared the need to breathe in the putrid air. Standing in the somewhat cramped living room, he picked up a short spear and shield and began to practice thrusting motions against the humanoid wooden target, aiming for the head and repeating the action incessantly. Although he had not undergone formal training, familiarity with these movements could only serve him well. The following day, after a simple breakfast, he donned his armor and opened the portal to the world of zombies. The air still reeked of decay, and the occasional howls of zombies echoed from outside the window. He secured the bronze key and proceeded directly to the living room. 17 skeletal warriors, armed with kitchen knives and daggers, stood upright in the living room. With everything prepared, Wu Heng issued a direct command to proceed. The corridor had been cleared of zombies, yet the lingering odor remained pervasive, accompanied by the skeletal figures. Wu Heng first descended the stairs to inspect the stairwell door, confirming it remained tightly shut before ascending once more. Upon reaching the 6th floor, he stood before the iron door leading to the rooftop platform. His intention was straightforward: to traverse the rooftop and continue the extermination of zombies in the adjacent unit's corridor, thereby augmenting the ranks of skeletal warriors. Engaging the roaming undead head-on was evidently impractical and ill-advised. Thus, the rooftop presented the safest avenue. Utilizing a bronze key, he unlocked the iron door and led the skeletons onto the rooftop terrace. The rooftop was cluttered with debris, the most conspicuous being a rusted iron cage. Within this corroded enclosure lay the lifeless bodies of pigeons. Previously, the community had been coordinating the construction of pigeon coops, which seemed to yield little success. Nearby, additional iron mesh, rebar, and cement suggested intentions for further expansion. Suddenly, from behind the pigeon coop, the growls of zombies erupted. 3 zombies, flanking the cage, charged forward with claws bared. Were there still zombies on the rooftop? Perfectly timed, the skeletal warrior amidst the relentless assault of numerous skeletal warriors. The 3 zombies exhibited no capacity for retaliation, resembling fish floundering on a cutting board, incessantly attempting to rise only to be struck down anew. Wu Heng stood at a distance, harboring no intentions of intervening, merely awaiting the conclusion of the skirmish to summon the skeletons. Suddenly, a dragging sound reverberated from behind him. Turning to gaze, he beheld another limping zombie, dragging its ankle, approaching his direction. To his astonishment, another zombie sought to launch a sneak attack. After casting a glance at the nearby skeletons and confirming he could summon them promptly, he resolved to engage the approaching zombie in a one-on-one confrontation. Tightening his grip on the iron spear, he advanced cautiously towards the zombie, calculating the distance between them. When they were 2 meters apart, his left leg stepped forward, thrusting the spear diagonally upwards. With a swift motion, the spear pierced through the zombie's clavicle, emerging from its back. Alas, it was misaligned. He had intended to strike at its mouth, but the zombie's erratic movements due to its limp caused the spear to deviate. Although the target was struck, the position did not inflict fatal harm. The force of the zombie's charge propelled Wu Heng backwards several steps. The decaying body continued forward along the spear, extending its shriveled, pallid arm towards Wu Heng's face in a clawing motion. He writhed in a fierce struggle. The zombie rose again, while Wu Heng retreated to ensure his safety, circling around the creature. Meanwhile, the battle nearby had concluded. 3 zombies had been reduced to mere pulp beneath the relentless assault of the skeletal warriors. Without the need for commands, the skeletal soldiers swiftly surrounded the pursuing zombie, their blades falling incessantly, preventing the creature from lifting its head. Wu Heng stood to the side, casually swinging his iron spear. The zombie's immense strength and reckless ferocity posed a significant challenge, particularly for the elderly. Even the younger generation today often lacks the necessary physical training to confront such a menace directly. Experience gained. 10. Summon, Skeleton Warrior Experience. 5. As the experience notification appeared, the final zombie was vanquished. Using the clothing from the fallen zombies, Wu Heng wiped the blood off his spear and repeatedly cast Bone Servitude. 4 skeletons rose in succession, joining the ranks of the skeletal warriors, bringing the total to 21. He found 4 iron rods and handed them to the newly summoned skeletons. Having learned from the recent encounter, Wu Heng led his skeletal soldiers to thoroughly inspect the rooftop platform once more, confirming that no zombies lurked in concealed corners. Before arriving at the iron door leading to the second staircase, the entrance was obstructed by a heap of bricks and debris, likely the remnants of the recently slain zombies. It was puzzling how they had managed to escape to the rooftop only to transform into the undead. Directing the skeletal warriors, they cleared the clutter away. As the iron door creaked open, a pungent stench of decay wafted through. Bloodstains marred the ground, yet no zombies were in sight. They must have retreated downstairs. Wu Heng whispered, "Let us descend." The clattering of bones echoed as the skeletal warriors entered the corridor, with Wu Heng trailing behind. The sole individual who had achieved level 2 remained close by for protection. Their objective was clear. First, to ascertain whether the ground floor's entrance was securely shut, and then to scour each room for valuables. The sound of their footsteps resonated in the desolate hallway, a rhythmic patter that, though not loud, was strikingly pronounced in the silence. Suddenly, a series of furious roars erupted from below, accompanied by the frantic sound of running. The footsteps grew ever nearer as 6 zombies emerged from around the corner. Upon spotting the descending skeletons, they unleashed a menacing and exhilarated howl. "Eliminate them," Wu Heng commanded decisively. In a flurry, a multitude of kitchen knives were raised, charging towards the zombies below. The leading cadre of skeletons surged forward with formidable momentum, and then the knives began to rain down. Yet, before the initial zombies could be dispatched, several more surged forth. The corridor became a chaotic melee, with a throng of at least 10 zombies pushing and shoving. Meanwhile, even more footsteps could be heard from the lower levels. Wu Heng's heart sank. It was over. The stairwell door had been left ajar. A new chapter has been released, and I hope it finds favor with all. Chapter 5. Level Up. The cacophony of footsteps reverberated throughout the corridor. Given the number of residents per unit, the presence of so many zombies was implausible. Unless all the inhabitants were congregated in the hallway, which was clearly impossible. The only logical explanation was that the entrance to the building had been left open, allowing the zombies from outside to infiltrate the corridor. Wu Heng cursed his misfortune, having unexpectedly encountered such a situation. Just as he turned, his steps halted once more. The corridor was narrow, and the skeletal warriors in his possession might indeed possess an advantage. Moreover, this area needed to be cleared sooner or later, and the next corridor might harbor its own dangers. After a swift contemplation, he felt compelled to take a chance. A horde of pale-skinned, grotesque zombies surged forward, pushing and shoving one another. Wu Heng, no longer hesitating, decisively commanded an assault. The skeletal warriors charged forth. With a crack, a cleaver plunged into the head of a zombie, sending it crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, more zombies advanced simultaneously from behind, clawing, tearing, and biting, employing every possible means to shred their target. The skeletal warriors relentlessly swung their weapons, cleaving into the oncoming undead. In the constricted corridor, only 2 or 3 zombies could attack side by side. Amidst the pushing and crowding, some zombies tumbled over the railing or were trampled underfoot, unable to raise their heads. Seizing the opportunity, Heng mused, I must learn more ranged skills. Standing behind the skeletons, he thrust his spear downward while muttering to himself, this close combat is exhausting. As the battle raged on, numerous zombies fell, many crushed under the feet of their own kind. The scene was utterly chaotic, and the number of skeletal warriors dwindled rapidly, causing Heng a pang of sorrow. After all, he watched helplessly as skeletons were reduced to shattered bones. Ceasing his physically taxing thrusts, Heng began to unleash bone manipulation. One by one, skeletons rose from the battlefield, standing ready without the need for further commands, fist raised, charging towards the zombies. The battle intensified, a chaotic clash reminiscent of 2 swarming ant colonies colliding. They shoved and clawed at one another, relentlessly attacking. Heng trailed behind, beads of sweat beginning to form on his brow. Unlike before, when he had moments to recuperate, the current high-intensity, unceasing use of bone manipulation techniques weighed heavily upon him. His entire body felt drenched, as if suffering from exhaustion, and his mind throbbed with sharp pangs of pain. In the tavern of Blackstone Town, he had overheard discussions about how a mage's frequent casting of spells severely drained their mental faculties. In extreme cases, such exhaustion could lead to dementia or even render one a mere vegetable. Your level has risen to level 2, Intelligence 1, Constitution 1, and a slight increase in mental power. At that moment, a notification chimed in his ear. He had leveled up. Just as Heng felt he was nearing his limits, the announcement appeared abruptly, providing some relief from the throbbing in his head. It was time to give it his all. The skeleton crew was currently situated on the 3rd floor. If they could reach the 1st floor and secure the doors, victory would be within grasp. He issued commands for a full frontal assault. With a cacophony of noise, the skeletal warriors charged forward like wild beasts, wielding their crude blades and attacking with bare hands, pushing the zombies back with sheer force. Glancing at the construction materials, he pointed to a piece of blue-painted metal sheeting and instructed, lift that. The skeletal warriors complied, picking up the metal and moving to the edge of the rooftop. Under Heng's direction, they hurled it downwards. With a resounding crash, the metal struck the ground, creating a thunderous clamor. As if released by an unseen signal, all the surrounding zombies came rushing in a frenzied manner, trampling over the blue-painted iron sheets. Quick, charge forth. The skeletal warriors continued their relentless advance, and the battle grew increasingly intense. They fought their way to the entrance, allowing a few skeletons to burst through the door to divert the attention of the horde, while completely sealing the iron gate at the stairwell. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies pounded fiercely against the iron door, creating a cacophony of thunderous impacts. They dispatched the remaining zombies in the corridor and summoned more skeletons to bring various debris, reinforcing the barricade at the stairwell door. Fortunately, the zombies exhibited a lack of intelligence. After a period of futile battering against the door, they gradually dispersed, drawn away by other sounds, and ceased their relentless assault on the pitiful green door. Heng sat within a room, resting his forehead against his palm, gasping for breath. The preceding situation had indeed been perilous, and upon reflection, he felt a shiver of dread. Thankfully, the stairwell door remained barricaded. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated dramatically. After a brief respite, his condition improved slightly. The corridor was littered with corpses and shattered bones. He had no intention of unleashing the bone control technique. Stepping over the bodies, he began to clear the remaining zombies from house to house along with the remaining skeletal warriors, scavenging for spoils along the way. In a room on the 3rd floor, Heng examined a black motorcycle helmet with keen interest. The room's occupant appeared to be an enthusiast of motorcycles, evidenced by the numerous motorcycle-related items scattered about, along with various outdoor gear, climbing ropes, portable lighting, and a variety of other equipment. Yet, what captivated him the most was the robust helmet he held in his hands. The fully enclosed structure, adorned with a transparent plastic windscreen on the front, serves to shield one's eyes and mouth from blood splatter during encounters with zombies. The material ought to consist of composite substances, ensuring durability while remaining within a manageable weight. He removed his leather cap and donned the helmet for a trial, finding it quite satisfactory despite a slight feeling of confinement, which was tolerable for the sake of safety. He then placed the leather helmet upon the skeletal warrior wielding an iron sword. Gathering all usable items, he took his leave from that location, proceeding to the next chamber to continue his scavenging. As dusk fell, he returned to Blackstone Town, partook of a modest meal, and retired to bed. The day's exertion had drained his mental fortitude significantly, prompting him to postpone spear training for a day. The following day, at noon, in the world overtaken by zombies, Wu Heng dedicated the entire morning to transforming the corpses from the stairwell of Building 2 into skeletal warriors. He alternated between the transformation process and moments of respite, laboring for several hours. At this juncture, a multitude of skeletons stood sentinel atop the building's roof, armed with cleavers and hammers, exuding a certain formidable presence. Upon counting, he discovered a total of 52 skeletal warriors, a number less than anticipated. Despite the numerous zombies slain the previous day, only this many had been converted. Among them, the sword-wielding skeleton had advanced to level 2, with attributes recorded as follows: Constitution 10, Strength 13, Agility 8. Strength had seen a slight increase, yet no other changes were noted. It felt as though the advancement made little difference, but even a small improvement was preferable to stagnation. He held on to the hope that as levels increased, attributes would accumulate over time. According to standard experience metrics, there should have been more achieving level 2. Yet the skeletal warriors continued to perish in battle. The remaining skeletons were primarily summoned from the ground in the morning, possessing no experience. The enhancement of these skeletons proved to be a rather challenging endeavor, necessitating careful planning. At the very least, a few high-level ones needed to be cultivated. After distributing kitchen knives to the newly summoned skeletons, Wu Heng opened his own attributes. Name: Wu Heng. Class: Necromancer. Level: 2, 55900. Attributes: Strength 9, Agility 11, Constitution 13, Intelligence 15, Perception 10, Charisma 12. Skills: Bone Manipulation. He too had risen to level 2, experiencing an increase in both Constitution and Intelligence. Although slightly superior to the skeletons, his improvement was not substantial. There was indeed progress, yet it felt almost imperceptible. The effects were barely discernible. He sat aside, awaiting the restoration of his mental and physical stamina. Once sufficiently recuperated, he stood, donned his motorcycle helmet, lowered the visor, and issued a muffled command: "Follow me." With a clatter, over 50 skeletons sprang into action, trailing behind him. They arrived before the third iron gate. He produced a bronze key and gently unlocked it. A chilling, putrid scent wafted through the visor, infiltrating his nostrils. The stairwell was eerily silent, the floor marred by the remnants of several mangled corpses. Observing the bodies, Wu Heng furrowed his brow. Had the zombies perished? How could zombies be slain? Were there survivors? Chapter 6, Habits from Life Survivors? The sight of the dismembered zombies in the stairwell sparked this thought in his mind. However, upon closer inspection, he swiftly dismissed the notion. The sight of the zombies' demise did not resemble that of humans, but rather appeared as though they had been rent asunder by some monstrous entity. On one side of the entrance door, claw marks marred the paint, as if a beast or creature had traversed the hallway. What misfortune! Wu Heng muttered a curse. The hallway door had been left ajar yesterday, and today, an unknown monster lurked. After much deliberation, he concluded that his unit was the safest haven. Suddenly, a violent tremor reverberated through the staircase handrail, the sound rapidly permeating the entire corridor. It was as if something below was incessantly battering against the railing. A wave of tension surged within Wu Heng once more. Gripping his weapon tightly, he whispered, "Let us go down." Wu Heng positioned himself in the middle and proceeded downwards alongside his companions. The sound of skeletal feet striking the ground was drowned out by the ferocious clang of the iron railing, failing to attract any adversaries. They continued downward, encountering several mangled remains of zombies, their limbs torn asunder. Wu Heng refrained from unleashing his bone control technique, opting instead to ascertain what lay beneath. Upon reaching the fourth-floor landing, he discerned that the source of the clattering against the iron railing was situated just below. He rearranged the positions of his skeletons and approached the gradual descent, gazing down 3 levels. A disheveled golden retriever zombie clung to the iron railing, frantically twisting its hips as if indulging in a primal display of exuberance. What was happening? Could animals also be infected? And how had a lion found its way into the corridor? As if sensing his astonishment, the creature continued its frenzied movements in Wu Heng's gaze. The fiercely thrashing lion ceased its motions, turning its head to cast a glance in this direction. Its withered lips revealed sharp fangs, with morsels of flesh clinging to the corners of its mouth. This was no lion at all. It was merely the teddy bear owned by the building's proprietor, albeit now swollen to several times its original size, its yellow fur rendering it scarcely distinguishable from a lion, even in its zombified state. It could not shake the habit of swaggering about. With a roar, the zombie teddy charged forward. Upon recognizing it as a teddy bear, the tension in my chest dissipated considerably. As the zombie teddy barreled towards us, Heng took 2 steps back and commanded, "Kill it." With a clatter, the skeletal soldiers brandished their blades and surged ahead. The zombie teddy advanced a couple of steps, then suddenly pushed off the ground, leaping into the air, using the wall as leverage to soar over the advancing skeletons below. It landed deftly on the corner platform. Its paws flailed, sending several skeletons flying as it opened its massive maw to clamp down on one skeleton's skull, wildly shaking it. Its robust form rampaged across the platform, toppling skeletal warriors and rolling down the steps. Suddenly, the teddy bear raised its head, fixing its gaze on Heng. In an instant, it leaped again, launching itself directly at him. Heng's expression shifted as he raised his round shield, only to feel a tremendous force collide with it, sending him hurtling backward. He crashed against the wall behind him and tumbled down the staircase, his helmet clattering against the steps. The zombie teddy, intent on pursuing him further, was thwarted by a sword that came crashing down, halting its advance. Simultaneously, the surrounding skeletons responded promptly. 4 or 5 skeletons pounced directly upon Teddy's back, tenaciously clinging to its form, while others brandished cleavers, hacking away indiscriminately at any part of its anatomy, causing fur and flesh to fall ceaselessly. The once lion-like Teddy began to struggle mightily, resembling a glutinous rice dumpling adorned with bones, thrashing about wildly. Heng swiftly rose, adjusting his helmet. With a beckoning gesture, he promptly dispatched several skeletons to once again shield him. Bang! Crash! The zombified Teddy abruptly collided with a nearby wall, the violent impact causing the skeletons clinging to it to scatter. Immediately thereafter, its form leaped once more, its target remaining Heng. Damn it! Heng cursed, rapidly sidestepping while simultaneously adopting a bow stance, crouching low to muster strength to thrust forth his iron spear. His training with the short spear proved to be of some avail. The iron spear struck Teddy's chest from the side, the blade sinking into its putrid flesh. Concurrently, a force surged through his wrist, causing him to lose his grip on the iron spear. Teddy landed nimbly, the iron spear still embedded in its chest, subsequently propping itself against the ground, piercing through its chest with a soft thud and exiting through its left forelimb. Dark red, viscous blood flowed from the wound. Heng leaped backward down a full flight of stairs, continuing, "Don't stop, go and kill it." The skeleton warriors surged forward once more. Although the damage to its body was not fatal to the zombified Teddy, the iron spear piercing through its chest and forelimb hindered its movements. Unable to support its weight on its left forelimb, its movements became halting and unsteady. As Teddy's movements slowed, the skeleton warriors' attacks intensified, relentlessly surrounding and assaulting it, covering its body with blade wounds. As the entire body was engulfed by skeletons, the sound of flesh being chopped resonated incessantly, accompanied by a system notification, experience gained, 42. Summon, skeleton warrior, experience, 20. Heng lifted his mask, disregarding the putrid air, taking deep breaths. He never anticipated that a teddy bear could transform into such a form. Was it genetic mutation, or perhaps a reversion to ancestral evolution? Novels often describe it this way. Yet he remained uncertain if it was one of those two phenomena. In any case, the teddy had metamorphosed into a lion, trapped in the corridor. Had it escaped with such a formidable size, countless species would have met their doom in its chaotic rampage. The combat prowess of the zombie teddy undoubtedly surpassed that of an ordinary zombie. It could dash through the swarm of skeletons with considerable ferocity, a force to be reckoned with. Most alarming was its display of intelligence. Otherwise, it would not have persistently lunged at him. If zombies possessed intellect, could they still be termed zombies, or would they simply be a new form of sentient being? Such thoughts eluded him. Yet, the implications of such an outcome were far from favorable for him. This battle served as a reminder. While amassing skeletons, he must also enhance his own capabilities. Otherwise, should he fall, an abundance of skeletons would prove futile. After regaining his breath, he approached to extract the iron spear that had pierced the teddy. He unleashed bone control. The prospect of summoning a large beast skeleton was indeed exhilarating. Summons exceeding the summoner's capacity, instability factors increasing. As he activated bone control, a notification promptly followed. Heng barely had time to react before he felt his mental energy being rapidly siphoned away. This caused Heng's expression to shift dramatically. A typical corpse, yet it rose to its feet in an instant. Before him stood the zombie Teddy, which demanded a greater expenditure of mental energy. And the instability hinted at in the prompt brought him a sense of unease. He hoped it would not summon itself to attack him. That would indeed be a stroke of misfortune. Soon, the teddy corpse before him underwent a transformation. Its flesh and blood melted like hot wax, slowly revealing a canine skeleton that stood upright. The pallid bones grew thicker, and within its hollow eye sockets flickered an eerie, ghostly blue flame. Skeleton Hound, Level 5, Chapter 7, Skeleton Dog, Skeleton Hound, Level 5, 1500, Attributes, Constitution 12, Strength 14, Agility 16, Perception 5, Intelligence 5, Charisma 4. Traits: Hollow Skeleton, Basic Soul Fire. Basic Soul Fire. This undead unit possesses Basic Soul Fire, enabling it to comprehend and execute relatively simple commands. With merely the skeletal frame remaining, it was impossible to discern that this once was a teddy, especially as its size approached that of a lion. The attributes of the skeleton hound indicated slightly elevated strength and agility, while its constitution appeared diminished. Notably, a new trait, Basic Soul Fire, had emerged. The description elucidated that this bestowed the skeleton with soul fire, allowing it to comprehend and carry out simple commands. This development was, in fact, rather advantageous. Although skeleton warriors were quite useful, they tended to be overly rigid, requiring oversight even for basic commands, and struggled with more complex instructions. Now, with the soul fire, it could grasp a broader array of commands. The origin of this soul fire, however, remained a mystery. Baffled, I could only surmise whether this unique undead manifestation was a product of some exceptional circumstance or merely a consequence of attaining a certain level of power. I resolved to set aside my perplexity for the moment. Having scrutinized my attributes, I was about to embark on a thorough search of the premises, accompanied by my skeletal minion, when my gaze was abruptly arrested by the macabre tableau of fragmented flesh strewn across the floor. Brain matter? In the cranial region of the erstwhile corpse, a milky, opalescent substance lay exposed. Its conspicuousness amidst the gore was what initially drew my attention. Under the influence of the ossification art, the summon's flesh had liquefied like molten wax, leaving behind a residue of skin and viscera. Yet, this peculiar meat retained an unexpectedly robust texture, making it instantly discernible. Has Teddy developed a tumor? I gingerly extracted a piece of the flesh with my iron spear and examined it in my hand. It was about the size of a pearl, with a slightly elastic consistency, like holding a piece of jelly. What could it be? Clang, clang, clang. Just as I was engrossed in my examination of the fleshy fragment, the iron bars began to rattle once more, startling me. I looked up to see the skeletal teddy bear, its forelimbs clutching the stair railing, engaging in a frenzied pelvic thrust. Its pelvis collided with the iron bars, creating a deafening clang that reverberated throughout the stairwell, while the sounds of zombies pounding on the door echoed from outside. Damn it! I was rendered speechless. Even as a skeleton, devoid of the relevant anatomy, why would it perform such actions? Cease. I commanded instantly. The skeletal teddy bear instinctively swayed its hips a couple more times before looking up at me. Within its empty eye sockets, the flickering flames of its soul were visible. Stand by. I issued another command. The skeletal teddy bear squatted in place, refraining from further bizarre movements. Amidst the sudden interruption, the intention to continue the research dissipated. He placed the chunks of meat into a plastic bag and, accompanied by the skeletons, descended the stairs. After ensuring that the front door was securely closed, eliminating any risk of it being opened, he began the grim task of transforming the zombies, slain by the undead teddy bear, into skeletons. Following this, he meticulously scavenged from house to house, collecting items that could be of use to him or could be sold in Blackstone Town, all of which were stowed away in his backpack for later retrieval. Upon returning to Blackstone Town, Mr. Wu Heng made his way directly to the antler shop. The proprietor greeted him with great enthusiasm, evidently having profited handsomely from the resin sold to him previously. Mr. Wu Heng, do you have something to sell today? The shopkeeper inquired with a beaming smile, filled with anticipation. I wish to purchase some items, Wu Heng replied. The shopkeeper, maintaining his cheerful demeanor, continued to probe. What do you require? Do you have any healing potions for injuries? Wu Heng asked. Although he had not felt much during the battle, post-combat, he was now acutely aware of the pain coursing through his body. While there were no visible wounds, he noticed dark bruises forming on his shoulder and arms. Indeed, the shopkeeper replied, bending down to retrieve 2 glass vials from beneath the counter. The type of potion you need varies depending on the nature of your injuries. Wu Heng rolled up his sleeve to reveal the bruising. This type, from a fall. A minor potion should suffice, the shopkeeper suggested. Very well, how much? Wu Heng inquired. 1 silver and 30 copper, the shopkeeper responded. In this world, the field of potion making was quite advanced, even if he had not personally used them. Wu Heng had heard of their efficacy. He handed over the money and accepted the potion labeled Minor Healing Potion. Description: a potion with healing properties for injuries. Without a moment's hesitation, he tilted his head back and consumed the concoction. As the potion coursed through his body, a gentle warmth spread, alleviating the pain he had been enduring. The immediate effectiveness was indeed remarkable. After purchasing several more bottles of healing and mental potions from the shopkeeper, a thought struck him regarding the flesh dropped by slain zombies. He opened his backpack and glanced inside, furrowing his brow slightly at the sight of distorted flesh core. Description: an energy crystal from a warped creature that can enhance one's physical constitution, with a chance of toxic contamination. The attributes had manifested. In the zombie-ridden world, there had been no such indication, but here, they were revealed. The system notification must be tied to this alternate realm. Only through an association with this world would such alerts arise. Much like his own attributes and those of the skeletons, which only appeared upon becoming a necromancer. Though it was merely a conjecture, it felt accurate. Is there a problem? The shopkeeper inquired, noticing him rummaging through his backpack. Wu Heng raised his head and continued, Boss, I have a question. A friend of mine has obtained some flesh from a creature, and it seems to possess properties that may alter one's constitution. Yet there are concerns about possible toxins. What should he do? What you are referring to is biological material, the shopkeeper replied. The substances derived from living organisms are one of the raw materials for alchemical potions. I would not recommend your friend experiment with it on his own. It would be best to have it examined by an alchemist, if he is still apprehensive. He could also post a commission at the Adventurers Guild. While it may incur some expense, the priority should be safety. The proprietor busied himself at the counter while speaking. A type of alchemical material? Posting a commission. Wu Heng pondered for a moment, finding the suggestion quite agreeable. Observing the influx of customers into the shop, he decided against lingering any longer. After exchanging polite greetings, he departed from the establishment. Standing at the entrance, he contemplated for a while before making his way towards the central district. The Guild of Professionals, established approximately 5 centuries ago, initially served as a base of operations for a close-knit group of adventurers, facilitating cooperative ventures in the exchange of intelligence. However, as time passed, the renown and influence accrued by this adventurer's base spread across the globe, encompassing all races and kingdoms. With the increasing number of members and the growing impact, the adventurer's base was formally renamed the Guild of Professionals. Branches were established in various locations, providing assistance to professionals while also exercising a regulatory function. Wu Heng obtained his Necromancer's class transfer document through the guild. The guild hall was constructed to be remarkably spacious and grand, attracting numerous professionals. Among them were brawny men with glistening skin and well-defined muscles, alongside warriors clad in silver armor and wielding enormous swords. There were also lithe women dressed in form-fitting leather armor, resembling a grand cosplay event, though regrettably, the female professional's leather armor was quite modest, lacking any bikini-style designs, rendering it rather unsexy, as Wu Heng muttered to himself. At the front stood a counter where clerks addressed various inquiries from professionals. Beside it was a display board adorned with various bounty commissions, including wanted posters, monster hunting quests, and information-gathering tasks. Upon completing a published commission, one may receive both currency and item rewards. The currency serves as a standard reward, while item rewards can encompass not merely items but also skill books, the notes of ancient sages, magical artifacts, or weapons and armor. The Adventurers Guild is widespread across all races, boasting formidable materials and resources. Whatever you seek, you shall find it here in abundance. However, Wu Heng merely cast a glance, showing little interest in these offerings. Capturing fugitives and hunting magical beasts are fraught with peril. As a novice recently transitioned into a new profession, he felt ill-equipped to participate. Approaching the counter, the female clerk greeted him with a smile. Sir, how may I assist you today? I wish to publish a commission, he replied. Chapter 8. Is there anyone to vouch for you? After completing the identity verification, the clerk continued. The Adventurers Guild is ultimately an organization established by adventurers. Verifying identity also serves to confirm your registration, ensuring that, should the commission be completed, you can indeed be located. Once confirmed, the clerk inquired further, what type of commission would you like to publish, sir? I possess a certain material that requires analysis by an alchemist. If it proves toxic, I will also need an antidote crafted, Wu Heng stated directly. Very well, sir. Do you have the material with you? I do, Wu Heng exclaimed, retrieving a severed core from his backpack. The clerk took it and placed it into a glass container. Your commission pertains to potion crafting and will not be publicly disclosed. A designated alchemist from the guild will conduct the analysis, ensuring the safety of the potion as well. That is acceptable, Wu Heng acknowledged. Having the guild oversee the process adds an extra layer of security. Finding any alchemist outside, one cannot ascertain the efficacy of the antidote they concoct. A deposit of 5 silver coins is required upon your collection of the potion. The balance will be settled based on the complexity of the elixir and the value of the materials used. This sum of 5 silver coins serves merely as a deposit. How lucrative it is for the potion maker. When might I expect results? Within 5 days, it shall be delivered to you. Wu Heng nodded, producing the payment to finalize the commission. The ideal outcome would be for the professional association to conduct the analysis and create the potion. Otherwise, possessing such a concoction without certainty of its safety would be perilous, and over time, it could spoil. After completing the commission, Wu Heng exited the guild and made his way towards the bustling district. The bustling district, where Wu Heng resides, is situated in the northern sector of Blackstone Town. Characterized by its densely packed civilian quarters, the streets are lined with houses featuring pointed stone roofs, with oval wooden windows flung open. Ropes hung to air out garments and bedding. The buildings are tightly clustered, creating an exceptionally congested environment. With the main thoroughfare paved with cobblestones barely 3 to 4 meters wide, further narrowed by various items piled at doorsteps. This area is home to a significant number of common folk, sustaining the majority of the lower-tier labor within the town. Upon returning to his dwelling, he prepared a bowl of noodles, adding 2 sausages, provisions unearthed from today's scavenging, left untouched by the former owner who had succumbed to zombification. Setting aside concerns of health, it was indeed quite palatable. After resolving his evening meal, he examined his body. The bruises had mostly faded, and he felt no lingering pain. The potions of this world are truly remarkable. After assessing that there were no significant issues, I began my nightly routine of training before sleep. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, I refreshed myself and retired to bed. The following morning, after breakfast, Wu Heng proceeded directly to the realm of the undead. Upon reaching the rooftop, he was greeted by a cacophony of clattering sounds. Among the 63 skeletal warriors standing at attention, a skeletal hound was clumsily clutching one of its companions, wildly shaking its hips. The ordinary skeletal warriors, devoid of intellect, staggered momentarily, yet remained in their alert stance, their bones nearly rattling apart. What a predicament, Wu Heng thought. Bemused. Skeletal hound, cease this at once. If you continue, one of you shall surely suffer a fracture. Upon hearing the command, the skeletal hound immediately halted its antics and trotted over to sit beside him. From now on, you are forbidden from embracing other skeletons in such a manner. Do you understand? The hound tilted its head, appearing utterly confused. Not wishing to engage further, Wu Heng simply reconfirmed the readiness of the skeletal warriors and commanded, "Follow me." With a sound of grinding bones, all the awaiting skeletal warriors sprang into action, trailing behind him as they moved to one side. The building where Wu Heng resided was situated near the edge of the community and comprised 5 units. The first 3 units had been thoroughly cleared, leaving only 2 remaining. As he opened the iron door leading to the stairwell, a chilling and putrid odor assailed his senses. Peering into the stairwell, he noted the absence of any zombies on the 6th floor. Advance, Wu Heng commanded decisively. The skeletal warrior strode directly into the corridor, its bony feet clicking crisply against the floor. A guttural roar echoed from downstairs, followed by the frantic patter of feet. A female zombie, clad only in a tattered purple lace negligee, lurched into view, her jaws agape in a horrifying bellow. Despite her decaying state, the zombie possessed a voluptuous figure, with ample bosom and alluring curves. However, her ashen skin, laced with dark, thread-like veins, and a dangling right eyeball marred her former beauty, rendering her appearance grotesque and terrifying. Before Wu Heng could fully take in the scene, the skeletal hound bounded past the warrior and pounced upon the female zombie, knocking her to the ground. The flimsy fabric that had been clinging to her shoulders slipped away, revealing more of her putrid flesh. The skeletal hound promptly crushed the zombie's neck and began tearing at her with ferocious abandon. Blood and gore sprayed in every direction as the zombie thrashed beneath the hound, clawing desperately at her assailant. But her strength was no match for the skeletal hound. Despite its seemingly modest attributes, the hound demonstrated a combat prowess far superior to that of an ordinary zombie, exhibiting a decisive advantage in a one-on-one encounter. Soon, the female zombie ceased her struggles, and a system notification appeared, gained 8 experience. Summoned creature, Skeletal Hound gained 1 experience. With the target eliminated, another system prompt materialized. Wu Heng, now at level 2, received 8 experience points for the kill, a reduction from the previous 10. This was understandable, as his level increased. The experience gained from the same type of enemy diminished accordingly. However, comprehension does not herald propitious tidings. As experience dwindles, the imperative to vanquish a greater number of the undead intensifies in order to advance. An additional increment of experience was conferred upon the skeletal canine, elevating it to a single point beyond its 5th tier, a level inferior to his own. Thump, thump, thump. Scarcely had the skeletal canine instinctively embraced the torso of a cadaver when the clamorous cadence of rapid footfalls reverberated from the lower echelons. A trio of additional zombies ascended, propelled by their ravenous hunger. Upon beholding the skeletal cohort, the zombies emitted enraged and ghastly ululations. With a deliberate gesture, Wu Heng commanded the skeletal warriors to advance and obliterate all designated targets. The skeletal warriors, poised for action, promptly mobilized, brandishing cleavers as they surged toward the encroaching zombies. Several skeletal warriors in the vanguard were overwhelmed and prostrated by the onrushing horde. Yet, a relentless barrage of cleavers descended upon the zombies. An incessant downpour that rendered them incapable of maintaining an upright posture, ultimately reducing them to a putrescent morass. With the cessation of hostilities, both Wu Heng and his skeletal warriors accrued experience. Invoking the incantation of bone servitude, he transmuted the 3 cadavers into skeletal constructs, subsequently directing his skeletal warriors to advance toward the lower floors. The descent proved uneventful, devoid of encounters with additional zombies. From behind the portals lining the stairwell, the sounds of incessant hammering and clawing emanated, attesting to the presence of the undead within. Proceeding directly to the ground floor, he confirmed the secure closure of the main egress. Subsequently, he procured the bronze key and commenced the systematic unlocking of each dwelling, purging them of zombies and plundering any spoils of war. At this juncture, the zombies within the abodes posed no significant threat to the skeletal legion. The endeavor of clearing the domiciles unfolded without incident. The adversaries were merely commonplace zombies, and all transpired with seamless efficiency. Such engagements were the epitome of his aspirations. There is no pressure. Within a secure environment, one can accumulate experience and increase the number of skeleton warriors. The total number amounts to 77, among which the sword-wielding skeleton has reached level 2, while the remainder remains at level 1, alongside 1 level 5 skeleton hound. Meals, training, slumber. The following day, Wu Heng completed his morning routine and prepared to venture out in search of breakfast. Upon stepping outside, he observed several guards clad in standard armor interrogating nearby residents. These guards serve as the enforcers of Blackstone Town, adorned in leather armor with iron swords at their waists. Noticing Wu Heng's emergence, 2 of them approached him directly, their voices stern. Wu Heng? Wu Heng furrowed his brow and nodded slightly. Where were you last night? I remained in my room throughout the night, without venturing out. Is there anyone who can vouch for you? Chapter 9. The Survivors. Is there anyone who can vouch for you? Witnesses? He himself was oblivious to the events that transpired. So what need was there for witnesses? After a moment's contemplation, he replied, the owner of this house should be able to testify on my behalf. He hesitated to involve the landlord, yet his acquaintances in the area were limited, and the landlord was the only viable option. What were you doing before nightfall? The guard continued to inquire. Exercising in my room. Have you noticed any suspicious individuals recently? No. The guard tilted his body slightly to peer into the room, stating, we must conduct a search of your residence. The leading guard cast a sidelong glance, while another guard stepped inside, commencing a thorough search. The room was modest in size, with minimal furnishings. Any peculiar items were located on the side of the deceased, and Wu Heng harbored no concerns about uncovering anything of significance. Ah, a corpse. That explains it. In densely populated areas, the resolution of cases is rather straightforward. The traces at the scene, the logical coherence of the testimonies provided by the involved parties, and the accounts of nearby residents serve as valid evidence for judgment. However, should one be discreet in their actions, it remains quite challenging to solve the case. Similarly, if there exists evidence implicating you, even if you're innocent, it becomes arduous to prove your innocence. At that juncture, one could be apprehended and executed without an avenue for defense. As for Wu Heng, being a necromancer, he was inherently a subject of scrutiny within the city, especially given the recent incident. While others might simply be questioned, he was subjected to a search of his premises. No clues? Wu Heng inquired further. Besides some potentially dangerous individuals, it was plausible that a fugitive had entered the city. The guard regarded him with a quizzical expression. "That's quite the statement you've made." Just then, the searching guard emerged, slightly shaking his head to indicate a lack of findings. The guard at the entrance did not linger, advising, "If you happen to uncover any leads, you may share them with us. There will be a reward in due course." "Very well," he replied, though he did not take the matter to heart. With his current capabilities, even defeating a zombie left him breathless. How could he possibly contend with a murderer? In this world, he might struggle against even a woman. The guards uttered little and proceeded to the next establishment to inquire about the situation and caution everyone to remain vigilant. Heng secured the door and made his way to a nearby tavern for a meal. After dining, he directly ventured into the realm of the undead. Accompanied by his skeletal warriors, Heng arrived at the final iron gate. Upon opening the gate, he was met with an oppressive, putrid stench. As soon as he stepped inside, echoes of growls and frantic footsteps resonated from below. 3 zombies staggered up the stairs. Upon sighting the emerging skeletal army, they emitted excited roars. "Attack!" Heng commanded, pointing his iron spear forward. The skeletal warriors surged forth, brandishing their cleavers. The sounds of meat being chopped resonating throughout the air. Before long, the zombies succumbed beneath the relentless onslaught of the cleavers. Gained experience, 8. Summon, skeleton warrior experience, 5. Your level has risen to level 3, with an increase of 1 in intelligence, 1 in charisma, and a slight enhancement in mental fortitude. The moment the 3rd zombie fell, Heng ascended to level 3. The augmentation of intelligence and charisma appeared to be intentional rather than arbitrary, as one attribute remained fixed on intelligence. However, the underlying logic for this increase remains elusive. Approaching the fallen bodies, he cast the bone manipulation spell, causing 3 skeletons to rise and join his ranks. "Advance!" Heng commanded once more, and the skeletal brigade commenced their descent. The number of zombies in the corridor was not overwhelming, presenting little challenge to the current skeletal warriors. After meticulously clearing the ground floor and confirming that the entrance was securely shut, I commenced the task of opening each door, accompanied by my skeletal companions, to eradicate the zombies and scavenge for valuable loot. The final unit proved to be considerably easier than the preceding ones. There were no grotesque zombie dogs, and the doors of the unit remained firmly closed. The entire corridor was cleared in merely half a day. Isolated zombies could be effortlessly dispatched by the skeletons. And when faced with larger numbers, the skeletal warriors could overwhelm them without significant difficulty. A sense of confidence began to burgeon within me. It appeared that zombies were not as formidable as I had initially presumed. However, after thoroughly inspecting the entire building, I had yet to encounter a single survivor. This led me to ponder whether the outbreak of zombies might have been transmitted through the air or some other peculiar means. It seemed I was the sole inhabitant left in this world. Perhaps my cherished teddy bear, a remnant of my past, could be considered my only companion. Stepping out of the corridor, the skeletal warriors began to transport the spoils of our endeavor. Standing atop the building, I casually directed their actions while contemplating my next course of action. With the zombies within the entire building eradicated, my desire to continue slaying zombies for experience necessitated venturing outside. Below, approximately 50 standing at the edge, I glanced over. Noting the distance between the buildings was approximately 5 or 6 meters. If I could find a sufficiently long wooden plank or order an adequately long iron ladder from Blackstone Town, it would facilitate my passage. Although the height posed some danger, it was far more reliable than rushing out to confront the zombies head-on. The only uncertainty lay with the rigid skeleton warriors and whether they could traverse safely. The 6th floor would be high enough to shatter them upon impact. With these thoughts in mind, I descended to search for a climbing rope, intending to throw it across to gauge the distance between the buildings. Just as I swung the rope, preparing to launch it, a series of violent crashes erupted from the west side of the road. I lifted my gaze towards the source of the commotion and beheld a bus, styled in a post-apocalyptic aesthetic, violently barreling through the zombies and wrecked vehicles ahead. As it collided relentlessly, it continued its forward journey. The sides of the bus were reinforced with sturdy iron plates, and its windows were lined with iron bars the thickness of a thumb. Through the gaps in the bars, I glimpsed sharp iron pipes piercing the climbing zombies. Behind the bus lay a vast horde of the undead, with more zombies drawn by the cacophony, surging from the adjacent complexes to join the chase. The numbers swelled, resembling a cinematic tide of corpses, an overwhelming mass. Even from a distance, the dread and suffocating sensation brought by the horde were palpable. "Chow!" Heng immediately commanded the skeletons to cease all movements and retreat from the edge. His gaze remained fixed on the bus that was breaking through everything in its path. Survivors. There were indeed survivors attempting to escape. Chapter 10. Equipment Unleashed. Survivors. Undoubtedly, survivors. In this world, not everyone has succumbed to the fate of becoming a zombie. There are still fortunate survivors who endure. In the distance, a coach speeds along the road like a scene from a Hollywood blockbuster, crashing through the zombies that obstruct its path, sending them flying or crushing them into a pulp. The cars and obstacles blocking the way are violently cleared as it presses onward. The horde of zombies behind the vehicle grows increasingly numerous. Yet they remain unable to keep pace with the coach, falling further behind. At this rate, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the coach may indeed break free. Once it reaches the main road, it would be a significant victory. That route is far wider, and the density of zombies is not as overwhelming as in the residential area. Heng closely monitors the situation on the street, his gaze following the coach's movement. As the coach approaches an intersection, beginning to slow and turn, a sudden crash shatters the glass facade of a nearby shop. Amidst the cascade of shards, a massive figure with dark red skin charges directly towards the decelerating coach. With a thunderous impact, the colossal zombie collides with the vehicle, causing it to sway violently and lose control, ultimately slamming into a nearby utility pole with a resounding thud. The coach comes to a halt, emitting a plume of black smoke. Before the occupants have a chance to react, zombies from all directions swiftly engulf the coach. Through the crowded gaps in the undead mass, frantic attempts to fend off the onslaught can be seen, with iron pipes thrusting outward in desperation. However, the sheer number of zombies attracted along their path is overwhelming, flooding in like an unrelenting tide. Given the current predicament, even if the coach could restart, escaping would prove exceedingly difficult. On the rooftop, Heng gazed anxiously, yet felt powerless to rescue them in such dire circumstances. To venture forth would merely serve to enhance the feast for the undead. With a faint sigh, he turned his attention to the colossal creature capable of overturning the bus. This humanoid being stood at an imposing height of nearly 3 meters. Its skin a dark crimson hue, with exaggeratedly muscular limbs that bulged like grotesque tumors, radiating explosive strength. What a monstrous entity! The zombie, resembling a teddy bear, had transformed from an ordinary size to one comparable to that of a lion, the creature before him having evidently undergone a horrific mutation. Its combat prowess had reached a terrifying level. When it barreled into the bus, the sheer force was nothing short of horrifying. The disoriented giant zombie staggered toward the vehicle, effortlessly tossing aside any undead that obstructed its path, and raised its fist to deliver a bone-crushing blow to the side of the bus. Bang, bang, bang. With each resounding impact, the protective plating caved in, and the iron reinforcements of the windows fell away. As the gaping breach widened, the zombies surged into the cabin, descending into a frenzy of carnage and bloodshed. The chaos, however, was short-lived. Within just a few minutes, the bus ceased its violent shaking. The horde, akin to aimless wild creatures bereft of a target, gradually quieted and dispersed into their surroundings. The bus at the center had, whether it was the recent tide of corpses or the colossal mutated zombies, both instilled a sense of pressure within him. With the limited number of his skeletal warriors, encountering either of these threats would undoubtedly lead to his demise. It was prudent to remain discreet until his skeletal numbers reached a formidable scale that could instill confidence. Murmuring to himself, he observed the horde of undead gradually dispersing. Suddenly, a wandering zombie, devoid of purpose, caught his attention. The creature was clad in a blue shirt, seemingly unremarkable, yet Heng's gaze was drawn to its belt. A black leather belt connected to a dark strap, which in turn dangled a black handgun at the height of its calf. Was the zombie offering him a weapon? In battle against the undead, he could rely on his skeletal warriors. As long as he avoided recklessness, the situation was manageable. However, in the highly competitive environment of Blackstone Town, one could never predict unforeseen circumstances. A lack of self-defense capabilities was a significant concern. Securing that weapon could indeed bolster his safety. Pulling a trigger was far simpler than drawing a bow. He needed to devise a strategy to acquire it. After a moment of contemplation, Heng began to ponder potential methods. Rushing directly toward the creature was evidently impractical. It would be wiser to employ a tactic to isolate it. After some thought, he directed his gaze toward the climbing rope in his hand. It might just be worth a try. On the street, a length of rope descended from the skies. Once ensnaring the zombie, he swiftly tightened it, dragging the creature to one side. The abrupt force startled the zombie, causing it to frantically glance around, emitting a series of guttural roars. It seems incomprehensible why I am moving, seemingly uncontrollably veering to one side. In a frantic struggle, The zombie is gradually being pulled upwards along the exterior wall of the building. Wu Heng stands atop the roof, directing the skeletal warriors to adjust the pulling direction, skillfully avoiding the balcony and the external iron railings to prevent any unforeseen mishaps that could jeopardize their efforts. Nearby, two skeletal pigeons perch. Their bodies are composed of white bones, yet their wings are enveloped in a layer of flesh, allowing them to retain their original ability to fly. The lasso ensnaring the target zombie was deftly executed by these skeletal pigeons. Wu Heng lacks the prowess to ensnare a target from such a distance. Even with the skeletal pigeons dropping the lasso from above, it took no less than 20 attempts before achieving success. Therefore, throughout the dragging process, utmost caution and diligence were exhibited, fearing a mishap that could result in failure. At last, the struggling zombie is hoisted onto the rooftop. Before it can rise and launch an attack, countless kitchen knives descend, swiftly cleaving it into a lifeless corpse. Wu Heng crouches down, removing the pants of the corpse to retrieve what he desires. The handgun is not an unfamiliar object. It is quite prevalent in films and television. Moreover, he had previously engaged with a game called Gun Simulator, where he studied assembly and usage, making him a seasoned virtual marksman. Thus, despite this being his first encounter with a handgun, the handling of it feels surprisingly intuitive. Upon ejecting the magazine, he discovers it contains 9 bullets. A thorough search of the corpse yields no additional ammunition. It remains uncertain whether it bore only this single magazine or if others have been misplaced. The handgun appears to be in commendable condition, exhibiting minimal signs of wear. Wu held the weapon in his hand, attempting to chamber a round and take aim, yet he refrained from wasting a bullet on a shot. After practicing the motions of drawing and aiming several times, he ultimately decided to put it away. Today's accomplishments were indeed commendable. After transforming a corpse into a skeletal warrior, Wu made his way to the blacksmith shop, inquiring about the order for an iron ladder. However, it became evident that his expectations were somewhat naive. Not only was it uncertain whether the ladder could reach the other side, but the production time would also require nearly half a month. The blacksmith offered a suggestion to utilize sufficiently sturdy wood as a substitute for the ladder, or, more simply, to connect both sides with ropes and climb across. Wu listened, nodding in agreement without further elaboration. As for the wooden planks, acquiring such long ones would prove difficult, and given the considerable distance, they would be prone to collapsing under weight. The notion of ropes was feasible for a person, but not for a skeletal warrior. Thus, both options were deemed impractical. Exiting the blacksmith shop, he proceeded to a tavern for a meal. The streets were nearly deserted. Upon entering the narrow alley leading to his residence, 2 figures trailed closely behind him. As they entered, Wu stood waiting for them. "The lad is rather alert, isn't he?" one of them remarked. The 2 displayed no signs of nervousness despite being discovered by Wu. "What brings you here?" Wu inquired. He had sensed someone following him since leaving the tavern, initially suspecting it to be guards monitoring him, yet the individuals before him were clearly not soldiers. "We're a bit short on supplies and would like to borrow a few items from you." As the final word echoed, the leader wasted no time, darting forth with the lithe agility of a cheetah, swiftly advancing towards him. En route, with a swift motion behind his back, he produced a pair of daggers, their blades reflecting the silvery moonlight, a chilling and stark sight. Wu Heng's gaze darted to the second figure. The other man remained stationed at the alley's entrance, leaning against the wall, cautiously surveying the surroundings. A lookout. These were seasoned brigands. The pair possessed an abundance of confidence, believing one was sufficient to subdue him. As the approaching adversary rapidly closed the distance, Wu Heng stood his ground, his eyes fixated on the target. When they were merely 3 or 4 meters apart, a thunderous gunshot erupted, the bullet instantly finding its mark in the man's abdomen. The forward momentum abruptly ceased, the excruciating pain causing his form to waver slightly. "What in the world?" He managed to utter the first word. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately following, 3 more gunshots reverberated. Chest, abdomen, and shoulder were successively struck. The force of the bullets propelled his body backward a couple of steps before he collapsed to the ground, the piercing agony rendering him incapable of any other action. He had presumed him to be frail and incompetent, yet he had inadvertently stumbled upon a formidable opponent. Bang! A gunshot echoed, the bullet piercing through the eye socket. Experience gained, 64. The system notification appeared, confirming the man's demise. Subsequently, Wu Heng leveled the gun, aiming at the other man who was rapidly approaching. The man at the alley's entrance halted abruptly, eyeing the weapon in his opponent's hand warily. Casting a malevolent glance at Wu Heng, he turned and fled the scene. A cacophony of sounds arose from the surroundings, the neighbors roused by the gunfire. Wu Heng glanced at the lifeless body beneath him, entirely enveloped in thick leather armor and a cloak, with minimal blood oozing out. He picked up the fallen weapon, wrapped the corpse in the cloak, and dragged it into the room. Shortly thereafter, a series of knocks resounded on the door. The landlord's voice echoed, "Wu Heng, are you in there? Did you hear the loud noise just now?" Wu Heng opened the door and replied, "I heard it. I wonder who lacks public morals to create such a commotion at night." The landlord shot him an annoyed glance before casting a sideways look into the room. "As long as you're fine. It's not safe lately. Make sure to lock the door at night." "Understood," Wu Heng responded as the landlord departed. He resumed his spear training, the sound of clanging strikes against the wooden target resonating in the air. Outside, muffled discussions and inquiries from the guards permeated the atmosphere. The following day, as dawn broke, Wu Heng ventured into the realm of the undead. It seemed it had rained the previous night, for droplets glistened on the skeletal warriors, washing away the filth from their bony frames. Wu Heng instructed the skeletons to carry the corpse delivered the night before to the rooftop, and then began to strip the equipment from the body. In Chapter 11, The Fugitive, the corpse lay bare, its spoils systematically arranged beside it: leather armor, leather boots, 2 short blades, 2 grenades, 2 healing potions, a receipt embossed with a menacing snake head, and a pouch filled with silver and copper coins. Upon sighting the grenades, Wu Heng's eyelids involuntarily twitched. His gaze was immediately drawn to the grenades labeled Poison Smoke Grenade. Description: upon release, it can generate a substantial amount of toxic smoke. Ah, a smoke bomb. Fortunately, I acted decisively in firing my weapon. Otherwise, allowing him to deploy such a device would have led to troublesome consequences, even if it lacked explosive lethality. Cautiously setting aside the grenade, my gaze returned to the leather armor and boots nearby. The armor was a rich brown, adorned with exquisite vine and leaf patterns, featuring double layers at the chest and abdomen for added protection. Both its design and craftsmanship were quite impressive, far surpassing the piece I had previously acquired. Its sole flaw lay in the several bullet holes punctured through it. Even magical leather armor cannot withstand gunfire. I picked it up, sizing it against my own frame, and found it to fit quite snugly. The bullet holes were of little consequence. A quick visit to a leather shop for repairs would suffice. Even without mending, it mattered not, as my primary adversary consisted of zombies, against which mere punctures would not diminish its efficacy in fending off claws and bites. Setting the armor aside, I retrieved 2 short blades. Their sheaths were crafted from black leather, the blades gleaming silver, and the grips wrapped in spirals of leather. The workmanship was commendable. I twirled them in my hands. These weapons were certainly commendable, likely of mid-tier quality if placed in a weapon shop, easily fetching dozens of silver. Have the bandits amassed such wealth? It seems the impoverished are merely the common folk. Aside from potions and coins, I also retained a receipt emblazoned with a serpent's head. Dubbed a receipt due to its serial number and anti-counterfeiting designs, it was likely pilfered from somewhere. I gathered my various spoils, content with my haul. After all, I had not come away empty-handed. After surveying the spoils, I resolved to cast bone manipulation to transform the corpse into a skeleton. However, as I focused my gaze upon the visage of the cadaver, my movements faltered momentarily. Beneath the rain-soaked, straggly beard lay a scar, twisted and contorted like a centipede. This individual seemed vaguely familiar, particularly that scar. Why did it appear so recognizable? There were few individuals in Blackstone Town, and even fewer had left a lasting impression. Perhaps it was a neighbor or a shopkeeper I had encountered. Yet, the memory eluded me. So I directed the skeleton to gather the loot before I inspected my surroundings and made my way downstairs. In the adventurer's hall, I gazed at the bounty board, my eyes widening slightly at the sight of a wanted poster. Wanted, Bassin, reward, 120 silver coins, plus 1 lower-tier item. The likeness bore a striking resemblance to the man I had just slain, especially the scar on his lower lip, which mirrored the position and style of the one I had observed. Removing the beard, one could easily conclude it was indeed the wanted fugitive. Yet, I found myself perplexed. How could a humble necromancer like myself attract the attention of a wanted criminal? Had I not acquired a firearm, I might have been the one lying on the ground. Moreover, one of the assailants had managed to escape. As I scanned the list of wanted individuals once more, I found no one else whose appearance matched that of the other fugitive. They were either absent from the list or had successfully disguised themselves. Surely, they wouldn't target me. Having slain one of their own today, the escaped outlaw might very well seek retribution against me. In a world overrun by the undead, he would indeed fearlessly confront these wanted criminals, for he possesses an abundance of skeletal warriors capable of instilling terror. However, in this reality, the situation is far more precarious. It is imperative to report this matter and request a thorough search of the congested areas in Blackstone Town. Initially, the thought of concealing the body arose from a fear of being misunderstood. As a necromancer, it is exceedingly challenging to prove, in the absence of compelling evidence, whether I was the victim of a robbery or if I intended harm upon another. Now that the adversary is a wanted criminal, anyone can pursue him without fear of repercussions. Handing over the body and fulfilling the commission appears to be the most prudent course of action. Having reached this conclusion, Wu Heng approached the counter. "Good sir, how may I assist you?" The staff member inquired with a smile. Wu Heng produced the recently acquired bounty notice and stated, "This criminal was slain by me yesterday. What should be done with him?" "Sir, you mean to say you have killed this wanted felon, rather than merely providing information?" The young female clerk responded with a hint of skepticism. Those who ascend to the ranks of the Adventurers Guild as wanted criminals are not typically individuals that an ordinary person can contend with. In every city, information or alerts prompt organized guards to undertake the hunt. An individual kill, particularly of a pristine young man, is quite uncommon. Wu Heng nodded. "What step should I take next?" "Please hold on. We must arrange for personnel to verify the body. Once confirmed, you shall receive your reward for the bounty." The staff member promptly replied, "Very well, I shall escort you there." The corpse had been dragged into this world by Wu Heng ahead of time, clad in a linen long shirt, offering some semblance of decency compared to being bare. The members of the Adventurers Association verified the identity of the corpse. Once confirmed, they wrapped the body and departed. This included whether it was an active investigation target or a passive counteraction. The process was not overly complicated and allowed for optional input. One could write down what they wished. If they preferred not to, or if there was nothing to note, they could leave it blank. There were no cumbersome steps involved. "Sir, the bounty includes a lower-tier item reward. What would you like?" The staff continued to inquire. "What does it encompass? Weapons, equipment, or rare materials, such as notes and journals? It's up to your needs." Items is merely a broad term. All rewards aside from currency are classified as items. They are merely divided into tiers, and lower-tier rewards are evidently not of high caliber. "Are there any skill books?" "Specifically for mages." "I will check for you." The staff member retrieved a booklet and began to leaf through its pages. "Yes, sir. There are 2 skill books corresponding to lower-tier rewards, Light Dance and Acid Splash. May I see them before making my selection?" "Please hold on. I shall fetch them for you." As the staff member spoke, they proceeded down the corridor. Wu Heng remained seated, quietly awaiting their return. After approximately 5 to 6 minutes, instead of the staff member's return, a squad of Blackstone Town's patrol guards approached him. Observing the fierce demeanor of his counterpart, an unsettling premonition surged within him. The weighty boots thudded against the floor as they approached Wu Heng with unwavering intent. After a stern appraisal, the speaker proclaimed, "Wu Heng, Necromancer. Last night you eliminated a notorious criminal with a bounty on his head. You shall accompany us." Following this declaration, 2 guards emerged from behind, ready to seize his arm and forcibly escort him away. Is anyone witnessing this? A hint of panic ensued. Chapter 12. The professional steward Wu Heng furrowed his brow, retreating a step as he inquired, "May I know the reason?" The guard responded, citing several implausible justifications. "You hold a special occupation, a life has been lost, and there are suspicions of your closer involvement with the fugitive." Wu Heng retorted, "So according to you, if the criminal attempts to kill me, I am not permitted to defend myself." The captain of the guard's gaze turned frigid, and several of his men instinctively rested their hands on the hilts of their iron swords. Wu Heng's expression grew solemn. Was there no semblance of reason in this place? Yet, he had no intention of resisting. Engaging the guards would only solidify the accusations against him, even if he were justified in slaying the fugitive. Assaulting the guards would merely add another charge. Casting a wary glance at the aggressive guards, one addressed Wu Heng. "Mr. Wu Heng, the steward wishes to see you." "The steward? From the professional association?" Wu Heng queried. The attendant continued, "Gentlemen, please wait here for a moment." The professional association was indeed not as simple as it appeared. A mere front desk employee spoke with such confidence to the guards. The guard furrowed his brow, but nonetheless stepped aside to clear a path. Wu Heng followed the staff member as they made their way back down the corridor, ascending to the 2nd floor via a side staircase. They halted before a door, and in a hushed tone, the staff member announced, "Sir Deacon, Mr. Wu Heng has arrived." "Allow him to enter," came the reply. Upon entering the room, which was filled with bookshelves and documents, Wu Heng beheld a gentleman dressed in formal attire, his hair a distinguished gray. Though he appeared somewhat unwell, his age was indeterminate. The guiding staff member approached the man, whispered a few words, and then withdrew. The gentleman's gaze fell upon Wu Heng. I am Yost, the deacon stationed in Blackstone Town. It is a pleasure to meet you. Deacon Yost, the pleasure is mine. There is no need for such formality. Please, have a seat. This is your reward for the bounty. You may select only one skill. The man's demeanor was refined, reminiscent of nobility. On the table lay a leather pouch and two aged, tattered books. After taking his seat, Wu Heng's attention was drawn to the volumes. Luminous art description. You can create a floating light source. Light art? What purpose does this serve? In the world of the undead, I have already found several flashlights, all with ample batteries. It is of no use at the moment. Acid splash description. Releases a ball of acid, inflicting severe acid damage upon the target. Sulfuric acid? The spells in this realm seem rather different from my expectations. What of fireballs and lightning? I shall choose this. Wu Heng declared as he collected the pouch and the acid splash skill. The man nodded, speaking in a casual tone. I heard that before I summoned you. You encountered some issues? The guards intend to take me for an investigation, citing unauthorized combat as the reason. Haha, it is commonplace for necromancers to be unwelcome everywhere. With a smile, he poured 2 cups of tea, offering one to him. However, Wu Heng was not in the mood for idle chatter over tea and directly inquired, What does the steward Yazd want with me? The man took a sip from his cup and replied slowly, Do you wish to alter your circumstances? What do you mean? Wu Heng asked, intrigued. I can offer you a suggestion that would relieve you from the troubles others may bring upon you while granting you a degree of authority. This statement stirred something within Wu Heng. While necromancers were beneficial in the realm of the undead, they were considered a liability in Blackstone Town. If a solution existed, he was eager to hear it. What is your suggestion? The man smiled and said, The Adventurers Guild accepts any practitioner with a clean record, and it serves as a robust support system. Join the Adventurers Guild? I am already a registered member. According to the information he had received, the guild resembled a mercenary registry, maintaining its operations through the posting of various tasks and bounties. I refer to the guild's regular members, not merely registered ones. You may consider them as the guild's active personnel who possess legal status and certain privileges in the majority of factions and cities across the world. Upon hearing the words of the other party, Wu Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement. If that were the case, becoming a member of the professional association would indeed be a splendid choice. However, he quickly suppressed his inner elation and inquired, What must I do? You will be tasked with completing certain assignments issued by the headquarters, which may involve investigating locations or gathering intelligence, the man patiently explained. Wu Heng hesitated, expressing his reluctance. I do not relish the idea of taking risks, and pursuing fugitives seems to be a matter of sheer luck. I possess no real strength. Rest assured. The majority of our tasks involve assisting local guards, and we do not endorse the reckless pursuit of fugitives on your own, the man replied, casting a glance at him before continuing. Moreover, the association offers numerous benefits, intelligence, knowledge, magical artifacts, as well as monetary rewards and networking opportunities. This position is not one that everyone can attain. It seems, then, that the perks of the professional association are indeed quite considerable. Most importantly, it would allow him to escape his predicament as a necromancer, freeing him from the shackles of being treated like a criminal. Why have you chosen me? He questioned. Not considering himself a chosen one, if he truly were, he would not have been left without trading goods in the face of an impending apocalypse. The man continued to elucidate. The branch associations have the autonomy to recruit talent. In addition to the usual combat personnel, individuals with special abilities and rare professions are also included, provided they have a clean record and no history of criminal activity. Am I included solely because I am a necromancer? The necromancer epitomizes the term rare, especially in a realm where individuals with no criminal record are even scarcer. The peculiar nature of this profession's association is evident. Despite the disdain for Blackstone Town, he seeks to enlist himself within its ranks. After a swift contemplation, it appears that joining would pose little detriment to himself, while the advantages are plentiful. There exists no compelling reason for refusal. With a legitimate identity, he could better leverage the opportunities within Blackstone Town for personal advancement, alleviating many of his previous concerns. Upon reaching this conclusion, Wu Heng beamed with gratitude and inquired, Might I join the Association of Professionals here, Mr. Yost? The man nodded with a smile, retrieving a form from his drawer. Simply fill in your information, and you shall receive a response within 3 to 4 days. Wu Heng nodded, carefully reviewing the contents of the document. The man glanced at the file before placing it back in the drawer and rising, stating, Come, I shall take you to view the body. A body? Chapter 13. Level 7 Skeleton. The steward grasped a dark cane beside the table, speaking as he walked. The wanted criminal you dispatched had committed significant offenses across several towns before arriving in Blackstone, only to meet his demise at your hands. The official appointment will take some time, yet I can offer you certain benefits in the interim, such as a legitimate skeleton. At this revelation, Heng felt a stirring within. Am I now able to possess an undead minion? At present, it is not feasible. However, one may summon the entity. For such inclement weather renders the preservation of corpses rather problematic. To transport it, an official appointment must still be secured. Thus, one should first summon the being. And only upon the formal appointment can the skeleton be entrusted to him. Evidently, the Guild of Adventurers wields considerable influence across various regions. It is thus presumed that approval for his inclusion, along with the possession of a skeleton, will be granted from above. Wuha nodded in agreement and continued, last night. Another accomplice managed to escape. The guards of Blackstone Town will conduct searches in crowded areas, so you must exercise caution. With that, the two proceeded outward, descending the staircase into an underground chamber. The dim showroom housed several iron beds, one of which bore the lifeless form of the wanted criminal he had slain. The body had undergone re-identification, its clothing stripped away, lying there in stark nudity. Commenced the transformation. The steward commanded, leaning upon his wooden staff at the doorway. Wuha refrained from further dialogue, stepping forward to cast the bone summoning technique. The capabilities of summoned entities far exceed those of the summoner, increasing the instability. A system notification emerged, indicating a rapid depletion of his mental energy. Concurrently, the flesh of the corpse began to decay, revealing the underlying skeleton thief, level 7. A skeleton of the 7th level, its designation has transformed from the uniform skeleton warrior to skeleton thief, presumably reflecting its former profession in life. Possessing soul fire signifies the presence of a fundamental soul, akin to that of the transformed Teddy. The skeleton descended from the iron bed, its hollow eye sockets scanning the two individuals present, before advancing to stand beside Wu Heng. The steward, standing nearby, remarked, "Indeed, you possess remarkable talent. However, you cannot take the skeleton with you just yet, to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble." "I understand," Wu Heng replied, directly issuing a command to the skeleton thief to remain here and obey the orders of Mr. Yost. The ethereal blue flames of its soul flickered as the skeleton's skull nodded slightly, retreating to a corner, standing motionless like a statue. The steward smiled and said, "Let us depart. The temperature here is not conducive for prolonged stays." Wu Heng nodded and followed him out of the cellar. "Well, that concludes today's affairs. Once the appointment letter arrives, I shall have someone inform you," the steward added, pausing briefly before continuing. "By the way, the guards in the hall have already departed. I will arrange for someone to clarify matters at the municipal office." "Thank you." Wu Heng expressed his gratitude. Everything felt somewhat surreal. After eliminating a wanted criminal, such a series of events unfolded. Nonetheless, it appeared that the Practitioners' Association was indeed beneficial to him. If what the steward claimed were true, it could indeed alter his current situation. The merits and demerits of becoming a practitioner remained ambiguous. For now, he could only take one step at a time. Returning to the crowded district, it was already afternoon. After indulging in a delightful meal at the tavern, I made my way back to my dwelling. Acid Splash description releases an acidic orb, inflicting corrosive damage upon the target. Although the mage's skill deviated somewhat from my expectations, it was of little consequence. The sensation of hurling sulfuric acid seemed to deliver considerable damage, accompanied by a certain degree of insult. I opened the tome and began to read. The book was not thick, yet it was filled with a wealth of text and intricate diagrams. In fact, upon closer examination, the principles behind the spells were not as arcane as I had imagined. A spell can be understood as an independent effect transformation. The caster reshapes the ambient energy and manifests it in a specific manner. Mastering this step allows one to unleash the corresponding spell. However, the challenge lies in accomplishing all of this within a fleeting moment, as the actual battlefield affords no time to chant for 3 to 5 minutes in preparation. I diligently reviewed the material from beginning to end, and upon reaching the final page, a prompt appeared. Skill unlocked. Acid Splash. At that instant, a sigh of relief washed over me. Much like the professional tome, merely perusing it from cover to cover unlocked the corresponding ability. Otherwise, the time and effort required to learn and analyze each skill would have been overwhelmingly burdensome. Name: Wu Heng. Occupation: Necromancer. Level: 3, 94 2700. Attributes: Strength 9. agility 11, constitution 13, intelligence 16, perception 10, charisma 13. Skills: bone control, acid splash. Upon reviewing the attribute panel, it was evident that the skill had indeed enhanced the acid splash. Moreover, his level had ascended to 3, and all attributes had witnessed considerable improvement. Closing the tome, he proceeded directly to the zombie world. In the zombie world, the skeletal army stood erect atop the building, resembling meticulously arranged terracotta warriors. Currently, they were merely exposed bones. However, should they don armor and helmets, wielding proper weapons, they would be indistinguishable from the warriors. At the very least, their rigid posture was strikingly similar. A skeletal dog sprinted from the rear of the skeletal formation, crouching down to gaze up at him, its bony tail wagging energetically. Scraping against the ground, Wu Heng affectionately patted the head of the skeletal hound before approaching the edge of the rooftop, casting his gaze downward. It appeared that due to the survivors from the previous day, the zombies within the vicinity were lured away by a bus, rushing after it. Only 5 or 6 remained below, aimlessly wandering. Observing the zombies, he contemplated testing the efficacy of his skill. Focusing on acid splash, he unleashed it towards one of the creatures. A dark green orb of acid plummeted from the rooftop, striking the ground beside the zombie with a resounding thud. Although it missed the target, the acid still exhibited a corrosive effect on the area it touched. However, this effect was fleeting, dissipating within mere seconds. Roar. The sudden attack startled the zombies, causing them to hunch their backs and roar at their surroundings. Yet, they failed to notice the figure and its skeletal dog peering from the rooftop. The effect is rather mediocre, Wu Heng muttered, losing the inclination to continue testing his skills. He donned the armor of a wanted criminal, while the slightly inferior piece was fitted onto the skeletal swordsman. Follow me, he gestured grandly, and the skeleton behind him sprang to life, trailing him into the corridor. With a creak, the tightly shut corridor door swung open, producing a jarring sound. However, as they stepped into the corridor, a multitude of kitchen knives descended, striking the ground with deadly precision. Chapter 14. The Appointment. 5 or 6 zombies, jostling and pushing, surged into the corridor. Yet, what awaited them were the rain of falling knives. The ferocious zombies were swiftly brought down, unable to rise again. The corridor door was closed once more, sealing off the outside world. Wu Heng descended from behind the skeleton and began to invoke the bone servitude technique, causing 6 skeletal figures to rise. He summoned kitchen knives for the skeletons and glanced at the sky, which had already darkened to dusk. The day had been consumed by joining the ranks of professionals and learning skills. Venturing out to slay zombies now felt perilous. It was better to wait until tomorrow. The following day, Wu Heng awoke early. The absence of video games invigorated him. After breakfast, he made his way directly to the professional hall. The morning crowd was sparse. Approaching the counter, he inquired, "Could you please check if my posted commission is ready?" "Sir, may I see the commission ticket, please?" Taking out the receipt, I handed it over to the staff, who began to inquire about the progress based on the number provided. The commission had been completed, and I was informed that I needed to pay an additional 15 silver and 32 copper. Finally, the matter was settled, though the price was exorbitant. The 15 silver was sufficient to purchase 3 ordinary iron swords. Nevertheless, I did not hesitate and promptly paid the remaining balance. The antidote and a testing slip were handed over to me. Specialized antidote, description, an antidote specifically formulated for certain toxins. In this world overrun by zombies. I ascended to the rooftop and examined the antidote and the slip of paper. My understanding of alchemy and the intricacies of the materials involved was limited. However, the efficacy of alchemical potions held many wondrous aspects. Even in a technologically advanced modern world, it is rare for concocted medicines to yield immediate results. Were it not for the current state of the world, establishing a potion company would undoubtedly prove lucrative. In addition to the antidote, there was also a slip detailing the testing results of the corpse nucleus and the prescribed materials, all of which had been specified by me during the commission. The analysis mentioned various toxic substances, including neurotoxins and corpse toxins, while the suggested use for the corpse nucleus was as an alchemical material, with no mention of direct ingestion. The materials for the antidote were listed under cumbersome names, none of which I recognized. Glancing over the details, I tucked the slip away. Taking out the remaining corpse nucleus, I set the antidote aside. I had held onto this nucleus for several days, and thankfully, it had not begun to decompose. Otherwise, my expenditure would have been in vain. After disinfecting it with some white liquor, I did not hesitate any longer and promptly swallowed it down. At first, there was no sensation. Constitution 2, Strength 1, Agility 2. A system notification appeared instantaneously, before Wu Heng could revel in his fortune. A searing pain began to radiate from his abdomen, spreading throughout his body. Purplish-blue veins emerged on his arms and neck, and the burning sensation transformed into an excruciating sting. Damn, it was indeed poisonous. Wu Heng quickly opened the antidote and gulped it down in one swift motion. Upon consuming the liquid, the pain subsided, and the spreading purplish-blue veins started to gradually vanish, ultimately disappearing completely. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Wu Heng lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Phew. Fortunately, he had prepared the antidote, otherwise he might have truly met his demise. Once the pain had completely dissipated and his mind cleared, an uncontainable joy surged within him. His attributes had increased by 5 points, which effectively meant he had advanced by 2.5 levels. Attributes: Strength 10, Agility 13, Constitution 15, Intelligence 16, Perception 10. Charisma 13. Although the attribute points had been allocated to Constitution, Strength, and Agility, each attribute could directly reflect his physical condition. Possessing a high value in any area was beneficial, not solely intelligence for a mage. After a moment of elation, he reminded himself to regain his composure. He took out the potion formula and began to review it anew. Could it be that as long as he continued to absorb the core of the deceased, he could still enhance his attributes? If this conjecture held true, then his attributes could be infinitely improved. Even if the attribute gains from leveling up were minimal, he could elevate them through the course. The two methods could complement each other. After resting for a while and feeling no unusual sensations in his body, rising once more, I commanded the skeletons to commence today's leveling endeavors. As the night passed, the once pristine ground floor was again infiltrated by 3 wandering zombies. Their origin a mystery. I opened the stairway door and issued a direct order: advance. In the next instant, a serpentine mass of skeletons surged forth from the corridor, charging at the encroaching zombies. The undead were toppled by the overwhelming tide of skeletons. Before they could raise their heads, an array of cleavers and hammers descended upon them, reducing them to mere pulp. The commotion attracted the attention of nearby zombies, who streamed in from the open stairway in the rear of the building. Attack! I bellowed, stepping out into the fray. The skeletal warriors brandished their cleavers in unison, rushing headlong into the oncoming horde of zombies. The cacophony of roars and the sounds of hacking merged into a singular tumult. With a series of resounding crashes, the glass of the building ahead shattered, sending zombies tumbling from the windows above. Those that fell from greater heights were obliterated, while others, having broken their legs, crawled forward desperately. So many? The zombies surged forth from various directions, launching themselves at the skeleton ranks. Although still within the skeleton's capacity to manage, their numbers exceeded my earlier estimations from the rooftop. The skeletal hounds occasionally leapt from the ranks, bringing down 1 or 2 zombies. Venture forth and dispatch those few paralyzed creatures, commanded the skeletal hound. With a wag of its tail, the hound bounded forth from the skeletal throng, swiftly ending the existence of the crawling zombies. Soon, a mound of 30 to 40 cadavers lay piled below. Instruct the skeletons to gather the bodies and assemble them into a small hill, initiated the ossuary rite, summoning a few at a time, pausing to prevent excessive mental depletion. He wished to avoid the sensation of his brain being churned once more. As twilight deepened, he cast a glance at the remaining corpses yet to be transformed, ultimately deciding against continuing through the night. One must not become complacent. Prudent growth is key. Along the way, he gleaned snippets of information from the tavern's patrons, discussions of brothel discounts, the blacksmith's rising prices due to or scarcity. This proved to be the most effective means of gathering intelligence about this world. Direct inquiries could draw unwanted attention, whereas eavesdropping on idle boasts often yielded valuable insights. Having sated his hunger and thirst, he began his return journey, a sense of contentment washing over him. My fortunes have turned, he mused. These past days have been a cascade of fortunate events, as if my luck has exploded. Everything flows smoothly, and the future holds promise. I must remain cautious, enhance my attributes, and increase the number of my skeletons, affirmed. He quickened his pace toward his abode, only to halt abruptly as he turned into his alleyway. 3 figures stood before his door, a man, a woman, and a figure cloaked entirely in black, their gender obscured. Had the wanted criminals come for retribution? And before nightfall, S. gaze sharpened with vigilance. The 3 individuals in the alley became aware of the commotion, and one of them inquired, "Wu Heng, what brings you here?" "The appointment documents from our department have arrived, along with this skeleton." As he spoke, one of them lowered the hood of the figure behind him, revealing a skeletal warrior with eyes aglow with the flames of the soul. A faint mark on its jawbone indicated that this was indeed the notorious criminal slain by Wu Heng. "I apologize. Please come in," Wu Heng said, stepping forward to open the door for the two. Besides his own skeleton, there were two visitors, a man and a woman. The man, in his 40s, had brown hair swept back, a stern and resolute countenance, and was clad in silver armor, with a long sword hanging at his waist. The emblem of the professional association adorned the right side of his silver chestplate. The other was a young woman with long golden hair, her features exquisitely defined and her tall figure elegantly clad in brown leather armor and fitted leather trousers, exuding an air of astuteness and competence. Upon entering the room, her keen eyes darted around, assessing her surroundings. "Please, have a seat." Wu Heng gestured for them to sit down, pouring each a glass of iced tea from a bottle. After taking his own seat, the man produced several items, placing them carefully on the wooden table, and introduced himself. "I am Overlord, the captain of the 4th Squad in Blackstone Town, and this is my teammate, Kavina." The woman nodded in acknowledgement. "Good afternoon to you both," he added. The middle-aged captain placed the items in his hands meticulously upon the table and said, "This is the association's appointment letter along with the issued protective gear. Please handle them with care. The armor is merely a welfare reward. It is not mandatory to wear it." He continued, "The provision of protective gear is indeed quite commendable. According to the allocation by the Blackstone Town Adventurers Association, you are now a member of the 4th Squad." Wu Heng understood the reason for their visit. The teams had already been assigned. "So, our squad consists of just 3 members?" Wu Heng inquired with curiosity. The captain explained, "Adventurer squads typically range from 3 to 5 members. Our team is newly established, and currently, it comprises only the 3 of us. Adventurer squads primarily undertake rescue missions and assist the local guards. The numbers will not be as numerous as those in a patrol team. An excessive number would provoke local dissent." The captain added, "Moreover, we are scheduled to execute a mission tomorrow. We will depart early in the morning, gathering at the West City Gate, so please do not be late." Wu Heng was taken aback. So soon? Upon hearing that they would be leaving the city the following day, his expression changed dramatically. Was it not said that the Adventurers Association was merely a haven for idlers? How could it be that on his very first day, he was to embark on a mission outside the city? "Captain, is the task really happening this quickly?" Wu Heng asked, filled with reluctance. He was wholly opposed to the idea of venturing out. Fighting zombies could lead to experience gains, while leaving the city would expose him to numerous dangers. Upon seeing Wu Heng's appearance, the captain smiled and remarked, "Our small team has just been established, so the task at hand is not particularly challenging. This outing is merely to assist in investigating certain matters in Blackstone Town, so there is no need for concern." With these words, he felt a slight sense of reassurance. After all, he had already joined the association, and it would not be appropriate to decline participation. "Understood, Captain," Wu Heng replied. The captain nodded. "This is our team's inaugural activity. Please do not be late." With that, he rose and departed with the leggy beauty of a team member. Wu Heng stood at the doorway, watching the two leave the alley before he closed the door behind him. Outside the alley, the departing silver-armored captain quietly inquired, "What do you think of the new member?" "You saw it. That skeleton belongs to him," came the response. The room was rather bare, with only a wooden target for training in the corner. "He doesn't resemble a mage, nor does he seem like a necromancer," Kalyana continued. "Every mage is a scholar, at the very least. One would expect to find several books or experimental apparatus. Yet, the room we just left lacked such items and appeared rather rudimentary. Living in a crowded area sets him apart from those mages with a heritage." "Indeed, you have a point," the captain acknowledged. As they reached the intersection, they prepared to part ways. The captain did not forget to remind him, "Make sure not to be late tomorrow morning." "Of course, Captain." After bidding farewell to the two, Wu Heng firmly closed the door. He picked up the items that had just been delivered for inspection. The first was a letter of appointment, which bore the title Field Envoy of the Practitioner Association. The remaining small text signifies the acknowledgement of his identity as a professional and his station in the town of Blackstone, within the Kingdom of Juke. Alongside the letter of appointment, there lies a piece of deep brown leather armor and an emblem nestled within it. Notably, the captain of the 4th Squad and the enchanting woman both adorned this emblem, which serves as a mark of identity. Setting the letter of appointment and the emblem aside, he picked up the new armor for inspection. The deep brown leather armor, embellished with delicate patterns, features metallic plates at the chest and shoulder regions, providing crucial protection. It possesses a certain weight, slightly heavier than standard leather armor, yet still manageable. In this world, while weapons undoubtedly hold significance. Possessing a suit of robust armor is equally vital. The armor provided by the Professional Association surpasses the craftsmanship and defensive capabilities of the 2 pieces he currently owns. Now, he finds himself in possession of 3 pieces of leather armor. After examining the items sent to him, his gaze returned to the skeleton beside him. Skeleton Thief, level 7, 14,000, attributes, Constitution 12, Strength 14, Agility 20, Intelligence 10, Perception 10, Charisma 5. Traits, Hollow Skeleton, Basic Soul. Skills, Two-Handed Dexterity. Trap Sense, Instinctive Evasion. Abilities, Sneak Attack, Lock Picking, Intermediate. Trap Disarming, Intermediate. Dual Wield Proficiency, Intermediate. Short Blade Proficiency, Intermediate. Light Armor Proficiency, Intermediate. Two-Handed Dexterity. Allows agile use of offhand weapons, enabling swifter handling of grenades, scrolls, and items. Trap Sensitivity. Proficient in detecting and locating preset traps. Intuitive Evasion. Possessing an innate ability to sense and evade danger. Truly, one who has been on a wanted list, this attribute is the most frequently encountered one thus far. It greatly surpasses both myself and the Skeletal Hound. Upon a cursory examination, it is evident that agility and strength are relatively high, which aligns well with the rogue profession. Furthermore, the abilities listed, including ambush and lock-picking, corroborate this notion, leaning towards unconventional specialties. However, the skill of lockpicking holds little value for me, as I have yet to encounter a lock that my bronze key cannot open. I have not observed any formidable skills. The most useful seems to be trap sensitivity, capable of detecting traps that have been laid in advance. Additionally, it is noteworthy that this skeleton possesses an intelligence score of 10, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from a normal human. I retrieved its original leather armor and 2 short blades, instructing, don the leather armor and arm yourself. Upon hearing the command, the skeletal rogue shed its black cloak, donned the leather armor, and reattached the 2 short blades to its waist. However, this is insufficient. Even clad in leather armor, numerous areas remain exposed, revealing its bones. Tomorrow, as we embark on a mission, I must bring the skeleton along. Exposed bones in a human settlement like Blackstone Town could easily incite panic and invite trouble. After some contemplation, I decided to procure the clothing, boots, and a full-face motorcycle helmet I had previously stripped from the zombie world. I adorned the skeleton in these garments entirely. The skeletal thief donned his attire meticulously, and after placing the helmet upon his head, he became enveloped in an impenetrable faade. Indeed, Wu Heng was quite pleased with the outcome. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "You shall retain your original name, Basin. Do you comprehend?" The skeletal thief nodded in acknowledgement. Remarkably effective indeed. "Basin, take your position by the wall." The skeletal thief dutifully moved aside, standing rigidly like a statue, entering a state of readiness. Once all matters were settled, Wu Heng approached the wooden target and commenced his spear training for the day. During a brief respite after completing the first set, his gaze fell upon the hollow eye sockets of his skeletal companion. "Come, practice with me." The skeletal thief descended, drawing forth 2 gleaming double-edged blades from his waist. "Ah, you shall use wooden sticks," Wu Heng stated, procuring 2 short staffs to hand to him. It would be rather absurd to injure oneself with blades during practice. Thus, the pair, one living, one skeletal, began their training. As the night deepened, Wu Heng instructed the skeletal thief to guard the door while he retired to bed. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed. Wu Heng had never anticipated that the mode of transport for their mission would be a train. To label it as such seemed somewhat inaccurate, for the means of propulsion did not seem to involve combustion. He discerned no chimney akin to those of traditional steam locomotives. Nonetheless, its appearance and the tracks bore a striking resemblance to that of a train. "What is she wearing?" inquired his long-legged female companion, Kavina, gesturing towards the skeletal thief. The matte black helmet atop his head piqued her curiosity. "Ah, the helmet," Wu Heng elucidated. "I am aware it is a helmet. But why is it designed in this manner? Who conceived it?" Karina continued to inquire. I wonder, is there any issue?" Chapter 16. The mine in a realm inhabited by professionals, peculiar helmets were not uncommon. There were those adorned with horns, embellished with slender feathers, and even helmets fashioned from animal skulls. However, encountering a helmet shaped entirely like a sphere was a novel experience. "Show me," Karina requested. The skeletal rogue, Basin, removed the helmet and handed it over, which Wu Heng subsequently passed to Karina. Upon removing the helmet, it revealed not just a skull, but also a menacing hood. Only the hollow eye sockets hinted at its skeletal nature. Karina began to examine the helmet, while Wu Heng turned to the nearby Luck and quietly asked, "Captain, where are we headed?" The captain, Luck, was a formidable figure clad in metallic armor, occupying the space of two individuals. "That sounds rather unsafe," Wu Heng mused. "So, is our mission to investigate this village?" The investigation of the village was the task assigned to the guards. Our mission was to ascertain whether the mine owner posed any danger, as he was a significant member of the guild. Subsequently, we were to assist the guards in examining the mining village. The two tasks, in essence, were one and the same. First, we needed to confirm whether the mine owner was still alive. If deceased, we would retrieve the body, and if alive, we would inquire about any disturbances. Secondly, we were to aid the Blackstone City Guards in their investigation of the mining village. Although assistance was not our primary objective, any unforeseen perils could inevitably lead to confrontation. Wu Heng nodded in understanding. Kavina leaned closer and whispered, "The leader of their team from Blackstone City, Pulamon, is an 11th level warrior. The curly-haired individual seated in the third position is an investigator." His gaze followed the narrative, directed towards the seats ahead. The leader named Pulamon is a stern-looking man, remarkably robust, with arms that could rival the thickness of a person's thigh, a long sword resting beside him. The investigator, with slightly darker skin and short, curly brown hair, resembles a head of instant noodles. The remaining individuals are clad in the attire of city guards, two wielding shields and swords, while two others carry single-handed swords along with crossbows. Kavina reclined languidly, her long, graceful legs crossed, and nudged him with her arm. "Tell me, how did you come to choose the path of a necromancer?" "Well, it was by chance. I felt that a necromancer is still a type of mage." In the afternoon, the investigation team arrived at an estate. The mine owner, Aikido, received the unexpectedly arrived group in a side hall. Aikido is a middle-aged man of average height, dressed quite well. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, leader Pulamon got straight to the point. "We have received reports of a significant population disappearance in the mining village. Do you have any leads on this matter?" Aikido furrowed his brow and replied softly, "I have also been troubled by this issue. There were originally over 200 miners in the village, and suddenly, they have all vanished without a trace." "When did you first notice the villagers were missing?" Pulamon continued to inquire. "At the beginning of the month. I distinctly recall that it was the time for mineral delivery. Upon the arrival of the convoy, we discovered the village eerily deserted, devoid of any inhabitants. And I was still liable for a substantial sum of money." Aikido's face was etched with worry. "Before us, did any other investigation teams arrive?" Plamen inquired, narrowing his eyes and scrutinizing the other party. With his head bowed, Aikido replied, "Yes, a small team of 3 visited. They inquired about similar matters and then departed." "Is there something amiss? Do we possess any further intelligence? Please share all that you know." Aikido clasped his hands before him on the long table, pondering deeply before stating, "I instructed the guards to inspect the village. The supplies and even valuables remain intact, indicating that the villagers did not simply leave. And there are no signs of a struggle." "How far is the mining village from here?" "Not far. It is a half-day's ride on horseback." The two exchanged inquiries and confirmations regarding the situation. The curly-haired investigators stood aside, diligently recording their dialogue with pen and paper. However, it was evident that the mine owner possessed limited knowledge of the situation, only aware that the miners in the village had vanished. Eager to resolve the matter swiftly so as not to impede his profits, he offered no effective intelligence regarding the previous group of missing investigators. "Very well, I understand. Please prepare horses and a carriage for us," Plamen declared as he rose. The mine owner immediately responded, "I have arranged for a banquet. Rest for the night. And tomorrow morning, I shall have someone escort you." "No need. Just prepare the carriage." Arkador ceased his insistence and instructed his subordinates to prepare the horses and carriage. The investigation team boarded the carriage and set off toward the mining village. Exiting the estate, 4 horses escorted the carriage, following the map's guidance to the village. Even their sustenance was resolved within the confines of the carriage. It appeared that Plamen intended to reach a conclusion today. The journey was bumpy, and twilight had descended. "Commander, a village is visible ahead." The voice of the guards resonated from outside the carriage. "Indeed, we are nearing the village." As the carriage continued its advance, a sudden violent jolt began to manifest. Outside, the guards' startled exclamations filled the air. The horses had gone berserk. "The horses are out of control, jump down." Upon pulling aside the carriage's curtain, they beheld the mounted guards colliding directly with the trees lining the road. Thud, thud, the dull sound of impact echoed, reminiscent of striking a sandbag. The guard at the range struggled to maintain control over the runaway horses, but his efforts proved futile. The carriage's speed escalated, transforming the jolts into a wild swaying. "Jump from the carriage," commanded Otlok. However, before anyone could act further, the carriage charged straight into the village, smashing through the obstacles in its path and crashing into the wall of a house. The carriage overturned onto an open space. Bang! Captain Otlok kicked open th outside the village. The fallen guards, having dismounted their steeds, entered wielding their weapons. Their numbers were considerable, yet 2 of them limped, clearly bearing injuries. Upon regrouping, they commenced the consumption of medicaments. The village gate stood ajar, revealing an interior devoid of life. The entire settlement lay desolate, enveloped in an eerie silence, reminiscent of a long-abandoned hamlet. "Someone!" exclaimed Kavina. The group followed her gaze to a dim corner, where a multitude of figures loomed. A collective gasp arose among them. The intelligence reports in the mine owner's accounts indicated a disappearance of the populace. How could there be people present? Were they drawn by the sound of the commotion? "Who goes there?" "Step forward," commanded a guard. With a rhythmic sound of footsteps, the shadowy figures began to advance. Emerging from the gloom were distorted visages, akin to deranged individuals. They charged forth, arms flailing. "Commander, the intelligence appears to be erroneous. They seem to have lost their sanity," one guard whispered. The commander remained composed, his expression unwavering, barring their approach. Indeed, with a swift motion, a volley of crossbow bolts was unleashed, piercing the legs of the advancing adversaries. Numerous figures collapsed to the ground. They were indeed the villagers, yet their behavior resembled that of undead entities. "Undead beings?" the investigator inquired. The commander cast a fleeting glance at Heng beside him. "Bring one in," he ordered. The guards cleared a path, and a frenzied miner suddenly breached their defenses, lunging towards the rear. As he closed in, the commander seized the miner by the neck with a single hand, lifting him effortlessly. Despite his frantic struggles, he remained ensnared in the commander's grasp. "Necromancer, come over here," he said to Wu Heng behind him. Chapter 17, Mine Village. Several pairs of eyes turned towards him, and Wu Heng was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that the words were directed at him. Observing the miners who moved like zombies, Wu Heng felt somewhat speechless. Although he was a necromancer, his expertise was limited to casting spells. He was not a true scholar and was unversed in such matters. However, since he was called upon, he stepped forward to assess the miners' condition. The miners appeared deranged, drool hanging from their lips, as if they were mad and ready to attack the people in front of them. Their pupils remained focused, and their skin did not exhibit the typical characteristics of the undead. He removed his gloves and pressed his hand against the skin of one miner's neck. He could feel the warmth of human flesh, devoid of any necromantic aura. Rather than resembling a zombie, the miner seemed more akin to rabid patients, agitated, frenzied, much like wild beasts. The distinction lay in their bodies still exhibiting signs of life. Despite his limited encounters with necromantic beings, Wu Heng could ascertain that these miners were not transformed soldiers of necromancy. Subsequently, the curly-haired investigator approached and conducted his own examination, arriving at a similar conclusion. Plama nodded, casually tossing the deranged miner aside, and commanded, "Bind all the living ones. Do not let them disrupt the ensuing with such injuries." The frantic and self-destructive struggles would undoubtedly leave lasting disabilities, even if one were to regain consciousness afterward. Yet, this fate is still preferable to being slain by the guards. Soon, the miner was tightly bound and unceremoniously tossed into a wooden shack. The investigative team, having confirmed the absence of any further dangers, proceeded deeper into the village. The entire settlement lay desolate and abandoned, a haunting emptiness prevailing. Along the path, one could observe wooden barrels of or left by the roadside and garments hung out to dry. The squad of guards formed a line, whispering amongst themselves as they walked, while the professional team trailed behind. Kavina spoke in hushed tones, indicating that the situation was far from a mere case of missing persons. The intelligence gathered from Blackstone Town and the information provided by the mine owner pointed to villagers disappearing without a trace, neither alive nor dead. However, upon their arrival, they encountered an entirely different scenario. Deranged miners had emerged, a stark contrast to the notion of mere disappearances. "What do you propose?" Kavina inquired. "What I mean is, if it is the latter scenario, our predicament could be perilous." Her voice was low, yet the surrounding air was eerily still. The others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting at her words. If this were indeed the case, it would imply that their mission was a trap, and that their investigative team had likely fallen into the enemy's snare. The recollection of the first wave of missing investigators only amplified their anxiety. The two possibilities were not difficult to comprehend. A brief discussion would suffice for all to grasp the implications. As the realization settled in, a sense of unease crept into their hearts. After a brief moment of silence, the curly-haired investigator voiced a rebuttal, asserting that the mine owner had no reason to deceive. The mine was his source of livelihood, and he would be more anxious than anyone else if something were amiss. There was no rationale for him to mislead us, and deceiving the investigation team would incur grave consequences. This reasoning held merit. Heng nodded in agreement, affirming the validity of the statement. Engaging in unfounded speculation would only serve to complicate matters further. The team proceeded along the path. The village was larger than anticipated, with houses intertwined, forming a labyrinth of narrow alleyways. The debris along both sides began to accumulate: mining carts, heaps of stones and refuse. Trees, as thick as a man's thigh, hung with strands of burlap and rope, resembling draped curtains. A gentle breeze stirred, causing them to sway eerily in the stillness. Soon, the team traversed the village and beheld a vast mine. The mining village had been established in reliance on this very mountain. Years of extraction had left the terrain riddled with countless caverns. "There are people over there," remarked a guard. Looking ahead, they spotted 3 corpses amidst a heap of rubble and refuse. The squad hastened toward the scene, each face betraying a grim expression. From their attire, it was evident that they belonged to the missing investigation team. Indeed, someone had dared to harm the investigators. This incident was likely far more serious than they had initially surmised. The curly-haired investigator began to examine the bodies, discovering a notebook clutched in the hands of one of the corpses. He opened it for review. Heng and the others quickly gathered around, utilizing the waning light of dusk to scrutinize the contents within. The village stood desolate, bereft of inhabitants. Personal effects and valuables remained untouched, preserving the semblance of daily life. The preceding entries detailed the state of the village. Unlike Heng and his companions, the initial reconnaissance team encountered no frenzied villagers at the entrance, noting only the village's deserted condition. This corroborated the intelligence from Blackstone Town, which indicated that the village was devoid of life. Its people vanished. However, possessing a more generous allowance of time, they conducted a thorough examination of the dwellings, yet unearthed no pertinent clues. The second page revealed, at the witching hour, the village was illuminated by flickering flames accompanied by a cacophony of discordant sounds. Drawn by the conflagration, we arrived at the village center, where we beheld the missing villagers congregated in the central clearing, as if participating in a macabre revelry. Some tilted their heads skyward, vocalizing chants as crimson rivulets trickled from their mouths, while others engaged in frenetic dances, their feet rendered into pulpy masses of blood and flesh. These individuals appeared to be gripped by madness, their behavior deviating wildly from the norm. We maintained our vigil until the break of dawn, whereupon the deranged villagers commenced their procession towards the mines situated behind the village. We shadowed them, intent on discovering their clandestine refuge and the cause of their transformation. The record terminated at this juncture, yet furnished invaluable insights. With the arrival of night, the crazed villagers emerged to sing and dance, indicative of a compromised mental state. By the time of their arrival, the villagers' condition had deteriorated further, spiraling into utter disarray. At daybreak, they would invariably gravitate towards the mines. Curiously, this very reconnaissance team met its demise at the foot of the mines. Had they been discovered? Implausible, given their ability to tail the villagers to the base of the mountain. How could they have been detected at the last moment? Heng mused internally, poised to articulate his thoughts. However, he discovered that everyone was staring at him in unison. What was happening? Heng instinctively stepped forward, and several people simultaneously retreated a step, their expressions filled with wariness as they glanced behind him. In that instant, a chill ran down Heng's spine, and he felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. Chapter 18. Human Bomb. What was going on? Heng's expression changed drastically, a sense of impending danger rising from the depths of his heart. Before he could react, the skeleton basin had already taken action. The dagger in his hand flipped over, thrusting toward Heng's left shoulder. At the moment the blade pierced his shoulder, Heng felt a sudden release, as if something had vanished. He turned his head sharply, only to see a translucent silhouette drifting away into the distance. As it ascended into the air, the silhouette coalesced once more, transforming into the form of an ugly infant, complete with a long umbilical cord. Goodness! A ghostly infant? The others were not gazing behind them, but rather at their shoulders. Basin's movements were even more direct. Seizing the opportune moment, he launched an attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the two spoke, several crossbow bolts shot forth with precision. The bolts passed through the ghostly figure without leaving a trace. The infant-like specter, seemingly startled, opened its mouth wide, mimicking the action of crying. Although no sound could be heard, the body language unmistakably conveyed a fit of wailing. Just then, a sense of disquiet permeated the air as hurried. Chaotic footsteps echoed from the direction of the cave. Like stones cascading down a dam, the sounds were dense and disorderly. Thud, thud, thud. Countless figures surged forth from various mining tunnels, charging toward this direction from all sides. Everyone's expressions changed in unison. The frenzied villagers were under the control of the malevolent phantom infant. Now, startled, they surged out of the cave, revealing the reason for the village's eerie emptiness. "Do not panic, fall back, and seek an escape route," the captain commanded in a grave tone. A soldier dashed swiftly into a building, racing up the stairs. Whoosh! The crossbow bolts sliced through the night sky, accompanied by the sharp whistle of arrows. The struck target stumbled and fell, toppling a significant portion of the crowd behind. At that moment, a soldier's voice echoed from the upper floor. "Head north." "Now," commanded Plamen. Several hand grenades were launched in an arcing trajectory into the throng of villagers. The resounding explosions erupted, igniting a vivid crimson blaze. "Retreat." The team swiftly turned and hastened northward, the clash of swords and armor creating a cacophony of sound. The rapid footsteps followed, accompanied by the chaotic cries of the enraged mob. Suddenly, a disordered stampede erupted from the side as a group of villagers charged forth, colliding directly with the retreating squad. The captain's expression darkened as he wielded his double-handed sword, executing swift horizontal slashes that sent 5 or 6 heads flying. The others drew their weapons, engaging in fierce combat with the maddened crowd. Heng, gripping his short spear, stood resolutely alongside a skeletal thief, continuously thrusting to repel the oncoming assailants. Otluk and Kavina, amidst the chaos of battle, observed the unfolding situation. They were taken aback by the calm demeanor of a newly appointed mage who adeptly engaged in close combat, their eyes reflecting both surprise and curiosity. This was far from the behavior expected of a novice. As for Heng, "The scene before me is one I have witnessed numerous times in this world plagued by the undead. And the turmoil over there is far more severe than what we face here. The conflict has impeded our retreat. More and more individuals surge from behind, casting shadows in the flickering light of flames, their figures densely packed. Enter the alley." The commander barks. The crowd retreats into the narrow passageway, where the constricted entrance alleviates our numerical disadvantage. Yet, the situation swiftly deteriorates. The frenzied mob begins to scale the walls, leaping from rooftops to attack us once more. "Seek an escape route." The commander commands. The guards attempt to ascend the rooftops in search of a way out. However, as they clamber up, a miner rushes towards them, clutching a bundle of detonators ignited for blasting. Boom! A deafening roar erupts. The guards are instantly hurled away, unable to rise again. Simultaneously, more miners ascend the rooftops, leaping down onto the throng below. Boom! 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 The resounding explosions echo through the alley. Debris scatters like bullets in every direction. As the smoke dissipates, 2 more guards collapse in a pool of blood, engulfed by the advancing crowd. The remaining members also suffer varying degrees of impact from the onslaught. More individuals bearing explosives appear on the rooftops, launching themselves towards us like human bombs. "Move!" the commander shouts, kicking open a door beside him. The group rushed faintly. The command to retreat echoed in the air. Heng swiftly departed with the skeletal warrior, Basin, selecting a clear direction. The night was shrouded in a haze. Once they had escaped, Heng and Basin halted, finding no pursuers behind them. However, the distant sky was still ablaze with fire and the deafening sounds of explosions lingered. It appeared that the enemy had not followed. As Heng contemplated his next course of action, the sound of footsteps resonated ahead. A group of figures cloaked in black emerged from the position of the village's mines. One among them cradled a wrapped object tightly in their arms. Heng initially assumed they were deranged, brandishing a short spear and a pistol. The opposing figures were equally taken aback, glancing at the distant battlefield, astonished that their adversaries had managed to escape and now obstruct their path. "Eliminate him, swiftly," commanded the individual clutching the package, leading the way towards the outskirts of the village. Upon hearing the order, the guards raised their crossbows and pulled the triggers. The bolts whistled through the night, slicing the air. Alarmed, Heng quickly sidestepped, taking refuge behind the skeletal warrior. The bolts pierced through Basin's leather armor, emerging from the other side. The sound of gunfire erupted, and in an instant, one among them fell, groaning in agony, though it was evident that the vital areas had not been struck. After 3 shots, Wu Heng seized Basin and dashed into a nearby building. Internally cursing, he recognized the situation for what it truly was, a treacherous plot. Charge in and eliminate him. Once again, the command to attack reverberated from outside, prompting the remaining individuals to swiftly draw their weapons and approach the wooden cabin. They continuously shifted their positions, seemingly fearful of being struck by bullets. Wu Heng leaned against the wall beside the door, pondering the identities of these intruders. They appeared more familiar with the surroundings, as if they had pilfered something from the mines. The footsteps outside grew increasingly closer. Beside him, the skeletal figure of Basin tightened his grip on the double-edged blade, ready to rush out and divert attention. However, Wu Heng merely shook his head. Knowing it was unnecessary to engage them from a disadvantageous position, he retrieved a toxic mist grenade from his backpack, confirmed his aim, and hurled it outside. With a rumble, the grenade rolled to the feet of the assailants. In the next instant, a resounding bang echoed as a thick cloud of smoke erupted, permeated with a pungent odor, enveloping the vicinity. Charge in. Do not let them escape in the chaos, otherwise none of us shall survive. The urgency outside escalated. Before they could mount another assault, a cacophony of bones scraping together resonated from the front. In the following moment, from within the dense smoke, a colossal skeletal hound lunged forward, tackling one of the attackers and seizing his neck, violently thrashing him about. All were momentarily stunned. Undead skeletons? Where had these phantoms come from? Yet, even more footsteps surged forth. A horde of skeletons surged into the mist, wielding cleavers, charging at their foes. The sounds of battle and anguish cries erupted within the toxic haze. Chapter 19, The Money Leopard. The skirmish did not endure for long. As the smoke began to dissipate, the clamor of combat gradually ceased. After confirming that no one else was around, Wu Heng's gaze fell upon the lifeless body on the ground. He felt a surge of curiosity regarding the identity of these individuals. Why had they so precisely entered the village from the opposite side, drawn away by the frenzied crowd? What had they taken? He pulled aside the cloaks of the few bodies in front of him, revealing their faces and armor. He found nothing familiar. Moreover, the armor was not standardized, making it impossible to discern their allegiance. The moment their faces were exposed, Wu Heng's brow furrowed. It was him, the steward of Aikido, the mine owner. Was Aikido behind this? What advantage could it possibly serve him? As the curly-haired investigator had remarked, the incident at the mine would impact Aikido the most. Wu Heng searched the steward's corpse. Aside from a weapon and leather armor, there was nothing else of value. Seeing no further gains, Wu Heng commanded, "Take these bodies away. Leave the rest undisturbed." The awaiting skeletal warriors sprang into action. On the road outside the village, a cloaked figure hastily fled into the distance. Damn it, a necromancer. Why was he part of the investigation team? Cursing under his breath, he quickened his pace. The situation in the mining village had exceeded the original plan. With the identities of the corpses being uncovered, they would all face the onslaught of the guards. Damn be it, how could a necromancer appear within the investigation team? When had necromancers been accepted among the guards? Fortunately, he had been stationed at a distance, keeping watch, or he would have been discovered by the horde of skeletons, leaving him to become yet another cold corpse. Having claimed what is rightfully mine, I intend to depart from this place. HM? Murmuring to himself, he abruptly halted his steps. Ahead on the path stood a carriage, fortuitously obstructing his way. The sky was beginning to brighten, revealing the exquisite patterns adorning the carriage. The man's expression shifted subtly as he retreated a couple of steps, contemplating a retreat into the forest. Just as he was about to move, a yellow leopard sprang forth from the carriage, darting towards him like a bolt of lightning. The man's countenance changed dramatically as he instinctively drew a short blade from his waist, slashing at the leopard. However, the leopard's swiftness was unparalleled. It seized his wrist with its jaws, fracturing the bone, causing the blade to clatter to the ground. The man was thrown onto his back, pinned down by the leopard, its cold eyes gazing down upon him. Its crimson tongue, barbed and menacing, licked his face, reminiscent of a scythe scraping against bone, leaving a trail of blood. The Wolfhead Mercenary Corps has encountered the esteemed Lady Slater. Kindly instruct it to release me. The man shouted fervently. Kuro. A languid voice emanated from within the carriage. The leopard released its grip on the man yet did not flee, circling him as if assessing its prey. The man sat up, cradling his injured arm. Agony etched across his face. What brings you here? The woman's voice resonated once more. Kuro. With a growl, the leopard lunged again, seizing his arm and commencing a fierce tug. The man writhed and screamed. I said, We accepted a task from a mining village. What did Archduke assign you? The man faltered in surprise, taken aback that the opponent was privy to such information. After a moment of contemplation, he lowered his head and retorted, "If I divulge this, will you permit my departure?" The man glanced at the cheetah beside him, gritting his teeth as he spoke. We assisted Akito in retrieving an item from the mining village. The journey was smooth until we were intercepted by a necromancer from the investigation team, who slaughtered everyone, leaving only me to escape. What was the item? I do not know. It was a small package taken from the innermost part of the mine, tightly wrapped. The cart fell into a brief silence once more. The man swayed slightly, whispering, "Am I free to go?" "Go ahead. Thank you." The man stood, clutching his drooping arm as he dashed toward the nearby woods. Soon after, a voice echoed from within the cart, "Kuro, go kill him." The cheetah vanished into the underbrush, followed by the man's anguished screams and curses. The cart changed direction, disappearing into the night. As dawn broke, the guard team and the group of adventurers reassembled. An hour earlier, the frenzied crowd had abruptly ceased their assault, collapsing in waves as if mowed down. Seizing the opportunity, everyone fled the village and regrouped. While regaining their strength, they felt fortunate that the madmen had lost their combat capability. Otherwise, none would have escaped. "Captain, we could not locate Wu Hong." Kavina emerged from the village, her expression grim. Though there was little camaraderie with Wu Hong, the newly joined member, she felt no animosity towards him either, having just become teammates. Dying in the very first mission is far from an auspicious occurrence. The Sentinel squad has suffered considerable casualties. From a 6-member team, only 3 remain, each bearing injuries. The absence of further losses is a silver lining. As we await developments, Captain Autoluck remarked. Nevertheless, the events of last night were exceedingly perilous. Wu Hong, on his inaugural mission, became separated from the group, making survival exceedingly unlikely. Although Kavina felt a pang of sympathy, she found herself at a loss for effective solutions. She settled down nearby to recuperate her strength. At that moment, Commander Plamen approached. "Captain Autoluck, what is your perspective on this situation? The investigation into the mining village is fraught with numerous ambiguities. Yet, we have yet to uncover any substantial evidence that could guide us correctly. If no casualties had occurred, we might have tolerated the situation and allowed Blackstone Town to manage it. However, with fatalities from both squads, such leniency is no longer acceptable." In a hushed tone, Autoluck responded, "We must relay the circumstances to Blackstone Town and request additional personnel to examine the mining village. Simultaneously, we should scrutinize the informants, as they may lead us to some clues." Indeed, the commander continued, "Our kiddo is highly suspect, yet tracing him remains a formidable challenge. We have consistently failed to link him to this incident, and even when it comes to intelligence, he possesses ample justifications. As long as our kiddo stands by the information he provided, claiming it was what he had at the time, it becomes exceedingly difficult to hold him accountable. After all, it is unreasonable to demand absolute accuracy in intelligence, especially when sourced from civilians, where occasional discrepancies are commonplace. There appears to be no alternative. One should investigate the necromancy. For the villagers are evidently in an unusual state," Orchaluk continued. Just as the group was about to depart, 2 figures emerged from the village. It was Wu Hong, accompanied by a skeleton. Not only was he alive, but he also bore no apparent injuries. As they approached, the appearance of both the man and the skeleton became clearer. Wu Heng seemed relatively well, albeit a bit dusty, while the skeleton, adorned with a round helmet, sported several crossbow bolts protruding from its chest, having pierced through its body. Moreover, it bore a gruesome corpse slung over its shoulder, which left the onlookers perplexed. The frenzied crowd had employed explosives, yet none had wielded bows or crossbows. If they were capable of using such weapons, none of them would have managed to escape. "Wu Hong, where have you been?" Kavina inquired immediately. "As long as you are unharmed," Orchaluk replied, nodding, his gaze returning to the corpse draped over the skeleton's shoulder. "Whose body is this? Release it." The skeleton dropped the corpse onto the ground, and Wu Hong quickly pulled aside the covering cloth. The others regarded the body, their brows furrowing in concern. "It is the steward of Aki Duo," Wu Hong revealed, identifying the individual. This revelation caused the group's eyes to widen in astonishment and disbelief. Just moments ago, they had speculated about Aki Duo yet lacked direct evidence. After we were scattered, I fled west and happened upon a troop emerging from the mine behind us. He then recounted the events he witnessed the previous night. Having observed the furtive assembly, the objects clutched in their hands, and their foiled attempt on my life, an attempt I countered, albeit by employing poison smoke grenades and the formidable skeletal basin, thereby concealing the presence of the skeletal horde. You posit that they absconded with something from the mineshaft behind the mountain? Plamondon approached. Indeed, with the populace successfully diverted, they made off with an item. In an instant, a pall settled over everyone's countenance. Even Plamondon's gaze betrayed a murderous intent. To trifle with the investigative unit in such a manner, this Aikido is the first to dare. Sever the heads from the corpses, Plamondon commanded. A guard stepped forward, and with a swift stroke, decapitated the bodies, encasing the heads in leather sacks. They likely stabled their horses nearby. Locating the steeds will expedite our pursuit. The investigative unit's horses, however, had perished in a stampede the previous night. Very well, fan out and scour the vicinity. Plamondon continued his orders. The company dispersed, and after a cursory search, they discovered the horses tethered within the woods. These mounts, positioned at a remove from the village, had remained undisturbed. The party mounted and proceeded directly to the station. Upon arrival, however, they did not immediately depart. Plamondon promptly mobilized the garrison troops, redirecting them to Aikido's manor with the intent of apprehending him. The contingent advanced upon the estate with considerable force. The manor's defenses were negligible compared to those of a city. The wrought iron gates, being both open and flimsy, offered no impediment to a military advance. Sir, this may contravene protocol. An arrest warrant from the city hall is requisite for such an action, a guard proclaimed from behind the gate. After enduring the battle of the previous night, Plamon exhibited a palpable impatience with any further chatter. With a forceful kick, he flung open the iron door and bellowed, "All armed individuals face immediate execution for treason." In an instant, a cacophony of crossbows was drawn and aimed forward. The estate guards, who had contemplated interjecting, found themselves frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Cautiously, they discarded their weapons, lest they be riddled with arrows. The charge of treason had been proclaimed, indicating that grave matters were at hand. As the guards relinquished their arms, the soldiers swiftly advanced to subdue them. Plamon gestured once more, continuing his stride toward the central edifice. Upon reaching the entrance, the grand door of the manor swung open, revealing Aikido, the mine owner, who emerged cradling a yellowed, tattered cloth bundle. Through the fabric seams, a decorated ceramic jar was discernible. Plamon cast a sidelong glance at Wu Heng, who subtly nodded, confirming that this was indeed the object witnessed the night prior. Simultaneously, Wu Heng's gaze lingered on the bundle, sensing an aura of impending death emanating from it. Aikido, you are aware of the reason for our visit, are you not? Plamon's voice was icy, laced with malice. I am aware and am willing to accompany you. I implore you not to harm anyone else here, Aikido replied. Ha, Plamon scoffed. What do the lives of those villagers you have slain matter now? The soldiers advanced to restrain Aikido and those beside him. Plamon, meanwhile, handed the ominous ceramic jar to Wu Heng, instructing him to keep a vigilant watch over it, lest it bring forth any trouble. In his heart, Wu Heng cursed silently as he placed the items into the embrace of the skeletal basin, following the procession that escorted Aikido and his companions away. The guards and the team of professionals once again widened the gap between them. Basin stood at the rear of the carriage, cradling the ceramic jar, while Wu Heng and his companions sat on the opposite side, maintaining a respectful distance. Captain, could you enlighten me about the Practitioner Association? Wu Heng inquired. Having recently joined and possessing little knowledge about the organization, his motivation for joining was simply to acquire a legitimate identity. Very well. Let me first elaborate on the internal structure of the association, Captain Oderluck continued. The Practitioner Association is a collective term that encompasses not just our task-executing teams, but is further subdivided into more specific categories. We, stationed at various local branches, are referred to as field envoys, primarily tasked with executing missions and assisting in the rescue of association members. Moreover, there are other branches such as the Grand Scholars, Seekers, and Mystics, each with distinct roles. The Grand Scholars comprise scholars and practitioners with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. The Seekers symbolize exploration and adventure, predominantly consisting of rangers and rogues. Furthermore, the Mystics excel in gathering diverse intelligence, delving into ancient kingdom lore, noble histories, and various clandestine tales circulating among the populace. As Wu Heng listened, he began to comprehend the essence of these organizations. The Practitioner Association resembled a school where everyone was a student, yet within it, distinct societies emerged. Some individuals are drawn to the pursuit of knowledge and thus join the Hongwen Society. Others, who possess a penchant for adventure, become seekers. And if one has an affinity for collecting gossip, then the Whisperers are the fitting choice. Yet, regardless of these internal divisions, one remains a member of the Guild of Professionals. This framework is quite comprehensive. At this moment, Kavina interjected, cautioning, it is prudent to keep a distance from the Whisperers, as inciting their curiosity can lead to troublesome consequences. Surely, you wouldn't want your secrets cataloged in their archives, would you? The mere thought instilled a sensation akin to having one's personal information exposed, leading to a universal social demise. Are there members of the Whisperers in Blackstone Town? Wu Heng inquired. Indeed, there is Madame Slater of the Money Cat. In Chapter 21, I have always had a discerning eye. The title Madame carries an inexplicable allure. Yet the moniker Money Cat is quite renowned in Blackstone Town, particularly among men. From Wu Heng's perspective, it suggests a flirtation with the edge of propriety. However, he had only heard whispers of her existence, never imagining that the figure behind it all was a woman and a member of the Guild of Professionals. Which team does she belong to? Wu Heng pressed on. Kavina elaborated. She serves as the deputy steward of Blackstone Town and is not affiliated with any team. A deputy steward, indeed, wields considerable power. Over time, avoiding contact seems improbable. It would be prudent to cultivate a favorable relationship to ensure that no scandalous rumors are attributed to oneself. The two continued their discussion regarding the enigmatic proprietor of the Money Cat. Captain Otluck then remarked, allow me to elucidate the situation regarding the teams in Blackstone Town. Very well, came the reply. In addition to the newly established team, there were previously 3 squads. The first squad, the earliest to be formed, was led by a warrior named Arnell. The captain of the second squad, a sorceress, was named Teresa, while the third squad was led by a ranger named Nacho. These teams had been established for some time, and each comprised 5 members. As Wu Heng listened, he became aware of the existence of these 3 fully staffed squads. It was precisely due to the formation of the 4th squad that he was recruited into the ranks of the professional association. Regarding the names of the 3 captains, he heard them only to forget them almost immediately. The only impression that lingered was that of Lady Slater, the Money Cat. Well, you can just listen for now. In due time, you shall grow accustomed to it, the captain continued. At the station, the guards of Blackstone Town executed the handover of Aikido and others, along with the necromantic urn. With their arrival here, the task of the professional team was deemed complete, and the remaining matters would be handled by Blackstone Town. Captain Otluck and Plamen exchanged a few quiet words before parting ways, heading to report back to the professional association. After bidding farewell to the two, Wu Heng made his way to his residence. The task undertaken by the professional team was far from the simplicity suggested by Yazdi. The investigation team had comprised 9 individuals, 3 of whom had perished, while the remainder bore various injuries. Had it not been for the confirmation that one among them was Aikido's steward, it would have been exceedingly difficult to substantiate any evidence linking this matter to Aikido. In that case, the necromantic urn might have claimed even more lives. Dark magic is indeed quite fearsome. It is no wonder there is such aversion towards necromancers. It is entirely justifiable. A knock resounded at the door. It was the voice of the landlord. Wu Heng opened the door to find a middle-aged man, rugged in appearance, with a beard that was more abundant than his hair. Standing at the threshold, Mr. Rudger. Rudger, the proprietor of this abode, wasted no time and inquired, Wu Heng, have you found yourself in some sort of trouble? Wu Heng furrowed his brow, recalling the escaped criminal's accomplices. Has something occurred? He asked. I was about to pose the same question to you, Rudger replied. Why have the guards been visiting your residence so frequently these past few days? I had rented you this place because I considered you a decent person. Please do not bring any trouble upon me. The landlord took a seat at the table, his gaze drifting towards the figure beside him, adorned with a round, bulbous helmet. His brow furrowed slightly as he added, furthermore, this house is only rented to you. Do not bring just anyone here. The skeleton, Bassin, was enveloped in layers of covering, yet remnants of crossbow bolts marred his leather armor. The peculiar round helmet only added to the oddity of his presence, making it clear he was no ordinary resident. Wu Heng quickly grasped the implication of Rudger's words. The frequent visits from guards and adventurer squads had led the landlord to sense something amiss. After all, it was merely a rental. No one desired to invite trouble into their lives. Fortunately, Rudger remained unaware of the lethal incident that had transpired at Wu Heng's hands, or else he might have been evicted. It's a misunderstanding. I have joined an adventurer squad. Just yesterday, I assisted the city's defense forces in an investigation. I have committed no wrongdoing. As he spoke, he produced the bronze insignia bestowed upon him by the Association of Practitioners. The landlord was initially taken aback, then astonished, and his expression swiftly transformed into a beaming smile. "I knew you would achieve greatness. My judgment has always been astute," he remarked. The landlord's demeanor shifted dramatically. No longer did he mention troublesome matters, but rather extolled the young man's abilities and promising future. He even offered to introduce potential romantic partners, enthusiastically naming 3 or 4 candidates, including daughters of prominent families and widows from nearby streets. However, Wu Heng merely listened, showing little interest in the suggestions. Although the field envoy of the association possessed no actual enforcement authority, he still held a certain distinction in the eyes of ordinary citizens. Wu Heng engaged in conversation for a while, reassuring the landlord that he would not cause any trouble. The landlord chuckled heartily, believing that Wu Heng's presence would enhance the local security. Shortly thereafter, the landlord departed. Wu Heng took a moment to glance into the world of the undead, retrieving some goods, which he had the skeletal servant Bassin carry as he stepped out of the door. In the conference room of the Association of Practitioners, for individuals occupied either side of an elongated table, the steward had yet to arrive, and the atmosphere was notably relaxed. The captain of the first squad spoke up, "Otlok, I have heard that your team has recruited a necromancer." The captain of the third squad chimed in, "I am aware of this. The steward personally brought him in, intending to assign him to our squad." He paused, the implication clear. The third squad had declined the recruit, leading to his assignment in the fourth squad. The female captain of the second squad cast a glance at Otlok and said, "We'll utilize him for now. Due to our manpower shortage, we can address the matter later." The team captain continued to inquire, "Yesterday was your first mission, was it not? How did he perform?" "Remarkably well, beyond my expectations," came the reply. "Huh. Do not overstate it. He has only recently transitioned into this role, and it is commendable if he proves not to be a burden," the third team captain retorted skeptically. Otlok remained silent, and the others merely chuckled, choosing not to pursue the topic further. At that moment, the door swung open, and the steward Yost, leaning on a wooden staff, entered and took a seat at the forefront. He spoke directly. "In the recent investigation of the mining village, the performance of the fourth squad was commendable, particularly that of the member Wu Heng, who received accolades from the city hall. Due to erroneous intelligence regarding Blackstone Town, Otlok, your squad will receive double the reward along with an additional intermediate grade item." Upon hearing this, all the captains were momentarily taken aback. The city hall praised a necromancer? What could he have possibly done? Chapter 22. The skeleton crossbowman Otlok might stubbornly refuse to acknowledge his team members' capabilities, but with the steward's affirmation, such claims could not be erroneous. Clearly, the necromancer had played a significant role in this mission. Noticing the expressions of the others, the steward inquired, "What is amiss?" "Nothing at all. Congratulations to Captain Otlok for recruiting such a capable member," the third team captain remarked. "Thank you," Otlok responded gratefully. The steward continued, "This matter involves the Wolf's Head mercenary group. Apart from the fourth squad, all other teams should prepare to assist Blackstone Town in apprehending the Wolf's Head mercenary group." "Understood," the assembly replied, before exiting the meeting hall. On the other side, Wu Heng made his way to the eastern district, accompanied by a skeleton. Flanking the main thoroughfare leading to the East City Gate were a series of stalls, creating a vibrant market atmosphere steeped in local flavor. Those with resources set up proper stalls, while others simply spread out a piece of linen or leather, transforming it into a makeshift stand. Arriving rather late, Wu Heng found a spot at the periphery, laid out his cloth, and displayed an array of items he had scavenged, primarily glass cups. One by one, he arranged them on his stall before standing up and calling out, "Come and take a look. The unscrupulous boss has fled with his sister-in-law. Glass cups that once sold for 100 or 200 are now all only 50 copper coins. First come, first served. Once they're gone, I'll pack up and leave." Those who heard his shouts cast bewildered glances in his direction. After a second listen, they grasped the mention of the boss and his sister-in-law, but were puzzled as to what goods could possibly be linked to such a scandal. Curiosity piqued. They edged closer to discern what was being sold. Before long, his cries attracted a considerable crowd, encircling the stall several times over. "All 50 copper coins. Just 50 copper? Take your pick. Convenient for drinking water and lovely to display at home." Did the boss really run off with his sister-in-law? Did he not take anyone else? Such queries seemed insignificant. If they hesitated any longer, they would be left with the remnants. "These look like they've been used by someone. I'll take one. I'll take 3. I could use glass cups for drinking water." With one person initiating a purchase, the rest soon followed suit, eagerly reaching for their coins to buy. This price is undoubtedly more economical than the glass cups found in retail stores, and the intricate patterns and designs surpass those of ordinary cylindrical ones. It can be considered a true bargain. The reason for setting this price is not an intention to make a substantial profit. These items have been gathered from various sources, and it would be a shame to discard them. Those who come here to purchase are typically ordinary residents or villagers from remote areas. Rather than letting them gather dust, it is far better to offer them at a low price for everyone to benefit. Amidst Wu Heng's various calls, this stall became the most popular one. More and more people gathered, drawn by the commotion, eager to witness the excitement. Wu Heng continuously collected payments, and soon the glass cups on the stall were sold out. Many were frustrated, striking their thighs in disappointment for not securing any. The vendors at other stalls were left dumbfounded. What was happening? Had the stall closed already? Just as they settled in, everything was gone. Apologies, it's all sold out. Wu Heng quickly rolled up the stall cloth and continued, stating that in a few days, another batch would arrive, and it would be at the same location and price. Those interested could return to browse, as it would be convenient for personal use or for their families. After tidying up, Wu Heng was about to leave with his skeleton companion when a few individuals approached him. They were vendors from nearby stalls. Sell to me. I can offer a higher price. I have a physical store, and as long as the supply is stable, I can sell it for you. Wu Heng understood their intentions. They planned to resell the goods. However, after a moment's consideration, he decided against it. He might not return to sell again anytime soon, and it would be difficult to explain the continuous acquisition of goods. He had no factory behind him. Everything had been transported from another realm. If someone were to investigate, complications would surely arise. I must decline, my esteemed guests. It is uncertain whether there will be stock available next time, and we cannot proceed with cooperation. Wu Heng rose and began to stroll along the stalls. However, after only a few steps, he was met with shouts from behind him. The boss has fled with his sister-in-law, taking the goods as payment. The shouters paused in astonishment, casting furious glances at one another. This place was far more vibrant than the night markets of the modern world. Not only were the wares peculiar, but he soon encountered several groups engaged in real-life duels. Yet, they maintained a level of restraint, refraining from drawing swords and instead exchanging blows with their fists. After a leisurely circuit, he halted before a particular stall. The proprietor, a middle-aged man clad in leather armor, displayed a collection of herbs, beast horns, and 5 long spears. The spearheads were metallic, while the shafts were made of sturdy wood, likely used by nearby villagers to fend off wild beasts. Adventurers would not employ wooden weapons in combat, as they could easily be cleaved in half. However, such weapons were quite effective against beasts. How much for the spears? Wu Heng inquired. The stall owner glanced up and casually replied, 2 silver coins each, though I also accept barter. I'll take them all. Can you offer a discount? Wu Heng pressed. All of them. What do you intend to do with so many? The vendor asked, raising an eyebrow. Will you grant a discount or not? Wu Heng insisted. If you buy the lot, it will be 10 silver coins, but I'll let you have them for 9. The stall owner continued. Without hesitation, Wu Heng produced the coins and purchased the 5 long spears. Upon witnessing the lavish expenditure of the other party, the stall owner continued. If there is anything else you fancy, I shall package it all together for a more favorable price. There will be opportunities in the future. Grasping the long spear he had purchased, he and the skeleton named Bassin made their way home. Having resolved the matter of dinner, he directed Bassin to clutch the acquired spear as they ventured into the realm of the undead. The familiar stench of decay enveloped him, offering an unexpected sense of security akin to returning to a normal life. The world of humanity was fraught with complexities in the task at the mining village. The mine owner had surprisingly been the mastermind behind it all, nearly endangering the lives of the entire investigative team. The most inscrutable entity remained the human heart. In the world of zombies, such concerns were non-existent. Upon reaching the rooftop, the skeletal warriors stood rigidly, their forms filling the space, while only the skeletal hounds scurried about restlessly, lacking any semblance of the calm typically associated with the undead. Bring those corpses over, commanded Wu Heng. The skeletal warriors before him sprang into action, dragging the distant bodies closer and casting them at his feet. Alongside the corpses lay 4 iron swords, 2 hand crossbows, and a handful of crossbow bolts, items of considerable worth in silver coins. Stripping the armor from the bodies revealed designs reminiscent of wolf heads. They were likely mercenaries or members of a gang. Such organizations frequently bore these unified tattoos, akin to familial insignias in gaming, fostering camaraderie, aiding in the identification of allies. and exuding an air of authority. He merely cast a cursory glance without lingering further. These matters bore no significance to him, even if they belonged to a formidable faction. They could settle their grievances with the guards of Blackstone Town. He then invoked the necromantic servitude spell. Flesh and blood fell away, and 4 skeletons rose to their feet. There are 2 skeletal swordsmen and 2 skeletal crossbowmen. One swordsman is of level 6, while the other is level 5. Both crossbowmen are at level 5. I took a moment to examine the attributes of the crossbowman. Skeletal crossbowman, level 503,000. Attributes: Constitution 12, Strength 14, Agility 14, Intelligence 9, Perception 8, Charisma 5. Traits: Hollow frame, basic soul. Specialties: Hunter's aim, coordinated attack. Abilities: One-handed sword proficiency, basic. Crossbow proficiency, intermediate. Light armor proficiency, intermediate. Lockpicking, basic. Trap disarming, basic. Hunter's aim. Focus targeting enhances attack precision immensely. Coordinated attack. Rich in teamwork experience, allowing for better collaboration with allies during assaults. All 4 skeletons possess a basic soul, with ethereal blue flames flickering within their hollow eye sockets. Among the attributes of the crossbowman, expertise in crossbow handling is predominant. I also have a range of ranged units on my side. The swordsman's attributes do not present anything particularly exceptional. Specialty: Precise swordplay. Abilities: Two-handed sword proficiency, intermediate. Light armor proficiency, intermediate. Medium armor proficiency, intermediate. Not too shabby. Heng glanced at the 4 skeletons and addressed the level 6 swordsman, saying, "You shall be named Jian." He then turned to the other swordsman and the crossbowman, declaring, "You will be Jian Heir, and you will be New E, and you will be New Heir." The 4 skeletons nodded their bony heads in acknowledgement. Thus, he possessed 6 sentient skeletons: the skeletal hound Teddy, the skeletal rogue Basin, as well as Sword 1, Sword 2, Crossbow 1, and Crossbow 2. The 4 skeletons stepped aside to don the equipment that had been stripped from them. Chapter 23. Task Rewards. Sword 1 and Sword 2, along with the other skeletons, moved aside to equip themselves. Heng's gaze fell upon the upright skeleton formation. From within, he selected 5 skeleton warriors with slightly higher experience and summoned them to the forefront. Among them was the very first skeleton transformed, brandishing an iron sword. This sword-wielding skeleton was the only one to have reached level 2, discarding their weapons. The sound of clattering echoed as the skeleton warriors cast their arms down to the ground. Heng picked up a long spear and presented it to one of the skeletons. The skeleton warrior accepted the spear and gripped it firmly. Taking 2 steps back, Heng pointed to the iron cage nearby and commanded an attack on it. The skeleton warrior raised the spear and executed a thrusting motion. The spear's blade struck the iron cage with a resounding clang. Witnessing the skeleton's ability to perform this action, Heng felt reassured. He had feared that the skeletons would wield the spear as clumsily as they did the kitchen knife and iron sword. Although these spears were inexpensive, it was advantageous for ordinary skeletons to wield them. Subsequently, Heng handed the remaining spears to the other skeletons, issuing the same command to attempt an attack. They all executed the thrusting motion with commendable effectiveness. Heng glanced at the dimming sky and instructed, "Do not venture outside. Remain on the upper floor." The 4 skeletons nodded in unison. After a brief physical training session, they retired to rest. The following day, dawn broke. After having breakfast, I ventured alone to the Association of Professionals. In accordance with the words of our leader, Autoluck, I was to visit the association this morning. Upon arriving in the central district, I entered the grand hall of the association. Just as I stepped inside, I noticed a tall figure standing before the bulletin board, gazing up at the posted commission tasks. "Kavina, you're here quite early," Heng greeted her. At the sound of his voice, Kavina turned and nodded. "The captain asked me to wait for you here, fearing I might not find the place." "Oh, thank you," I replied, then proceeded through the corridor to a room. Upon pushing the door open, I found Captain Autoluck seated within. "Captain, Heng has arrived," Kavina announced. Autoluck nodded and gestured for both to take a seat before continuing. "Heng, this is the lounge designated for our team by the association. From now on, you may come directly here." "Understood, Captain." Subsequently, Autoluck added, "During yesterday's meeting, our team's performance received commendation from the steward, particularly you, Heng. The municipal hall has given you special recognition." After affirming our performance on the recent task, Autoluck retrieved a file and handed it to the 2 of us, stating, "Blackstone Town has conducted an interrogation of Aikido. This is the record of his testimony. As we participated in this operation, we are entitled to a copy. Kavina glanced at it briefly before passing it to him. Wu Heng took it into his hands and began to scrutinize it closely. According to Akito's account, they had retrieved a lifeless infant from the mining village. 3 years prior, his wife gave birth to a stillborn child, a tragedy that was met with little fanfare in this world, as it was swiftly laid to rest. However, before the burial, a passing scholar approached him, claiming to possess a means by which the lifeless infant could exist in an alternate form, and that his own endeavors would also flourish as a result. Naively, he heeded the scholar's words and, following the prescribed method, placed the deceased child in a secluded cavern. Indeed, shortly thereafter, his mining business began to thrive. Yet, as of late, the villagers began to descend into madness, prompting him to realize that something had gone awry. When he attempted to retrieve the body for a proper burial, he found the villagers had succumbed to insanity, rendering access impossible. Compounded by the relentless investigations initiated by Blackstone Town, he was compelled to set a trap just days prior. Unable to thwart the arrival of the second investigative team, he devised a plan to divert the maddened villagers, allowing his men to enter and retrieve the infant's remains. Ultimately, the execution of this plan unfolded with relative success. Save for the unforeseen complication involving Wu Heng, who single-handedly eliminated several members of the Wolf's Head mercenary corps, leading to the collapse of his meticulously orchestrated scheme. Upon Wu Heng's completion of his account, Otluck continued, Blackstone Town suspects that the passing scholar is a necromancer, and they have already commenced an investigation into this individual. A necromancer, indeed. With a mere suggestion, he has wrought devastation upon an entire village. Such a profession is rightly abhorred. So, it is the corpse of that infant that has driven the villagers to madness? Wu Heng inquired further. A spirit of the deceased? A soul? How has this led us to the realm of ghosts? Yet, upon reflection, he understood that even skeletons possess soul flames, making the existence of spirits in this world entirely plausible. At the very least, the concept of a soul seems far more plausible than that of a skeleton rising to its feet. Well, the current mission has come to a close. Due to inaccuracies in the intelligence report, both the Association and Blackstone Town have decided to enhance the rewards for this task, raising the silver coin reward to 220 and including a medium-grade item as part of the compensation. Upon hearing this, Kavina, who had previously shown little interest in the unfolding tale, found her spirits lifted. At least this venture had not been in vain, as the rewards had indeed improved. Meanwhile, Wu Heng was more concerned about the medium-grade item. He could exchange it for a decent skill book. He found the acid spray technique to be rather ineffective, akin to spitting, lacking any semblance of grace. By the way, Wu Heng, you should remain vigilant. The captain turned his gaze back to him. Huh? What is it? The recent events have affected an entire village and involved a necromancer. Although the town hall acknowledges your performance, it will also increase its scrutiny of you. Wu Heng's brow furrowed instantly. In other words, the consequences wrought by this necromancer have led the town hall to perceive this profession as even more perilous. He, as the town's necromancer, would be under heightened observation. No, he had always been seen as a potential threat, and now he was regarded as a primary danger. I understand. Captain, Atraluk produced 2 pouches of coins and handed them to the two. Continuing, let us leave it at that for today. Kavina, please show Wu Heng around the association. Certainly. Kavina stowed the pouches in her backpack and rose to lead the way. I'll take you on a tour of the association. Feel free to ask me anything you're unsure about. Upon exiting the room, Kavina strode forward with her long legs, her curvaceous form undeniably captivating. Ahead lay the training grounds, an expansive area where the captain, an ardent training enthusiast, preferred to hone his skills. Adjacent to it was the alchemical research laboratory, specifically designated for the use of alchemists. Further along was the conference room. Throughout their journey, Kavina introduced him to several notable locations. The Professionals Association boasted considerable wealth, occupying a substantial area with various well-equipped sections. Is there a provision for meals here? Breakfast and dinner, perhaps? Irrelevant. Oh. After a brief tour, Kavina departed, leaving Wu Heng at the counter. I would like to exchange for a skill book using medium-grade items. Certainly, sir. Which profession skills are you interested in? Mage. Very well, sir. There are currently 2 mage skill books available in Blackstone Town. With that, 2 skill books were presented, Grease Spell and Fog Spell. The covers were worn, indicating they had been perused numerous times. Grease Spell. Description: transforms a designated area into difficult terrain, flammable. Fog Spell. Description: creates a dense fog, permeating every corner. In Chapter 24, The Spear Formation, the two books lay before him, accompanied by a brief overview. Both spells appeared to be supportive in nature. One altered the terrain, while the other modified the environment to produce smoke. It must be said that the town of Blackstone exhibits a remarkable scarcity of spells among its mages. It is no wonder that I, a newly transitioned necromancer, am able to join this peculiar profession. After pondering for a moment, I concluded that the fog technique bears little utility, particularly in its effect on the undead. Indeed, the toxic smoke technique could easily serve as a substitute. Conversely, the grease technique, which mentions difficult terrain, might prove beneficial to some extent. Having come to this realization, I declared, I shall choose this one. The staff member nodded, recorded my selection, and completed the necessary documentation. Wu Heng then tucked the spellbook away and turned to leave. After a brief sustenance, I retrieved the grease technique acquired earlier that morning. In terms of skill hierarchy, the grease technique ranks above the acid splash. I harbor hopes that it will yield favorable results for me. However, it is undeniable that the skills available in Blackstone are indeed limited, and the spellbooks exchanged appear notably outdated. The remoteness of Blackstone is evident. I have heard that field representatives can be reassigned to larger cities. Should I consider applying for a transfer to a more prominent locale? Such thoughts flitted through my mind but were swiftly dismissed. Skills are merely auxiliary. Advancing my level and summoning additional skeletons is far more advantageous. Should I leave, I might encounter unforeseen challenges in a new environment. The prospect of learning a few new skills in exchange for a different setting does not seem worthwhile. I must not be overly hasty. Regaining my composure, I refocused my attention on the grease technique spellbook and began to peruse its pages. Time slipped by gradually. Upon finishing the final page, a system notification chimed in my ear. Unlocking skill, oil technique. Having successfully unlocked the skill, he closed the tome of magic. This exchange seemed rather unprofitable. He could have unlocked it merely by reading it once. He resolved to inquire with Otlok when the opportunity arose. After acquiring the skill, he glanced at the time and, accompanied by Bassin, opened the portal to the zombie world. Upon reaching the rooftop, rows of skeletal warriors stood at attention. A few sentient skeletons sat upon the stone tiles nearby. Confirming that all was in order, he commanded, "Follow me downstairs." Wu Heng issued a direct order. The skeletons obediently descended the stairs, halting at the entrance on the first floor. "You five, take positions at the doorway, spears at the ready." Wu Heng stood on the staircase, addressing the 5 skeletal warriors armed with spears. The 5 skeletons, their movements stiff, arranged themselves at the door. 3 in front and 2 behind, their spears thrust forward, effectively barring the narrow passageway. Once preparations were nearly complete, he spoke to the nearby skeleton, Bassin, saying, "Open the main door and draw in some nearby zombies, but do not let them exit the community." The zombies below had already been cleared, yet a considerable number still lingered beneath the adjacent building. Bassin nodded and opened the large door, stepping outside. Before long, the sounds of hurried footsteps and the guttural howls of zombies echoed from beyond. Peering outside, he observed Bassin sprinting toward him, pursued by at least 20 or 30 frenzied zombies, their claws outstretched and faces twisted in grotesque expressions. The cacophony of noise and shrieks drew the attention of the remaining zombies within the building. Trapped within the confines of a room, the undead broke through the glass, shards raining down like a tempest as they leapt from the upper floor. They landed with a resounding thud upon the ground. The horde of zombies was rapidly multiplying. Bassin, possessing remarkable speed, maintained a safe distance from the approaching ghouls. Upon reaching the ground floor, he plunged directly into the corridor, merging seamlessly into the ranks of skeletal warriors. Meanwhile, the zombies, emitting guttural growls, surged forth like swallows returning to their nest, flooding into the corridor. A sickening thud echoed as the first zombie collided with a spear thrust forward. Following closely behind, an increasing number of zombies barreled in. The 5 skeletal warriors wielding spears began their assault, their weapons piercing through the flesh of the undead with relentless precision. Lacking any semblance of intelligence, the zombies pressed forward. Undeterred by the pain, the narrow passageway constrained their movement, while the spears continued to stab forward, skewering the zombies at the front. Gain 6 experience. Summon, Skeleton Warrior, 5 experience. Summon, Skeleton Warrior, 5 experience. Summon, Skeleton Warrior, level increased to 2, Strength 1. Summon, Skeleton Warrior, level increased to 2, Constitution 1. The outcome exceeded all expectations. Experience points were concentrated solely on the 5 spear-wielding skeletons. elevating their levels to 2. Although many zombies had been slain previously, the experience was diluted among numerous skeletons, with those at the front lines, who dealt the most damage, also facing the highest risk of demise. Thus, after several days of relentless effort, only the sword-wielding skeleton had managed to attain level 2. At present, it appears that when the enemy is few and poses no immediate threat, one may cultivate a select number of higher-level skeletons in this manner. Both quantity and quality are of paramount importance. Soon, as the battle neared its conclusion, all 5 skeletons had ascended to level 2. The narrow doorway was filled with corpses. Wu Heng emerged from the rear and began to cast the Bone Servant technique, causing skeletal warriors to rise from the ground and join the ranks of skeletons. The ensuing tasks were somewhat monotonous. Transforming while recuperating was the order of the day. The following day, Wu Heng arrived early in the world of the undead. After converting all the remaining corpses of zombies from the previous day, he took stock of their numbers: 5 level 2 skeletons and 172 level 1 skeletons. Among them were the souls of the skeletons, including a level 7 skeleton thief named Basin, a level 6 skeleton swordsman, 2 level 5 skeleton swordsmen, a level 1 crossbowman, a level 2 crossbowman, and a level 5 skeleton hound named Teddy. While the numbers may seem modest, from the rooftop, they appeared rather substantial. However, in comparison to the tide of zombies pursuing a bus, they were utterly inadequate, especially with the presence of various mutated zombies within the horde. The premise for stable development is to avoid any recklessness. After counting the skeletons, he commanded, "Let us descend." With a clattering sound, the skeletons mobilized and followed him down the stairs. Upon exiting the corridor, the ground floor appeared somewhat desolate. "Advance." The skeletons marched forward, their footsteps echoing rhythmically as they headed towards the adjacent building. Upon reaching the first door, Wu Heng opened it with a swift motion, only to be met by 2 zombies lunging at him. He deftly sidestepped, and the skeletal warrior behind him swung a cleaver, dispatching the creatures. A few of you. Follow Jian E as he ascends, ensuring the corridor is cleared of zombies. Jian nods, and, accompanied by 5 skeletal warriors, ventures into the hallway, moving upward. Wu Heng proceeds to the second unit, and upon opening the door, you follow Jian Air to eliminate the zombies in the corridor. One corridor after another opens, with the skeletons entering in batches to cleanse the area. The operation unfolds smoothly, with no distorted zombies in sight. Before long, an entire building is purged, and the corpses are carried to the vacant lot outside. Wu Heng does not immediately commence the transformation, but continues the cleansing of the second building. Wu Heng instructs Baisun to shoulder the backpack, and together they head towards the marketplace in the eastern part of the city. The market remains lively, with the sounds of vendors calling out resonating throughout the area. As they pass several stalls, they can hear multiple voices exclaiming, "The boss has run off with the little sister-in-law. Everything is on sale." Wu Heng and Baisun find a vacant spot, laying out a colorful cloth on the ground, from which they begin to produce glass cups one after another. The sunlight cascades down, refracting beautiful colors through the glass. Without needing to announce themselves, a crowd quickly gathers around. "Is there new stock? Is it still the same price?" They inquire eagerly. Wu Heng, taken aback by the sudden attention, responds, "Yes. It remains the same price, 50 copper each. To prevent any malicious purchasing, each person may buy a maximum of 3. I want one. So do I." The crowd surged forward, eager to purchase the glass cups offered at a price lower than those found in shops. Whether they recognized him or were simply drawn by the throng, soon the stall was teeming with people, a chaotic scene indeed. Although it did not sell out in an instant as before, the business was still quite prosperous. The sheer number of customers, coupled with the affordability of the goods, ensured that the items were quickly sold out. "Apologies, perhaps next time," Wu Heng remarked as he gathered his belongings. He tidied up and took another look around the stall, lamenting the absence of a spear vendor. The wares at the market were considerably cheaper than those at the blacksmith shop. The coarse hide and leather differed in notable ways. The furs for sale were entirely distinct from the leather armor found at the armory, suggesting several additional processing steps. Just as he departed, 2 men approached the stall. One inquired, "What was that man here to buy?" The stall owner, sensing their unfriendly demeanor, hesitated but replied. He inquired about the price of the furs. It seemed he thought them too expensive and left. "Did he say anything else?" "What do you see on my stall?" the owner added. The 2 men exchanged glances before making their way into a less populated area. Once there, one finally asked, "He is the one who killed Basin. The goods must be in his possession." "That useless Basin," the other muttered before continuing. Who was the man next to him? I do not know, but he lives alone. Good. Chapter 25. A visitor. After a brief respite, he commenced his sparring practice with Basin, engaging in a contest of spear combat. Ever since Basin, the skeleton, had joined him, he had forsaken wooden targets for training. The reality of combat proved to be far more effective than mere practice against inanimate objects. As the duel progressed, a notification from the system echoed in his ears. Unlocked skill, spear proficiency, novice. The sudden appearance of the prompt momentarily distracted him, causing his movements to falter. Basin's dagger gleamed as it sliced toward his throat. Alarmed, he instinctively sidestepped in a hasty bid for safety. Pause, he shouted, and Basin immediately halted, sheathing his weapon and standing still. After ensuring his neck bore no injury, he opened his attributes for inspection. Name, Wu Heng. Class, Necromancer. Level, 3, 1109 2700. Attributes, Strength 10, Agility 13, Constitution 15, Intelligence 16, Perception 10, Charisma 13. Skill, Bone Manipulation, Acid Splash. Grease, Spear Proficiency. Novice. You have attained novice level proficiency with spear weapons. Indeed, an additional skill had appeared on the attributes panel. There were no fixed attribute enhancements. It merely indicated that he had reached a foundational level of expertise. This signified that he could potentially unlock other weapons through training. However, it seemed more likely that this was merely a data representation on the panel, as proficiency was something he would cultivate through his own efforts. From practical combat to daily training, a considerable amount of time has elapsed. How about practicing swordsmanship next? Compared to the spear, the number of individuals wielding swords in the market is far greater. This fact attests to the sword's utility within the community. Since training can enhance weapon proficiency, I might as well practice with the sword myself. After reviewing the attributes, I rose once more. Let us continue our practice for a while. The two stood in the open space of the living room, resuming their training until the late hours of the night, when Wu Heng finally retired to rest. The following day, in the world overrun by zombies, Wu Heng, accompanied by his skeletal army, resumed the tasks of the previous day. He approached a building yet to be cleared, opening each corridor door and leading the skeletal warriors inside to eliminate the zombies. They proceeded to open the doors of each unit, continuing to cleanse the rooms of the undead. The repetitive nature of the battles offered little variation. The isolated zombies posed no threat to the skeletal battalion. Soon, the first building was cleared, and they moved on to the next. With the advantage of numbers, they completed the engagement swiftly. Upon clearing the zombies from the third building, as they were about to turn the corner, Wu Heng raised a hand for a halt. Immediately, he commanded the troops to stand by. The advancing skeletal army came to an abrupt stop, standing rigidly in a state of readiness. Basin maneuvered through the ranks, approaching Wu Heng and gesturing toward the rear of the building that obstructed their view. Is there danger? Basin lightly tapped his skull. Lead me to it. Basin nodded once more, guiding Wu Heng out from the skeletal formation, peering around the corner to survey the situation ahead. Ahead lies a small square within the community, its cement surface adorned with several fitness apparatus. A blue passenger bus has crashed through the community's fence, now overturned on one side of the square. Approximately 20 zombies meander around the vicinity, many clad in identical blue work uniforms, presumably factory workers from the bus. Their numbers remain within a manageable range. Although 20 zombies may seem considerable, given the current quantity of skeletons, coupled with a few sentient ones, the challenge is not insurmountable. With adequate preparation, losses could be minimized. Just as the intention to summon the skeletal army arose, three dark figures suddenly burst forth from a distant corridor. They seized the wandering zombies, forcibly tearing off their arms and lower legs. In the face of the encroaching horde, they swiftly darted away, leading the zombies in a circular chase. Distorted zombie hounds. Wu Heng's eyes widened in astonishment. Much like the skeletal teddy, these three were large, deformed canines. They toyed with their prey, leading the zombies in a playful circle. This commotion only served to increase the number of zombies, which began to congregate more densely in the small square. The advantage of the zombie hounds lies in their speed. When the teddy was dispatched, it was confined within the corridor, significantly hampering its movements. In this open space, capturing them proves to be a formidable challenge. Even if one were capable of defeating them, they could simply turn and flee, making pursuit exceedingly difficult. A strategy must be devised to confront these three zombie hounds. Ideally, they should be cornered, or else they may become quite troublesome. The retreat continued until reaching the building where one resides. Commencing the orchestration of skeletal minions to transport the deceased, Heng began the process of transformation. One by one, the skeletons rose, while the nearby Skeleton 1 and Skeleton 2 handed over the prepared cleavers to the newly animated figures. As dusk settled, having unlocked the spear specialization, he resolved to practice his swordsmanship that night, aspiring to attain another specialization. Moreover, his attempts at spear practice had been rather haphazard. Thus, he considered seeking guidance from the members of the 4th Squad. Should that prove unfeasible, he could always consult Skeleton 1 and Skeleton 2. Possessing a fundamental essence, these beings were akin to ordinary humans, the sole distinction being their inability to speak. A simple demonstration or correction of his movements should pose no challenge. Setting aside the iron sword, he reached for the backpack on the table, intending to step outside. Yet, his actions faltered momentarily. The backpack had been rummaged through. Although the contents remained intact, their arrangement had been altered. Had he not been accustomed to meticulously organizing his belongings, he might have overlooked such discrepancies. Clearly, it was not the work of a thief. The silver coins in the drawer were still present. With such integrity, who would resort to thievery? Finding no further clues within the room, he donned his backpack and exited through the door. Just outside the alley, he spotted the landlord engaged in conversation with a neighbor. Out for a stroll? The landlord inquired. Yes. Has anyone come looking for me today? Heng asked directly. No one has come. Why would anyone seek you? The landlord replied generously. If you're not around, they can come to me, and I will relay any messages. Oh, it's nothing. I was just curious. Just as he contemplated turning to leave, the landlord abruptly remarked, by the way, a fur trader came looking for you during the day. I happened to see him as I was leaving. Fur trader? Ah, he mentioned that you had conversed at the market yesterday. Seeing that you were not home, he departed. Happy National Day. Chapter 26. Siege. Someone had entered his room, and the landlord encountered the fur trader at the door. These two occurrences compelled him to draw a connection. How could the fur trader possibly know of his residence? He was neither a thief nor merely a trader. Only the wanted fugitive would be privy to his whereabouts. The audacity of a fugitive daring to venture out in broad daylight was indeed brazen. Within Heng, a mix of tension and excitement surged. The tension arose from the realization that he was being targeted, while the excitement stemmed from the knowledge that the adversary was preparing to act, and he had discerned their intentions. This opportunity could be seized to eliminate the threat. Adjusting his backpack, he addressed the landlord. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Please refrain from handling those pelts in the room. We are ill-equipped to manage them, and it would only result in chaos. The landlord cautioned. After assisting with inquiries on behalf of others, he exited the crowded area and made his way towards the central district. It was most likely the fugitive. He needed to inform the association. Such matters could not be shouldered alone. The Practitioners' Association. The hall remained bustling with numerous practitioners. Some were at the counter submitting tasks, others were engaged in conversation in the lounge, while some were feeding their pets. From the attire and the presence of a pet, it is evident that this individual is a ranger. Kavina had previously mentioned that rangers train pets and can share their senses of sight and hearing for short durations. A cursory glance around the hall revealed no one, so without delay, I traversed the corridor to the team's lounge. Upon opening the door, I found it utterly deserted. I proceeded to the training room, yet still encountered neither Captain Otluk nor Kavina. Were they absent? Had they embarked on a mission? Or were both simply not present at the association? If they were on a mission, they ought to have taken me along. It seems they are indeed not here. Much like Heng, who, after his first task, has not returned to this place. Arriving at the office area of the hall, I inquired with a staff member whether Captain Otluk had come in today. Besides us field operatives, there exists a multitude of personnel within the association to maintain its various functions, namely, the clerical staff. The staff member glanced at me and replied, at noon. Captain Otluk and Miss Kavina left with Team 2 and are currently not at the association. What a time to be out. Team 2 consists of 5 members, while Team 4 comprises only 3, and I am still unaccounted for. What could they possibly be doing? Uncertain. Do you know where Team 2 has taken them? It must pertain to a mission. Heng nodded and chose not to elaborate further, instead turning to the nearby bulletin board, which was plastered with bounty notices. The number of wanted criminals has increased yet again. Among these images, I still fail to recognize any familiar faces. Given that they are wanted criminals, they are unlikely to be overly conspicuous. It is highly probable that they will operate under the cover of night, and their numbers will not be excessive. The captain and Kavina are absent, yet one may still find a way. Their involvement could hinder the deployment of the remaining skeleton warriors. Will they seek me out tonight? If they choose not to approach, but rather lurk in the shadows observing, it could pose a significant challenge. It is prudent to inform the association beforehand. Should they fail to appear this evening, it would be wise for the association to enhance the search in Blackstone Town. If they do arrive, the trouble can be dealt with directly, albeit with some risk. Having contemplated this, a note was left on the table before the backpack was retrieved and one departed. The night was profound. Beneath the misty glow of the moonlight, a gray-feathered owl watched the patrolling guards gradually recede into the distance. Meanwhile, in a nearby narrow alley, a voice emerged. The guard has departed. At that moment, two figures rose silently, exchanging glances without a word, and, aided by the moonlight, swiftly darted across to the opposite side. Upon entering the adjacent alley, one of them signaled for the owl to perch at the distant mouth of the alley, while the remaining three hastened towards the door, commencing their actions. With a crisp click, the lock was effortlessly disengaged. The interior of the house was dim and silent. The trio cautiously entered, closing the door behind them. Rather than searching aimlessly, they proceeded directly towards the bedroom. Their objective was to seize the target. Years of experience had instilled in a few individuals an acute sense of impending danger. Without a moment's hesitation, they rolled instinctively to the ground. Clang! Two crossbow bolts embedded themselves firmly in their original position. As they regained their footing, one drew a short sword and swung it backward, the sharp blade carving a silvery arc through the air. It collided with an iron sword descending from behind, sending brilliant sparks flying. In the dimly lit room, shadows of over a dozen figures loomed ahead, effectively blocking the doorway. The cold moonlight filtered through the window, casting reflections of ribs along the silhouettes. The undead. The eyes of the group widened in disbelief. Apart from the first few clad in armor, the rest were nothing but skeletal remains. Had they ventured into the wrong place? How could there be so many spirits in this room? It dawned on them that their presence had long been detected. The adversaries had merely been biding their time, waiting for the intruders to come to them. Despite the revelation, the group remained composed. After all, what fugitive was not accustomed to dancing on the edge of a blade? In a life-or-death scenario, surrendering would only hasten their demise. A desperate fight might yield a glimmer of hope. Charge! One of them shouted. In response, the other two armed themselves and surged forward. Observing their resolve, Heng retreated slightly and commanded, attack. With a swift motion, the skeletal teddy propelled itself forward, leaping 3 to 4 meters to pounce upon the figures at the back. Simultaneously, Sword 1 and Sword 2, along with a greater number of ordinary skeletal warriors, advanced with ferocity. In an instant, the sounds of combat and clashing weapons reverberated through the room. Bang! The lead bandit kicked aside the skeleton before him. The gaze swiftly swept across the room, settling upon the solitary figure in the corner that had not engaged in the battle. A chilling whisper echoed, "Die." The undead were formidable adversaries, yet the solution was deceptively simple: slay the necromancer, and the summoned minions would dissipate. Having confirmed the target, I charged forward with my sword drawn. Heng observed the opponent and raised a hand, summoning a water orb that hurtled straight ahead. The bandit, wielding his sword, cleaved through the orb, scattering the corrosive liquid that splattered across his face, initiating a painful erosion. His forward momentum faltered, and his movements began to distort. A sharp pain surged from his chest. Through the haze of the acid, a silhouette brandishing a spear pierced his torso. Damn it! The bandit cursed. Simultaneously, a whistling sound sliced through the air beside him. He attempted to evade, but his reaction was sluggish. Another sickening sound resonated as a blade embedded itself in his neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The bandit's body gradually sank to the ground, yet he yanked out his iron sword and lunged at another foe. The battle behind him was drawing to a close. The only surviving bandit, drenched in blood, was dragged forth. What are you searching for in my domain? Chapter 27. How did you do it? The room was dimly lit, permeated by a heavy stench of blood. The wanted criminal was brought before me, his breath shallow. What do you seek? He came to his abode to slay him, and even engaged in equitable exchange. Could he have been after the voucher adorned with a serpent's head that was on Basin's person? Heng continued his inquiry. At the genesis of Basin's demise, the sole peculiar item was that very voucher bearing the serpent's head. Though its purpose remained enigmatic, it stood out as the only distinctive piece. With nothing further to inquire about, he simply stated, "Dispatch him." Nay, thwack! With a swift motion, the sword descended, the iron blade piercing the target's throat. Experience gained, 30. Summoned entity, Skeletal Swordsman Experience, 10. The corpse slumped lifelessly, and the notification materialized instantly. This evening had proven quite fruitful in augmenting the experience of both him and his skeletal minion. Wu Heng cast his gaze upon the cadaver on the floor, then upon the skeleton standing at attention within the chamber. Igniting his electric torch, he commenced to rummage through the corpse's attire. He unearthed 3 money pouches, each laden with a weighty assortment of silver and copper coins, indicating that even as a fugitive, he carried a substantial sum. It seemed these individuals maintained a fixed sanctuary within the city. Apart from the currency, there were also the weapons and armor of the 3 men. The weapons were arrayed to the side, while the armor remained untouched, lest more blood be spilled. Knock, knock. At that moment, a rapping echoed from the portal. Peering through the chink, he beheld the skeletal form of Basin stationed outside. Upon opening the door, he inquired, "Are there no others?" Basin shook his head, indicating the absence of any additional individuals. The rationale behind stationing Basin, the most advanced of the thieves, outside was to prevent a recurrence of the previous incident, where a lookout had been positioned on the periphery. Should they once more allow their quarry to abscond, it would truly become an interminable affair. It appears that the adversary had meticulously timed their entrance, neglecting to assign a lookout. The bodies were draped in leather and transported to the living room. In the early morning, a cacophony of footsteps resonated from outside. Bang! The door was forcefully kicked open, and Captain Otluk, Kavina, and several other members of the professional team surged inside, weapons drawn, their vigilant gazes sweeping across the entire abode. Upon spotting Wu Heng seated in a chair, with 3 lifeless bodies neatly arranged at his feet, the newcomers were momentarily taken aback. "Wu Heng, are you unharmed?" Otluk inquired immediately. Standing behind Otluk, alongside Kavina, was a woman clad in leather armor, her sun-kissed skin and braided brown hair lending her an air of authority. She wielded a wooden staff and bore a sword at her waist. Wu Heng recognized her, though he had been unaware of her identity at the time. He could now surmise that she was Captain Talisa, the only female leader among the 4 teams. Trailing behind were several men, one donned silver armor, bearing a shield and sword, while the others, clad in leather, were armed with bows and swords, members of the second team. Upon confirming Wu Heng's safety, they initially exhaled in relief, only to be swiftly overtaken by astonishment as their gaze returned to the 3 corpses on the floor. These 3 were all wanted criminals. "Did you slay them?" Talisa asked incredulously. The second team's mission the previous night had also been to apprehend a wanted fugitive. They had made extensive preparations, with guards securing the area, and had enlisted Otluk and Kavina's assistance, which ultimately led to their success in eliminating the target. Yet here was this newcomer, deemed unpromising by the other teams and reluctantly selected by Otluk due to a lack of personnel, who had somehow dispatched 3 foes. How could this be possible? A member of the second team stepped forward to examine the corpse, nodding slightly, confirming that they were indeed wanted criminals. Following this revelation, a heavy silence enveloped the group. Teresa, her eyes wide with astonishment, inquired, "Did you kill them?" The gaze of several individuals shifted back to Wu Heng, then to the imposing figure standing nearby, adorned with a round helmet. The recent spate of wanted criminals had caused quite a stir in Blackstone Town. The new member of the 4th squad had slain 3 fugitives, inevitably drawing considerable attention. If only he had known earlier that he would eliminate this necromancer. Even being a reserve member would have sufficed. At that moment, Otluk regained his composure and introduced, "Wu Heng, this is Teresa, the captain of the second team. In my absence, you can seek her assistance if needed." It was evident that Otluk and Teresa shared a cordial relationship. "Greetings, Captain Teresa," Wu Heng said respectfully. "If you find the 4th team unsuitable, you are welcome to join us. I can arrange a spot for you." Teresa replied with a warm smile. "Thank you, but the 4th team is quite satisfactory." Wu Heng responded. Teresa nodded, as someone behind her produced a body bag to wrap the corpse for transport. Meanwhile, Kavina called for a carriage outside and promptly led Wu Heng towards the guild. Inside the carriage, Kavina, with her long legs crossed, remarked, "You might consider renting a house in the central district. It would be safer and closer to the guild." This was a thought Wu Heng had entertained, especially now that he possessed a modest sum of money. Securing a better residence would undoubtedly enhance his living conditions. However, this matter has remained merely a plan, unexecuted thus far. If it were in the central district, it would easily attract attention. "I'll save up some more money," Wu Heng casually remarked. "When the time comes, the captain can help you scout the location." "All right." In the rear, within another carriage, Teresa glanced at the opposite Otluk and said, You are quite fortunate. The bounties from the individuals your squad eliminated last night will yield substantial rewards. No, what I mean is, you are fortunate to have recruited a seemingly reliable member. Teresa's face beamed with delight. The second squad was already fully staffed, yet the third squad had the opportunity to enlist this individual, but opted for someone else. Autoluck responded nonchalantly, yet he felt a sense of satisfaction. It certainly brought honor to the captain of the fourth squad. Chapter 28. As is well known in the lounge of the fourth squad, Autoluck entered and handed over the pouch of coins he held. The bounty is submitted according to the squad, so you should keep this reward for now. You also have a subordinate equipment reward to collect at the front desk later. The method of task submission was a consensus among the three individuals. By submitting through the squad, it counts towards the merits of all three members. This aligns with Wu Heng's thoughts, as it would be somewhat difficult to explain having single-handedly slain 3 wanted criminals. Presenting it as a squad accomplishment adds a layer of credibility. As for whether the members of the second squad are aware of this matter, that is beyond his control. Moreover, even if an investigation were to occur, it would yield nothing substantial. Captain Xie, allow me to treat you to dinner this evening, Wu Heng graciously suggested. There is no need, as the steward has recently assigned tasks to each team, coordinating with the guard to search for wanted criminals and mercenaries. Now is not the time to celebrate, replied Autoluck, taking a seat beside them and pouring himself a cup of tea. Search missions? Our team was originally included. But since you have eliminated 3 wanted criminals, you have effectively completed the task and are exempt from participation. Otherwise, you would have had to patrol with the guards. Autoluck explained. Goodness. I thought this was a leisurely profession, yet we still have to patrol. The fact that I eliminated 3 individuals has indeed resolved numerous issues. We shall postpone our outing for a few days, Wu Heng contemplated before continuing. Captain, may I request a second skeletal companion? The outside world is rather perilous. Autoluck sipped his tea, considering the request. I will discuss this matter with the steward. Whether it gets approved will depend on the circumstances. Very well. Autoluck nodded and inquired further. How did you discern their intent to harm you? The fact that you left a note suggests that Wu Heng was aware the previous night that they would come looking for him. Wu Heng then recounted how he noticed someone entering his residence and the issues that arose from his conversation with the landlord. I cannot be certain. It is merely a conjecture that they would likely resort to violence. And how did you manage to eliminate them? Kavina pressed on. Wu Heng had already prepared his response in advance. Upon realizing that the adversary would take action, I proactively made some preparations. As they entered, I unleashed a dense cloud of smoke. It is well acknowledged that skeletons lack visual perception. Darkness and smoke do not hinder their sight. The skeletal being, Basin, systematically eliminated the 3 individuals. Well acknowledged? Who shares this common understanding with you? Our comprehension of the undead is far from profound. This rationale seems somewhat plausible. After all, engaging in combat in the dead of night, particularly under prepared circumstances, it would appear unproblematic to dispatch 3 wanted criminals. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingers. The trio sat together for a brief conversation before Autoluck announced his intention to head to the training room, prompting Kavina and Wu Heng to rise and exit the lounge. They made their way to the main hall, where Wu Heng exchanged a lesser-grade item for a tome entitled Dance of Light before departing from the association. In the commercial district, at the weapon shop, the burly proprietor greeted with a smile, inquiring what one might desire today. Though Wu Heng's visits were infrequent, he had certainly made an impression on the owner. I wish to examine the spears, he stated. All are located over here. It depends on what you require. The wall was adorned with various styles of spears, ranging from a modest price of 4 silver and 70 copper coins to an extravagant 75 silver coins. The types varied, as did their lengths. After surveying the options, Wu Heng pointed to the most affordable spear and declared, I will take this one. The spearhead measured approximately 40 centimeters, crafted from dark wood. Yet, considering the craftsmanship of the spearhead, it was evidently superior to those procured from the market. The proprietor regarded him briefly before continuing. The shaft is made from processed ash wood. It is prone to splintering in combat. This spear is suitable for village use to drive away beasts or for practicing techniques. I purchased this to drive away the wild beasts in the village. The shopkeeper, realizing, responded that there was no issue then. Will buying more yield a discount? Wu Heng inquired as usual. That depends on the quantity you wish to purchase, came the reply. Wu Heng contemplated the amount he could carry without attracting undue attention. I'll take 10 spears. 10 is not an excessive number, so the discount may be minimal. I will require more in the future. I can return here to buy then. After a brief negotiation, the shopkeeper agreed to reduce the price by 50 copper coins. Having settled the payment, Wu Heng and Basin hoisted the spears and exited the weapon shop, making their way back to their residence. Upon arrival, Basin busied himself with tidying the room, clearing away the bloodstains. Last night's battle had been quite intense. The already sparse furniture had suffered considerable damage, and the walls and floor bore numerous sword marks. The landlord would likely demand compensation for the furniture upon discovering the state of the place. Wu Heng sat at the desk, perusing the newly acquired skill book. He turned the pages one by one, following the procedure to unlock the skills while attempting to grasp the essence of magic in this world. Had he applied himself with such diligence in his youth, perhaps he could have gained admission to a prestigious university. As time passed, a system notification appeared. Skill unlocked. Light dance technique. Light dance technique. You can create floating light sources. Intrigued, he cast the light dance technique. Instantly, several beams of light began to orbit around him, emitting a faint glow. He endeavored to make the light touch nearby objects, but it deftly evaded them, continuing its circular dance around him. Not bad. It could serve as a flashlight. With the magical incantations retracted and a semblance of organization restored, I set forth with Barson towards the realm of the undead. Upon reaching the rooftop, I procured a local map and unfurled it before me for examination. Fortunately, a resident with a penchant for cycling had accumulated an array of maps from various locations, including one of the city and its routes. The zombies within the community had been largely dealt with, though a few still meandered in, posing little threat to us. The next course of action was to venture beyond the confines of the neighborhood and explore further afield. Contemplating my journey, 3 objectives crystallized in my mind. Firstly, the site of the survivor's demise, who had attempted to escape in a passenger bus a few days prior. I marked the location where the bus had overturned with a circle. Those who dared to charge forth amidst such peril surely had a destination in mind, potentially a survivor's haven or a place of greater safety. Within the bus, it is conceivable that clues might await discovery. Subsequently, I delineated 2 additional circles, one to the southwest and another to the north. The southwestern direction boasted a pedestrian street, flanked by 2 gold shops and a bank. While it remained uncertain whether the bank held any gold, the jewelry stores undoubtedly contained a substantial inventory. Acquiring such wealth could swiftly elevate one's status in Blackstone Town. To the north lay the local police station. The wanted criminals from last night serve as a stark warning. Had there been bullets last night, justice would have been swiftly served, and the chamber emptied. Chapter 29. Looting the stores once the target was determined, Wu Heng instructed his men to retrieve the weapons, armor, and 10 spears belonging to the 3 wanted criminals from yesterday. They were neatly arranged before him. The collection of weaponry comprised 2 types, a pair of short swords, 2 single-handed long swords, and 5 smoke bombs. It appeared that such criminals had a penchant for carrying smoke bombs, though it was perplexing why they refrained from using them during combat. No, it wasn't that they were unwilling. Even if the smoke bombs were deployed, the primary victims would be themselves, as the effect on the skeletons would be negligible. His gaze returned to the weapons. The craftsmanship of both the short swords and long swords was commendable. They were not of exceptional quality, yet they surpassed the ordinary iron swords Wu Heng had previously purchased for 3 silver coins. He decided to keep a pair of short swords for personal defense, while the remaining 2 long swords were assigned to 2 skeletons. Although superior to standard iron swords, they were still relatively modest, and when the time came for him to engage in battle with iron swords, he would invest in more refined options. After distributing the weapons, he turned his attention to the 3 sets of armor. The armor had seen better days, marked by numerous scratches inflicted by the skeletal warriors. Nonetheless, it mattered little, as they were intended for the skeletons, providing at least a modicum of defense. Once the 3 spear-wielding skeletons were donned in armor, he proceeded to select 10 additional skeleton warriors, outfitting them with the newly acquired long spears. The number of spear-bearers had now reached 15. Once all preparations were complete, Wu Heng issued his command, "Follow me." The skeletal army descended the stairs, emerging from the corridor. The zombies downstairs have been cleared several times. A night has passed without any new arrivals. After confirming that there are no unusual circumstances in the vicinity, I proceeded toward the northern gate. Having traversed 2 buildings, I found myself nearing the gate. Through the gaps in the iron fence, I could observe the situation outside. A few scattered zombies wandered along the road, appearing few in number, yet collectively they amounted to around 20 or 30. This road was the very path the survivor bus had recklessly traversed. However, The overturned bus was not located here. The zombies along the way were drawn to the intersection to the east. This likely accounted for the relatively low number of zombies in this area. Stay alert near the gate, Heng instructed. 15 skeletons wielding spears moved forward, taking positions at the entrance, leaning on their long poles. In the distance, the zombies noticed the commotion. When the first zombie let out a roar and charged in our direction, it triggered a chain reaction. The surrounding zombies began to roar one after another, instantly spreading across the street. All the zombies turned in unison toward the community entrance, and then they came rushing forward with claws and teeth bared. Squat down. Weapons at the ready. Heng swiftly adjusted the positions of 2 skeletons and continued to give orders. With a rustle, the skeletons crouched down, their spears pointed forward. A cacophony of roars erupted as dozens of zombies charged toward the skeleton line. As the zombies lunged forward, Heng raised his hand to cast Grease Technique. The air thickened, turning viscous, creating a slick area of 3 to 4 meters that covered the ground. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, the zombies slipped beneath their feet, tumbling backwards in unison, while those behind them surged forward, causing a cascade of bodies to fall. The essence of the grease spell lies in its ability to create treacherous terrain, akin to spreading a layer of oil upon tiles. In a heartbeat, the advancing zombies crashed to the ground like rolling gourds. Following a brief moment of chaos, some zombies, trampling over their fallen companions, barreled forward, colliding directly with the spears thrusting ahead. With a piercing sound, the sharp iron spear pierced through a zombie's chest, oozing forth thick, dark red blood. The skeletal spearmen relentlessly thrust their weapons, launching a barrage of attacks against the oncoming horde. Experience gained. 6. Summon, Skeleton Warrior, Experience. 3. Summon, Skeleton Warrior, Experience. 5. Summon. Summon, Skeleton Warrior, level increased to 2, Strength. 1. The notifications of experience gained began to multiply, accumulating primarily among the skeletal spearmen. Meanwhile, the newly summoned level 1 skeleton warriors steadily ascended to level 2. Those already at level 2 were swiftly amassing experience as well. The grease spell persisted for approximately 2 to 3 minutes before dissipating into the air. Yet, in the clearing before the community, a small mountain of corpses had formed. The zombies would need to climb over this mound of bodies to continue their assault on the skeletons. Gradually, the number of zombies dwindled, leaving only a few with severed lower limbs still crawling towards this direction. Heng glanced at the desolate road and commanded, "Go, eliminate those remaining zombies." Flanking the thoroughfare were sundry establishments, predominantly green groceries and eateries. Such purveyors of comestibles are unlikely to maintain their provisions for any duration. A cursory inspection of a couple of these yielded naught but a few cleavers and melon knives of little practical value. After a perfunctory sweep, a general store came into view. Hither, I beckoned to the skeletal retinue as we proceeded into the aforementioned emporium. An assortment of snacks and instant noodles lay scattered about, untouched and unclaimed. The proprietor, no doubt, had long since become one of the shambling undead, whether by flight or at the hands of my osseous minions. A survey of the ground floor revealed that the merchandise remained largely intact, save for the melted ice cream, languidly ensconced within its packaging. I ascended to the second story, my skeletal companions in tow. The upper level comprised a chamber and a storeroom, replete with cartons of noodles, beverages, and various confections. Quite satisfactory, I remarked, and forthwith directed the translocation of these provisions. The skeletal warriors entered the premises and commenced the removal of the goods. I continued my perusal along the road, careful not to venture too far afield lest I attract undue attention from the ravenous hordes. Resuming my position at the entrance, I invoked the rites of osteomancy. And one by one, the skeletons arose, swelling the ranks of my legion. Though modest in size, the supermarket proved a veritable cornucopia. They say that in the twilight of days, sustenance is more precious than gold. Yet, having amassed such a bounty, where shall I exchange it for the glittering metal? In all these days, not a single survivor has crossed my path, save for the one who perished in their desperate flight. The spare chamber now overflowing. I instructed the skeletons to convey the remaining provisions to the main living area. He stepped out of the room, gazing at his formation of 15 long spear-wielding skeletons. The selected skeletons had accumulated considerable experience and had reached level 2 after the recent battle, with 1 at level 3 and 14 at level 2. This method proved satisfactory, yielding no adverse effects while enhancing the skeleton's levels. He contemplated acquiring additional spears and armor. In Chapter 30, when facing zombies, he found spears to be more effective than swords. Swords required chopping, while spears allowed zombies to charge directly into them. Furthermore, the extended reach of the spear provided greater safety. A flurry of thrusts made it exceedingly difficult for the zombies to close the distance. He considered purchasing more spears, but resolved to refrain from doing so too frequently, opting to wait a couple of days. Meanwhile, the skeletal warriors had emptied the supermarket. After dinner, Wu Heng stood upright, his legs shoulder-width apart, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. Jian Yi, standing beside him, gently adjusted Wu Heng's arm holding the sword, correcting several incorrect movements. Once Wu Heng's posture was refined, Jian Yi mirrored his actions, executing a downward strike with both arms. With a whoosh, the blade sliced through the air as it descended. Wu Heng imitated the motion, raising his sword to strike downwards. Jian Yi shook his head, indicating that the movement was incorrect, and proceeded to demonstrate once more. Wu Heng attentively observed, diligently following suit. Subsequently, Jian Yi led him through a continuous practice of basic sword techniques. It appeared far more complex than the simplistic depictions of gangsters wielding swords in television dramas. The next day, Wu Heng returned to the northern gate with the skeletons to arrange their formation. You stand here, with the spears pointed forward, and you few stand here. Unlike the skirmish of yesterday, there is now ample time to prepare. The skeletal warriors are arranged in a phalanx at the entrance. Once adequately prepared, I cast a glance at Basin beside me and instructed him to scout ahead, circling around to lure any nearby zombies with caution. The skeletal Basin nodded, extricating himself from the throng of skeletons and sprinting forward. Given that we are approaching a new residential area, the likelihood of encountering a horde of the undead necessitates vigilance. Basin's task is to attract a swarm of enemies. Before long, I spotted Basin returning, pursued by approximately 20 zombies. The number was not overwhelming. Upon catching sight of the skeletal formation, the approaching zombies unleashed a collective roar and charged forward. Thrust, thrust, thrust. The spears pierced the decaying bodies, sending putrid blood splattering. Gained experience, 6. Summon, skeleton warrior, experience, 3. In a short while, the battle concluded, proving simpler than anticipated. Was there any danger ahead? Wu Heng inquired. Basin shook his head. We stowed our spears and pressed onward. Wu Heng issued further commands, and the skeletal warriors began to move in unison, crossing the road toward the opposite side. Along the way, scattered zombies surged from both sides, falling one by one to our assault. Continuing forward, we passed by a community service center. The glass lay shattered, and the ground was stained with blood. Wu He turning past the community service center, they entered another road. The narrow pathway was obstructed by several wrecked vehicles, blocking most of the route. A few zombies wandered through the gaps between the cars. Approximately 500 meters to the right, the blue-walled 3-story security station came into view. The zombies that charged forth were swiftly dispatched, and everything proceeded smoothly. Wu Heng waved his hand, instructing, keep to the side. Several sentient skeletons dispersed, directing the others to advance along the sidewalk. Just as the procession was about to traverse the area of the vehicles, a zombie, trapped in the driver's seat, suddenly straightened up, emitting a ferocious growl. In an instant, 2 crossbow bolts whistled through the air, piercing through the creature's skull, and with a resounding thud, its head crashed against the steering wheel. The shrill honk of the car horn erupted, reverberating throughout the quiet neighborhood. Wu Heng's eyes widened in astonishment. He had anticipated triggering the alarm of the locked vehicle, but he had not foreseen this outcome. The horn continued to blare, its sound cutting through the silence, igniting chaos in the surrounding community, filled with a cacophony of shouts and unrest. A throng of zombies surged forth from the opposite neighborhood, flooding in from the sides. As they trampled over the cars, another alarm blared. Quickly, follow me. Wu Heng glanced around swiftly, issuing commands enter, you few, and block the entrance to the hall. Wu Heng commanded swiftly. Outside, a horde of zombies congregated at the courtyard gate, jostling and surging forward, eager to invade. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed the grease technique, creating a slick surface beneath the feet of the undead. In an instant, the zombies invading the area tumbled backward in a chaotic cascade. The throng behind them, unable to halt, also fell victim to the treacherous ground. Wu Heng retrieved a lighter from his pocket, igniting a scrap of cloth and casting it into the area affected by the grease technique. At the moment of contact, flames erupted with a fierce whoosh, soaring to a height surpassing a man, engulfing the courtyard in fire. The struggling zombies attempting to rise were consumed by the inferno. Wu Heng stepped back a few paces, evading the searing heat of the flames, astonished by the efficacy of this newfound skill. The description of the grease technique indicated its ability to create a difficult terrain, which referred to the slippery effect of the grease. Any surface that was not excessively coarse could induce a fall. Moreover, it possessed a flammable quality. He had merely entertained the notion of experimentation, never anticipating the ferocity of the blaze. Experience gained. 6. Experience gained. 6. Experience gained. Goodness, this could be employed for farming monsters. Nevertheless, some zombies, resembling charred corpses, burst forth from the flames, charging toward him with a horrifying fervor, their bodies ablaze. The skeletal sentinels stationed at the entrance began to thrust their spears, piercing and dispatching any targets that drew near. You remain here, while Basin takes a few skeletons and follows me up. After confirming that there would be no imminent danger, Wu Heng spoke to the side. Several skeletal figures, possessing souls, nodded in agreement. Basin also brought along a few skeletons, and together they began to search each room meticulously. He was uncertain whether there were any bullets here, but it was reasonable to assume there might be. As they opened one room after another, they eventually stumbled upon a locked safe in what resembled an equipment storage room. After offering a silent prayer to the deities of both worlds, he retrieved a bronze key and unlocked the safe. With the door ajar and the key withdrawn, a look of elation spread across Wu Heng's face. So many. The safe was neatly filled with boxes of ammunition. Chapter 31. Three hounds gazing at the golden-hued bullets. Wu Heng felt a resurgence of confidence. Ever since he had exhausted his ammunition in the mining village, he had ventured out with diminished courage. Moreover, Blackstone Town was not as safe as it appeared. After all, it was a professional world, and tranquility was merely superficial. The recent reinforcements of guards from the city and the assistance of professional teams patrolling alongside them were evidence that the town had become precarious, with bullets in hand. While he could not claim to face formidable foes without fear, he felt assured that encountering wanted criminals again would not pose a significant challenge. Inside the safe, besides the neatly organized boxes of ammunition, there were also several handguns labeled for safekeeping, presumably not yet distributed. He first filled his own handgun with bullets and then placed all the ammunition and firearms into his backpack. After emptying the safe, he slung the backpack onto the back of one of the skeletons. In addition to the bullet-laden safe, the room contained an array of other law enforcement tools, handcuffs, a metallic flashlight, a baton, and a plastic shield reminiscent of a riot shield. These items were not secured within the safe. Instead, they lay exposed, seemingly of little use to oneself. However, having arrived, one might as well take them along. The smaller items were stowed away in a backpack, while the shield was entrusted to the skeleton's grasp. Then, one proceeded towards the first floor. Descending to the ground level, a waft of charred odor assailed the senses. The flames wrought by the grease technique had extinguished, leaving behind a scorched corpse upon the floor. At the entrance, the battle raged on. The dwindling horde of zombies lunged toward the phalanx formed by the skeletons, their bodies pierced and collapsing lifelessly to the ground. As time passed, silence enveloped the scene once the last zombie fell. The distant sound of car horns persisted, yet it seemed that the surrounding zombies had all been lured away, with no new ones emerging. Commanding the skeletons to clear the bodies obstructing the entrance, Wu Heng began to invoke the bone manipulation technique. One by one, the skeletons rose and slowly integrated into the ranks behind. It was only as dusk approached that the transformation of corpses ceased. Wu Heng had no intention of lingering further. Despite the law enforcement office's presence, its overall defenses paled in comparison to those of the residential complex. Should a unique aberrant zombie or other monstrosities appear, his meager resources could very well perish here. Casting a glance at the untransformed bodies on the ground, Wu Heng felt a twinge of reluctance to abandon them. He hoisted one of the corpses, and under his direction, the skeletons began to shoulder the fallen bodies. As they journeyed, they encountered a zombie pressing against the steering wheel, prompting Bassin to right the corpse. The jarring sound of the car horn ceased, restoring tranquility. They placed the body downstairs, the hallway door firmly shut. In Blackstone Town, he retrieved a spiced chicken leg, sausage, and peanuts, opening a can of soda with joy. Gazing at the dinner laid out before him, he nodded in contentment. It wasn't he that he lacked the funds for a lavish meal, but the fare at the tavern could not replicate the flavors of yore. As he ate and drank, a wave of nostalgia swept over him, evoking memories of a life once lived, a life of mindless video scrolling, where he could indulge in food and drink at whim. He had often fantasized about a life different from his own. Now, it seemed that the once mundane existence was a privilege reserved for the elite in this world. Alas, the damned apocalypse. Having satisfied his hunger, Wu Heng produced a handgun, fully loaded, and handed it to Bassin. "Do you know how to use this?" he inquired. Bassin accepted it, turning it over in his hands. Wu Heng pointed to the firearm, explaining, "This is the safety. Once disengaged, you can fire at enemies, similar to using a crossbow. Aim through here, and you can shoot directly at close range." Bassin listened intently, absorbing this new knowledge. He was already adept with a crossbow, and mastering the handgun seemed within reach. He then picked up the pistol and attempted to disengage the safety, aiming at a wooden target in the corner. There were several guns, all of the same model. The magazine was perfectly suited for his use, should conflict arise. He could swiftly replace the magazine rather than loading bullets one by one. It was evident that scavenging the police station was indeed a prudent decision. Although only armed with pistol ammunition, it suffices for the present. Once I acquire rifles and rocket launchers in due course, I wonder if I could assemble a skeletal special forces unit wielding AKs. What era is this, still relying on cold weapons? Having filled several magazines, the daylight gradually waned. Confirming that no one would seek me out, I opened the portal and summoned Jian-E, resuming my instruction in swordsmanship. Ever since I discovered the ability to unlock weapon proficiencies on the panel, my anticipation for weapon training has grown, reminiscent of the exhilaration of unlocking achievements in a game. After correcting my stance, Wu Heng began to mimic Jian-Yi's movements with the iron sword in hand, while Bassin continued his examination of the pistol nearby. The following day, in the world overrun by zombies, Wu Heng ascended to the rooftop, glancing at the level of the spear-wielding skeleton. Aside from the very first skeleton, 2 more had reached level 3. The elevation in levels was indeed remarkable. I could form a phalanx of spears and draw the enemies towards me, thereby boosting both my own and the skeleton's levels. This method proved to be relatively safe and efficient. After distributing kitchen knives to the newly transformed skeletons, Wu Heng led his skeletal army down the staircase. Upon exiting the corridor, 5 or 6 dismembered zombies approached, roaring menacingly. How could there be more zombies? I had cleared this area 3 or 4 times already. Where could they have wandered from? "Attack!" Wu Heng commanded. With a clatter, without any formation, the skeletal warriors surged forward, toppling the few zombies that attempted to approach. Wu Heng proceeded to the pile of zombie corpses he had not finished converting the day before and continued the transformation process. One by one, the skeletons rose and joined the ranks behind. In the afternoon, after transforming the corpses, Wu Heng led his skeletal army to cleanse several residential buildings to the east. Upon opening the corridor door, the skeletons surged in, swiftly dispatching the zombies within. Once safety was assured, Wu Heng commenced his scavenging. Just as the skeletons stood at the ready, he intended to depart through the portal when a sudden roar erupted from downstairs, accompanied by a cacophony of chaos. Peering over the rooftop edge, Wu Heng beheld 3 colossal aberrant hounds charging forth, accompanied by over 20 zombies. It became clear that they had been lured here by the earlier commotion created by the dismembered zombies below. The 3 aberrant hounds, substantial in size, were particularly striking. One of them bore a sleek black coat, a slender head, an elongated neck, and long, straight limbs. Following its mutation, its form resembled less a dog and more a black-headed steed, bordering on the absurd. These were the same 3 aberrant hounds encountered in the small square to the south, now meandering this way and inadvertently attracting a horde of zombies. Wu Heng glanced at the 3 hounds below, toying with the zombies, then turned to observe Teddy, who was crouched nearby, peering down as well, its bony tail wagging like a fan. Could it be possible to lure them over for a kill? Chapter 32. Mrs. Slater? The 3 aberrant hounds circled with their zombie entourage. Although Wu Heng had cleared the vicinity twice, scattered zombies were still drawn by the noise, gradually converging towards their location. Before the other zombies could encircle them, the hounds turned and continued their pursuit, deeply grasping the essence of kite flying. An unexpected sound of impact suddenly pierced the air while playfully toying with the zombies. Tap, tap, tap. 3 aberrant hounds abruptly halted in their tracks. Following the sound, they beheld a peculiar skeletal dog, its forelimbs wrapped around a white steel pillar of a promotional board, rhythmically swaying its hips. Its hollow eye sockets gazed vacantly in their direction, while its lower body continued to sway incessantly. The aberrant hounds stared in astonishment at the skeletal creature, which then released its grip on the pillar, its empty eye sockets still fixed upon them. Tentatively, one of the hounds took a couple of steps forward, prompting the skeletal Teddy to retreat a few paces. Observing the timorous nature of the bony dog, the 3 aberrant hounds disregarded the zombies trailing behind and charged toward the skeletal Teddy with fervor. After a few more sways of its hips, the skeletal dog turned and bolted away, swiftly darting beneath the stairs of the building. The three aberrant hounds, undeterred, followed suit like arrows released from a bow. Plunging into the corridor, they pursued their quarry all the way to the 4th floor, where the relentless hounds finally came to a halt, eyeing warily the multitude of humanoid skeletons crowding the steps. Upon turning to leave, they were met with yet another swarm of skeletal figures surging in from behind, brandishing kitchen knives and charging towards them. The skeletons on both the upper and lower sides launched a simultaneous assault, converging upon the three bewildered aberrant hounds. The sounds of fierce collisions and struggles echoed throughout the corridor. Outside, Heng and Basin stood vigilant, accompanied by the remaining skeletal warriors, clearing the zombies that had followed the aberrant hounds. These were drawn in from the vicinity, and their numbers had gradually swelled. As the cleanup of zombies below neared completion, the battle within the corridor began to draw to a close. With a sharp click, the sound of a lock being turned echoed through the corridor. Sword 1 and Sword 2 emerged, their bodies smeared with blood, looking rather disheveled. It appeared that the battle had come to a close. Heng, accompanied by Basin, strode directly into the corridor. Standing at the staircase landing was a skeletal warrior, now in a state of readiness, upright and motionless. The ground was strewn with scattered bones, indicating that numerous skeletal warriors had perished. On the 3rd and 4th floors lay 3 disfigured corpses, brutally mutilated. "Bring them out," commanded Heng. The skeletons worked in unison to carry the 3 aberrant hounds from the corridor and discarded them onto the open ground. Heng was the first to approach the black hound, which resembled a horse in size, and began to invoke the bone-binding technique. The summoned entities exceed the summoner's capacity. Instability factors increase. As the bone-binding technique unfolded, notifications of instability emerged. This had occurred twice before, yet no unusual incidents followed. The nature of this instability remained unclear. Soon, the first skeletal hound rose from the ground, shaking off the remnants of blood and flesh. Skeletal hound, level 7. Without its fur, its skeletal form resembled that of a horse. Its pallid bones were robust, yet its ribcage appeared notably slender, with hollow eye sockets glowing with a ghostly blue flame. Remarkably, it was a level 7 skeletal hound, equal in rank to Basin. "From now on, you shall be called Thin Dog, understood?" Heng declared. Without regard for whether it comprehended, he commanded it to stand by. Thin Dog moved aside, as Heng rummaged through the remnants of flesh with his short spear. Indeed, he discovered a white, fleshy object where the head of the original corpse had been, a core of the dead. Heng felt a surge of joy. This was indeed a remarkable find, even more valuable than a level 7 skeletal hound. He instructed Jian Yi to procure a plastic bag to contain the treasures and continued to cast the Bone Servant spell on the remaining 2 corpses. One after another, the skeletal hounds rose to their feet. Skeleton Hound, level 5, Skeleton Hound, level 5. These 2 hounds were only of level 5. He ordered them to stand by and resumed his search through the corpses. Indeed, he discovered 2 more corpse cores. In total, he had acquired 3 cores, a tremendous windfall. After carefully securing them, at Blackstone Town, within the Practitioner S Association, a burly man, having settled his bounty, stepped up to the counter. The staff greeted him with a professional smile. "Mr. Heng, how may I assist you today?" Although he did not frequent this place often, he had become somewhat familiar with the personnel, especially after receiving accolades at the municipal hall, which had granted him a modicum of recognition. "I would like to submit a commission." "There is no need to queue for submitting a commission. Simply fill out the task form in the lounge and hand it to us." He was unaware that this was an option. It was perhaps not entirely the fault of others, as he seldom visited the association. "Oh, very well. I shall prepare it and bring it next time." The staff smiled. "What type of commission will you be submitting?" "I have an alchemical commission. Here are the potion formulas. I require 3 customized potions." Heng presented the formulas. During his previous potion order, he had included the recipes, allowing him to directly request the potions now, thus streamlining the process. "Understood." After the staff recorded the information, they stated, "A pharmacist will be assigned to prepare it, and it should be ready for you in approximately 2 to 3 days." With that, Heng completed the registration and departed from the front desk, while the subsequent individuals continued to inquire about matters. As he stood in place, contemplating whether to visit the lounge to extend greetings, another staff member approached him. "Mr. Heng, Captain Otluck requests your presence at the association." "Ah, it seems I have no choice but to go. Had I known, I would have departed sooner." Upon entering the lounge of the 4th squad, he pushed the door open and immediately spotted Kavina, clad in a beige short shirt and form-fitting leather pants, seated on the sofa engrossed in some documents. Her elegantly long and straight legs were particularly captivating. "Kavina." Wu Heng greeted her first. Kavina turned her beautiful eyes toward him and replied, "Let us go. The steward and captain are awaiting us." "The steward? What is the matter?" Wu Heng inquired. "I'm not sure. We'll find out soon enough," she responded as they walked together towards the steward's study. In the pristine and tidy study, 3 individuals were seated: the steward, Yazd, the captain, Atluk, and a mature woman dressed in a form-fitting purple gown. Her long brown hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her bright eyes, along with elegantly arched brows, complemented her slender figure. She exuded a voluptuous grace, her legs crossed elegantly, with a golden leopard lounging beside her delicate, pale calves. A golden leopard? How fierce! To keep such a creature as a pet is remarkable. Its size is comparable to that of a distorted teddy bear. I wonder who would prevail if the two were to engage in a tussle. "Steward, Mrs. Slater, Captain," Wu Heng acknowledged. Kavina was the first to speak, courteously greeting the 3 individuals. "Slither, Madam?" Chapter 33, Night Shift. The name Slither seemed familiar. It soon dawned on her where she had heard it before: the deputy director of the Blackstone Town Adventurers Guild, the proprietor of the Golden Cat. A person of considerable wealth and influence in Blackstone, with a unique standing within the guild. Not only was she the deputy director, but also a cipherer, adept and passionate about gathering various intelligence. Wu Heng glanced over with curiosity, only to find that Slither was equally scrutinizing him with keen interest. "Wu Heng, this is Slither." The deputy director of the guild introduced the director Yazd, before turning to the striking woman. "He is Wu Heng, who has recently joined the 4th squad." "Oh, are you the little necromancer investigating the mining village?" Slither's eyes roamed incessantly, as if trying to pierce through something hidden, her interest unmistakable. "Do not tease him, Slither," the director interjected from the side. "It was merely luck, primarily due to the contributions of the captain and the investigation team," Wu Heng replied modestly. Slither continued to observe him, her smile unwavering. "What led you to choose the path of a necromancer? Is she attempting to gather information about me?" "It was the only profession I found related to mages, so I chose it," he explained. "And your skeleton? How many do you possess?" "Only one." "Not bad," Slither remarked lazily, reclining half on the sofa. The others present could discern the underlying tension in the atmosphere. The vice cleric exhibited a profound interest in Wu Heng, and during their initial encounter, he posed several inquiries in rapid succession. Noticing that Slater had fallen silent, the cleric continued, "Now, let us address the matter at hand. This evening, the association will undertake a coordinated operation." Wu Heng felt a twinge of dismay upon realizing that there was indeed a task at hand. Yaz continued, "Your team is small in number, hence, you need not participate in tonight's operation but will remain to guard the association. Detailed information regarding Ataluk will be communicated to you in due course." Wu Heng exhaled in relief, having feared he would be dispatched to investigate some peculiar phenomenon. A night shift was manageable, it merely required enduring a single evening. The 3 nodded in agreement and exited the study together. As dusk descended, the dimly lit hall was filled with the gathering of professional teams, each clad in armor and armed with swords, prepared for combat. Shortly thereafter, the cleric Yazd emerged from the rear, announcing, "The target of this operation is the Elder Bahudong of the Divine Punishment Sect, a level 12 professional, accompanied by several key figures from the church. Our operation will be in conjunction with the guards of Blackstone Town, yet it remains perilous. Everyone must exercise utmost caution and prioritize safety." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the teams darkened. A level 12 professional after the deacon offered a few more words of instruction, someone hurriedly entered from outside, signaling that it was time to depart. The 4th squad remained at the association while the rest set forth. The deacon gestured with his hand, leading the various teams of professionals out of the association. They joined forces with the patrolling guards and hastened toward the northern city gate. As the squads departed, the hall fell silent once more. Wu Heng instructed Basson to close the main door and casually inquired, "Captain, is the elder of the punishment church formidable? They mobilized such a large number of people." Audaluk pondered for a moment before responding, "I do not know much about the punishment church. I only understand that they are active in an eastern church of the kingdom, formed by a group of zealots who frequently conduct sacrificial ceremonies, thus gaining a notorious reputation. This world harbors many professions linked to the divine, such as priests or sorcerers of ill repute. The direction of their vocation derives from the power obtained or exchanged with their respective deities. Wu Heng had once been an atheist, yet given his ability to traverse two worlds through the key, it would not be surprising if a deity were to manifest before him one day. Of course, it would be prudent not to provoke them. What then? Brings them to Blackstone Town? Wu Heng continued to inquire. There may be a specific purpose, or they could simply be passing through. I am not entirely certain about the details, but members of the Punishment Church have long been listed on the wanted posters, Autoluck replied softly. Very well. Demonstrate it for me. Wu Heng immediately drew his iron sword and began to practice the movements he had learned during his previous training with Jian. Raise your arm a bit higher. Your muscles are too rigid, Autoluck continued. Kavina stood nearby, observing the two as they practiced swordplay while preparing 3 cups of fruit tea. Within a residential area, a raven soared through the window, and, in the pitch-black room where visibility was nearly non-existent, it landed precisely on a person's shoulder. A gaunt hand gently stroked the raven, stating, "The guards and the mercenary team from Blackstone Town have departed from the North City Gate. Their destination likely being our prepared location, while the Central Association has left 4 individuals behind." As the curtains were drawn open, moonlight flooded the room, casting a faint glow that revealed 3 men seated around a round table. One was tall and burly, with a shaved head and bare arms. Another donned leather armor, a sword strapped to his waist. The last was cloaked in a dark robe, with the raven that had just flown and perched on his shoulder. "Huh, a bunch of fools," sneered the man in leather armor. He tilted his neck and continued, "Since the Mercenary Association is so determined to capture us, we might as well present them with a grand gift. Let us commence," he declared as the 3 men rose and made their way outside. Chapter 34. Schemes of the Mercenary Association. After practicing swordplay for a while, Wu Heng patrolled along the designated route with the skeletal basin. Orbs of light from the illumination spell floated around him, illuminating the surrounding space. This spell is truly remarkable, although he had also found a flashlight. This energy-efficient spell felt far more practical. The spell's effect was indeed impressive, compared to its daytime use. It shone even brighter at night, covering a vast area and illuminating everything around him. However, Wu Heng also discerned the shortcomings of this spell. The luminous sphere surrounds its caster, which means that in darkness, the spellcaster becomes the most illuminated figure. If there are adversaries nearby, they will undoubtedly fixate on you at first glance, easily drawing their fire. Therefore, it is prudent to refrain from using it unnecessarily. Rather, one should venture out sparingly during the night. Having patrolled to the training ground, he entered and surveyed the area. Finding nothing amiss, he opened the door to depart. Yet, at the very moment the door swung open, a chill surged through Wu Heng's heart. He swiftly dispelled the magic, plunging the surroundings into utter darkness. Moments earlier, he had glimpsed a figure in the shadows, and it was evident that the other party had also seen him. "Good evening, friend from the Practitioners' Association," Wu Heng murmured, narrowing his gaze as he cautiously shifted his position, drawing his pistol and releasing the safety. "What are you up to?" Bang, bang, bang. Before he could finish his thought, Wu Heng fired in the direction of the sound, with Bassin simultaneously unleashing his own shots. Yet, the darkness enveloped everything around them. Confirming his position, Wu Heng placed one hand on Bassin's shoulder and followed his lead, pulling the trigger. The bullets traversed the obscurity, vanishing like pebbles cast into a bog. He had been careless. The flashlight lay in his backpack, leaving the Wu Heng swiftly change the magazine. Retrieving a flashlight from his bag and directing its beam ahead, the blinding shaft of light instantly illuminated the surroundings, causing the enemy to shield their eyes with a bent arm. Seizing the opportunity, Bassin lunged forward, aiming for the carotid artery at the side of the neck. A resounding clash echoed as the foe's armored arm intercepted the strike. At that moment, Wu Heng finally discerned the adversary's features, of medium build, with a gaunt face and thick eyebrows, clad in leather armor and wielding a sword. With a fleeting glance at his opponent, Wu Heng squeezed the trigger once more. Unlike his previous blind shots, he could now accurately pinpoint the enemy's position. The first bullet struck the wall, the second targeted the trajectory of the enemy's roll, followed by a third and fourth shot. The adversary dared not confront him head-on, swiftly maneuvering out of the way. In a deft motion, the enemy produced a scroll from seemingly nowhere and unfurled it with a flourish. Suddenly, a dark tendril filled with sinister black appendages surged toward Wu Heng. He fired at the tendril, the bullets piercing through without effect. Rolling to the ground, he evaded the oncoming strike as the black appendage slammed against the wall behind him with a resounding thud. The enemy, intent on closing the distance, noticed Wu Heng raising his firearm again and swiftly retreated into the shadows of a nearby corner. Simultaneously, a round black grenade rolled out, accompanied by shouts as the enemy hastily withdrew. With a thunderous explosion, the grenade erupted, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of smoke. Wu Heng widened the gap between them, beginning to reload. This adversary proved far more formidable than the previous wanted criminals. As the confrontation escalated, neither the captain nor Kavina had arrived, suggesting the presence of more enemies. With a significant number of troops withdrawn from Blackstone Town, one before him, the smoke billowed violently, and a figure emerged from the distance, slicing through the haze, wielding a sword aimed for a decisive strike. Basin dashed forward, positioning himself between the two, his twin daggers intersecting above his head. With a resounding clang, sparks erupted. Basin's body seemed to succumb to an invisible force, his knees bending under the weight. The enemy's face lit up with joy as his long sword twisted in a fluid motion, piercing through the breastplate of his obstructing opponent. Yet, at the moment the blade made contact, the elation on the man's face shifted to confusion. Why did it feel as though he had struck nothingness? Before he could ponder further, the thief before him seized his sword arm, while the other hand drove the dagger upward toward his chest and abdomen. Simultaneously, a dark green orb of water descended from above. Outside the city, on a crumbling stone bridge, a voice reported, "My lord, ahead lies a pile of rubble, devoid of any signs of human presence. We too have found nothing. Are we certain this is the correct location?" A ranger from the professional team inquired. Upon hearing this, furrowed brows emerged among the gathered crowd. If one person had made an oversight, it could be forgiven. But the simultaneous agreement from both the guards and the professional team rendered any error impossible. Have we come to the wrong place? Move. The entire squad should encircle the area ahead, commanded a square-faced leader. With a clatter, the guard rushed forth, swiftly closing in to surround the chaotic heap of stones. This site was a remnant of a collapsed estate, a place where passing merchants occasionally paused for rest. Yet, at this moment, it appeared utterly deserted. "This is unexpected. The intelligence indicated they were hiding here," someone murmured. Steward Yaz softly suggested, "Conduct a thorough search." The square-faced commander issued an order to search for any hidden cellars or concealed locations. The guards and professionals, brandishing torches, ventured inside, meticulously scouring the area. Nothing was found. It appeared the information was false. Someone remarked, and the expressions of all present instantly soured, conjuring a dreadful possibility. Damn it, a mage. The dark green water sphere shattered, scattering in all directions. It was only now that he realized the opponent was a mage. Basin, eliminate him. Basin charged forward once more, with Wu Heng trailing closely behind, unleashing a series of bullets ahead. His vision was obstructed, and his reactions dulled slightly. It was only upon hearing the gunfire that he attempted to roll away, but it was already too late. The bullets struck his body in an instant. Staggering, he struggled to maintain his footing. Wu Heng quickly squeezed the trigger again, unleashing bullets as if they were of no consequence, striking the target, which fell to the ground with a resounding thud. After a slight spasm, the body lay stiffly on the ground. No experience points notification. Wu Heng did not approach. Instead, he fired again at the enemy on the ground. Bang! As the gunshot echoed, the enemy swiftly rolled to the side, attempting once more to rise and flee. Basin obstructed his escape. Bang bang! Gunfire erupted again, one bullet piercing the neck, blood gushing forth. Chapter 35, Divine Punishment. The bullet penetrated as Basin swiftly dashed forward, delivering a kick to the man's head, causing a brief hesitation in his movements. Wu Heng also advanced, his finger poised on the trigger as he aimed at the man sprawled on the ground. Bang! Bang! The gunfire rang out, the bullets piercing through the chest. The body lay still, completely lifeless. A system prompt appeared, confirming the enemy's demise. Wu Heng instructed Basin to remain vigilant of their surroundings. After replacing the magazines for both himself and Basin, he cast a glance at the blood-soaked corpse on the ground and ultimately decided against transporting it to the realm of the undead. He was uncertain about the fates of Otluk and Kavina, and the presence of any signs of struggle without a body could easily implicate them. Thoughts raced through his mind as he and Basin hurriedly moved forward, all the while doubting whether any guards outside had discovered their situation. If no signals were sent out, it was possible that no one would ever notice what had transpired here. Suddenly halting, he searched for a window facing the flower bed. With a flick of his wrist, he cast grease over the flower bed and pulled out a lighter, igniting a cloth and tossing it inside. In an instant, flames erupted, illuminating the night sky. Surely, someone would notice now. When the fire was discovered, the responders would inevitably investigate, potentially leading the Adventurers Association to this location. If even this did not attract the guards, it would indicate that the entire Blackstone town had fallen. Having completed his plan, Heng continued his swift approach towards the Grand Hall. In the hall, Kavina was surrounded by 5 individuals wielding swords or daggers. Though their attire differed, their coordination was remarkably harmonious. The assault on Kavina continued, while not far away. A figure cloaked in black, with a raven perched upon his shoulder, silently observed the scene. Periodically, he unleashed bolts of azure energy spears that obstructed Kavina's movements. As though toying with his prey, Kavina was in a dire state, her body drenched in blood, marred by numerous sword wounds. Beneath her helmet, her golden hair was matted with coagulated blood, clinging to her pallid face. She swung her long sword incessantly, engaging in combat with those surrounding her. "Little girl, I see you possess considerable talent. Why not join us?" The voice of the cloaked figure resonated, imbued with an almost magical allure that rendered listeners momentarily entranced. He nodded slightly, gently patting the raven on his shoulder. A sharp caw erupted from the raven's beak. Instinctively, Kavina glanced over, only to find the raven fixated upon her. Its eyes, resembling an abyss, seemed to devour her very essence. In that fleeting moment of distraction, several adversaries had already raised their swords, aiming for Kavina's head. Just as the iron blade was about to descend, a brilliant light suddenly pierced the darkness, sweeping across the eyes of her assailants. Before they could react, the deafening sound of gunfire erupted. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets pierced the shadows, flying toward the front, although none found their mark. The brief display of firepower momentarily intimidated the attackers, causing them to retreat and create distance. Basson swiftly maneuvered through the darkness, rushing into the fray to hoist the dazed Kavina and retreat into the obscurity, vanishing from sight. Heng had just begun to breathe a sigh of relief when a sound of flapping wings echoed through the air. In the fading light of the flashlight, a black-feathered raven soared above, hovering ominously overhead. Heng was taken aback, instinctively looking into the raven's eyes. In the next moment, those eyes expanded like a spreading abyss. And for an instant, Heng felt dizzy, as if his very soul were being devoured. However, this sensation vanished just as swiftly, and his vision regained clarity. What on earth? With a resounding thud, he hurled the flashlight at the raven's head, sending it crashing against the wall. "Kill him!" roared the figure in the black robe from afar, his fury palpable. The 5 figures in the darkness lunged forward rapidly. As they drew near, Heng pivoted his firearm and pulled the trigger. Basson, after setting down Kavina, also squeezed the trigger from the side. Bullets crisscrossed through the hall, and the advancing 5 collapsed in an instant. The distant figure in the black robe appeared flustered, turning to flee into the shadows. Heng illuminated him with the flashlight and fired. Basson quickly followed suit, pursuing their target. The bullet pierced through the darkness, striking the black-robed figure. Gain experience, 55. With the black-robed figure neutralized, Heng hastened to Kavina's side. Her body was drenched in blood, marred by numerous wounds. To endure such an onslaught for so long was no small feat. He retrieved 2 vials from his backpack, pried open Kavina's mouth, and poured in the healing potion and antidote. Unsure which would be effective, he prioritized her survival. After a moment's thought, he opened a vial. "Oh, are you okay after taking the medicine? It seems there are no significant issues." Heng nodded. "You should rest for a while. The rescue should arrive shortly. I will go check on the captain." "No. We should go together. There are stronger enemies over there," Calvina said, shakily rising to her feet. Stronger enemies? Heng realized why Calvina had not fled, choosing to confront so many adversaries. If he had left, the pressure on Otluk would have intensified. Heng nodded, unwilling to leave her behind. It was uncertain if there were other enemies. It was safer to stay together. "All right, let us go." The 2, a man and a skeleton, swiftly advanced through the corridor. Thuds echoed from the darkness ahead, heavy hammering sounds resonating. As they turned the corner, they beheld a towering figure engaged in combat with Captain Otluk. Upon hearing footsteps behind them, both swiftly separated, glancing back. Heng and Calvina focused on the foe before them, a robust man nearing 2 meters in height. His bare arms muscular and sinewy. He fought with nothing but his fists, eschewing any weapon. Captain Otluk appeared somewhat disheveled, breathing heavily, his silver armor dented, evidently having sustained a severe blow. Seeing his 2 comrades approach, A flicker of relief crossed Otluk's face. Did reinforcements arrive? Who could tell if help had indeed come? Regardless, he could not afford to feign ignorance now. Nodded and continued. Elder Badong of the Punishment Sect excels in physical combat, possessing great strength and agility. Goodness, the Punishment Sect is here, while the main force of Blackstone Town is outside the city. Chapter 36. How did you manage this? Badong, with his hands clasped behind him, glanced over with an indifferent expression. After scanning the two and the skeleton, he remarked with mild surprise, I truly underestimated you. However, it matters not, for you shall perish here. It seemed that this elder of the Punishment Sect exhibited little sentiment regarding the demise of his subordinates, instead appearing eager to eliminate a few more individuals. In the next moment, the group of professionals launched a simultaneous assault, charging toward their adversary. Badong's speed was astonishing, akin to lightning as he barreled toward Overlord, unleashing a powerful whip kick. Overlord raised his longsword in defense. A resounding impact echoed as a shockwave radiated outward. The immense force sent Overlord sliding uncontrollably backward for 2 or 3 meters, his arms tingling with the aftershock. Badong retracted his leg and deftly seized the thrusting dagger, casting Basin aside, and with a seamless motion, bent backward to evade Kavina's horizontal sweep. The towering figure of the man displayed remarkable reflexes and flexibility, a stark contrast to his imposing exterior. Bam, bam, bam. Wu Heng seized the opportunity to pull the trigger, bullets slicing through the air toward the target. Maintain this position. I find it hard to believe you can evade bullets. As Badong bent low, he turned his head, and his skin instantaneously became encased in a scaly, horn-like armor, as if donning a thick suit of armor in an instant. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets struck Badong's body, leaving a series of indentations. Upon witnessing this scene, Wu Heng's eyes widened in astonishment. This was no longer merely a matter of rank or combat prowess. The notion of a flesh and blood body withstanding bullets was utterly preposterous. After exerting considerable effort to gather such an abundance of ammunition, to have it rendered insignificant before one who could absorb bullets was quite beyond the pale. The gunfire had incensed the combatant Bawudong, whose cold gaze now bore down, filled with rage and murderous intent. With a determined posture, he stood tall. At that moment, Overlord charged forward once more, his longsword slicing through the air with a whistling sound. Bawudong deftly sidestepped, arching his back as the scales on his body deflected Kavina's onslaught. Bawudong pivoted once more, delivering a powerful straight punch towards Basin. The impact shattered the window, sending shards flying. Bawudong seized 2 fragments of stone from midair and hurled them forcefully towards Wu Heng. The stones flew as swiftly as bullets, accompanied only by the sound of rushing wind. Wu Heng caught sight of the movement but failed to intercept the projectiles instinctively. He dodged to the side yet was still struck by one of the stones. The leather armor echoed with a resounding thud, as if he had been struck with a hammer, causing his body to stagger back several paces, bearing the excruciating pain akin to shattered ribs. He once again aimed at his opponent and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets were fired anew, leaving behind shattered scales as testament to their impact, albeit with little substantial damage. The 3 combatants remained locked in battle with Bawudong, whose strength far exceeded Wu Heng's expectations. What manner of profession allowed one to grow scales upon their body? Where were the reinforcements? Why was their arrival so delayed? Surely, the guards in this central area could not have been entirely withdrawn. The imposing figure of Badong, robust yet remarkably agile, deftly contended with the assault of 3 adversaries, his gaze frequently darting towards Wu Heng, harboring an intention to charge forth and eliminate him at any moment. The professional team's attacks remained incessant, their weapons clashing against his scales, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds. With a sudden burst, Badong propelled himself forward, delivering a knee strike to Basin's chest. The simultaneous crack of shattered bones and the snap of mechanical clasps resonated through the air. Under the glaring lights, a silver handcuff linked Badong's calf to Basin's wrist. This unexpected turn of events caused Badong, who had just retracted his legs, to stumble slightly. At that moment, Outlook and Kavina surged forward once more, their iron swords descending in unison. The clang of their weapons striking Badong's scaled back was akin to blows against iron armor. Enraged, Badong lifted his leg to kick Basin, intent on dispatching the one who hindered him. Just then, the illuminating lights abruptly dimmed. A sound of descending objects echoed from above. Instinctively, Badong glanced upward, his right hand forming a blade as he struck at the impending threat. The impact was akin to striking a water balloon, sending liquid splattering in all directions. In the next moment, a scorching sensation enveloped his face. The lights flickered back to life, revealing a disoriented Badong, who rubbed his eyes frantically. "Kill him, quickly," Basin urged, tugging at the handcuff to forcefully restrain Badong's thigh, thus limiting his mobility. Outlook and Kavina aimed their weapons at his neck and head. The sickening sound of flesh being pierced echoed, leaving a trail of crimson marks. Wu Heng swiftly approached, maintaining a respectful distance, and aimed a shot at the head. Bang! Ba Wudong's head jerked back, yet he did not immediately collapse. Bang bang bang. The gunfire rang out incessantly, bullets cascading upon the target's cranium like raindrops. Gained 125 experience. Ba Wudong's body fell backward with a thud, slumping against the wall. Overlord, relentless, advanced to strike at the corpse's head. Thud. The blade severed Ba Wudong's neck, and his head rolled away with a dull thump. At that moment, the others exhaled in relief, sinking to the ground to recuperate their strength. They opened a potion and drank it down in one gulp. "Captain, there shouldn't be anyone else left, right?" Wu Heng inquired while leaning against the wall. Overlord replied, "With Ba Wudong dead, there should be no one else." He added, "If there are more, we must flee. Continuing this way would mean sacrificing ourselves for the association." "Indeed," Overlord murmured in agreement, yet offered no further remarks. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the direction of the hall. The trio froze momentarily, then stood up, alert and watchful. In the darkness, they first glimpsed the flickering light of a torch, followed by a graceful leopard advancing into view, leading the way. Next came Slater, clad in leather armor and wielding an iron sword, accompanied by the commander of the Blackstone Town Guards and a multitude of soldiers. Slater's gaze swept over the decapitated body on the ground, his voice serious and detached. "What has transpired?" Overlord gestured towards the corpse and stated, "Ba Wudong, elder of the Divine Punishment sect." All present furrowed their brows, their expressions shifting dramatically. In the city, Ba Wudong finds himself in a situation where those leaving the town are in pursuit of someone. The torches have rekindled the light in the guild hall. A throng of individuals enters in a steady stream, dividing into several small teams to scour the vicinity, safeguarding the municipal hall and the lord's residence, as well as tending to the injured and inspecting the scene. The medical personnel have bandaged 3 individuals and provided them with healing elixirs and mental stimulants. After consuming some, Wu Heng noticeably regained much of his vitality. The team leader furrowed his brow, glancing at the 4 injured individuals, and inquired, "Are there only 3 of you? Did you single-handedly bring them down? How did you accomplish this?" As the dawn broke, the sight of blood-soaked ground and bodies covered with white sheets rendered his expression exceptionally grim. Like a jester, he had been lured out of the city, and the guild hall had nearly been raided entirely. Regardless of the losses incurred, this incident marked a blemish on his tenure as a steward. In the steward's study, he inquired about the casualty figures. Yazd, leaning on his cane, took a deep breath and asked. The deputy steward, Slater, sat on the sofa, gently stroking a docile leopard, and replied, "What do you expect? Slater, I have no time for jesting. 3 individuals were injured, and it can be confirmed that those who entered the Adventurers Guild were members of the Divine Punishment sect, including one elder, Ba Wudong, along with 7 other members of the sect. At present, it appears that 2 among the 7 are core members of the church." Slater softly conveyed the findings of the investigation. Yazd's brow furrowed in concern. "Only 3 were injured? Are you disappointed?" "You know I did not mean it that way." Yazd's face displayed a mixture of skepticism and astonishment as he continued. "Are you suggesting that the 3 members of the 4th squad eliminated 8 individuals from the Divine Retribution sect, including Ba Wudong?" Slater raised an eyebrow and remarked, "I too am astonished, yet the truth remains. Ba Wudong was decapitated by a single strike from Outlook." Yazd, still in disbelief, found himself at a loss for words, as if he were reconstructing the entire sequence of events in his mind. The guards and the 3 professional squads, who had united to besiege the elder of the Divine Retribution sect, were outdone by this newly formed squad, which consisted of merely 3 members. The arduous efforts they exerted, only to be lured outside the city, rendered the entire operation a farcical spectacle. "Alas, it seems I have truly aged." Slater continued, "From where did you recruit that lad?" "Who?" Yazd instantly grasped the implication. "Oh, you mean Wu Heng? What exceptional performance has he exhibited this time?" Slater chuckled lightly, rising to dust off his garments. "Just a casual inquiry. You were fortunate to have summoned a rather impressive young fellow this time." "Is that so?" Slater added, "By the way, there is no need to wait for openings in the 1st or 2nd squads. Let us assign Yuli to the 4th squad. Yaz's brow furrowed slightly. Are you certain? Indeed. The 4th squad has a vacancy, so let her join for some practical training. I would advise you to exercise a bit more patience. First, go to squad 4. If that doesn't work, we can always reassign later, Slater continued. All right, I will make arrangements for that. Just have her come over. Slater nodded and directly exited the room. While Yaz followed suit, opening the door and addressing a busy staff member. Please summon Outlook. Yes, sir. Both individuals appeared somewhat disheveled, attracting the attention of many onlookers. The recent elimination of the elders and members of the punishment church should yield considerable rewards. However, the prospect of rewards paled in comparison to his greater interest in the level 12 corpse. The idea of one person defeating 3, with a body that could withstand bullets, was something typically seen only in science fiction. If he could transform this corpse into a skeleton, the combat capability of his side would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. He had already submitted a request for a second skeleton. He wondered if this body would be allocated to them. Other professions lacked suitable corpses, making this one particularly advantageous in his hands. Creak. A carriage slowed beside them. The curtain of the window was drawn back slightly, revealing Slater's mature and beautiful visage. Where to? Very well, let us converse at your residence. Open the door, I shall ascend. As he pulled open the carriage door, Wu Heng intended to usher Bassin inside when Slater interjected, have your skeleton sit outside. Bassin, you will sit outside. Bassin sat directly beside the carriage driver, his round helmet drawing the latter's attention for several glances. Upon entering the carriage, a gentle warmth enveloped him, accompanied by a subtle yet delightful fragrance. Slater, clad in casual attire, had his leather armor from the previous night neatly stacked beside his seat. He appeared like a languid noblewoman, exuding an air of opulence and maturity. The golden leopard lay sprawled at his feet, its gaze fixed intently in their direction without lifting its head. Slater picked up a nearby goblet and poured 2 cups of fruit wine, offering one to Wu Heng. What truly transpired last night? Wu Heng inquired, casting a glance at the voluptuous beauty beside him. The captain will document the events. I am not well informed. Let's simply engage in casual conversation. I trust you as far as I can throw you, Wu Heng mused, then continued, in the dead of night. I encountered the enemy in the corridor outside the training room. After dispatching them alongside a skeletal warrior, I proceeded to assist Kavina and the captain. He provided a vague summary, as the details were likely surmised. The corpse outside the training room was the first you encountered, correct? Slater reclined against the wooden couch. Indeed. A swordsman. How did you defeat him? The skeleton is unaffected by the night, and as a mage, it was not particularly challenging in a 2-on-1 scenario, Wu Heng elucidated. Slater responded thoughtfully, his gaze lingering on Wu Heng. It would be prudent to exercise caution henceforth. The Divine Punishment sect has slain an elder, and retaliation is likely. Thank you for the reminder, Deputy. After expressing his gratitude, Wu Heng was suddenly struck by a question that he pursued directly. During last night's battle, that elder from the Divine Punishment sect suddenly grew a layer of scales. Is that also a skill? Slater, a whisperer within the association, was known for gathering various intelligence and secrets. While he might not be extensively learned, his knowledge certainly surpassed Wu Heng's. Slater took a sip from his glass before continuing. Elder Ba Wudong of the Divine Punishment sect is rumored to have awakened his bloodline in a gladiatorial arena for slaves, gaining abilities beyond those of ordinary people. Some say he is akin to a legendary black dragon, while others claim he resembles a magical python. Yet, there is no definitive answer. Perhaps even Ba Wudong himself is unaware of the true nature of the abilities he has inherited. Bloodline, black dragon, magical python? In a world of magic, the notion of an awakened bloodline was not entirely unfathomable to Wu Heng. However, he remained perplexed as to how such creatures could give rise to human descendants. This revelation somewhat contradicted the knowledge he had gleaned from textbooks. Oh, so that's how it is, Wu Heng nodded, indicating his understanding, suppressing any overt signs of confusion to avoid revealing his ignorance. The carriage creaked steadily onward, and the driver called out, Madam, we have arrived at the crowded area. Well, when you have time, visit the Golden Cat. I'll introduce you to some lovely ladies. Once you interact with them more, you won't feel so anxious, he added. All right, Wu Heng replied, rising from the carriage and, accompanied by Basin, made his way toward their residence, while the carriage slowly turned to leave. Upon returning to his dwelling, a wave of exhaustion enveloped him. After a brief breakfast, he instructed Basin to guard the door and retired to bed for a respite. When he awoke, it was already midday. After refreshing himself, He proceeded directly to the realm of the undead. In the living room, Basin shed his leather armor, revealing his stark white ribcage. One rib was fractured, and two adjacent ribs bore cracks, injuries sustained from a knee strike delivered by the Elder during the previous night's skirmish. While living beings could rely on potions and their body's natural healing processes, the restoration of a skeletal form was far more complicated. Heng located a roll of red tape and carefully wrapped it around the fractured ribs. As a necromancer of the wild, he was not yet acquainted with the methods to mend the bodies of undead, but he resolved to address Basin's injuries in due course. Having tended to Basin, he ascended to the rooftop. The skeletal warriors stood in perfect formation, while four skeletal hounds of varying sizes approached, wagging their tails. Heng glanced at the map, his finger indicating the location of the commercial district. The three aberrant hounds that had obstructed his path were now vanquished, clearing the way to the marketplace, where he anticipated a wealth of treasures in the gold and silver shops. In any world, currency could resolve 99 of challenges. Once his strategy crystallized, he commanded, "Follow me." At once, the skeletal warriors sprang into action, trailing behind him as they descended the stairs. Chapter 38. The injured 4th Squad. The lower level lay deserted, devoid of any new zombies. Heng led his team through the corridors, encountering a couple of wandering zombies along the way, which were effortlessly dispatched by the skeletal warriors. Upon reaching the small square within the community, the bus that had toppled over the railing remained in place. In the center of the modest square, 2 to 3 dozen zombies meandered aimlessly. "A few of you positioned yourselves at the front." Heng issued commands. 15 skeletal warriors armed with spears advanced to the forefront of the formation, aligning themselves in a phalanx under Heng's direction. "Bazin, lure those zombies over here." Bazin stepped out of the ranks and circled around the distant square. Upon approaching, he squeezed into the ranks of skeletons, taking his position at the rear. The horde of zombies lunged towards the skeletal front line. Thud, thud, thud. The zombies, akin to mindless beasts, collided with the spears, their bodies pierced by the sharp points, oozing thick, crimson blood. The number was not substantial, and the skirmish did not endure for long. After the zombies at the forefront were vanquished, a few sluggish remnants hobbled from afar. "Go, finish off the remaining ones and drag them over here." Heng clapped beside him, summoning 4 skeletal hounds that leaped forth, swiftly pouncing on the surviving zombies. Once all the zombies were eliminated, Heng began to cast the bone control technique, causing skeletal remains to rise from the ground and join the ranks at the rear. With the square cleared, he led the skeletons to the side of the overturned bus. The driver, ensnared by the seatbelt, clawed at the cracked glass in a frantic manner. After commanding the skeletons to eliminate the driver, they proceeded to thoroughly search the bus. In the trunk, a small fire extinguisher, a jack, and a spare tire were discovered. The fire extinguisher and jack seemed potentially useful, so they were set aside while continuing to advance with the skeleton. The journey led them to the west gate of the community, where a handful of wandering zombies could still be seen, approximately 11 or 12 in total, a manageable number. With the spear poised forward, the skeleton readied itself for what lay ahead. There was no need to provoke the enemies. Instead, it gently tapped the nearby iron gate with a short spear. The sound resonated sharply, instantly capturing the attention of the nearby zombies. As they turned towards the source of the noise, the skeletons emitted furious roars, the echoes of their wrath rapidly spreading as more zombies emerged from corners, pathways, and hallways. The initial 11 or 12 quickly multiplied to 30 or 40. All the zombies fixated on the community's main gate and then charged forth with menacing intent, preparing for battle. The roar of the approaching horde crescendoed, and the sounds of their frantic run melded into a singular tumult. Heng raised his hand and unleashed the grease technique, coating the ground beneath them, causing the zombies to slip and tumble en masse. Concurrently, the skeleton warriors relentlessly thrust their spears forward, piercing through the bodies of the undead and spilling forth dark crimson ichor. Gained 6 experience. Summon, skeleton warrior, 3 experience. Summon, skeleton warrior, 3 experience. Summon. The summoned creature, a skeletal warrior, ascended to level 4 with a strength of 1. Another skeletal warrior was elevated to level 3 with a constitution of 1. The battle raged on, with both skeletons experiencing a rise in rank. The highest reached level 4. There was a sense of anticipation regarding the skeletal warriors. Among the transformed skeletons, those attaining level 5 possessed a fundamental soul, leading him to speculate that level 5 serves as a pivotal juncture for skeletal warriors, unlocking the essence of a soul. If his conjecture holds true, then the undead skeletons would indeed possess both soul and consciousness. allowing him to rely on his skeletons to establish a nation, one that requires no resource expenditure and is abundant in manpower. Contemplating this, the Necromancer appeared rather formidable. As the intense combat drew to a close, the ground before the entrance was littered with corpses, the air thick with the stench of blood. The skeletal warriors hoisted the bloody bodies from the ground, making their way back to their dwelling. Once they gathered in the lower level, Wu Heng commenced the ritual of bone manipulation, transforming the skeletons. As dusk gradually enveloped the surroundings, after partaking in dinner, Wu Heng summoned his sword once more to continue his swordsmanship practice. The previous night, he had received guidance from overlord, refining certain non-standard aspects of his technique. Both overlord and Kavina wielded swords, yet their styles were starkly contrasting. Overlord's sword was a heavy blade, long and thick, wielded with tremendous force. The sound of the wind howling as it swung, coupled with his muscular physique, one might imagine that even a mere wooden stick in his hands could crush a foe. Kavina's sword is a one-handed weapon, slender and elongated, which presents a considerable challenge in terms of craftsmanship. Its combat style is characterized by speed and precision, akin to a rapid assault approach in gaming terminology, showcasing elegant techniques. It appears that various schools of thought exist regarding swordsmanship. For Wu Heng, a mage by trade, the one-handed sword aligns more closely with his inclinations. There is no necessity to wrestle with a heavy sword, as it would hinder his ability to flee in perilous situations. After practicing alongside the sword for a while and noticing the day's waning light, he retired to bed for some rest. The following day, at the Adventurers Guild, Wu Heng entered the lounge, a backpack slung over his shoulder. Upon opening the door, he spotted Kavina seated on the sofa, her left arm wrapped in a bandage. Perusing a newspaper, one cannot help but marvel at the resilience of individuals in this world. Enduring such injuries and still returning the very next day is remarkable. In contrast, had this been the modern world, hospitalization for at least 2 weeks would have been expected. How are you feeling? Wu Heng inquired with concern. Kavina set down the newspaper and replied, I'm fine. I'll be all right in a few days. Wu Heng rummaged through his backpack and produced an assortment of snacks, offering a bag of chips to her. Try these, they're quite tasty. As the least injured member of the team, he felt it was only right to bring some treats to uplift his companions. After all, it was their bravery in facing the front lines alongside Barson that allowed him to remain safely in the rear, taking shots from a distance. To be candid, he found both teammates to be quite dependable. Kavina raised an eyebrow, plucked a chip, and tasted it, nodding in approval. I brought some for everyone. Feel free to indulge. Wu Heng then emptied the contents of the bag, continuing, whereas the captain. The two engaged in brief conversation when the lounge door swung open once more, revealing Otluk, who entered with an item in hand. Casting a glance at the snacks on the coffee table, his gaze shifted to Wu Heng as he spoke. The steward requests your presence. Oh, Wu Heng responded, rising to depart, only to hear the captain add. The association has taken an interest in your weapon and will inquire about it. Feel free to share what you wish, but you are not obliged to disclose anything you prefer to keep private. A pistol. The association had noted the pistol. Chapter 39, was it this? 8 adversaries, 7 of whom were felled by bullets. A mere examination of the corpses would reveal this fact. Anyone would naturally be intrigued and compelled to ask questions. Wu Heng did not make a concerted effort to conceal his possession of such a weapon, and this occasion offered a perfect opportunity to inform the steward. Likewise, Otluk was subtly cautioning him. The Practitioner Association differs from the Guard Corps. Members are responsible for their own weapons and tools, rendering them personal belongings. Moreover, those who have spent prolonged periods executing missions often possess certain trump cards, information they keep discreet. One could never be certain that what is disclosed today wouldn't lead to dire consequences tomorrow. Thus, the reminder upon his departure, that he may choose to remain silent if he so desires. Acknowledging with a nod, Wu Heng stepped out of the room. In the steward's study, a well-lit and orderly space, 3 individuals were seated. The association's steward, Yazdi, occupied the chair behind the desk, clad in a dark formal suit, embodying the essence of an old gentleman. On the sofa sat Deputy Steward Slater and a familiar figure, Moira, the woman who had compelled the signing of the Necromancy Restriction Act at the town hall. It was unexpected to encounter her here today. The 2 women faced each other with stern expressions, suggesting a strained relationship. Upon the entrance of Wu Heng, Yaz smiled and remarked, Our esteemed member has arrived. Please find a seat. Wu Heng surveyed the available seats and chose one beside Slater. After all, they were part of the same association, which was a departure from the atmosphere in Blackstone Town. Once Wu Heng was seated, Yazd introduced, This is Ms. Moira, responsible for municipal affairs in Blackstone Town. Ms. Moira. It has been a while, Wu Heng greeted with a smile, likely referencing the previous day's incident involving the slaying of the elder of the Punishment Church. Had they not dealt with those individuals wreaking havoc in the city, the consequences could have been dire. Do you know each other? Yazd inquired, astonished. Indeed. Yazd nodded and continued, Wu Heng, we need to confirm something with you. Very well, steward, please proceed. 8 corpses, 7 of them shared the same cause of death. Did you have a hand in this? Yazd broached the subject directly. How was it accomplished? With a weapon capable of striking from a distance. May we see it? Certainly. Wu Heng retrieved the pistol from his waist and displayed it to the 3 of them. Their eyes widened in unison, fixating on the sleek black firearm. Is this the one? Yazd inquired in surprise. What is this? It's a weapon developed back in my hometown, replied Wu Heng. Let me take a look. Mai stretched out her hand. Wu Heng, however, did not hand it over. He shook his head and said, I apologize, but this is a weapon for my survival. And it is rather inconvenient to allow others to examine it up close. In this world, where even trains exist, along with detonators and toxic smoke bombs, it is difficult to ascertain what inspiration my weapon might provide. The advancements in firearms have been rapid. Should various firearms emerge, my advantage in this world would diminish. Therefore, while Wu Heng intended to explain his weapon, he had no intention of allowing them to scrutinize it in detail. As Ayatollah had reminded him, some matters can be shared, while others must remain undisclosed. Mai turned her gaze towards Yazd. Yazd chuckled helplessly. The association would not compel its members to divulge their technology and secrets. The essence of the Adventurers Association lies in a gathering of adventurers. If everything were to be mandated, it would not have reached its current stature. Very well, Mai said. Somewhat disappointed. Did you develop this kind of weapon? Blackstone Town could place an order. The pricing is negotiable. I'm afraid these are not of my creation, Wu Heng replied. Well, in that case, forget it. This weapon of yours possesses considerable lethality. I hope you take care to safeguard it and refrain from using it recklessly. Should any casualties occur, it could lead to trouble for you. Ma Yi's tone turned serious again, reminding him that the targets of such weapons are easily identifiable. Furthermore, within the city, it is well known that he possesses such weaponry. Should there be any fatalities or injuries, he will undoubtedly be the first person sought. Understood. I shall adhere to the rules. Observing the increasingly grave atmosphere in the room, Yazd continued, Very well, we merely need to ascertain the cause of those individuals' deaths. It suffices that it can be proven that your 4th squad was responsible for their demise. Indeed, Wu Heng nodded, rising to bid farewell to the 3 before departing the study. Adiluk and Kavina engaged in casual conversation. The Moira from the town hall inquired about my weaponry, but did not elaborate further. Wu Heng took a seat nearby. The association is not particularly concerned with such matters. One must maintain confidentiality regarding their own abilities and certain equipment. Adiluk continued, I comprehend, Captain. With that matter concluded, the focus shifted to the distribution of rewards following yesterday's events. Adiluk announced, this mission has allowed our squad to resolve a crisis in Blackstone Town, earning accolades from both the town hall and the steward, thereby increasing the bounty for this operation. Each member shall receive a piece of high-quality equipment as a reward. High-grade rewards indeed. Both Kavina and Wu Heng felt a rush of joy. Such caliber of rewards is rarely bestowed upon ordinary tasks, and to find it included in the rewards this time was quite remarkable. Seeing that his members were reasonably satisfied with the rewards, Odorluck revealed a smile, his gaze falling upon the coffee table before him. These were the spoils from yesterday's endeavor. According to the association's regulations, the kills were accomplished solely by their team, and thus the loot was to be distributed among them. Some common weapons and armor were converted directly into currency at the association, leaving the remainder displayed before him. The bounty was comprised of several items: weapons, armor, grenades, scrolls, and a few pouches filled with coins the size of a fist. Wu Heng's attention was first drawn to a staff adorned with silver patterns, resting atop the pile. He had scarcely noticed it at the time. It seemed to belong to the cloaked figure who commanded crows. Witch's Arrow Elm Silver Staff. Description: this staff grants the wielder the ability to cast Witch's Arrow while reducing the mental strain required for its use. A staff imbued with spells? Chapter 40, Level 4. The cloaked figure who controlled the crows was also a practitioner of magic. Yet, when Wu Heng approached, he did not witness any spells being cast. All he recalled was the crows rushing toward him, only to be dispatched by his flashlight. This staff differed from the one carried by the steward. The steward's staff was straight and could be leaned upon, whereas this staff was longer and curved, resembling a twisted root. Its design, however, was quite appealing, embellished with intricate patterns and silver accents. The remaining equipment included a longsword and 3 sets of leather armor, all of commendable style and craftsmanship, suitable for a mid-tier shop. The grenades were all toxic smoke grenades, and the scrolls included 2 blazing slash and 1 featherfall. The flame slash can bestow fiery attributes upon weapons, while the featherfall technique diminishes damage from falls from great heights. It remains uncertain from whom these items were procured. Wu Heng, assess your needs, uttered Atlok. Among the 8 members of the Divine Punishment sect, 7 were vanquished by Wu Heng himself. The final adversary appeared to have met his demise at the hands of Atlok's last sword strike, yet by that point, the opponent had already succumbed to Wu Heng's gunfire, resulting in the accrual of experience points. Atlok, uncertain of the circumstances, advanced to deliver a final blow. The identity of the killer seemed inconsequential. Atlok's concluding strike was equally commendable, albeit somewhat peculiar, given the majority of the kills were attributed to him. Nonetheless, the privilege of selecting the spoils was ultimately accorded to Wu Heng. I desire this staff. As for the leather armor, I wish to procure a set for Bassin. Wu Heng declared resolutely. Atlok had originally intended to reserve the staff for him, while the leather armor was indeed meant for Bassin. Throughout the numerous skirmishes, the armor had sustained considerable damage. Rather than sending it to the armorer for repairs, it would be more prudent to acquire a new set altogether. Very well. What about you, Kavina? Kavina selected a one-handed sword and a set of leather armor. The remaining leather armor and 2 scrolls were naturally left for Atlok. The scrolls held value comparable to that of the weapons, rendering the distribution among the 3 quite equitable. Subsequently, each individual received 3 vials of poison smoke, and the rewards alongside the proceeds from selling the loot were equally divided. Observing the weighty coin pouch, filled with sufficient silver coins to number in the thousands, each person's heart swelled with joy. Who could possibly disdain an abundance of wealth? Once the distribution of the spoils concluded, Atlok inquired further to claim the top-tier item rewards. Registration is required. Await my message, and we shall select our rewards together. Good. The 2 nodded. After casually discussing the development of their team, Wu Heng directly inquired, Captain, is it possible for me to transform the corpse of Bawu Dong into a skeleton through the association? Upon hearing this, both Odorluck and Kavina were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting to surprise as they regarded him. Bawu Dong was formidable enough to contend with an entire professional team. Should Wu Heng succeed in this transformation, such combat prowess would be directly bestowed upon him, especially when combined with the skeletal Bassin and that weapon, quite a terrifying prospect. This matter is rather complex, Odorluck remarked. Wu Heng is not like an ordinary professional. He is constrained by the regulations of Blackstone Town, having signed numerous agreements, even if the professional association were to consent. Without the approval of Blackstone Town, Wu Heng would be unable to legally acquire that corpse. Would Blackstone Town permit a necromancer to command such a powerful undead minion? If it were to happen, many would surely lose their sleep over it. What if I offered high-grade items as a reward? Is there any possibility in that regard? Wu Heng proposed an additional condition. This matter remains uncertain as well. I can speak to the steward and see what he has to say, Odorluck continued. Wu Heng nodded in agreement, realizing he had limited options. As he exited the professional association, Wu Heng continued to ponder the situation regarding the level 12 corpse. In hindsight, he mused that he should have shown more of the handgun, leaving a more favorable impression. Perhaps then, there would not have been such stringent scrutiny over the corpse. Yet, such thoughts were merely fleeting musings. Even the act of gifting a handgun to another may not genuinely facilitate the matter at hand. Steps must be taken as they come, for some circumstances lie beyond one's complete control. In the world overrun by the undead, outside the western gate, a cacophony of hurried footsteps resonated along the thoroughfare. Suddenly, a throng of zombies surged forth, their growls echoing ominously. Lance forward, quickly, Wu Heng commanded with urgency. These zombies seemed to spring forth from hiding. The skeletal warriors, armed with spears, sprang into action, forming the front line with their weapons poised ahead. With a swift motion, Wu Heng unleashed a technique known as grease, covering a 4-meter square area with a slippery substance. The leading zombies, caught unawares, lost their footing and fell backward before they could regain their stance. The horde behind them surged forward, causing a chain reaction of further falls. Wu Heng pointed his staff forward, conjuring a blue energy spear that hurtled toward the fray. With a resounding thud, it struck one of the zombies, generating a blue arc of electricity that subsequently struck 3 or 4 additional targets in close proximity. Taken aback by this spectacle, Heng noted the apparent lightning effect of this spell, feeling somewhat pleased. However, a single incantation did little to halt the relentless advance of the zombies. More of them trampled over their fallen comrades, pressing onward. With a loud crash, a zombie barreled into the ranks of skeletons, pushing those at the front back in disarray. The mingling of zombies and skeletons rendered any semblance of formation moot. Attack! Heng commanded decisively. The skeletons surged forth en masse, two waves colliding in the center, their strikes accompanied by the sounds of tearing and rending that filled the air. The skeletal hounds wove through the throngs, with the two swordsmen joining the fray. Amidst the fierce melee, the skeletal warriors began to gain the upper hand. A notification appeared. Your level has risen to level 4, with an increase of 1 in intelligence, 1 in constitution, and a slight enhancement in mental strength. The elevation to level 4 alleviated some of the pain in Heng's heart caused by the deaths of the skeletons. The augmentation of intelligence and constitution appeared to be exceedingly beneficial attributes. Corpses and shattered bones piled high, resembling a hellish landscape. The skeletal warriors, drenched in blood, returned to a state of readiness. Heng surveyed the surroundings, confirming there was no imminent danger, and continued, Basin, go check on the commercial district. Basin swiftly departed, sprinting into the distance. Remain on standby. Heng instructed the skeletons beside him, and then addressed Basin, lead me there. Basin guided him toward the forefront, ascending a small 2-story building where they could glimpse the commercial street below. However, the scene was enough to tighten Heng's heart. A vast horde of zombies aimlessly roamed the street, their blackened hair matted, and human flesh scattered across the ground. So many have perished? Chapter 41. Assembling the iron spear, the stench rose pungently into the air. Even from such a distance it was palpable. As the only commercial street in the district, it served as a central hub for the local residents to shop and socialize. While not everyone relished the idea of shopping, the concentration of stores here was undeniable. To procure any goods, one would have to venture to this area. Yet, was it truly necessary for such a multitude of zombies to gather? Were they celebrating some festivity? Or perhaps a gathering of sorts? No, this was not right. Even though this place is a shopping area, it should not be so densely populated. Perhaps it is due to the sound system. Heng daringly speculated. It is likely not that a virus outbreak has drawn so many people here, but rather that after the outbreak, the continuous playing of music and lively dance tunes in this street has attracted nearby zombies. Once the power eventually went out and the music ceased, the gathered zombies continued to wander in the vicinity, oblivious to their circumstances. Unsure of the validity of his conjecture, he sensed a significant likelihood of its truth. Returning to the skeletal ranks, GNE and GNR were directing the skeletons and clearing the battlefield. Bodies were heaped to one side, while discarded kitchen knives and fruit knives were collected for the next skeletons to utilize. The surroundings posed little danger. Heng's gaze shifted to the shops flanking either side. Restaurants, fruit shops, and bubble tea establishments proliferated, particularly as they neared the commercial street, with nearly the entire stretch dominated by these establishments. Yet, his attention was drawn to a shop named XINE Advertising. Judging by the name, it likely specialized in creating shop signs and advertisements. He instructed GNE, GNR, New E, and New Air to search the remaining shops with their respective skeletons, while he, accompanied by Basin and several skeletons, entered the advertising store. The central hall was spacious, its filthy ground cluttered with red banners and plastic advertising letters. Heng's gaze swept across the area and, against the wall, he discovered several metal pipes, approximately 3 to 4 meters in length. Were they iron pipes? Uncertain whether they were iron or steel, he estimated there to be over 20. Such straight metal pipes should prove to be of some utility. Venturing further, I meticulously examined the subsequent chambers and the upper levels of the shops, discovering an assortment of cutting and welding implements, rendered useless without electricity. I deemed them presently impractical. Assured that no further items of consequence remained, I commanded the skeletal entourage to convey the accumulated spoils outside, through the shattered portals of the storefront. The skeletal figures dutifully bore the iron pipes. The skeletal warriors, in their wake, brandished an assortment of scavenged culinary blades. The yield, regrettably, proved meager. The skeletal warriors hoisted the cadavers and proceeded in unison toward the residential enclave. After a period of juxtaposition, I procured adhesive tape and affixed a culinary blade to the distal extremity of an iron pipe, ensuring its immobility with several circumventions of wire. Upon meticulous examination, the resultant implement bore a striking resemblance to a manufactured pike. Sword 1, test its efficacy, I pronounced. Sword 1 approached, grasping the 5 to 6 meter iron pike. and executed a forward thrust. With a resounding thwack, the terminal culinary blade perforated the adjacent agglomeration of corpses. Upon extraction, a cascade of viscous, sanguine droplets ensued. The contrivance appeared serviceable. The culinary blade, commendably resilient, remained intact. Having scoured numerous edifices, I possessed an arsenal of several hundred culinary blades. Beyond iron pipes, wooden staves could be procured and integrated into similar makeshift pikes, ascertaining the viability of the concept. I instructed Sword 1. Employ this methodology to unite culinary blades and iron pipes. This endeavor shall occupy the 4 of you this eve. Of the skeletal cohort, only Sword 1, Sword 2, Crossbow 1, and Crossbow 2 possess sentience. The remaining skeletal automatons, while adept at offensive maneuvers and logistical tasks, lacked the capacity for intricate fabrication. Assembling the items seemed rather impractical, leaving it to Jenny and his companions. Jenny, comprehending the task at hand, began to gather daggers along with additional tape and wire for the assembly. Meanwhile, Wu Heng instructed Bassin to fetch a chair, positioning himself before the pile of corpses to cast the bone manipulation technique. The staff's effect was supposed to diminish the mental energy consumed during spellcasting. However, its impact felt negligible, leaving him uncertain of its efficacy. The bone manipulation was continuously unleashed, and one by one, skeletal figures rose, slowly moving into formation. In Blackstone Town, they proceeded directly to the weapon shop. Inside, 2 groups of customers occupied the space, while the owner and staff busily promoted the weapons displayed on the shelves. Upon noticing Wu Heng's entrance, the owner waved in greeting, gesturing for him to browse. After escorting the previous patrons out, the owner approached, wiping his hands on an apron. Inquiring about Wu Heng's intended purchases for the day. Aside from spears, do you have other polearm weapons? Wu Heng asked as he wandered through the shop. Indeed. Over here we have poleaxes and war hammers, both exhibiting considerable lethality, the owner responded, guiding him to the display case while introducing several weapons. Though these appeared commendable, they were not what Wu Heng sought. Do you have any long-handled weapons akin to a pitchfork? Please, show me. Certainly, follow me, the owner replied, leading him toward a corner. There, in a wooden barrel, rested a wooden shaft topped with 4 iron prongs. Is this what you mean? A pitchfork, typically used for handling hay. Wu Heng grasped it, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The pitchfork, a common agricultural tool, is well known and can be found in virtually every village. Indeed, it aligns with his own description. How many? Wu Heng inquired. So few? He continued, look, this is a weapon shop. Who in the city would purchase a pitchfork? This seemed reasonable. For the pitchfork is defined as a farming implement and should not be classified as a weapon. How much for the pitchfork? 55 copper. In comparison to weapons, the pitchfork is considerably more affordable. However, its effectiveness against zombies remains uncertain. I'll take them all, Wu Heng declared decisively. Very well, the shopkeeper replied with a smile, promptly descending to prepare the order. Shortly thereafter, he returned with 5 pitchforks. The quantity is indeed modest. Should you require more, we can certainly produce additional batches later. The shopkeeper added, not for now, we can discuss that later. After settling the payment, he and Bassin carried the pitchforks back to their dwelling. Once they arrived in the zombie world, Wu Heng picked up his iron sword and commenced his swordsmanship practice, despite the passage of several days. With the sword as a training partner and Otluck providing guidance and corrections, he had yet to unlock the mastery of swordsmanship, which was somewhat disheartening. After practicing until nightfall, Wu Heng retired to bed. The following day, in the zombie world, Wu Heng ascended to the rooftop and beheld a collection of iron pipes assembled into spears, totaling 22. The fruit knives affixed at the tips varied in length, yet the iron pipes were of uniform length, secured with wire. Overall, the arrangement appeared quite impressive. Selecting 22 skeletons, he commanded, lay down your weapons. The skeleton cast the kitchen knife from its grasp, standing still. Wu Heng extended the iron spear towards it, and the skeleton reached out, seizing the spear. Chapter 42, The Gold and Silver Workshop. One by one, the skeletons grasped the iron spears, their shoulders appearing to sag under the weight. Their movements somewhat labored. They attempted thrusting motions, which, despite their skeletal forms, were surprisingly fluid and devoid of significant issues. Subsequently, a few skeleton warriors picked up the pitchforks acquired the previous night. Only after confirming their ability to execute forward thrusts with the pitchforks did he feel a sense of relief. Fearing the skeletons might venture downstairs to tend to the weeds instead, there were 25 skeletons wielding wooden pole spears, 22 with iron-assembled spears, and 5 with pitchforks. Standing together, the spears created an impressive formation, resembling a phalanx. With the weaponry sorted, he retrieved the surrounding map for a glance. The original plan was to assault the commercial street directly, to plunder the nearby jewelry store and bank. However, after observing the situation there yesterday, he felt a twinge of hesitation. The number of zombies was rather daunting. A direct attack could pose significant danger. Careful planning was essential to devise a strategy that would minimize losses while capturing the commercial street. He recalled the existence of a gold and silver workshop nearby. Suddenly, Wu Heng remembered something. In a small alley outside the Western Market, there was a jewelry workshop. The older generation often took their gold and silver there to craft bracelets and rings, rendering it a long-standing establishment. Recently, however, business seemed to have dwindled, as the youth preferred ready-made jewelry. If the commercial street was off-limits, he would first explore this option. Once resolved, he commanded the skeletons to follow him. With a clatter, the skeletons sprang into action, descending the stairs alongside him. To the west, they traversed a narrow alleyway leading through the marketplace, then continued down another passage of the commercial street. After clearing the nearby zombies, Wu Heng began to organize the skeletons into formation. The spear-wielding skeletons took the lead, followed by rows of skeleton warriors brandishing their lances. The long spears pointed forward, creating a formidable wall of sharp points. Once preparations were nearly complete, Wu Heng instructed, "Basin, lure the zombies from ahead." Basin squeezed through the crowd and darted forward. Soon, he reappeared in view, pursued by dozens of snarling zombies, claws bared. As he approached the skeleton formation, Basin sidestepped the long spears and slipped into the rear of the skeleton ranks. The zombies behind him, however, crashed directly into the skeleton's lances. The dense array of spears impaled the zombies, eliciting a chorus of anguished cries. The skeleton warriors incessantly retracted and thrust their spears, repeating the simple motion. The zombies at the front were relentlessly pushed by those behind them, forcing them to collide with the layers of lances until they met their demise. In the back, the crossbowmen occasionally loosed a bolt or two, eliminating some of the zombies that had intruded into the ranks. Experience gained. 4. Summon, Skeleton Warrior, Experience. 3. Summon, Skeleton Warrior, Experience. 3. Summon, Skeleton Warrior, level increased to 3, Constitution, 1. Notifications continued to appear, augmenting the experience gained from slaying. Upon reaching level 4, Wu Heng found that the experience gained from slaying zombies had diminished to a mere 4 points, rendering the advancement increasingly sluggish. Meanwhile, some skeletal warriors had also ascended in rank during the fray, consecutively achieving level 3. The battle raged on, accompanied by the cacophony of roars and clashes, attracting a relentless tide of zombies that surged forth in waves, their numbers ever increasing. Positioned at the heart of his team, Wu Heng observed the tumultuous skirmish ahead. Suddenly, the window on the 3rd floor to his side shattered, and amidst the cascading glass, 3 dark silhouettes lunged downward. Wu Heng raised his staff, unleashing a blue, magic arrow that struck the first shadow with unerring precision, sending arcs of electricity that subsequently struck the other 2 figures as well. The shadowy forms convulsed in midair before plummeting straight down with a resounding thud. A few skeletal hounds were the first to respond, darting forward to seize the fallen shadows, sinking their teeth into the intruders as they thrashed about. Amidst a chorus of sharp squeals and desperate struggles, silence eventually enveloped the scene. Wu Heng approached to inspect the trio of assailants that had attempted to ambush them amidst the chaos. To his surprise, he discovered 3 sizable black rats, their glossy fur gleaming under the light, and their dimensions nearly comparable to that of an adult cat. Were they not aberrant creatures? Wu Heng pondered, intrigued. The rats before him, while not grotesquely deformed, retained their rodent form, yet their elongated incisors dripped with remnants of zombie flesh. Although they still resembled ordinary rats, they had evidently been affected, growing larger and exhibiting a pronounced aggressiveness. Their propensity to attack humans was indeed a troubling omen. If these rats were merely the result of zombie-induced mutations, it might still have been manageable. If one were to retain the original characteristics of a species while undergoing an evolution-like transformation, it would indeed be rather terrifying. Given the rapid reproductive rate of mice, they could swiftly amass and assault any living creature. Observing the mice, it was evident that the battle ahead had already concluded. The zombies had been completely vanquished, and the skeletal warriors had resumed their standby status. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Heng decided to employ the bone control technique on the mice sprawled on the ground. Flesh and blood began to peel away, revealing skeletal mice emerging from the remnants. This skeleton mouse, level 1, was rated merely at level 1. Within the hollow framework, there was no manifestation of a soul flame. Brandishing a short spear, he rummaged through the area where the mice's flesh had fallen. Yet he found no semblance of a corpse core. Undeterred, he cast the bone control technique on 2 more mice, resulting in the appearance of skeletal mice once again. But still no corpse cores were discovered. It appeared that these mice lacked such entities. After a brief period of rest, Wu Heng led his skeletal entourage onward towards their destination, the Fu Heng Silver Shop, a modest establishment, less than 30 square meters in size. Inside, there was only a single display case at the front, housing a few gold and silver bracelets and rings, a meager assortment, haphazardly piled together. Nonetheless, it was a modest windfall. Opening the counter, he began to extract the bracelets and rings, stowing them into his backpack, without even considering selling the jewelry. The gold from these few bracelets alone represented a significant fortune. Upon reaching Blackstone Town, even if he were to do nothing, he could comfortably live for a considerable portion of his life in the crowded district as an ordinary citizen. Furthermore, he could procure more weapons and equipment for his skeletal companions, with only the lack of a substantial reason for large-scale weapon purchases holding him back. The jewelry in the display case has been packed, and I continue my search within the shop. Surely, there must be more to discover. After all, this is a venerable establishment. Upon entering the back room, I discovered a safe beneath the desk. Using a bronze key, I unlocked it, revealing a collection of gold and silver jewelry sealed in plastic. The quantity far exceeded that of what was displayed on the counter. It seems I was right to come here. I immediately began to fill my backpack. Just as I was extracting piece after piece and stuffing them into my bag, a sudden, youthful voice echoed from behind me. "Uncle, what are you doing here?" I was momentarily taken aback, followed by an unsettling chill creeping down my spine. The hairs on my neck standing on end. Chapter 43, The Ghostly Child, Seeking Continuation. The abrupt voice sent a wave of icy dread surging to my head. This was not Haishi Town, nor was it a place where one would expect to hear voices in a gold shop. Without a moment's hesitation, I rolled away from the precious metals in hand, swiftly maneuvering towards the door. As I rolled, I cast a glance towards the source of the voice. In the interior of the room stood a nearly transparent little girl, gazing at me with interest. After I completed my roll, she clapped her hands in delight. A specter. Much like the infant spirit I encountered in the mining village, this little girl was also a soul, a remnant of a person who had passed on. Her form was even more translucent, as if she were on the verge of vanishing entirely. Had I known I would encounter spirits in this world, I would have inquired in detail about how to deal with such entities. Wu Heng was astonished to discover that ghosts existed in this world. Meanwhile, Basin and the skeletal warrior, brandishing their weapons, charged towards the specter. With a swift strike, they aimed to cleave through the ethereal form. Startled, the ghostly girl recoiled and vanished, seamlessly passing through the wall behind her. Had she left? Before Wu Heng could relax, the girl's head appeared from the upper corner of the wall, her large, dark eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed in their direction. "Why are you trying to hurt me?" She pouted, her tone laced with indignation. The ability to speak and her willingness to communicate. What an unusual circumstance this was. "Stand by," Wu Heng commanded decisively. The advancing skeletal figures halted, maintaining their poised stance. The ghostly girl, cautiously floating down, landed on the ground and inquired with curiosity, "Uncle, what are you doing here?" According to Captain Autoluck, children of this spectral nature could be quite troublesome. Due to their limited exposure to society, they often lacked a proper sense of right and wrong, leading them to act based on whim. The ghostly infant from the mining village was a case in point, proving difficult to manage. "This is my family shop," the little girl declared, hands clasped behind her back. Wu Heng felt entirely at a loss. "Oh, I see. It belongs to you. I had no idea." "That's all right," she reassured him. "Those people outside have gone mad, biting anyone they see. We can't open the shop now. Once things settle down, I'll ask my grandfather to open a new one closer to the zoo." The girl paced back and forth, hands still behind her back. "You still have a grandfather?" The young girl took a small step, looking up at him with a hint of confusion. With grandfather, there was father, and ultimately, there was me. "Uncle, are you unaware of this?" "Oh, I see. But where is your grandfather?" Wu Heng inquired, shifting his approach. "At home," the girl replied, her gaze flickering to the backpack that had fallen to the ground. She continued, "Uncle, do you truly require this gold?" Wu Heng glanced at the gold and silver jewelry within the backpack and nodded. After a moment of contemplation, the girl proposed, "How about we make a wager?" "A wager? What kind?" The apparition before him was strikingly different from the ghostly infant he had encountered previously. This one appeared entirely normal, articulating her thoughts with clarity and devoid of any malice, resembling a human in every respect. I possess some gold at home, belonging to my grandfather. I will give it to you if you deliver food to my grandfather and father. What do you say? The girl's eyes widened as she spoke. It dawned on him that her intention was to have him bring provisions to her family. Yet, it raised a poignant question. If both her grandfather and father were alive, how had she met her demise? The plight of this girl was indeed tragic. Yet, in this post-apocalyptic world, who could claim to be in a better situation? Do you mean to suggest a trade or exchange? He asked. Yes, precisely, a trade. My home is not far, just a few steps away, she declared, hands on her hips. In truth, food was not a scarcity for him. A mere scavenging expedition would yield enough sustenance to last him a considerable time. Engaging in a trade with the girl or aiding the survivors posed no significant burden. Moreover, according to the young girl, this establishment was opened by her grandfather, who possessed the skills of a jeweler, qualifying him as an artisan. Perhaps there would be an opportunity to utilize this knowledge in the future. Assisting her would not be a loss. As she mentioned, possessing gold would not be a disadvantage. Where are they? Wu Heng inquired. Just behind. I can lead you there. The girl responded cheerfully. Very well, let us proceed. Thank you, uncle, she exclaimed joyfully, twirling in the air. Please wait a moment. I shall step outside to search for some food, Wu Heng continued. All right. He gathered the remaining gold and silver from the safe, picked up his backpack, and exited the shop. This should suffice for their sustenance. Furthermore, he had nearly cleared the nearby area of zombies. With a bit of caution, they could venture out to scavenge for food and maintain a semblance of normalcy. Had Wu Heng not commanded to remain on standby, the skeletons might have swung their kitchen knives in excitement. Let us go. Where is your home? Wu Heng asked. Just behind. I will take you there, the girl replied, plunging into the wall and vanishing from sight. What on earth? Wu Heng exclaimed, pushing open a nearby window to the departing spirit. I cannot pass through walls. After turning down a street, Wu Heng, accompanied by his skeleton army, followed the girl into the community. The wandering zombies, upon seeing the sudden appearance of the skeletal brigade, erupted with excited roars and charged toward them. Spears forward, Wu Heng commanded. The spear-wielding skeletons positioned their weapons ahead, readying themselves for battle. The sound of flesh being pierced resonated as hordes of zombies collided with the spears. Amidst the chaos of battle, a path was cleared. And then the skeletal hounds leaped over the pile of bones, dispatching several sluggish zombies. Silence enveloped the surroundings once more. My residence is located on the second floor. The young girl pointed towards the building ahead. After the skeletons cleared the corridor, she ascended to the second floor. Following her cue, I entered the electronic lock code and stepped into the room. The dimly lit living room had tightly shut windows, and the air was thick with the stench of decay. Wu Heng frowned. This place hardly resembled a dwelling of the living. Before he could voice his inquiry, a ghostly voice rang out. Grandpa, Dad, I brought you some food. With a resounding thud, the entrance door slammed shut. A growl echoed from the direction of the bedroom. Chapter 44. New members and rewards. Two zombies emerged from the bedroom, one appearing as an elderly man and the other as a middle-aged individual. Wu Heng glanced at the floating ghost, noticing that the young girl had swiftly darted through the wall, having been misled by a little specter. Observing the approaching zombies, Wu Heng nonchalantly cast a witch's arrow, the azure energy spear striking its mark, causing the zombie to shudder slightly. He then turned and opened the door behind him, stepping aside to allow for an assault. The remaining skeletal warriors in the corridor charged into the living room, discarding their burdens of rice, flour, and oil, and brandishing kitchen knives as they lunged forward. The zombies were immediately knocked to the ground, and countless knives descended upon them, resulting in their swift demise. Experience gained. 4. Summon, skeleton warrior, experience gained. 3. Experience gained. 4. Summon, skeleton warrior, experience gained. 3. Experience manifested as two zombies fell lifeless. The living room succumbed to silence, and the skeleton warriors resumed their standby positions. Wu Heng opened the door and glanced into the corridor, yet the little specter was nowhere in sight. It seemed it had fled in fear. He had never considered that having slaughtered his way to this point, two mere zombies could possibly pose a threat to him. After confirming the absence of zombies in the room, Wu Heng began to explore his surroundings. It was evident that this family's living conditions were quite commendable. The furnishings and decor were of a high standard for the neighborhood. As Wu Heng rummaged through the place, he stumbled upon a safe in the study. Utilizing a bronze key, he unlocked it. The safe was compartmentalized into 3 tiers. The top layer contained permits, various qualifications, and contracts. The middle layer was neatly arranged with gold bars and some pieces of jewelry. The bottom layer held cash, paper certificates, and bank cards. Gazing at the gold, Wu Heng found himself at a loss for words. The young girl had not entirely deceived him. Indeed, there was a considerable amount of gold within the household. The 2 skeletons slowly rose, rejoining the ranks. They lifted the unconverted corpses and made their way towards the building where he resided. The community he had traversed several times felt increasingly secure. Wu Heng continued to cast necromantic command upon the bodies. It was a monotonous endeavor. Blackstone Town. The Practitioners Association. Following the recent incident involving the Divine Punishment cult, the entire association hall was under renovation in multiple areas. Even in the open spaces, one can discern the scars of swords and the marks of bullets. Let Bassin retire to the lounge while Mr. Wu Heng proceeds directly to the front desk. "How may I assist you, Mr. Wu Heng?" The staff member inquired with a smile. "Could you please check if the last commission I posted has been completed?" "It pertains to the antidote," Wu Heng replied. "The commission for the detoxifying potion has been pending for several days now. I provided the materials and the formula, so it should not have taken this long." The staff member nodded and began to peruse the records in hand. After a moment, he affirmed, "It has been crafted. I shall retrieve it for you." Shortly thereafter, the staff member returned, holding a wooden box. Upon opening it, 3 bottles of the requested potion were revealed. "This is the potion from your commission. All 3 bottles have been completed. Special detoxifying potion. Description: a potion crafted to counter specific toxins." After confirming the details of the items, Wu Heng nodded in gratitude. Securing the potions before beckoning to the skeleton, Bassin, and making his way towards the resting area. It had been several days since his last visit, and he felt it was necessary to show his face. As he traversed the corridor and entered the lounge, he found the team leader, Autoluck, and Kavina present, along with a little girl with short brown hair seated on the sofa. "You've arrived at just the right time. Allow me to introduce our new member, Yuli, who is a druid." He then turned to the young girl on the sofa and added, "This is Wu Heng, our team's necromancer." "A druid? The one who can transform into bears or wolves?" Wu Heng turned his gaze back to her, intrigued. The young girl was petite, with a delicate stature and a sun-kissed complexion, not very old. Her shoulder-length brown hair was slightly curled, giving it a voluminous appearance. She was clad in leather armor adorned with patterns reminiscent of crescent moons, branches, and spiraled leaves. "Hello, Yuli." Wu Heng greeted her warmly. "Humph." Yuli huffed in response, turning her head away with an air of disinterest. What is wrong with her today? It seemed the girl harbored some discontent towards him. Noticing her unfriendly demeanor, Wu Heng chose to remain silent. He took a seat nearby and inquired, "Captain, how's Kavina's condition?" "She's fine," replied Overlord. Kavina stretched her arms, revealing a smile. "It's not as severe as the captain's wounds. A few days of rest will suffice." This exemplified the distinction between the front line and the back line. The frontliners were mostly injured. Even the skeletal basin had suffered a broken rib. Meanwhile, Wu Heng had sustained minimal injuries while dealing considerable damage during the battle, having claimed the most kills. Of course, credit also went to the trio who had occupied the Elder of the Punishing Church. Otherwise, his situation might have been far worse. However, the physical prowess of professionals in this world was indeed remarkable. Such serious injuries appeared almost trivial. "Captain, has there been any progress regarding the Punishing Church?" Wu Heng continued. Overlord responded, "The association is still investigating the purpose of the Elder's visit to Blackstone Town, as well as the reasons behind the severe misinformation that led to the main forces being lured out of the city. This is no trifling matter. It can be deemed an intelligence error, or perhaps a misjudgment on the part of the leader. There must be someone to take the blame, otherwise it would be untenable." Wu Heng nodded in understanding, while Overlord continued, "However, the superior rewards for our squad have arrived. Since you are here today, let us choose." "Ah, splendid." He sequentially placed the items on the table and continued, "After discussions with the steward in Blackstone Town, we have recorded a level 3 merit, which has already been reported to the headquarters of the association. With this record, as long as you achieve level 8 or higher, the worst-case scenario will see you assigned as a squad leader in a branch." Level 3 merit? Wu Heng was momentarily taken aback, but then quickly grasped the implications. Within the association's framework, aside from maintaining records, there exists the concept of merit. Generally, commission tasks offer monetary and item rewards. but only those who have made special contributions or prevented significant incidents are honored with recorded merit. As Overlord had mentioned, with this merit noted in the records, achieving the rank of squad leader becomes a feasible prospect, provided one's level and strength are adequate. In larger cities, there is no shortage of high-level professionals. Yet most remain mere squad members, hindered by their lack of merit. Naturally, this had little impact on Wu Heng. Having it was advantageous, but lacking it was inconsequential. Elevating oneself took precedence. Kavina also displayed a delighted smile. Subsequently, Overlord laid out the rewards on the table. These were the superior item rewards provided, from which the three of us could each select one. There were a total of 7 rewards, arranged in a line. The first item is a wooden branch bracelet, intricately adorned with delicate patterns. To describe them merely as patterns would be an understatement. They are more aptly represented as symbols. This bracelet, engraved with natural formations, possesses the capability to heal one's wounds, usable twice daily, akin to the effects of an ordinary healing potion, as elucidated by Overlord. Chapter 45. Enigmatic Objects, Artifacts with Healing Properties. This item belongs to the same category as a staff, capable of unleashing its inherent abilities. While the efficacy of a standard healing potion may diminish for higher-level practitioners, it suffices for those of their rank. Previously, when injured, he had resorted to minor healing potions, which proved quite effective. Wu Heng approached to examine it closely. Oak Branch Natural Bracelet. Description: the bracelet grants the user 2 uses of healing ability. The system also provided a notification, mirroring the functionality described by Overlord, albeit with less elaboration. However, one might ponder the practicality of consuming potions when one could simply employ such rewards. Noticing the silence between the two, Overlord proceeded with his exposition. The second item is a Firestone Gauntlet, which imbues punches with explosive effects. Though its drawback is evident, it poses a risk of injuring one's own fingers. Who, one might wonder, is the genius behind such a design? Unperturbed by their expressions, Overlord continued with his presentation. The next item is a hunting ring, which enhances precision. The third item is a ring that appears to be crafted from polished bone. Hunting Mask. Description: the mask bestows the wearer with an unparalleled ability to accurately lock onto targets. Overlord gazed once more at the fourth item. It was a raven-beaked mask crafted from black leather, reminiscent of those worn by medieval physicians, featuring an elongated snout and 2 circular glass lenses at the eye sockets. This peculiar artifact, known as the Shaman's Mask, has the ability to filter out the majority of toxic gases. However, it bears a significant drawback. Wearing the mask may expose the user to new viruses. Those with low vitality should refrain from choosing this item. What a strange thing, a toxic gas mask. Shaman's Mask Artifact. Effect: when worn, it can filter out most toxic gases in the air. However, if vitality is below 20, there is a chance of contracting a virus or plague. Description: a gas mask that retains the remnants of ancient toxins. Captain, what is an artifact? In essence, magical items are human-made, while artifacts are formed under unique environmental conditions. Both possess special effects, yet the formation of artifacts is uncontrollable and often comes with adverse consequences. The raven-beaked mask before us has the negative effect that if your vitality is insufficient, the external toxins won't poison you, but the mask's own toxins will. After a moment of contemplation, Overlord added, the effects of artifacts are difficult to replicate, and based on their value, artifacts hold a higher worth in the market. Many people collect them as prized possessions. Understood. Yet, Wu Heng remains skeptical about this mask. Gas masks, in the contemporary world, are indeed mass-produced items. While one may not necessarily acquire military-grade variants, it should not prove arduous to find some standard models. Moreover, no notable toxins have been discovered, rendering such an item of little value to oneself. Subsequently, Overlord introduced several remaining items, each possessing unique effects. However, the only extraordinary object was the mask. After a brief exchange of courtesies among the three, Overlord selected a piece of armor that enhanced defense. Wu Heng opted for the hunting ring, while Kavina chose the sole extraordinary item, the Shaman's Mask. Perhaps feeling that nothing else suited her, she deemed it more prudent to acquire the most expensive item, with the intention of later trading it for something more useful. Once the items were chosen, the trio felt reasonably satisfied. Only the newly joined Yuli, munching on potato chips, observed the selection process in silence, her crunching the only sound. Wu Heng, breaking the silence, inquired, Captain, is there hope for the matter I mentioned? Yuli, tilting her head with an air of disdain, paused her snacking to lend an ear. Overlord, aware of Wu Heng's query, Continued. As of now, there is no definitive outcome. Let us wait a few more days to assess the situation. Oh, Wu Heng pondered for a moment before asking, Captain, how should one typically deal with the specters we encountered in the mining village? The other three turned their gazes toward him, their eyes seemingly conveying a silent judgment. Why would a necromancer inquire about dealing with specters? Nevertheless, he shrugged it off, thinking it merely a casual conversation to expand his knowledge. Kavina initiated the conversation, stating that the energy released upon casting magic exerts an influence on the soul. Ghosts possess the ability to traverse walls, rendering physical attacks largely ineffective against them. Conversely, magic proves to be significantly more efficacious. At this juncture, Otluk interjected, explaining that necromancers cultivate spirits to serve as their minions, which typically do not manifest independently. He paused momentarily before adding that the slaughter of living beings to transform their souls is a grave matter in any kingdom or organization. Oh, I see. It merely brings to mind the incident in the mining village. I was just inquiring casually. Wu Heng lifted his teacup and poured himself some water, then continued. I wish to acquire some skill books and equipment. Aside from exchanging rewards from commissions, are there any other means to procure them? There are not many options. The association disallows the purchase of rewards with money, as it diminishes the motivation of others to accept commissions. Otluk reflected before continuing, if one has needs, they can apply to the association or post a commission seeking to purchase, and see if anyone is willing to exchange. While posting a commission for purchase is indeed a viable method, I currently find myself uncertain about what I wish to acquire. The conversation then shifted to matters concerning the team. Presently, the team comprises 4 members, and once Otluk and Kavina have sufficiently recovered, they plan to undertake some ordinary commissions to earn money while honing their teamwork. Although the prospect of earning money holds little allure for Wu Heng, who had recently plundered a gold shop, participation in the team's activities is essential. After all, the atmosphere within the group appears quite pleasant at this moment. After resolving the matters of the evening meal, I was about to take out the core of the corpse to consume it when a sudden knock echoed through the air. Almost immediately, a girl's voice followed, calling out, Wu Heng, are you home? My aunt is looking for you. Upon opening the door, Wu Heng was greeted by the sight of Yuli, who stood at the threshold with her arms crossed. Having only recently met this young girl, he was puzzled as to how she had found her way to his home. Who is your aunt? He inquired. Of course, it's your vice steward, Yuli replied, her tone tinged with pride. Ah, Slither, I see now. No wonder you share the same hair color. Wu Heng realized that this little girl had entered through the back door, explaining her bold demeanor. The vice steward is looking for me? He asked. Yes, she's waiting outside, Yuli affirmed. Stepping out of the crowded area, they made their way to the main road, where a carriage awaited them at the side. Upon entering, Wu Heng found the mature and alluring Slither seated across from him. Without waiting for Wu Heng to ask, Slither lightly tapped the carriage wall and declared, Let us go. The carriage began to move slowly, heading towards the western part of the city. Inside, a delicate fragrance enveloped the air, contrasting sharply with the presence of Yuli beside him. At their feet lay a golden leopard, lazily yawning before glancing their way and then closing its eyes once more. As the carriage continued its gentle journey, Wu Heng, filled with curiosity, turned to Slither and asked, Madam Slither, where are we headed? Slither bent down beneath the wooden bench to retrieve a new wine glass, filling it with fruit wine. She casually remarked, Are you afraid that we 2 women might whisk you away? Well, one must at least know the destination. In the town of Blackstone. He felt no apprehension regarding the potential actions of others that might be detrimental to him. However, one must understand the implications of relinquishing complete control to a woman. Such a course of action is not prudent. Wu Heng continued to observe the other party, perplexed by her intentions. The carriage ambled along the road, swaying gently. Slater inquired, I heard from Lily that you are seeking a way to procure some items or skill books. Wu Heng cast a glance at the curly-haired girl across from him, who was struggling to pull a drowsy golden leopard into her embrace, her body elongated in the process. Well, during our casual conversation, I asked about it. Generally, there are 2 avenues to acquire skill books and items. Commission tasks from the Adventurers Guild, various merchant channels, and Slater took a delicate sip of fruit wine and continued, and some underground markets, commonly referred to as the black market. The black market? Is there truly such a place in Blackstone? Wu Heng pondered. If one could not find what they desired in the open market, or if something needed to be disposed of discreetly, the black market would indeed be the optimal solution. Wu Heng furrowed his brow as he regarded her. Forming an alliance with a whisperer might yield some unexpected intelligence. But does Blackstone turn a blind eye to this? Certainly not. Such places are not entirely open to the public, and few ever gain access. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Heng felt it might be worthwhile to explore. So, how does one access this black market? Slater took another sip of her drink and replied, those places are inaccessible to outsiders. Tomorrow, I will take Lily to have a look, and if you wish to join, you are welcome to accompany us. Wu Heng pondered for a moment, and after confirming that the other party had no reason to deceive him, he nodded slightly. Slater revealed a smile, reminding him to rise early the next day and not to forget his money, as he would not be responsible for covering the expenses. Shortly thereafter, the carriage slowed its pace. Through the gaps in the curtain, they could see that the carriage had halted in front of a fabric shop. Madam, I have procured the items you requested. At the bustling intersection, Wu Heng and Basson disembarked, and the carriage gradually moved away. Wu Heng glanced at the retreating vehicle as he made his way back to his residence. Conducting discussions within the carriage appeared to be quite convenient. Meanwhile, aboard the departing carriage, Yuli clutched the foreleg of a snow leopard, muttering, "Humph, that hideous necromancer." Slater shot her an irritated glance and continued, "You are all newcomers. And since you are on the same team, it should be relatively easy to get along." "Me? With a necromancer? What is there to get along about?" Yuli exclaimed, her eyes wide as she pointed at herself. Slater smiled and replied, "Then you can assist me in gathering intelligence. Are you so curious about him? He's just an ordinary person, isn't he?" Yuli inquired, intrigued. "Indeed," Slater affirmed with a nod, reclining on the wooden couch and lapsing into silence. Accompanying Slater on this excursion was not without its merits. At the very least, he had gained knowledge of a location, the black market, a realm with fewer constraints, where one need not fear leaving traces behind. This was precisely what he required. As twilight descended, and after confirming that no one else would approach, he once again retrieved the corpse core along with the acquired potion. After disinfecting the corpse nucleus with white liquor, he swallowed it directly. Physique 1. Agility 2. The nucleus dissolved within his abdomen, and the system prompt swiftly followed, igniting a flicker of joy in Wu Heng's heart. Indeed, it could be utilized repeatedly. In this distorted world of zombies, the aberrant undead truly became a hunting ground for attribute extraction. He contemplated this as the burning sensation wrought by the virus surged anew from his abdomen, rapidly spreading throughout his body. Having learned from his previous experience, he remained calm and promptly seized a nearby potion, uncorked it, and drank it down. The searing sensation gradually subsided, and the symptoms of poisoning began to fade. After a while, all signs of affliction vanished completely. Nevertheless, Wu Heng found himself drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. It was no trivial endeavor. While his attributes had indeed enhanced, the pain inflicted upon his body was undeniably excruciating, not the mere discomfort of flesh wounds, but rather a torment akin to the tearing of marrow cells from within. After approximately half an hour of recovery, Wu Heng proceeded to open the second nucleus. Adhering to the same procedure as before, he disinfected it with white liquor and swallowed it down. Strength 2, Agility 2, the attribute prompt appeared once more, and Wu Heng immediately opened the potion to drink again. After resting for another half hour, he continued with the third corpse nucleus. Stamina 2, Agility 2, he consumed the potion once more. After ingesting all three nuclei, Wu Heng sensed that his body had reached its limits. Although no prompt had appeared, he could distinctly feel the toll that these consecutive intakes had exacted on his physical form. It appears that the corpse nucleus cannot be used continuously. A certain period is required for the body to recuperate. He opened the attributes panel. Name: Wu Heng. Class: Necromancer. Level: 4876-6500. Attributes: Strength 12, Agility 19, Constitution 19, Intelligence 17, Perception 10, Charisma 13. Specialization: Spear Mastery, Novice. Skills: Bone Control, Acid Splash, Grease Technique, Light Dance. Observing his attributes, Wu Heng furrowed his brow. The repeated consumption of the corpse nucleus had elevated his agility and constitution, rendering them his highest attributes. For a mage, it was rather surprising that these two surpassed his intelligence. Stripping off his shirt before the mirror, he discovered a torso brimming with muscular definition, particularly in his abdominal and pectoral muscles. "I have abs now," he mused, caressing his midsection. Not only was his physique impressive, but his attributes were also on par with those of melee classes of the same level. This was indeed fortuitous, as it would enhance his chances of survival. After admiring his form for a while, he prepared to rest on his bed. Even after taking a potion, he still felt fatigued. Thus, He decided to postpone his sword training for the day. The following morning, after breakfast, Heng made his way directly to the zombie realm. As he ascended to the rooftop, he beheld a ghostly figure resembling a little girl, floating in the air and incessantly chattering. Meanwhile, the numerous skeletons that had been stationed on the rooftop brandished kitchen knives and followed the ghost around aimlessly. Why has it come here? Heng was taken aback by the audacity of the specter. As I drew closer, I could hear the mournful voice of the spirit resonating through the air. Grandfather, father, please don't move. I can't find you. The number of skeletons had swelled to nearly 700. On the rooftop, the pursuit of the spirit had descended into chaos. Fortunately, the edge of the rooftop was guarded. Otherwise, a considerable number would have tumbled directly down. Heng, gripping his wooden staff, quickened his pace. Just as he intended to cast a spell, the young spirit, as if encountering a monstrous entity, let out a cry and darted into the adjacent building, vanishing from sight. Heng immediately commanded the skeletons to stand by, remain in place. Chapter 47. The spirit upon issuing the standby command, the disordered skeletons halted, standing frozen in place. He hurried to the edge and peered down, confirming that no skeletons had fallen due to the crowding. He let out a slight sigh of relief. This spirit was indeed troublesome, having followed them here. Thankfully, no harm had been done. He inquired about the situation from Jian, but communication proved futile, yielding no information. All he discerned was that the spirit had appeared suddenly the previous night but had not exhibited any overt malice. After ensuring everything was in order, Heng descended to the side of the untransformed corpse and commenced the incantation for bone control. The necromantic spell took effect, and a pale skeleton rose from the ground. Jian passed a kitchen knife to the newly animated skeleton, which then moved into the rear of the skeleton formation. As one skeleton after another stood upright, the spirit peeked out from behind a nearby wall, curiously observing him. So, you dare to cause trouble again? Heng raised his staff to intimidate her. Uncle, I am not here to cause trouble. The specter shrank its neck slightly but remained rooted in place. Then what brings you here? According to the tales from Blackstone Town, it is exceedingly difficult for a specter to take form, and even when it does, it cannot persist for long. The specter before me, wandering freely in broad daylight, appeared almost entirely translucent, suggesting its existence might be fleeting. Uncle, are you the king of hell? Heng did not comprehend the meaning behind her words. The young girl seamlessly emerged from the wall, kneeling obediently on the ground, and implored, Uncle, could you release my grandfather and father? Heng glanced at the skeletal figures behind him, now unable to discern which among them were her grandfather and father. Your grandfather and father have already passed away. I know, but can you bring them back to life? The girl persisted. Heng furrowed his brow, beginning to grasp her intent, but replied, I cannot do that. Then why did you kill them? You could have waited for a doctor to save them. The girl sobbed, yet no tears would fall. Was it not you who deceived me? I am sorry. What exactly do you wish to achieve? If you continue to disturb me, I shall have to strike you. Heng threatened. The girl hesitated for a moment before continuing, Uncle, will you allow my grandfather and father to be reincarnated? They were merely too hungry. They never harmed anyone. Goodness, why is this child so persistent? After some contemplation, she finally spoke. They have already been reincarnated into a well-off family, and they will surely lead a prosperous life. But what about me? Can I follow them? The young girl immediately inquired. Heng shook his head, suggesting that perhaps there would be another opportunity in the future. The girl appeared somewhat disheartened, yet it seemed as though she had unraveled a knot in her heart. She stood up and twirled gracefully in the air. After a moment, she continued, Then, Uncle Yin Wang, may I stay by your side? I feel so at ease when I am near you, especially when you transform them into skeletons. Having experienced 2 spectral incidents, it seemed that the necromancer possessed a unique allure for spirits. The ghostly infant from the mining village, upon its first appearance, had perched upon his shoulder, showing no interest in others, but rather a willingness to draw close to him. Follow me. Are you trying to deceive me again? I refuse to be fooled a second time. I have already apologized and promised never to deceive you again. I implore you, Uncle, with my grandfather and father gone, I feel quite lonely and a little scared. The spirit circled above him. Heng observed the ghostly figure swirling in the air and suddenly recalled the captain's words. A necromancer could command spirits to serve them, and this young girl seemed to be a suitable candidate. Then you must obey my commands from now on. Very well. I promise to heed your words. The spirit readily agreed. Now come down. The spirit obediently descended, though there was a glimmer of wariness in her eyes, as if fearing a sudden strike against her. Heng endeavored to envelop the other party with his mental power. However, his attempt to leave a soul mark was thwarted. In an instant, the mental energy that had encased the other was repelled. Casting a glance at the slightly anxious young girl before him, he reassured her, "Do not fret. Relax a little." The girl, though not fully comprehending, nodded in agreement. Heng once again released his mental energy, this time with a more relaxed demeanor. Subsequently, it seemed he left a fragment of his own soul mark within the girl's spiritual essence. To his delight, the contract with the soul was successful. He promptly examined the attributes of the newly acquired Spectre. Spectre, level 20300, attributes, agility 14, constitution 10, intelligence 8, perception 12, charisma 12. Abilities, invisibility, ethereal movement, telekinetic push, invisibility. The haunting specter can render its ethereal form completely undetectable. Ethereal movement, entering an incorporeal state allows passage through other beings and objects. Telekinetic push, the ability to influence objects within a designated range using mental force. Before him floated the diminutive specter, possessing only level 2 with no offensive capabilities. Its ability of invisibility enabled it to achieve complete concealment. The ethereal movement allowed for escapades through walls, while telekinetic push appeared to be a promising skill. Contemplating the girl before him, he felt a surge of thought. The girl's spectral form transformed into a shimmering light and seamlessly merged into his being. Simultaneously, he sensed the emergence of a unique, independent consciousness within his own, yet intrinsically connected. The necromantic power within her was instinctively converging towards this consciousness, nourishing the already feeble soul. Indeed, success was achieved. A sudden stirring in her heart, and the young girl's spirit reappeared, her wide eyes filled with astonishment as she beheld the scene. "Uncle, I feel somewhat different now." The girl's form had solidified considerably compared to before, no longer resembling something that could dissipate at any moment. "Well, from now on, you may accompany me. But you must behave," Heng remarked with a smile. "So, does that mean we are family now?" The little girl gazed at him with eager anticipation. I suppose so. Then you certainly won't let your family be in danger, right, Uncle?" Heng turned to her, puzzled. "What do you mean? Uncle, can you rescue my mother? She is in the house in the city." Goodness, this little girl seems rather precocious, hinting at something significant. Regardless of whether her mother was still alive, the journey to the city was not something to be taken lightly. This child was far more astute than the average. It was often more straightforward to address certain matters directly. "All right, thank you, Uncle." Heng nodded, continuing to channel the bone-binding technique, and then inquired, "What is your name?" "Lan Xiaoxin, but Shaoxin doesn't sound very pleasant, so everyone calls me Xiao." The little girl floated over, effortlessly resting her head on his shoulder. Unlike the chilling sensation associated with the ghostly infant, there was no discomfort after their bond was formed. "Does your father have the surname Lan?" Heng asked curiously. "Indeed." "What is it, Uncle?" "No, it is a rather rare surname. Henceforth, I shall call you Xiao, which sounds quite pleasant." "And you, Uncle?" Heng. "The Wu of Sun Wukong?" "No, the Wu of martial arts." At last, in this apocalyptic world, there exists a being capable of conversation, which is rather delightful. The other skeletons, although possessing souls, are largely incapable of engaging in dialogue. Just as the transformation concluded and plans for the next step were about to unfold, boom, a thunderous sound suddenly erupted outside the community. Heng was startled, and the spirit Xiao shrank back in fear, ready to escape through the wall. The sound emanated from outside the complex. Heng swiftly ascended to the rooftop, leaning over the edge to gaze in the direction of the noise. At the eastern intersection, within a pharmacy with shattered glass windows, a cacophony of deafening roars persisted. Surrounding zombies surged in hordes toward the shop. Are there survivors? Moreover, is it again at this intersection? This very spot is where the large bus was overturned last time. Casting a glance at the equally curious spirit, Xiao, could you investigate what has transpired? Chapter 48. Serpent Emblem. The spirit nodded and floated directly toward the pharmacy. Her form gradually faded in midair, ultimately vanishing from sight. Yet, Heng could still sense her whereabouts. Xiao effortlessly penetrated the wall, entering the pharmacy. Zombies continuously amassed around the establishment, pushing their way inside. At present, even if survivors were to emerge, they would be utterly incapable of withstanding the overwhelming horde of zombies. A grotesquely large and muscular aberrant zombie had directly breached its way into his body. Inside the pharmacy, the colossal zombie was engaged in a fierce battle with an equally exaggerated gray cat. The giant zombie's combat prowess was astounding, as its swinging fist created deep indentations in the walls, sending debris flying. It turned out to be a confrontation between two aberrations, which was fortuitous. The demise of one lessened the numbers, and I could later convert the corpse. Wu Heng found himself rather inclined to watch their mutual destruction unfold, hoping for a double fatality with both perishing on the spot. With a resounding crash, the scene intensified. Peering downstairs, the lion-like gray giant cat stumbled out of the shop, closely pursued by the colossal zombie and a multitude of ordinary zombies. The state of both combatants revealed their respective strengths and weaknesses. The giant zombie bore no visible injuries, while the gray cat zombie limped, its body swaying precariously. The giant cat emitted a thunderous roar towards its pursuers before pivoting and fleeing. The horde of zombies erupted in furious growls, hot on its heels. Damn it! Wu Heng cursed as he witnessed their trajectory. The gray cat was indeed barreling toward his residential complex. Judging by the route, it was certain to pass through the very community where he resided. The skeletons below had all ascended to the rooftop, and he swiftly secured the stairwell door. Observing the ensuing chaos from a safe distance was paramount. He could not afford to intervene at this moment. The two aberrations were initially embroiled in a lively skirmish, and his intrusion could inadvertently unite them against him. Just as the entrance was sealed, he braced himself for the unfolding events. The gray distorted cat and the horde of zombies surged into the community, their numbers reaching a somewhat terrifying level. However, the gray cat's speed maintained an advantage, deftly maneuvering across the expansive terrain. Wu Heng stood atop the building, keeping an eye on the time. Today he had a rendezvous with Slater at the black market, and he could not afford any delays. As he entered the corridor, Wu Heng began to deploy the skeletons into the hallway and various rooms. Particularly, he ensured that the 4 skeletal hounds did not roam the rooftop, as attracting the attention of the zombies could lead to trouble. Sensing that the time was approaching, he noticed the gathering of zombies outside was growing increasingly dense. In Blackstone Town, Wu Heng stood by the roadside with Bassin, waiting patiently. Before long, a horse-drawn carriage came to a gentle halt. Wu Heng opened the door and stepped inside, while Bassin took a seat beside the coachman outside. Inside the carriage, Slater and Yuli were seated together, and the absence of the golden leopard was palpable. "You seem different from yesterday," Slater remarked, scrutinizing him closely. "What is up?" Wu Heng inquired, his curiosity piqued. Could his taming of the specter be discernible from the outside? "You appear to have grown significantly stronger," Slater observed. Yuli scoffed, a mage training like a warrior. It turned out they were referring to his muscles. After consuming the corpse nucleus 3 times last night, his physique had undergone a substantial enhancement. The results were evidently more pronounced than he had anticipated, as both women had noticed immediately. "I've been learning swordsmanship from the captain recently, which might explain my appearance," Wu Heng elucidated. "Is such a transformation possible within a single day? I donned several layers of armor beneath my attire." Wu Heng found an excuse for this. Slight nodded, choosing not to elaborate further on the matter. Subsequently, the 3 engaged in a desultory conversation, discussing trivialities. Wu Heng remained somewhat wary of his companions, as Lily's demeanor toward him was less than cordial. The carriage made its way out of the city, where it was exchanged for another adorned with a blank wooden sign, continuing its journey into the distance. As the carriage creaked along, it gradually distanced itself from the town. Soon, other carriages began to appear in the vicinity, identical in style and direction, maintaining a similar pace. It seemed likely that their occupants were akin to themselves. Before long, the carriage slowed, revealing a manor nestled within the forest. Slight retrieved several broad cloaks from beneath the seat and remarked, "Speak less and observe more. Inform me of your desires." The group donned the black cloaks, enveloping themselves entirely. Wu Heng had also prepared a few bandit masks, casting a glance at the 2 women opposite him. He decided to wear one himself. The carriage came to a halt, and Lily was the first to leap down. "Hurry up. Why are you so slow?" Wu Heng methodically placed the mask on Bassin and secured his voluminous cloak, yet his movements remained deliberate and unhurried. In a brief reconnaissance, it became evident that within the stone fortress of the manor lay an indoor marketplace. Numerous individuals cloaked in black gathered there. The trio, resembling a skeleton, advanced toward the fortress. At the entrance stood 2 imposing figures, robust and formidable. Slither extended his hand and cast 8 silver coins, gesturing towards the 3 individuals behind him. The burly man nodded and granted passage without hesitation, subsequently continuing to collect entrance fees from the newcomers. Good heavens, it costs 2 silver coins per person to enter. Engaging in the black market truly seems to be a venture that guarantees profit without loss. Upon entering the grand portal, a cacophony of chaotic sounds filled the air. The interior of the stone fortress was spacious, yet the rows of stalls made it appear somewhat cramped. Take a look, and if you require anything, just let me know, Slither whispered. The group proceeded deeper, mingling with the crowd while casually observing their surroundings. The assortment of goods on display was even more eclectic than they had anticipated. There were biological remnants, such as eyeballs, entrails, and pelts, alongside weapons, armor, potions, herbs, magical artifacts, and an array of books. Here, one could practically find any variety of items. What is this? Yuli inquired, crouching before a stall and pointing at an object. Scales from a scaled beast. They are remarkably durable and can be embedded into armor to protect vital areas, the stall owner elucidated. And this? This is a magical artifact that can unleash a flame. And this? Slither nudged Yuli with his foot, prompting her to rise swiftly. I'll take another look, she replied before departing. Behind them, the stall owner muttered curses under his breath. Confirm your needs before inquiring about prices, Slither advised, casting a glance at Wu Heng beside him. Have you found anything of interest? Not yet. I wish to explore a bit more. The group circled around the ancient fortress, taking in the sights. As Wu Heng approached the staircase leading to the second floor, he suddenly halted in his tracks. What is the matter? Yuli nearly collided with him. While Slater glanced over with curiosity, Wu Heng pointed at a sign hanging at the top of the stairs and inquired, why is there a plaque bearing a serpent's head here? A wooden sign, adorned with a menacing serpent's head, hung at the entrance to the staircase, suggesting that the second floor served as the stronghold of an organization. The Serpent Emblem Consortium allowed one to store valuable items here, but only recognized the receipts issued by the consortium, not the individuals themselves. Oh, only the receipts? Chapter 49, Corpse Preservation. The notion of acknowledging receipts rather than individuals aligned well with the nature of the black market. Here, some came to sell illicit goods, while others sought to purchase contraband. All masked, rendering identities ambiguous. Accepting receipts instead of individuals made sense, yet it posed a dilemma. One could not ascertain if the individual retrieving the items was indeed the one who had stored them. Establishing such a consortium must not be a trivial matter. Given the influence the Serpent Emblem Consortium wielded across various kingdoms, Slater cast a glance at the second floor and continued. It can be understood as a professional association of the underworld. If the Practitioners Guild represents a platform in the light, then the Serpent Emblem Consortium is the organization shrouded in darkness. Wu Heng trailed behind, casually surveying the stalls. After perusing several booths, he paused before one that caught his attention. Withering Ray, description, a remote attack on targets within range, inflicting a withering effect upon successful hit. Corpse Preservation, description, casts necromantic magic to delay the decay of a corpse or remains. After casting, the unit cannot continue to transform into an undead being. To his surprise, there were 2 spellbooks of necromancy. How much for this tome? Wu Heng inquired, pointing at the Book of Withering Ray. 35 silver coins, came the reply. And this one? He asked again. 55 silver coins. Both spellbooks were rather expensive, particularly the second one, which cost more than the Withering Ray. Wu Heng hesitated, choosing not to make an immediate decision, and instead glanced around the stall. Organ jar, description, a vessel that preserves organs effectively. Damn, a container for preserving organs. Who would purchase such a thing? Infected shroud, curio, effect, conceals the body, rendering the user invisible. Living beings that use it will be infected with corpse poison and sores. Description, a shroud removed by an immortal sage upon revival. Yet another curio, this one allowing the wearer to become invisible, albeit with the drawback that living beings cannot utilize it. It certainly seemed somewhat impractical. His gaze shifted to other items, a rust-covered short sword, shattered tiles. Overall, the wares appeared unsuitable for the living, more akin to relics, just unearthed. How much for this tattered cloth? Wu Heng asked regarding the shroud. This is a curio, granting the user invisibility. But be mindful, do not hastily name it. It costs 1,500 silver coins, the shopkeeper responded. Wu Heng cast a glance at him, saying nothing further. The price has reached an exorbitant sum, and the other party only mentioned invisibility, neglecting to address the side effects of the spell on living beings. He remained silent, having no intention to purchase. I shall take these 2 skill books. Wu Heng produced his purse and counted out the requisite silver coins. In this world, currency is metallic, making it cumbersome to carry large amounts. The weight can be quite burdensome. The proprietor extended his frail hand to receive the coins, nodded in confirmation of the quantity, and said, take them. Wu Heng seized the 2 skill books and stowed them away. The group continued their stroll, during which Slater remarked, extraordinary items differ from magical artifacts. Next time we encounter one, we must inquire about the cost of usage. Indeed, came the response. They meandered further, with Slater purchasing a magical necklace for Yuli as a gift for their arrival in Blackstone Town. Its effect was healing, akin to the bracelet brought by Autoluck the previous day. The young girl received the gift with evident delight, even boasting about it to Wu Heng, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor of expecting debts. Such is the way of the world. Wealth commands respect regardless of the realm. Upon returning to their lodgings, Wu Heng opened the dimensional portal and ventured into the zombie world. Glancing out the window, he observed a throng of zombies gathering below. The massive aberrant zombie was not in sight, leaving its presence within the community uncertain. Communicating with the mental sea, a small specter materialized before him, surveying its surroundings. Little one, please check nearby for that colossal creature and the gray giant cat. Are they still around? Oh, very well. With a slight nod, the figure slipped through the wall, vanishing from sight. Wu Heng reopened the drawer of his study and began searching diligently. At last, amidst the pages of his frequently used notebook, he discovered the ticket obtained from the wanted criminal. One side of the ticket bore the menacing image of a serpent's head. Indeed, it was identical. The serpent's head on the ticket matched precisely with what he had seen in the black market. This indicated that the criminals were not merely seeking revenge for a comrade, but were primarily after this ticket. They possessed something that belonged to the Serpent Emblem Consortium. Only by presenting this ticket could one claim the contents held within. This discovery was truly a succession of fortunate events. With a somewhat grim expression, he remarked, "That monster resides in that building, and the gray cat is already dead. It's terrifying." Wu Heng followed the direction of his gaze. The small figure was indicating the building diagonally across. From the outside, nothing appeared amiss, but given the small figure's assertion, a colossal zombie must lurk within. This aberrant zombie possessed formidable combat abilities, and coupled with the dense horde of zombies outside, it was uncertain who would emerge victorious in a confrontation. Even if triumph were possible, it would likely come at a great cost. This went to impede my leveling up, he thought. Yet, there was little he could do at the moment. He could only hope that the gray cat was indeed dead and that the zombies would disperse with their ranks. The following morning, as Wu Heng finished breakfast nearby, he noticed a member of the association standing at the entrance. Ah, good, he thought, as he made his way to the association's team lounge. Inside the room, only Autoluck was present. Upon witnessing Wu Heng's entrance, he continued, "The matter concerning the 12th level corpse of the God Punishment sect has reached a conclusion." Wu Heng's expression grew solemn. "What is the outcome?" Autoluck raised his gaze to meet Wu Heng's countenance and replied candidly, "The Municipal Hall of Blackstone Town has declined your request to transform the 12th level corpse, citing the incident involving the Necromancer from Mine Village. Furthermore, the steward believes that now is not the appropriate time to acquire a second undead servant. Is that so?" Wu Heng furrowed his brow even deeper. This meant that not only did the Municipal Hall oppose the transformation of the 12th level corpse, but the association did as well. The steward's refusal was unexpected. He had always held a favorable view of Wu Heng, having personally recruited him. Their relationship was supposed to be more amicable. Yet, if even the steward rejected this application, was the 12th level skeleton truly that formidable? Or was there some other underlying issue? What will become of the corpse? Tonight, it will be incinerated by a team of professionals alongside the Blackstone Town guards. Isn't that a bit excessive? No burial? Just incineration? That seems rather targeted, Wu Heng mused, considering the simultaneous cremation of several other corpses from the God Punishment sect. Noticing Wu Heng's serious demeanor, Autoluck continued, "Abstaining from transformation will spare you a considerable amount of trouble. In a few years, you could ascend to captain through your merits, opening up numerous opportunities." The attitude of Blackstone Town towards necromancers was evident to all. The very act of permitting him to transform a 12th level corpse would undoubtedly raise suspicions of some extraordinary circumstances at play. Moreover, it has not been long since Wu Heng became a professional, yet he already bears a level 3 merit badge. If he were to be reassigned as a captain in a more lenient place, he would certainly have ample opportunities to acquire a skeleton. There is no need to be overly particular about such matters. In many instances, an individual can effect only limited change. It is often more about adapting and accepting the circumstances. Well, if it cannot be helped, so be it. Wu Heng took a seat beside them and continued to inquire, "Where will the body be cremated?" "This is our task for tonight. Kavina will continue to recuperate, while you, Yuli, and I must collaborate with the guard team to incinerate one of the corpses." "One of the corpses? Are we separating them for cremation?" "The first and second squads are responsible for the elder's body, Our task is to handle the corpse of the Raven-controlling core member, along with 2 ordinary members. Oh, I understand now, Wu Heng nodded. The cremation is scheduled for dusk. I will arrange for someone to notify you at your residence, so please do not forget. Understood, Captain. He replied. Upon exiting the association, Wu Heng headed straight home, contemplating the matter of the corpses. Neither Blackstone Town nor the association had consented to his transformation of the body. Now, he faced 2 choices, the first being to proceed as the captain suggested. For there would be future opportunities. Moreover, acquiring high-level skeletons would not pose much difficulty later on. The combat prowess exhibited by that colossal aberrant zombie should be on par with a level 12 elder. The second option would be to devise a plan before the cremation. If he could transport the body to the zombie realm, they would find no evidence to implicate him. However, one must exercise caution, ensuring that nothing is discovered. After organizing his belongings, he stepped out of the house with Basson once more. They ventured beyond the city limits and entered a horse-drawn carriage adorned with an empty sign. Setting off towards the horizon, the carriage arrived at the estate from the previous day. Upon payment of the entrance fee at the door, they proceeded directly into the hall. At this hour, the black market was sparsely populated, with only a few stalls present. Wu Heng casually strolled through the stalls, finding nothing of particular interest, until he spotted the vendor from the previous night who sold the shrouds. The vendor remained in the same position, appearing as if frozen in time. After a fleeting glance, Wu Heng ascended to the second floor. The layout of the second floor bore a resemblance to that of the professional association. Directly ahead was a bar, behind which stood a middle-aged man. To the side, there was a resting area and a bulletin board adorned with various bounty postings. In addition to rewards for contraband, there were also bounties for information. Remarkably, this place resembled an underground version of the professional association, sharing a similar structure but with far fewer restrictions, thus serving as a more open platform. After a cursory inspection, Wu Heng made his way to the front desk. The middle-aged man adjusted his collar and stood with a respectful demeanor, greeting him. Good day, esteemed guest. Wu Heng nodded slightly, retrieving a ticket from his pocket and sliding it across the counter. I would like to redeem everything. Oh, certainly. Please proceed to the lounge and wait. The middle-aged man ushered him into a room where he could await further developments. Before long, the door opened once more, and 2 tall women entered, each cradling a wooden box in their arms. One box is narrow and flat, resembling a cosmetics gift box in size, while the other is elongated, potentially containing scrolls or a staff and a longsword. Sir, these are the items you have here. The woman placed the wooden boxes on the table, bowed again, and exited the room. Once the 2 had departed, Wu Heng opened the narrow wooden box first. At the top lay a book titled Grey Eagle Sword Technique. Description: a tome documenting a lineage of swordsmanship. A book on sword techniques? Does such a thing even exist in this world? He had assumed that swordsmen and warriors relied solely on combat experience and wild slashes. Yet here was evidence of a systematic sword technique. He wondered if swordsmanship qualified as a skill. Beneath the book, neatly arranged, were silver coins. A quick estimation suggested there were around 300 to 400 pieces, which constituted a considerable sum. Next, he continued to open the elongated wooden box, revealing a slender metallic longsword. The blade was adorned with patterns reminiscent of rippling water, while the guard resembled delicate feathers, presenting an air of opulence. Silver wing water pattern sword. Description: bestows the user with the effect of swiftness, granting lightness of body and keen perception. Magical artifacts inherently command high prices, and given that this was a longsword with broad appeal, it was likely to fetch an exorbitant price. After securing the 2 items, Wu Heng pulled the cord beside him, summoning the sound of a copper bell. A female staff member re-entered, bowed, and inquired, Esteemed guest, what can I assist you with? I wish to exchange some silver coins. Sir, would you prefer an exchange of goods or a monetary transaction? Gold. The woman appeared momentarily taken aback, her gaze lifting in surprise before she swiftly lowered her head. Very well, sir. Please hold on a moment. The door closed, only to reopen shortly thereafter. The previous middle-aged man entered, carrying various implements. Sir, are you looking to exchange for silver coins? Our exchange rate is 1 gold coin for 1,000 silver coins. In this realm, the currency exchange ratio is established as 100 copper coins equating to 1 silver coin, while 1,000 silver coins correspond to a single gold coin. In everyday life, silver coins suffice for the vast majority of monetary transactions. Indeed, the common person may never encounter a gold coin throughout their lifetime. Nonetheless, gold coins remain in existence, and shops as well as consortiums are eager to facilitate such exchanges. Very well. Wu Heng produced a 30-gram gold bar, placing it upon the table and pushing it forward. It was only in the gold shop that he had seen what a gold bar resembled. The 30-gram bar was considerably smaller than he had anticipated. Typically, a gold coin issued by the kingdom weighs 33 grams. Please wait a moment. The middle-aged man commenced his examination of the gold bar, conducting tests for weight and authenticity. Once confirmed, he continued, "There are no issues with the gold. We will supplement you with 1,000 silver coins." It seemed the implication was that the gold's weight was slightly less than expected, yet the exchange would still adhere to the standard of 33 grams. Apparently, the consortium favored gold. Before long, the silver coins were adequately prepared. A small box filled to the brim was presented by a middle-aged man, who gently offered a token, saying, "Esteemed guest, this is the silver coin you have exchanged, and with this token, you may enjoy certain special privileges." What privileges might those be? For instance, should you find yourself in need of assistance with matters that are inconvenient for you to handle, you may delegate tasks to us. Additionally, if you require any tools or materials, we can procure them for you from outside. Wu Heng found this arrangement quite agreeable, appreciating its flexibility compared to the rigidity of the association. He accepted the token and handed the wooden box to Bassin. With the staff's respectful demeanor, they descended from the second floor. Upon reaching the vendor selling an array of unearthed items, Wu Heng inquired, "What is this?" "It is a shroud, designed to obscure one's form." "What is the cost?" Wu Heng feigned ignorance. "For living beings, it may induce some discomfort, though not severe." "How much?" 1,500 silver coins. "Very well, I will take it." He instructed Bassin to place the payment in the vendor's hands. The cloaked merchant counted the coins, nodded, and said, "Take it." Bassin bent down to retrieve the shroud. After perusing the black market once more, they turned to leave, as dusk fell upon the Practitioners' Association. In the underground morgue, each team confirmed the appearance of the corpses before readying the linen wrappings. They then roughly lifted the bodies and proceeded outward. Wu Heng glanced in the direction from which the first team departed. A small specter detached itself from his body and followed suit, pursuing the departing group. Chapter 51. The theft of corpses. The primary duty of the occupational team is to follow the supervision. In this world, devoid of surveillance, the oversight of significant matters necessitates the allocation of extensive manpower. The arrangement of professional teams alongside the guards serves, in essence, as a mutual system of monitoring. This underscores the municipal hall and the association's profound regard for the deceased. However, this situation has left Wu Heng feeling somewhat uncomfortable, as if he were being scrutinized. They hoisted the corpse onto a cart, heading towards the incineration site. The city has designated locations for cremation, which is not akin to the cinematic portrayals of public executions in the town square. The first and second teams, bearing the bodies, proceeded in the direction Wu Heng had surmised, towards a separate cremation facility, unlike the third team, which was destined for a site capable of incinerating multiple bodies simultaneously. Wu Heng followed the crowd, his mind clouded with apprehension regarding his plans. Yuli approached and inquired, "I heard from my aunt that you killed all these people by yourself?" "It was the team that did the killing. I merely delivered the final blow," Wu Heng replied. Yuli furrowed her brow, perplexed. "What do you mean?" "It means that the fighting was nearly concluded, and I dealt the last strike." "Oh, I see. You're quite impressive." Yuli remarked with admiration, then continued, "Did you bring the food in the lounge?" "Indeed," he affirmed. "Is there any left?" "I can pay for it." Wu Heng glanced at her and replied, "That was meant for my friends. I didn't bring much. I can still buy it." "Not for sale." The young girl's eyes sparkled mischievously as she said, "I can be your friend. Didn't we go out together yesterday? Have you forgotten?" Wu Heng glanced at the hinting Yuli and nodded, responding, "To become friends, we must assist each other." Yes, that sounds good. All right then. Tomorrow I shall bring you some precious and rare delicacies." "Good, that's what friends do." Meanwhile, a cart transporting a corpse slowly made its way towards the Eastern District. A team of escort professionals and guards flanked the cart on either side. Team leader Teresa cast a glance to the side and remarked, "The town hall and the steward place significant importance on this corpse." The association and the guard were collaborating on this matter. Even the elder of the Church of Divine Punishment seemed to be overly concerned. Teresa and several other team members turned their attention as well. If this corpse were indeed transformed into a skeleton, the strength of the fourth squad would see a considerable enhancement. Despite being the smallest in number, they could reach the pinnacle of squads. Yet, it was evident that this endeavor had failed. Otherwise, the corpse would not have been incinerated. Did the town hall refuse? Teresa inquired further. The town hall did not consent, nor did the steward. The profession of necromancer itself is fraught with controversy. How could they possibly entrust this corpse to him? Anil scoffed. He has only recently joined the association, yet he dares to propose such conditions. Perhaps he believes that since they were the ones who killed the person, the ownership should rightfully belong to the fourth squad. Ha. The youth exhibits remarkable boldness, daring to make such demands. The team members joined in laughter and discussion. Arnell cast a glance at them, and the laughter abruptly ceased as they fell silent. Lower your voices. We wouldn't want the guards to overhear and become the subject of ridicule, Arnell cautioned. The members chuckled softly again, continuing their hushed conversation. The group proceeded forward, entering a small courtyard enclosed by walls no taller than a person. At the center stood a modest stone house, with a pile of firewood stacked against one side of the wall. The members expertly surveyed the yard, and Arnell instructed, prepare the woodpile. The body was pushed into the stone house, with 2 individuals guarding the entrance while the others began to gather firewood to construct the pyre. Just as they were nearing completion, a sudden voice of a little girl echoed from beyond the courtyard wall. Though the words were unintelligible, they were strikingly clear. With a flurry of movement, several beasts soared into the air, prompting the group to draw their weapons and swiftly approach the source of the sound. They scanned their surroundings cautiously. Arnell commanded, split up and search. No one here, came the response. No one on this side either, they reported, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. Rushing back into the stone house, they found the body still wrapped in linen lying there. Teresa moved to examine it, but Arnell interjected, there's something amiss. We need not construct a pyre here, incinerate it directly. 2 members tossed the body onto the woodpile, igniting the base with a torch. The flames erupted with a roar, engulfing the corpse. Once everything had been reduced to ashes, the group exhaled in relief as the cremation concluded. Wu Heng, accompanied by Bassin, made his way towards the bustling area. Concurrently, events occurring at another incineration site surfaced in his mind. Outside, Xiaoyu created a diversion, allowing the figure draped in a burial shroud, known as Sword One, to stealthily enter the stone chamber and replace a corpse with one of similar stature. The operation proved simpler than anticipated. Urged by the captain of a team, the verification of the body was overlooked prior to incineration, resulting in a thorough and indisputable cremation. The endeavor was undeniably successful, leaving no traces or incriminating evidence behind. Upon confirming the smooth progression of events, Wu Heng promptly altered his course towards the incineration site. In a concealed area outside, he located the ever-shrouded Sword One alongside the body. After ensuring the surroundings were clear, Wu Heng entered the stone chamber, where he utilized a bronze key to unlock a wardrobe, thus ushering Sword One and the corpse into the realm of the undead. Upon returning to his residence, Wu Heng once again traversed the portal to the world of zombies. The corpse of the elder from the Divine Punishment sect lay on the living room floor, covered with a patterned cloth. Approaching the body, he heard a voice, "Uncle, why did you steal someone else's corpse?" Xiao Xiao floated in the air, glancing between Wu Heng and the body, perplexed by the effort expended merely to pilfer a single corpse, especially when the downstairs had already amassed a small mountain of bodies. "This one is different," he retorted. "Is it a friend?" She inquired. "No. Your grandfather or father, perhaps?" "Impossible. Stop making trouble," Wu Heng replied, sensing her intention to mock him, yet lacking any substantial evidence. "Could you enlighten me?" she pressed. I, too, rendered considerable assistance, flitting about and perching upon his shoulder. This undertaking, in truth, proved less arduous than initially conceived, and the diminutive one indeed played a pivotal role. In his former life, he was an individual of formidable prowess. Our intent is to transform him into a skeleton, thereby augmenting our own strength, Wu Heng elucidated with brevity. "Ah," the young maiden responded, indicating her comprehension. Silence then descended upon the diminutive one as Wu Heng addressed the adjacent skeletons, saying, "Convey the cadaver to the corridor." For the casting of osteoservitude inevitably precipitates the sloughing off of flesh, which, in truth, presents a somewhat disagreeable task of cleansing. The 2 skeletons stooped and conveyed the corpse outward, depositing it directly within the corridor. The floral cloth, once concealing the body, now lay discarded upon the ground, revealing the pallid flesh beneath. The cadaver, having languished for perhaps 3 or 4 days, exhibited initial signs of putrefaction. Yet, Wu Heng's gaze became fixated upon the region of its chest and abdomen, where a slender incision, sutured with cotton thread, traversed the entirety of the thoracic cavity. "What is the meaning of this? An autopsy performed upon the deceased?" he inquired. Unravel the sutures, Heng instructed. Vasan, positioned nearby, crouched and unsheathed a short blade from his waist, severing each white cotton stitch in turn. The sutured wound gradually parted, revealing the hollow expanse within. Where are the viscera? Heng inquired, his brow furrowing. The corpse's internal organs were absent. Chapter 52. A level 12 skeleton. The transmutation into a skeleton does not impose exorbitant demands. Even the absence of viscera does not impede the transformation of the corpse. However, the removal of a corpse's internal organs post-mortem aroused within him a sense of both curiosity and astonishment. In other words, the individual fixated on this corpse is not alone in his intentions. There are others who have acted even earlier. What purpose do they have for stealing the internal organs of the deceased? Is transplantation a possibility in this world? They must have killed the person at that time. The organs of the dead are surely not suitable for transplantation. Naturally, discovering this information serves little purpose. Notifying the association would only lead to entrapment. Each party seeks their own needs, and no one obstructs the other. Thus, there is no need for excessive scrutiny. Well then, there is no need to dismantle it further. Heng stated. Basin ceased his task of severing the cotton thread and stepped aside. Heng proceeded to cast bone manipulation. The summoned entity exceeds the summoner's capacity. Instability factors are increasing. The warning of instability reemerged, and his mental energy began to deplete rapidly. The flesh and blood of the corpse gradually sloughed away, revealing the underlying skeleton. However, the rate of transformation was slower than any previous attempts, and his mental energy was dwindling at an alarming rate. Continuing to wield his staff, he summoned forth his power. One hand swiftly opened his backpack, retrieving a mental potion to consume, replenishing the expended mental energy. As the depletion persisted, the corpse's flesh entirely fell away, revealing a tall, iron-gray skeletal figure that stood upright. Heng addressed the newly risen skeleton, which promptly stepped aside, entering a state of readiness. The previously timid Xiao Xiao quickly adapted, floating in the air and meticulously observing the newly joined Ba Wudong. Meanwhile, Heng opened his attribute panel for inspection. Skeleton Boxer, level 12, 072,000. Attributes: Constitution 26, Strength 25, Agility 29, Intelligence 14, Perception 19, Charisma 5. Traits: Hollow Frame, Intermediate Soul, Iron Bones, Qi. Specialties: Unarmored Defense, Unarmored Movement, Danger Sense. Abilities: Shockwave Punch, Featherfall, Arrow Grasp. Combat Mastery, Advanced, Iron Bones, Constitution 5. Qi, proficient in the utilization of Qi, enabling a continuous flow of attacks. Unarmored Defense, when not wearing any armor or shield. Agility 3, Perception 2. Unarmored Movement, when not wearing any armor or shield, movement speed increases by 20, allowing for brief high-speed movement on vertical surfaces and water. Shockwave Punch, striking a target generates a shockwave effect. Featherfall, significantly reduces damage from falls from great heights. Wow! Heng exclaimed, astonished by the attributes displayed. It must be said that this character's attributes and abilities are indeed quite remarkable, with primary attributes exceeding 25. The specialties and abilities are also commendable. Moreover, Ba Wudong engages in combat without attire, not out of exhibitionism, but rather because his lack of armor and unencumbered movement significantly enhance his inherent attributes. His expertise and capabilities starkly contrast with the chaotic and disordered styles of Basin and the others. His attributes are harmoniously unified and complete. Each aspect complements the others, resembling a well-rounded legacy acquired through careful planning. It appears that the Divine Punishment sect is indeed not an ordinary folk cult. One could assert that among the skeletons surrounding him, he stands as the mightiest. Oh, but where have the skills related to his scales gone? Upon reviewing his attributes and inspecting the skeleton once more, it became evident that there was no information pertaining to scales. Could it be that his memory has become muddled? Or has this ability vanished upon his transformation into a skeleton? After pondering for a while without yielding any answers, he waited for his instant noodles to cook while perusing the sword techniques he had acquired today. Unlike the previous spellcaster's tomes, this one was replete with graphical maneuvers and succinct descriptions. He quickly flipped through the pages, reaching the final one without encountering any prompts for skill unlocking. This left Heng with an unsettling premonition. Could it be that he was truly expected to commence learning and training? The noodles were nearly ready, and as he ate, he continued to browse. Once he finished, he summoned Jian Yi to jointly explore the newly acquired sword techniques. Until deep into the night when he finally retired to bed. The next day, in the world of the undead, roars echoed from outside the window, as hordes of zombies trampled upon shattered glass, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. Another day has passed, yet these wretched zombies show no signs of departing. Moreover, one cannot simply remain and wait indefinitely. If they persist in their presence, one may find it impossible to escape. Just as I contemplated sending Xiao to check on the colossal aberrant zombie, a massive figure emerged into view. Towering at over 3 meters, its skin was a dark crimson, muscles bulging grotesquely like tumorous growths. It was both hideous and imbued with formidable strength. The giant zombie ambled toward us, its gaze intermittently scanning the windows above, as if in search of prey. Damnable creature, I cursed under my breath and called to my side, "Baodong, come here." The broad-shouldered Baodong approached, peering down through the window. "When the time comes, I need you to confront it. If it proves too formidable, do your utmost to delay it." Baodong continued to gaze below, the soul flames in his eye sockets flickering with an eerie azure light. By midday, the sun hung high in the sky. Bang, bang, bang. For stairway doors swung open simultaneously, revealing a regimented line of skeletal warriors wielding spears and cleavers. The heavy sound of the doors startled the wandering zombies momentarily. Then, a chorus of furious roars erupted. The horde surged forward like a tide, jostling and pushing into the open corridor. Yet, the more crowded it became, the harder it was for the zombies to enter. Meanwhile, the skeletal warriors, strategically positioned in the corridor, began to swing their weapons relentlessly, striking at the advancing zombies. As I beheld the encroaching horde, beads of sweat began to form on my forehead. The number is rather substantial. Just as the undead and zombies were locked in combat, a tremendous rumble echoed nearby. A colossal mutated zombie burst forth from the corridor ahead, its gaze fixated on the battleground. It let out a furious roar and charged forward with alarming speed. Its form resembled a runaway truck, barreling towards this direction, scattering the zombies obstructing its path before crashing into the corridor. Heng stood atop the building, observing the mutated zombie as it stormed into the corridor. "Baodong, it's your turn." The iron door leading from the rooftop to the corridor swung open, revealing Baodong, whose skeletal frame was a shade of iron gray, as he descended, hands clasped behind his back. Chapter 53. Fierce battle against the zombie horde. Baodong entered the corridor, while Heng cast a glance downward from the rooftop. At the first stairwell, he unleashed the grease technique. The gathered grease cascaded down from above, scattering some while the remainder drenched the assembled zombies below. He ignited a rag bundle and hurled it towards the area where the grease had landed. The rag bundle struck the shoulder of a zombie, sending sparks flying, and then erupted into flames. The fire began to spread, engulfing the zombies on either side, creating a fiery expanse 3 to 4 meters wide. Simultaneously, a row of skeletal warriors stood at the edge of the rooftop, incessantly loosing crossbow bolts downward. Under Heng's command, the remaining skeletons began to lift the furniture and objects behind them, hurling them downwards. Tables, chairs, and monitor cases, anything that could serve as a projectile, had been gathered in advance and were now being launched into the throng of zombies. In a moment, various pieces of furniture cascaded from the rooftop, toppling a multitude of zombies below. The horde, upon discovering their adversaries above, let out a furious roar, their collective anger echoing through the air. Subsequently, they clustered together, resembling a swarm of ants forming a ladder, as they began to ascend the outer wall. They surged up to the second floor, shattering glass and crashing into the rooms within. However, the doors of the inhabitants were firmly shut, and the zombies that entered quickly fled back out, continuing their relentless climb upward alongside their fellow undead. Heng stood on the rooftop, astonished by the scene unfolding before him. The sheer number of zombies allowed them to scale the wall in such a manner. Quickly, strike down upon those ascending zombies. He urged the skeleton beside him, simultaneously unleashing a witch's arrow. Upon striking its target, the arrow swiftly expanded outward, obliterating the clustered zombies, causing them to collapse in disarray. The skeletons nearby incessantly hurled objects, impeding the zombies' ascent. Within the corridor of a residential unit, a thunderous roar erupted, the sound reverberating as debris flew in all directions. A colossal, mutated zombie swung its fists, relentlessly pursuing and battering the retreating Baodong, advancing from the second floor to the third and continuing its assault toward the fourth. Its skin, a dark crimson hue, radiated an ominous stern. Baodong retreated a half step, executing a side kick with a whip-like motion. The zombie's muscles tensed, absorbing the blow before raising its hand to strike at the target once more. Its arms rose and fell in a relentless rhythm, pummeling the target with indiscriminate ferocity. The swirling dust enveloped the entire corridor. Ba Wudong employed a modicum of combat finesse, evading attacks while simultaneously launching counterstrikes. In contrast, the distorted zombie fought with a more straightforward brutality, utilizing overwhelming strength to crush everything ornamental, its movements grand and forceful. In the corridor, only the giant zombie and Ba Wudong engaged in fierce combat. Wu Heng's concerns about the tide of corpses interfering were utterly unfounded. The clash between the two had eradicated not only the incoming zombies, but also the prearranged skeletons, leaving a carpet of white bones scattered across the ground. In this confined space, only two silhouettes, one tall and one short, continued their struggle. With a resounding thud, the giant fist smashed into the burglar-proof door, quickly followed by another blow aimed at the shadow amidst the smoke. Dust and debris flew as if shot from a gun. Ba Wudong pivoted, leaping down a level to flank the zombie from behind. With a sweeping kick, he targeted the bend of the zombie's leg. The weighty strike caused the zombie to tilt. And seizing the opportunity, Ba Wudong delivered a powerful kick, sending the creature simultaneously unleashing the grease technique. A blaze erupted as flames danced in the air. It became evident that the horde of zombies before me was insufficient to scale the 6-story residential building, relying solely on a human ladder. They could ascend no higher than the 4th floor before collapsing under the tumult, a multitude falling to their demise or sustaining grievous injuries. With each relentless barrage, the ground below became littered with debris, causing the zombie throng to stumble and falter in their movements. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the chaos. A colossal zombie burst forth from the corridor, flinging aside its brethren and shattering any obstacles in its path, rampaging like a furious bull. Witnessing the massive creature's emergence, Wu Heng's eyes widened in astonishment. Had Ba Wudong failed? Just as the thought crossed his mind, another shattering sound reverberated. The iron-gray skeleton, Ba Wudong, leapt from the 3rd-floor window, pursuing the fleeing giant zombie with fervor. In disbelief, I observed Ba Wudong's apparent superiority over the monstrous zombie as he charged after it. Wu Heng raised his staff and cast Witch's Arrow at the oncoming giant. A blue energy spear coalesced in the air, hurtling toward its target. Yet it dissipated before reaching its mark, having exceeded the spell's range. Without hesitation, Wu Heng unleashed his newly learned Weakening Ray, a black energy beam that struck the hulking zombie, causing its robust form to exhibit signs of fatigue. At that moment, Ba Wudong swiftly closed the gap, launching himself forward to deliver a powerful kick, sending the zombie staggering. The colossal zombie halted its advance turn and swung its fist once more towards the pursuing Ba Wudong. Each blow fell relentlessly, raising clouds of dust into the air. Simultaneously, the horde of zombies pouring into the corridor ceased their chaotic pushing and shoving. Instead, they shifted their focus towards the emerging Ba Wudong. In the next moment, they collectively surged backward, charging at the iron-gray skeleton left outside. Witnessing the horde change its target, Wu Heng's expression grew increasingly grave. In a one-on-one confrontation, Ba Wudong was nearly a match for the giant zombie. However, should the horde engage, the outcome would be uncertain. Wu Heng swiftly made his way to the corridor, issuing commands to attack and break through. He then shifted to another corridor, repeating the order to attack and break through. With the commands given, Jian E and Jian Air, along with Basin and 4 skeletal hounds, charged forth from the corridor, launching a fierce counterattack. The battle intensified below. Wu Heng positioned himself at the 3rd-floor window, releasing magical arrows and oil spells downwards in tandem with the skeletal forces. Although his attributes had improved, he did not believe he possessed the capability to engage in close combat with the zombie horde. Setting aside the question of whether he could triumph in strength, he was acutely aware that a mere scratch or bite could lead to his untimely demise. Observing the two figures locked in melee ahead, Wu Heng continued to shout, "Basin, go assist Ba Wudong." Swiftly maneuvering around the enemies in front, he raced towards the direction of Ba Wudong and the giant zombie. Chapter 54. Do not abandon hope. Ba Wudong and the giant zombie remained entangled in combat, their heavy fists flailing wildly. Ba Wudong moved with an agile grace, delivering powerful punches and kicks that sent the ordinary zombies surrounding him flying, all while deftly evading the formidable blows of the giant zombie. Whoosh! A massive fist, accompanied by a howling wind, came hurtling towards him. Ba Wudong leaned back, narrowly escaping the incoming strike, and spun like a top, sweeping his right leg in a ferocious arc. Thud! A dull impact reverberated as the giant zombie staggered sideways, taking 2 unsteady steps. Without hesitation, Ba Wudong swiftly followed up, pushing upward with his palm to strike the jaw. stepping forward with his left fist targeting the ribs, and then delivering a right hook to the abdomen, followed by another left punch, with the right fist closely trailing behind. His assault was relentless and fierce. Meanwhile, Basin danced around the fray, skillfully coordinating his attacks with two short blades that glinted as they carved bloody gashes into the giant zombie's lower body. Bodong leapt, landing a straight punch that struck the zombie's throat. Bam! The giant zombie toppled backward, crashing to the ground. Without granting his adversary a moment's respite, Bodong advanced, hammering his fists into the creature's skull. The heavy thuds echoed like the relentless blows of a mighty hammer. Bam bam! Seizing the opportunity, Basin plunged his short sword into the target's chest. When Bodong stood up, the giant zombie remained sprawled on the ground, unmoving. Gained EXP as the final zombie succumbed. An eerie silence reclaimed the area. The skeletal warrior, its form besmirched with gore, stood rigidly in place, awaiting further instruction. Fragments of flesh and matted strands of hair clung to its hollow frame. Several ensouled skeletons advanced towards Wu Heng. Wu Heng donned a mask and emerged from the stairwell. The area below was entirely carpeted with the corpses of zombies and scattered bones, obscuring any visible ground. Bring over the remains of that colossal zombie, Wu Heng commanded. Swiftly, Sword 1 and Sword 2 retrieved the massive cadaver from afar. The grotesquely muscled, mutated zombie presented a gruesome sight, its eyes ruptured, and its head twisted unnaturally backward. Its body bore numerous lacerations. Those skeletons are truly ruthless, Wu Heng mused. After imbibing a vial of mental fortitude elixir, he felt a modicum of his psychic energy restored. He then cast the animate dead spell upon the immense corpse. Necromantic energies enveloped the body, causing the flesh to gradually slough off as a towering skeletal figure slowly rose. Skeletal warrior, level 11, 065,000. Attributes, Constitution 28, Strength 29, Dexterity 17, Intelligence 6, Perception 12, Charisma 5, Traits, Hollow Frame. Basic Soul, Specialization, Biological Mutation, Constitution 3. Remarkably, an 11th level zombie, Wu Heng noted, only one level below Boadong. However, from the perspective of attributes, it indeed highlights individual strengths, a constitution of 28 and a strength of 29. The strength of Bodong is merely 25 points. Even if all its muscles were to vanish, it would still possess the highest strength among the skeletons. Yet, its disadvantages are quite apparent. Low agility, low intelligence, and low perception. In essence, it retains some of the shortcomings of a zombie post-deformation. Moreover, this particular skeleton is still referred to as a skeleton warrior, possessing only one specialty known as biological deformation, which grants an additional 3 points to its constitution. There are no other specialties or abilities. This stands in stark contrast to the professional soldier types acquired in Blackstone Town, which retain their original abilities upon transformation. A skeleton of the same level with a profession is undoubtedly more formidable. However, it is not feasible to have zombies undergo a job change before being defeated. Armed with a short spear, I rummaged through the decaying flesh and soon came across a meat-like corpse core. A surge of joy filled my heart, quickly followed by a tinge of perplexity. A new type of corpse core? I found a plastic bag and carefully extracted the corpse core for closer inspection. Its size remained unchanged, still akin to a fingernail. Yet the white flesh was interspersed with crimson blood vessels, reminiscent of a network of veins or neural tissue. While I lack expert, Wu Heng cast a glance at it, carefully wrapping the corpse core and putting it away, then declared, "From now on, you shall be known as Big Guy." The 3-meter skeleton looked around, appearing rather dim-witted. Wu Heng chose not to engage further, surveying his surroundings before issuing another order. "All right, gather the bodies together and clear away the debris." The sentient skeleton immediately began to mobilize the ordinary skeletons, transporting the corpses and tidying up the scattered items. This battle had nearly depleted all the possessions within the building. Televisions, computers, tables, and chairs lay strewn across the floor. Moreover, it seemed prudent to find a new building to serve as a base, as the current one appeared rather desolate. With a thought, the ghost Xiao Xiao flew out from within him. Observing the scene around, her face was filled with dread. "Uncle, you've killed so many people," she exclaimed. "They are no longer human," Wu Heng continued. "It's terrifying," Xiao Xiao added. Wu Heng was somewhat at a loss for words. How should he explain that these zombies were merely infected by a genetic virus, rendering them as living dead? As Xiao Xiao had passed at a young age, he felt it inappropriate to delve into such matters with her. Instead, he simply instructed, "Xiao Xiao, There's a bus at the intersection over there. Please check if there are any zombies nearby. Okay, Xiao Xiao nodded, promptly passing through the wall. Wu Heng, still feeling uneasy, peered into Xiao Xiao's memories. The broad road lay desolate, with several zombies lacking lower halves crawling slowly along. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to venture over before nightfall. Bahen Badong. Wu Heng called out and summoned several skeletal warriors to venture forth together. Along the way, they cleared a few zombies, ultimately arriving at the survivor bus that had failed to escape. The vehicle was in a dire state, its iron mesh shattered and cast aside, while the body was marred with numerous dents. Upon entering the bus to investigate, they discovered that the survivors had brought along sharpened iron pipes, kitchen knives, and some gathered provisions, adequate preparations, yet regrettably insufficient for their escape. Wu Heng's gaze fell upon a metal box, welded from white steel. It was unlocked. Upon opening it, he found an old-fashioned cassette tape recorder, modified with tape and some equipment, complete with a slender antenna. What could this be? He pressed the play button, and a harsh electric crackle erupted, followed by a familiar voice. Do not lose hope. Seek every means to survive and persevere. The well-known voice emanated from the recorder. Chapter 55. I heard you can transform. Research is underway for a virus vaccine. Various regions are effectively organizing rescue efforts. Please do not lose hope. Victory will always belong to us. Avoid densely populated areas, minimize noise, and ensure the drinking water is not contaminated by the virus. This is not the end of days. It is not the conclusion of humanity. Do not lose hope. We can rebuild our homeland. Amidst the crackling static, the repeated words resonated, encouraging everyone to endure and not to give up. In the pursuit of survival, one must explore every conceivable method while awaiting rescue. Wu Heng gazed, somewhat astonished, at the modified tape recorder before him. He was acutely aware that this was not a mere recording, but rather information received via radio transmission. Normal communication channels had long since failed, leaving only this method to establish contact with the outside world. Indeed, they possessed a clear destination. This implied that these survivors had taken the perilous risk of venturing out in order to reach a specific gathering place, one that promised a more favorable living environment. Yet, it was evident that they had faltered at this crossroads. Is it the military? Xiao Xiao inquired curiously after making a small detour. Yes, Wu Heng nodded. Shall we seek them out? They will protect us. Xiao Xiao floated down and perched on his shoulder. This, if it were only him. Without having transformed into a necromancer, he would naturally yearn for the protection of a rescue team or the military. However, the situation was now far more complicated. How could he explain his skeletal companions? How could he elucidate the existence of another realm? Even if they arrived at a human settlement, would it not be akin to Blackstone Town, where he might be treated as a suspect, subjected to restrictions, or even dissection for research into his magical practices? These uncertainties loomed large, yet possibilities existed. But for now, they would deal with the present. They were capable of protecting themselves. Wu Heng secured the iron box and stepped out of the bus, with Xiao Xiao trailing behind. How does this work? Can I watch television? It runs on batteries. We cannot watch television, he replied. With the recorder playing motivational messages for the survivors, Wu Heng activated Bone's servant art, converting the mountain of corpses before him, numbering 7 or 800. The remaining task fell solely to him, requiring days of continuous conversion. The weather posed a preservation challenge. Though he possessed the skill corpse preservation, it rendered the preserved bodies unsuitable for conversion, a rather impractical ability. He could only expedite the conversion process. After washing up, he prepared a bowl of instant noodles. Seated at the table, he casually perused the Grey Eagle Swordsmanship Manual. The content was straightforward, but practice was essential. Wu Heng felt he had the determination, but his poor foundation might hinder his progress. He also considered the possibility that his mage class might prevent him from unlocking swordsmanship. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Wu Heng, are you home? Yuri's voice followed. Opening the door, he found Yuri with her shoulder-length curly hair. What's up? Wu Heng inquired. My end is out, so I came to check on you. She peered inside. What's that delicious smell? My dinner. Upon concluding his words, Wu Heng noticed the other party gazing at him with wide eyes, as if eagerly anticipating his next utterance. Shall we have a meal together? Certainly. Thank you. Yuli beamed, promptly squeezing herself into the room. Approaching the table, she removed the spoon that was pressing down on the instant noodle lid, and an even richer aroma wafted towards her. How delightful. Yuli fanned her face with her small hands. Wu Heng glanced towards the door, closed it, and then retrieved another cup of instant noodles to prepare for her. Where has the deputy steward gone? He inquired. I heard there was some task, so he stepped out. Yuli rested her chin on her hand, observing him as he prepared the noodles for her. Why didn't Tu accompany him to see? There was no point. It's not like it was for leisure. What is there to observe? That is true. Wu Heng placed the noodles before her, indicating they should steep for a while. Oh, Yuli replied. Did you seek me out just to check on me? Wu Heng continued. Are our relations so amicable? I was thinking of taking you to explore the black market. Let us discuss it after our meal, Yuli said, then curiously inquired. Did you prepare all this delicious food yourself? The ingredients were quite ordinary, yet what Wu Heng had brought was exquisite. She had traversed the taverns and shops in the city, but had not encountered anything akin to these flavors. This made her suspect that this necromancer before her was, in fact, an extraordinary chef. I lack such skill. It's all from my hometown, Wu Heng replied, taking a seat at the table. Oh, where is your hometown? Is it far? Far, indeed. Reaching it is quite a challenge. Yuli glanced at him. In terms of hair color and appearance, Wu Heng indeed did not possess the characteristics of a local. He spoke of his hometown being quite distant, which seemed plausible. After exchanging a few casual remarks, the instant noodles were nearly ready. They could eat now. Wu Heng produced several snacks and placed them on the table. A smile involuntarily crept across Yuli's lips. She opened the lid, picked up a fork, and began to eat heartily, mumbling about how delicious it was, and that if he were to open a tavern, it would surely be a sensation. Wu Heng also began to eat his share, although the noodles had softened considerably due to the prolonged soaking. After devouring the noodles with great enthusiasm, they turned their attention to the snacks on the table. They discussed how druids could shape-shift. Wu Heng inquired of her, of course. But what can you transform into? Yuli cast him a sidelong glance and replied. My aunt said I shouldn't casually disclose such information. But we are teammates. Knowing each other's abilities will enhance our cooperation during missions. Then you tell me first. What can you do? I can summon skeletons. What else? As for spells, I have an acid attack, a grease spell, a weakening ray, and corpse preservation. What sinister and malevolent spells you possess, Yuli remarked, then added, though it does suit your profession. Now it's your turn. I can transform into many creatures, such as wolves, bears, and terror crows. Can you do it now? What would you like to see? Wu Heng surveyed his modest living room and remarked, a terror crow. Perhaps. Very well, allow me to demonstrate. In the next moment, Yuli, still seated, abruptly transformed into a jet-black avian creature, flapping her wings as she circled the room before alighting upon the table. Even in her form as a terror crow, she was clad in a diminutive leather armor that conformed snugly to her form. With a series of sharp pecks, she struck the peanuts on the table, consuming two with ease. Subsequently, the terror crow descended and morphed into a brown-furred wolf, pacing back and forth in front of him twice. The wolf, too, was adorned in the same leather armor. It appeared that the druid's armor was indeed an item, a consideration he had pondered before. What would happen to the clothing and equipment upon transformation? A profession that could endure such changes must have taken this into account long ago. No need to transform into a bear, Wu Heng stated. After all, the room is rather small, and I would have to compensate for any damage. What do you think? Yuli asked, tilting her head with a hint of pride. Impressive, he replied. Indeed, we maintain a balance of power with virtually no weaknesses, Yuli asserted, reflecting on her own capabilities. In truth, her analysis was quite sound. The wolf possessed swiftness and a degree of aggression. The terror crow could scout and gather intelligence, while the bear represented sheer strength. She had articulated three forms, each with its own utility. The concept was quite commendable. However, it remained uncertain whether she could withstand bullets. Can you engage in ranged attacks? He inquired. Yes, but I'm not particularly skilled at it, Yuli replied vaguely, gesturing toward the chips. Are there any of those left? Wu Heng took out some items and placed them before her. The two engaged in conversation for a while longer until Yuli stood up, preparing to take her leave. Are you going to the black market tomorrow? Yuli inquired at the door, recalling that her visit today was meant to invite him for a stroll and a chat at the market, which she had forgotten. I have other matters to attend to tomorrow, so I shall not go. However, you may visit the eastern district of the city. It is quite lively there. Very well. I shall seek you out for a visit another time, Yuli replied, skipping away cheerfully. Wu Heng watched her departing figure before closing the door securely and turning his attention to the study of swordsmanship. The following day in the zombie-ridden world, Wu Heng sat on a wooden chair, flanked by Bassin and the hands behind back by Wudong. The recorder had its batteries replaced and began to play motivational phrases urging everyone to persevere in survival. along with emergency methods and sheltering strategies in times of crisis. Yet, it was evident from the discourse that there had been little progress or solutions regarding this disaster. The primary focus remained on seeking refuge and waiting it out. As Wu Heng listened, he initiated the bone control technique, converting the piles of corpses before him. For a necromancer like himself, the dead were no obstacle. The real challenge lay in the sluggish pace of his transformations. If he were to do nothing but this, it would likely take several days to complete the process. However, he found himself without any better alternatives. He could hardly bury them all, after all the effort it took to slay them. At that moment, the content of the recorder shifted, beginning to explain the white matter found within the bodies of the mutated zombies, which the system designated as the corpse core. The primary white matter, entirely alabaster in hue, possesses the remarkable ability to enhance human physical strength and exhibits a formidable infectious nature. The secondary white matter, adorned with intricate vascular patterns, not only augments bodily strength but also presents a chance to acquire extraordinary abilities, though the likelihood of resisting infection remains exceedingly low. What? The incantation of martial arts was momentarily halted. Secondary white matter? Extraordinary abilities? Infectious nature? From the messages conveyed in Chapter 56, the secondary corpse nucleus, it appears that white matter is the corpse nucleus residing within the minds of aberrant beings. Moreover, the inhabitants of this realm have long acknowledged that the corpse nucleus can bolster human physique. This implies that a segment of the populace in this world may possess physical attributes that surpass conventional standards. Furthermore, it signifies that the denizens of this world are embarking on an era of transcending limitations and altering their physical constitution. Of particular note is the mention of the secondary white matter, which also holds the potential to bestow exceptional capabilities. Upon vanquishing a colossal zombie yesterday, I obtained this secondary white matter, synonymous with the corpse nucleus. Could it be that, beyond merely enhancing one's physical constitution, it also harbors other extraordinary effects? I continued to listen intently. The recording persisted in elaborating on the corpse nucleus and various methods of consumption. The corpse nucleus is currently categorized into 3 levels: the ordinary corpse nucleus, the second variety characterized by subtle blood strands, and the third type, which remains unassimilated by any individual thus far, as they have been unable to withstand the virus. As the level of the corpse nucleus escalates, so does its transmissibility. The recording suggests that ordinary individuals, should they have the opportunity to acquire white matter, might endeavor to consume the ordinary grade to enhance their physical constitution. The state of one's physical condition is a crucial factor in the struggle for survival. Have they yet developed an antidote? According to the text, prior to consumption, ordinary corpse cores must be disinfected and maintained in optimal condition. There is no mention of detoxification methods. It is highly probable that effective vaccines or medications have yet to be discovered, or if they have, widespread dissemination remains unattainable. The former seems more plausible. Otherwise, some countermeasures would have been proposed, such as collecting certain medicines to enhance the success rate. The absence of such mention suggests that no development has occurred. The antidote in my possession stands as a unique asset. Although the formulation requirements are not particularly demanding, the current circumstances render it ineffective. The only survivor encountered has met with a tragic fate. The secondary corpse core I possess should be submitted for research at the association, expediting the development of the antidote and its formulation. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed from the ground. Xiao Xiao floated in the air, dragging a massive gray cat carcass with the assistance of Sword 1 and Sword 2, approaching this way. This is the mutated cat that fell victim to the giant zombie, its size nearly rivaling that of a lion. Indeed, it is this one, Xiao Xiao remarked. Well done. With a playful giggle, she spun around in the air. The most evident feature was the indentation on its skull, as if its brain had been excavated. She promptly unleashed bone control. Flesh and blood separated, and a skeletal cat rose to its feet. Skeletal leopard cat, level 5, leopard cat? What a peculiar name. The mention of leopards evokes the image of the golden leopard beneath Slater's feet. Their sizes are nearly comparable, leaving one to ponder who would emerge victorious in a confrontation. This skeletal cat, however, possesses only a level 5 and lacks any remarkable attributes. Wu Heng withdrew his short spear, probing where the skull would have been, but found no core. No core? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, suggesting a possibility. The giant zombie, after vanquishing the deformed cat, must have taken the core. This revelation startled Wu Heng. Could zombies also consume cores to evolve? If that were the case, then a level 3 core zombie would not represent the pinnacle eventually. even more formidable zombies would emerge. The peril to humanity extends far beyond this. After naming the skeletal cat Little Gray, he instructed it to remain aside. Little Gray, accompanied by 4 dogs, roamed the vicinity. Heng continued his monotonous transformation work, animating skeletons that then lined up in the rear. Whenever his mental energy waned, he would take a brief respite before resuming the transformation process. In the afternoon, Heng and his legion of skeletons approached the eastern intersection, the very spot where the giant zombie had overturned the survivors' bus. He had visited this place the previous day, retrieving only the modified recorder while neglecting a thorough search. After a brief rest, he decided to scour the nearby shops. The intersection was lined with numerous establishments, primarily restaurants, alongside pharmacies, barbershops, and grocery stores. Heng led the skeletons into the pharmacy, methodically extracting all the medications within. In addition to medications, the pharmacy also contained wheelchairs, weighing scales, and decoction machines, all marked with a note indicating they could be exchanged for 500 points. After surveying the pharmacy, Mr. Heng, accompanied by the skeleton, ventured into a grain and oil store along with several other shops. They retrieved a substantial quantity of rice, flour, and cooking oil, as well as some cleavers and bone-cutting knives discovered within a restaurant. All these items were collected together, with the skeleton shouldering the burden as they made their way back to the residential complex. Upon arriving at the Professionals Association, a staff member greeted Mr. Heng with a smile, inquiring if he required assistance. Heng on the second floor, several figures clad in black robes engaged in hushed conversations at the reception. Heng displayed his insignia to his staff member and was respectfully ushered into a room located along the inner corridor. After a young maid served him fragrant tea accompanied by dried fruits, a middle-aged man with a pair of slender mustaches entered the room. He greeted Heng with a smile and inquired politely, "How may I assist you, esteemed guest?" After a moment of contemplation, Heng replied, "I wish to commission you to procure a certain item." "Certainly, what is it that you require?" "A corpse, specifically that of an alchemist." The middle-aged man furrowed his brow slightly, falling into a brief silence. Heng observed him and curiously asked, "This should not pose a challenge for the Serpent Emblem Consortium, should it?" According to Vice Deacon Slater, the Serpent Emblem Consortium is a vast organization, particularly driven by profit. Acquiring a corpse should be straightforward, yet you remain silent. How can a consortium that hesitates to procure a mere corpse be taken seriously? "Indeed, it is not an issue," the man initially responded with a smile, then added, "However, due to certain circumstances, the timeline may be extended. It ultimately depends on whether you are willing to wait." "What is the reason?" Although others might find the situation perplexing, Heng understood the underlying cause. Blackstone Town was investigating matters pertaining to necromancers, and even the incineration of corpses required the mutual oversight of professional teams and guards, reflecting their utmost seriousness. This area belonged to the black market, yet it was not far from Blackstone Town, merely a semi-underground marketplace. Thus, the Serpent Emblem Consortium would not refuse the request of its patrons. However, it also wished to avoid becoming embroiled in dubious affairs at this juncture. The mere act of soliciting the purchase of a corpse might lead others to suspect that he was the necromancer sought by Blackstone Town. Accepting such a commission already indicated the audacity of the Serpent Emblem. He was reluctant to attract unnecessary trouble by acquiring a corpse. In essence, spending money on potion research at the association was akin to this inquiry, driven solely by a faint hope. "Good patron, please wait a moment," he continued. "Do you have any specific requirements regarding this corpse? For instance, its level, race, or gender prior to death?" Heng pondered for a moment. Considering race and gender seemed unnecessary. Alchemy primarily hinges on knowledge, which is largely independent of such factors. Moreover, imposing too many restrictions would render the search for a suitable corpse even more arduous and time-consuming. He expressed his thoughts further, in terms of alchemical expertise. "I am more concerned with proficiency than other aspects." The middle-aged man diligently recorded the details of the commission on paper. Due to the unique nature of this request, the deposit required is approximately 50 higher than usual. "Very well, how much is it?" 300 silver coins, with the remaining balance reassessed based on the corpse's level and condition. "Goodness, is the deposit truly that substantial? Am I purchasing a corpse made of gold?" He mused, realizing that some could fund 5 or 6 alchemical commissions at the association. Yet, having broached the subject, he felt it would be unwise to retract his words, especially since he genuinely required such a corpse. He retrieved his purse, extracted 300 silver coins, and placed them into the hands of the middle-aged man. The man nodded and requested, "Could I borrow your insignia for a moment?" He handed over the insignia. The other party produced a substance reminiscent of sealing wax, pressed the insignia into it, and then stamped the completed commission form. Upon lifting it, a distinct pattern was left behind. Satisfied, Wu Heng rose and made his way outside. After exiting the room, he descended the stairs and wandered through the bustling crowd, continuing to explore the wares at the black market stalls. The variety of goods remained plentiful, yet there was little of utility. The only stall that captured his attention was the one where he had previously purchased the peculiar item known as the shroud. The offerings were unchanged, and the stall owner maintained a posture that had not shifted. When approached for pricing, only a voice emerged from beneath the dark cloak, without so much as a quiver from the fabric. Such stillness was commendable. Were it him, he would surely be aching from discomfort. After perusing the market, he purchased 2 bundles of crossbow bolts and exited the black market. Upon awakening in the early morning, Wu Heng completed his morning routine and had breakfast before heading to the Adventurers Association. Pushing open the door to the squad's lounge, he found the captain, Overlord, seated alone in the room. "Good morning, Captain," Wu Heng greeted. "Ah, you arrived just in time," Overlord replied. "Is there a mission?" Wu Heng inquired with curiosity. "Not precisely a mission." Overlord gestured for him to take a seat and continued, "Kavina, Lily, and I have discussed the possibility of accepting a commission soon, to enhance the synergy within our team. What do you think?" Since the squad members had incapacitated a member of the punishment sect, the association had ceased to assign new missions. Some were nursing their wounds, while others took the opportunity to rest. Among the 4 professionals, their squad was undoubtedly the most lethargic. Among them, Wu Heng was the most lackadaisical. He rarely visited the association and was often nowhere to be seen. Therefore, upon noticing Wu Heng's arrival, they decided to broach the subject in advance to gauge his thoughts. "Sure, what sort of commission do you have in mind? As long as it isn't excessively perilous," Wu Heng replied. Having plundered a gold shop, he no longer worried about his own survival. However, the other members of the squad still needed to consider their livelihoods. "Let us not rush. Yuli is gathering information, and we can select something suitable later." "Yuli? She has just arrived in Blackstone Town. What information can she possibly gather? At most, she could provide some insights into local delicacies." "Oh, very well," Wu Heng conceded. Then inquired, "Is there nothing happening at the association lately?" "Nothing significant. Our primary focus remains on that necromancer from Mine Village. Other than that, there are no pressing matters." "Indeed, world peace is most desirable." That statement hardly befits a necromancer. Upon exiting the association, Wu Heng made his way to the antler shop to procure various potions, mental stimulants, healing elixirs, detoxifying agents, and the like, all for unforeseen circumstances. He then ventured into the world of the undead, ascending to the rooftop to assess the situation of the skeletons. After confirming all was well, he summoned all the skeletons, arming them as they descended together. Last night, he had restructured his plans. One cannot devote all their time to the transformation of corpses. The primary focus should remain on exterminating zombies, reserving any remaining time for conversion. Accumulating experience is one aspect. However, there is a growing suspicion that zombies are evolving gradually, and the fear arises that they may become increasingly difficult to eliminate in the future. Wu Heng led his skeletal army out of the community through the northern gate. Following the path of the survivor bus that had collided at the intersection, they advanced northward. The nearby zombies had already been cleared, and only a few scattered ones posed no threat. Any that charged forward were swiftly dispatched by the skeletons wielding cleavers. "Uncle, where are we going?" Xiao Xiao, floating in the air, inquired with curiosity. "To the hardware store." "What for?" "To see if there are any useful items inside." He recalled that there was a fairly large hardware store in that direction. If one were to find iron pipes and tools nearby, this would be the only place to consider. "Oh." Xiao Xiao responded with an acknowledgement, settling back on his shoulder and falling silent. As they continued along the road, the number of zombies gradually increased. The sounds of combat grew louder, and more zombies surged forth from nearby. "Attack!" Wu Heng commanded. The cleaver-wielding skeletons maneuvered around the spear-wielders and lunged at the advancing zombies. Blood splattered as the sound of cleavers striking bone reverberated throughout the area. In the distance, atop a store near the road, a figure stood at the edge, gazing ahead. Their complexion was pale, and an unmistakable fear was etched across their face. Below, a horde of zombies burst forth from the alley, converging on a single location. Across the street, one could still see a group of skeletons armed with weapons, engaged in a fierce battle with the zombies. Blood and dismembered limbs splattered everywhere. "What on earth is happening?" The voice was barely above a whisper. As though afraid of attracting the attention of the zombies, The man on the rooftop swallowed hard and pressed the talk button. Chow. There has been a coup in the underworld. Skeletons and zombies are at war. Chapter 58. Little Dong Auto Repair. Seeking continued reading. What nonsense are you spouting? Speak clearly. Came the angry retort over the intercom. I'm serious. There's a horde of skeletons and zombies fighting outside. Please, don't make any noise. The man on the rooftop kept his body low to the ground as he continued. Skeletons? Where did they come from? How should I know? These skeletons are far more ferocious than the zombies. If they spot us, it's certain death. The man's voice trembled slightly. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by more voices. Can we escape from our position? What route is safest? All right. The Water Supply Management Office. Zombies surged from every alleyway, rushing towards the location of the skeletons. Wu Heng, accompanied by the skeletons, retreated into the courtyard of the Water Supply Management Office. With their backs against the building, they engaged in combat with the oncoming zombies. The skeletons swung their weapons, cleaving the advancing zombies to the ground, reducing them to mere puddles of gore. Likewise, some skeletons were overwhelmed by zombies, torn apart into a scattering of white bones. But Wu Dong, a hefty figure, along with two high-ranking skeletons, launched their assault, sending zombies flying with each punch and kick, toppling others in their wake. Wu Heng, wielding his staff and a magic arrow, skillfully deployed the grease spell at the opportune moment, thereby augmenting his side's offensive capabilities. However, he merely cast the grease spell without igniting it. The combatants became entangled in a chaotic melee, posing the risk of self-immolation. Experience gained. 4. Summon, Skeletal Warrior. Experience gained. 5. Experience gained. 4. Summon, Skeletal Warrior. Level increased to 4. Constitution. 1. Summon, Skeletal Warrior. Level increased to 5. Unlocks trait. Basic Soul. Strength. 1. Perception. 7. Intelligence. 7. Charisma. 4. Experience gained. As the battle raged on, Wu Heng and his skeletal minions accrued experience. Both sides suffered mounting losses, yet the skeletal forces maintained a numerical advantage over the zombies. Gradually, the number of zombies began to dwindle. And as the last howling zombie had its skull crushed by Ba Wudong's fist, silence once again enveloped the courtyard near the water supply. Approximately 200 corpses littered the ground, with Wu Heng also having lost a few skeletal warriors. Nonetheless, the losses remained within acceptable limits. Rather than advancing immediately, he chose to inspect the skeletal warrior that had reached level 5. This particular skeleton was the first one Wu Heng had summoned. Unlike the others that had been continuously replaced, it had persevered until now. Skeletal Warrior, level 5, 38 3000. Attributes, Constitution, 12, Strength, 13, Agility, 10, Perception, 7, Intelligence, 7. Charisma, 4. Traits, Hollow Frame, Basic Soul. Upon reaching level 5, the characteristic of Basic Soul was unlocked, accompanied by the emergence of Perception, Intelligence, and Charm. This meant that the skeleton now possessed a soul. Wu Heng scrutinized it closely and observed a ghostly blue flame flickering within its hollow eye sockets. From now on, you shall be known as Spear One. Wu Heng casually designated a name. It was imperative, as the number of skeletons continued to grow, that he kept the nomenclature simple enough to remember. Categorizing them by their weapons proved to be a more manageable system. Spear One stood by, wielding a spear, while Wu Heng turned to glance at the administrative office behind him, deciding to explore inside. The interior housed only a few tables and chairs, along with scattered odds and ends, lacking anything of significant value. In one of the rooms, there was large equipment that could neither be moved nor carried. Thus, his search yielded no fruitful discoveries. Uncle, I just saw someone fleeing across the rooftop over there, Xiao Xiao exclaimed, having traversed the roof with excitement. A person? Ah, indeed. 2 men, Uncle. Let me take a look. Xiao Xiao melded into Wu Heng's body, immediately recalling the scene he had just witnessed. On the rooftop, 2 men cautiously advanced northward, clad in leather jackets, their arms wrapped in magazines secured with tape, and wielding spears fashioned from steel pipes. They appeared more akin to hunters embarking on an expedition. Wu Heng focused intently on their spears. Unlike his own makeshift fruit knife bound with tape, theirs bore tips crafted from polished metal, bolted securely to the steel pipes. It appeared far sturdier than what Wu Heng had at his disposal. There truly were survivors after all. Wu Heng was somewhat astonished by how these individuals had managed to survive. Xiao Xiao once again emerged from within her own body and remarked, "Indeed, there must be someone." Wu Heng nodded, contemplating the situation before continuing. "Let us follow them to their gathering place and observe." "All right." Xiao Xiao floated in the air while Wu Heng commanded the skeletons to remove the items from inside before hurrying in the direction of the survivors' retreat. In a stifling room with closed windows, dim light flickered from the bulb. A woman, her shoulder wrapped in bandages, sat on the sofa, inquiring of the three individuals before her. Their expressions were grim, and one of them replied, "Yes, numerous skeletons, and they wield weapons." The woman furrowed her brow even deeper. Skeletons can stand now? While the existence of zombies can be explained through genetic viruses, the notion of bones rising is utterly incomprehensible, based on the information they had encountered. It was beyond her understanding. Perhaps, the spiritual energy has revived, suggested a slightly younger man. No one chose to respond to this statement. They were at a loss for words. One of the men pondered for a moment before stating, in truth, the emergence of these new monstrosities may not necessarily spell disaster. If we allow them to engage the zombies, we can remain hidden and scavenge for supplies. Once we have amassed enough resources, we can depart from here and head to the gathering place. Another man interjected, but what if they discover us first? That is highly unlikely. The streets are teeming with zombies, an unending tide that leaves no room for us to act. Yet, there exists a peril in this chaos. The woman seated upon the couch waved her hand, signaling the trio to silence, and inquired further, is it possible that the extraordinary beings mentioned in the broadcast possess the ability to control the skeletons? That cannot be, another replied. I have not encountered any humans, only some skeletal figures clad in leather armor. The woman responded, regardless of whether they are new monsters or extraordinary beings, they are of little consequence to us. Once we have gathered sufficient supplies and completed the welding of the train, we shall vacate this wretched place. Very well. Let us descend and rest. Remain vigilant of the surroundings, they agreed, nodding before exiting the room. The woman remained alone, intending to unwrap the bandages and change the dressing, when a nearly transparent figure emerged from the wall, staring fixedly at her, its countenance pale and stricken with terror. Are you the owner of this place? My uncle sent me to speak with you. Chapter 59. Negotiating terms. The woman tensed, seizing a kitchen knife from the table and brandishing it before her. She gazed in horror at the ethereal apparition hovering in the air. She could not fathom how, in addition to the standing skeletons, a ghost had now appeared directly before her. Auntie, there is no need for alarm. Xiao Xiao means you no harm. The spirit spoke. And who are you? She demanded. My name is Xiao Xiao. I am the proprietor of the Heng Silver Shop. Xiao Xiao, Heng Silver Shop? What nonsense is this? What brings you to me? The woman inquired, cautiously inching toward the doorway. Xiao Xiao circled the room before continuing. My uncle wishes to speak with you. Your uncle? What does he wish to discuss? The woman pressed. Despite the bizarre circumstances, the apparition before her appeared not to pose an immediate threat. You mentioned a figure accompanied by skeletons. Indeed, someone is orchestrating the skeletal horde. Is your uncle an ability wielder? What is an ability wielder? Xiao Xiao replied, I don't know, but he is the king of hell. The woman frowned. The king of hell? Why does he appear now? What does he want you to talk about with me? She had retreated to the threshold, standing there as she questioned. Let me think. Xiao Xiao said, taking another small turn around the room before continuing, my uncle wishes for you to follow him. Follow him? What do you mean? Just like me. Follow my uncle. Goodness. Who would want to be like you? Clearly, you are no longer human. What can one expect? Living with a ghost or skeleton? Can one still survive under the King of Hell's guidance? Just as the woman was about to respond, the walkie-talkie in her pocket crackled to life. Red sister, it's bad. The skeletons are approaching and they're drawing near. We must leave at once. The woman cast a cautious glance at the ghost hovering in midair, then retrieved the walkie-talkie, saying, Gather your things, prepare to retreat. Understood. The woman, after speaking, turned her gaze towards the young ghost hovering in the air and inquired, what would happen if we chose not to engage with him? The little one pondered for a moment and replied, Uncle did not say, but I suspect he might kill you. My grandfather and father were both murdered by him. Upon hearing this, the woman trembled visibly. Goodness, this truly is a formidable fiend. She added, we need to deliberate further. We shall provide you with a response shortly. After the little one finished speaking, she effortlessly passed through the wall and vanished. The woman remained rooted in place for a few seconds, and upon noticing no unusual occurrences, she opened the door and rushed outside. Ascending to the rooftop, she took her position beside the man on watch and gazed into the distance. There, she beheld a multitude of white skeletons, brandishing various weapons, striding nonchalantly along the road. Some approaching zombies were swiftly dispatched, falling to the ground like chopped vegetables, only to rise again as skeletons. It was as if spectral soldiers were traversing the path. An eerie and unsettling sight. The woman maintained a serious demeanor, refraining from further commentary. Among the ranks of the skeletal brigade, there was a measure of surprise upon discovering that their leader was a woman. It was not a matter of gender inferiority, but rather the recognition that, in such a dire environment, the physical advantages of men often tend to dominate, even within a small survivor group. This revelation was indeed quite astonishing. After listening to the little one's account of their dialogue, Heng resolved to witness the situation firsthand. The little one entered within, and the scene of the auto repair shop materialized in his mind. An unkempt and rudimentary room, dimly lit bulbs, a walkie-talkie resting on the table, and a modest supply of provisions. Even if they dispatch individuals to scavenge for supplies, resources are undoubtedly scarce. If that half bag of rice in the corner constitutes their entire food reserve, it will not last many days. The presence of electricity had already crossed my mind. The long spears they wield require drilling and polishing, tasks that are nearly impossible without electrical equipment. They must possess a diesel or gasoline generator. Releasing Xiao Xiao, I instructed. Xiao Xiao, take Xiao Hui with you and ask her for a walkie-talkie. Oh, all right. Xiao Xiao called out behind me, Xiao Hui. Suddenly, a flurry of activity ensued as 4 dogs and a cat rushed towards us. Come with me, Xiao Xiao urged, leading the charge as the 5 skeletal animals scampered out. On the rooftop of the auto repair shop, Li Yahue recounted the events that had transpired in the room. Upon hearing that the master of the skeleton horde referred to himself as the King of Hell, and that he had slain both the grandfather and father of a little ghost, the color drained from their faces. The fear they experienced now was even more profound than that of confronting zombies. Whether the adversary was an ability user or something else was no longer of consequence. What mattered was that they had become the target. The group whispered among themselves to devise a plan when suddenly one voice trembled with despair. The skeletons are coming. All heads turned in unison towards the approaching threat. There they saw several animal skeletons charging towards them with great strides. Good heavens, there are skeletons rushing at us. We must flee immediately. Panic ensued. What should we do? We might not be able to withstand them. If we leave now, we still have a chance to break free. Li Yang bandaged her shoulder wound and continued, Let us go. We need nothing else. We will leave from the rooftop. All right, several responded, gathering their necessities as they prepared to depart. Just as Li Yang was about to step away, a ghostly apparition resembling a little girl emerged from the floor beneath her. Auntie, are you here? My uncle asked you to bring him a walkie-talkie. He wants to speak with you. A walkie-talkie? Li Yahong's foot halted abruptly, as if it had become glued to the ground, maintaining her stepping motion. She addressed those behind her, Bring me a walkie-talkie. One member of the group removed a walkie-talkie and handed it to her. Li Yang placed the device on the table. Can you take it? Little Gray. She called out to the space below. The skeletal cat leaped up from below, bounding directly onto the rooftop. Take this. The skeletal cat seized the walkie-talkie and swiftly jumped away, darting off in a flash. In the trailing group, Heng pressed the talk button on the walkie-talkie. Can you hear me? Amidst a faint crackling sound, a woman's voice responded, Yes. What do you need? Heng stated plainly, I can offer you a secure living space. In return, you will need to work for me. After a brief silence, the crackling returned, followed by the woman's voice, Thank you for your kindness. But we shall not linger here. We may have to leave before long. Leave? Heng glanced towards the distant buildings. In such circumstances, the rejection of one's own protective conditions should have been premeditated with a clear destination in mind. Where do you intend to go? Heng inquired. To one of our human enclaves. You humans? The statement felt as though it excluded oneself from the realm of humanity. Before Heng could press further, the other party spoke first. We harbor no ill intentions and hope to maintain a peaceful relationship with you. Originally, his developmental blueprint did not account for the human survivors. Yet their inclusion could facilitate certain tasks that the skeletons were incapable of managing, such as operating generators, cutting, and welding. He himself lacked these skills, and the skeletons certainly did as well. However, it seemed that the counterparts were not inclined to offer their assistance. Now, only 2 approaches remained. One was to seize them outright, capturing them to compel their labor. The other was to seek collaboration, establishing a mutually beneficial exchange to fulfill his requirements. The first approach was the most efficient and expedient, yet it risked engendering resentment among the survivors, who might perceive themselves as exploited and perpetually contemplate rebellion. Moreover, such actions would cross certain moral boundaries, even in a post-apocalyptic world. There was no necessity to engage in deeds that would harm others. The second approach, involving reciprocal exchanges, would compel them to perform certain tasks as well. In essence, this was not markedly different from the first, The only distinction lay in offering them some benefits, framing their contributions as rewards for labor. Ultimately, the two methods were not significantly dissimilar. After a swift contemplation, Heng continued, "Since you have formulated a plan, I shall not impose my will upon you. Before our departure, we can engage in some transactions that may grant you greater resources." A sigh of relief emanated from the intercom, followed by the woman's inquiry. "What kind of transactions?" "I propose to exchange food for iron spears, specifically the kind you utilize," he stated. "How shall we barter?" she inquired. 100 spears for a sack of grain," he replied. "That is excessive. It is unfair to us," she countered. Heng elaborated, "In the current climate, food possesses an elevated value in any human settlement. Even if you venture into one, grain remains the singular hard currency." This was Heng's conjecture. Only a scarcity of food could compel survivors to venture forth to scavenge. "That is indeed too much, and we lack sufficient iron pipes and materials," the woman responded. Heng replied, 100 spears. "You possess a generator. It is not laborious work. I will supply the iron pipes and materials." A brief silence ensued, but this time, her tone lacked conviction. 100 spears, a sack of rice, 5 bags of sugar weighing 500 grams each, and we require anti-inflammatory medication, she stipulated. After a moment of reflection, Heng deemed it unnecessary to haggle. These items were of no scarcity to him, and he had no place to store them. Moreover, their choice to produce spears from his provisions and materials did not greatly differ from the initial arrangement, merely a matter of form. "Very well, if the craftsmanship is satisfactory. I shall bestow upon you 5 cans of meat as well. Certainly, however, our materials are only sufficient to craft over 20 iron spears. We still require steel pipes and welding rods. I shall procure these for you in the coming days. For now, let us focus on what we have at hand." After our conversation, Heng cast his gaze once more upon the auto repair shop ahead. As the skeletal army retreated, the individuals atop the shop's roof exhaled in relief. A gentle breeze swept through, causing everyone to shiver. It was then they realized their garments were soaked with perspiration. "Red Sister, are we truly to collaborate with the skeletons?" inquired a younger member. "Do you possess a superior alternative?" came the retort. Moreover, his argument holds merit. "Food is a valuable currency, and bringing more to the gathering point would be advantageous for us." Li Yawang clapped her hands and continued, "All right. Let's power up the generator and prepare to forge the iron spears." Chapter 60, Cultivating Cooperation. It seems the adversary is quite astute, refraining from fleeing while I led our departure. The likelihood of survival outside is slim, as the zombies lurk, while remaining to craft the iron spears offers a glimmer of hope for securing sustenance. "Well done," Heng commended. "Hee hee. When will I be able to watch television?" "I long to see it," piped up Xiao Xiao, perched on his shoulder. "Television nowadays is merely a barrage of advertisements. What is there truly to watch?" he replied. Even if the generator functioned, he was uncertain whether television would still be accessible, considering the absence of broadcasting personnel. "You can watch anything. I simply wish to see," Xiao Xiao insisted. "Let us first resolve the power generation issue, then I shall ensure you can watch." A solitary soul engaged in casual conversation continued to unleash the power of the bone technique. In Blackstone Town, Heng tidied himself up, planning to step out for a meal. Upon exiting the alley, he noticed the landlord chatting with neighbors at the street corner. "Are you home?" the landlord inquired upon seeing Heng. "What is the matter?" "This afternoon, someone came looking for you, kicking the door. If I hadn't seen it, she might have damaged the door," the landlord complained. "Who could be so rude?" "A petite girl with slightly curly hair," the landlord described. The moment Heng heard this, he knew exactly who it was. "Yuri. What did she want?" Heng continued to inquire. "She asked you to visit the Adventurers Association." "All right. Please tell that young lady that she must refrain from kicking doors in the future. If she breaks it, it will be a hassle to repair," the landlord advised as he watched Heng's departing figure. Heng waved his hand, signaling that he understood. He made his way to the Adventurers Association, traversing the corridor until he arrived at the 4th Team's lounge. He pushed the door open to find Captain Otluk, Kavina, and Yuri all present in the lounge. Noticing Heng's entrance, Yuri raised an eyebrow. "Where have you been? Why weren't you home? Do I need to report my whereabouts to you?" Heng retorted as he took a seat. "Also, the landlord mentioned that if you kick the door again, he'll report you to the association for damaging residents' property." "Stop exaggerating. I knocked with my hand," Yuri protested. "You kicked it." Otluk and Kavina gazed in astonishment at the two individuals, bewildered by the sudden warmth that had blossomed in their relationship. Initially, during their first encounter, they had exchanged not a single word with one another. Ahem. Oldluck cleared his throat, signaling the bickering pair to pause, and continued, "Let us first address the matter at hand before we delve into the topic of the door knocking." "I did not kick it, humph." Yuli huffed, turning away in a sulk. Oldluck pressed on, "Wu-hung, Yuli has acquired precise intelligence. We shall undertake the commission task tonight while simultaneously honing the synergy of our team." Just yesterday, he had visited the Guild of Professions, where Oldluck informed him about accepting some commissions to refine the team's coordination. He had not anticipated receiving such intelligence so swiftly. No. It was possible that the planning had commenced earlier, merely communicated to him at a later time. "I have no objections. What kind of commission is it?" Wu-hung inquired further. "It concerns these 3 individuals." Oldluck presented 3 wanted posters, placing them before Wu-hung. The portraits depicted 3 scruffy men, unkempt and somewhat disheveled. "What crimes have they committed?" "Robbery. Murder. They fled to Blackstone Town after being wanted." "Ah, where shall we apprehend them? Alive or dead?" "According to the intel, they are currently holed up in the Blushing Mermaid Inn in the Eastern District, a known gathering place for mercenaries. Exercise caution. The distinction between the living and the dead is of little consequence. The Blushing Mermaid Inn held a certain notoriety within the Eastern District, not merely an inn. The ground floor also serves as a tavern, a favored rendezvous for mercenaries. In the event of turmoil, the reputation of the Guild of Professionals may not suffice to intimidate all. Is there any plan?" Wu-hang inquired further. Oldluck glanced at the other 2 team members and continued, "First, we must ascertain the target's location, then we shall deliberate on our strategy." "Very well." In truth, there was nothing particularly extraordinary about the operation. It was merely a routine endeavor to apprehend a wanted criminal. The source of information was quite straightforward. Obtained from Deputy Clerk Slater. Relying on Yuli, a newcomer to Blackstone Town, to gather such intelligence proved rather challenging. In the Eastern District, the Blushing Mermaid Inn stood, its entrance swarming with patrons, some inebriated, others barely coherent. In the dimly lit alley, alluring women, clad in scant attire, engaged in fervent embraces with men. The allure of wine and beauty lured mercenaries here to expend their excess energy. Across the street, members of the 4th Squad sat by the window, idly conversing while they awaited developments. Soon, a black-feathered raven flew through the window and transformed into Yuli's original form upon landing at the table. After taking a generous sip from her cup, she remarked, "I circled around the second-floor windows, but I did not see anyone resembling the target. Surely they are in disguise," commented Kavina. Wu-hang nodded in agreement. In this world, entertainment was scarce. Thus, visiting taverns for drink and companionship became the most popular form of diversion. With the gathering of many, it naturally became difficult to locate anyone amidst the commotion. Lily gazed at Oldluck and inquired, "Captain, what shall we do next? Should I fly around for a bit longer? I will go inside for a look and await my report." Oldluck replied directly, "No, that's not advisable." Wu-hang shook his head and, perceiving the confusion in the other's eyes, added, "Captain, the moment you enter the tavern, several mercenaries will recognize you, causing those wanted criminals to hide, making them even harder to locate. What alternative do you propose?" Oldluck asked, turning his gaze towards him. "I will go. Just wait for my news." He rarely made appearances at the Adventurers Guild, and apart from the guild's team members and staff, very few knew his identity. Among the mercenaries, he was virtually unknown. A significant reason for this was that Xiao Xiao had already spotted an individual in the tavern who bore a resemblance to the wanted criminal. If he did not enter, he had no grounds to inform the team members that he had identified the target, nor could he disclose Xiao Xiao's findings. "Very well. Just exercise caution," Oldluck advised. "Understood." Wu-hang nodded and proceeded downstairs. Exiting the building, he made his way directly to the tavern across the street. As he approached, a slender man with a shifty demeanor hastened towards him. Wu-hang gestured for Bassin not to intervene. The man drew closer and, with an air of mystery, remarked, "Friend, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first visit? Perhaps you'd like to try this Heaven-S elixir. It's quite pleasant and joyful, providing an experience like none other. And the price is reasonable. The development of potions in this world is not inferior to that of the modern era. In fact, it may even surpass it." Wu-hang, adorned in fine attire and accompanied by a conspicuously protective figure, was perceived by those present as a promising patron. Ignoring the surroundings, he pressed onward into the tavern. The cacophony of noise, along with the pungent aromas of alcohol and sweat, assailed his senses. In addition to the patrons indulging at the tables, several burly men armed with weapons were stationed about, overseeing the establishment. Wu-hang found a seat and was promptly approached by a provocatively dressed woman. "Good evening, esteemed guest. What may I procure for you?" A misty cocktail, he replied. The woman glanced toward a nearby figure, a straight-backed man clad in a round helmet, before inquiring, "And what about your companion? Will he not partake?" "He shall abstain. That will be 55 copper coins," she said with a smile, gently leaning forward to lower her neckline slightly. Though Wu Heng typically frequented bustling taverns, he was no stranger to such encounters. He produced a silver coin and discreetly slipped it into her decolletage, saying, "The remainder is yours." "Thank you, kind sir," she replied, departing to fetch the drink. Wu Heng then directed his gaze to the second floor, where a bearded man in a hat leaned against the railing, surveying the scene below. "Misty cocktail," he mused. Noting its distinctive characteristics, it exuded a delicate white mist and a refreshing aroma. "Is there anything else you require, esteemed guest?" the woman inquired upon her return. "Not at the moment," Wu Heng responded with a gracious smile and a shake of his head. Observing the absence of new arrivals, the woman settled beside him on the sofa, her smile unwavering as she asked, "Is this your first visit, esteemed guest?" "Indeed, I do not frequent this area often. You must reside in the central district." "Quite unlike those mercenaries," the woman remarked. "Oh, what gives that away?" Wu Heng inquired, turning his gaze towards her. The woman leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Observe them, their tone, their gestures, and even their skin. It is unmistakable that you are not one of them. Listening to your words." "It seems you are quite right," Wu Heng replied, lifting his glass for a sip. "May I ask your name?" "Benny. Does it sound pleasing?" "Quite lovely." "And it suits you well," he complimented. "Thank you. And what should I call you?" she asked. "Roger," he replied. After exchanging a few casual remarks, they grew increasingly familiar with one another. Wu Heng's eyes inadvertently drifted towards the staircase, prompting him to ask, "What is that man doing?" "He has been standing there the entire time." Following his gaze, Benny noticed the bearded man loitering at the stairwell and softly replied, "He is a guest at the inn, rather disheveled, yet quite affluent. He has been staying here for several days." "Oh, dressed in leather armor within the tavern. I assumed he was here to oversee something." Wu Heng mused. "Not at all. He is merely a regular guest, set to check out in a couple of days. No one pays him much mind. He simply enjoys standing there," Benny explained. "Ah, I see," Wu Heng acknowledged. Just then, new guests entered, and Benny promptly rose to leave. Wu Heng discreetly slipped a silver coin into her hand as she departed. As the silver coin nestled in her palm, the woman's smile deepened. "And the patrons awaited my completion of tasks." With that, she turned to greet the new arrivals at the establishment. Wu Heng took another sip of his drink, rising alongside Bassin to leave the tavern. Upon entering the room, all three turned their gazes towards him. "What did you find? Any leads on the target?" asked Oderluck. He had spotted the individual guarding the staircase while in the tavern. The other two were merely glimpsed through Little's keen sight, confirming their presence within the tavern. Upon hearing this, the trio furrowed their brows. "How do you know so much?" Yuli inquired. She had transformed into a raven and flown a considerable distance without locating anyone. Yet he had been inside for mere minutes and was already aware of the room's occupants. "I offered a small gratuity to the staff for information. They mentioned that the guests would be checking out in a couple of days, making it harder to apprehend them later," Wu Heng explained. "Indeed. Purchasing intelligence is a viable method," Oderluck continued. "Yuli, you will remain outside, vigilant for any escapees, while Wu Heng and I will enter the tavern to apprehend the target." "Wait, why am I not allowed to enter and assist in the capture?" Yuli raised her hand in protest. Kavina smiled and clarified, "If someone attempts to flee, you will be better positioned to intercept them. We need someone to guard the exit. It is far more challenging to identify a target amidst the chaos within the tavern than to monitor the entrance. Wu Heng must swiftly identify the target and act decisively. Allowing Yuli to remain outside is a precaution. Wu Heng seems concerned for the young lady's safety during her first operation, especially since she entered through the back. This task was entrusted to them by themselves, rather than being assigned by the association. "Very well." Lily nodded in agreement. "No worries. I will have Bassin accompany you." Wu Heng began to don his leather armor, followed by a bandit mask and a leather helmet. Having shown his face at the tavern earlier, it felt somewhat awkward to return for apprehension. "No need. Let's proceed according to the captain's plan." Otlok, wishing to avoid further delay, declared, "All right, let us descend. Do exercise caution." Agreed. The trio nodded in unison. Once prepared, they descended directly downstairs, making their way towards the tavern across the street. As they approached, the man selling potions jovially approached them, but upon seeing Otlok clad in silver armor, he immediately averted his gaze, feigning interest in his surroundings before turning to leave. No one paid him any heed as they entered the tavern. Just as they pushed the door open, The fugitive leaning against the banister on the staircase suddenly changed countenance and fled. Heng pointed decisively, "Captain, that man is making a run for it. Capture him." With a flurry, they shoved through the crowd, rushing towards the second floor. Bassin and Kavina, the swiftest among them, ascended the stairs in great strides, grasping the banister as they reached the second floor. Bang! The fleeing man forcefully kicked open a door, shouting, "Members of the association, hurry." Before he could finish his sentence, he was sent crashing to the ground by a swift kick. The fugitive rolled and produced a dagger, his gaze icy as he fixed it on his adversaries. Kavina was the first to charge forward, her sword flashing like lightning as it aimed directly at him. Clang! The fugitive brandished a blade, the sound of metal clashing reverberating through the room. Beside him, Bassin, wielding dual daggers, charged towards another adversary, and in an instant, a fierce skirmish ensued. A third fugitive, drawing a longsword from beneath the bed, was about to rush to his comrade's aid when he was confronted by Adaluk and Heng entering the chamber. Bang! 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 The gunfire erupted. Orange bullets flew toward the two assailants, piercing their bodies, causing them to collapse lifelessly to the ground. The last remaining fugitive, sensing the dire situation, swiftly rolled and leapt through the window. Heng quickly approached the window, aware that others were below, and refrained from firing. He raised his hand and unleashed the light dance technique. In an instant, four ethereal orbs of light encircled the fleeing fugitive. This was a technique Heng had later developed, which could also be applied to designated objects, provided the target remained within a certain distance of the caster. The fugitive landed awkwardly, glancing at the orbs surrounding him, wildly swinging his longsword. Seeing no effect, he continued his desperate flight into the distance. In the dimly lit environment, he appeared as a walking lantern. "Yuli," Heng called out. "I know, but I'm uncertain if I can manage this. It's my first real combat." No sooner had he spoken than a wolf swiftly pursued the fugitive. Heng glanced back, urging Bassin to leap down as well. The light dance technique had its limits. The target could not stray too far from him. Given that the first floor was a tavern, the second floor was somewhat elevated. Bassin landed smoothly, while Heng stumbled slightly, though his foundational attributes remained intact, suffering only mild numbness in his feet. Adaluk and Kavina swiftly dispatched the two fugitives, and just as they prepared to follow suit and leap down, a throng of mercenaries burst into the room. The boss cast a displeased glance at the two individuals. Outlook glanced at Kavina and instructed her to assist them. Kavina nodded and leaped through the window. The boss narrowed his eyes, suppressing his anger, and said, "Captain Outlook, I require an explanation." Chapter 62. Insufficient squad. Heng and Bassin sprinted forward swiftly, endeavoring to catch up with their fleeing target. The residential area was a labyrinth of intricate pathways, rendering movement exceedingly arduous. Upon entering an alley, they were met with the sound of intense hammering. As Heng ventured further, he beheld a massive brown bear clutching the wanted criminal, who dangled heavily towards the ground. With a mighty blow, the bear struck 3 times before hurling the criminal violently against the wall. The fugitive slid down the wall and did not rise again. "Huh, mission accomplished," Yuli exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "Impressive, as expected of my teammate," Heng responded, also raising a thumb in approval. "Indeed." Heng gestured towards the lifeless body of the wanted criminal, prompting Bassin to step forward and deliver a final blow. The lack of experience indicated that Yuli had likely dealt the fatal strike. "What shall we do with the body?" Yuli inquired. "The bounty has been issued. How do you intend to spend it?" I haven't decided yet. What about you?" "I plan to indulge in every tavern in the city, then purchase some personal favorites from the black market." 2 individuals stood guard over a corpse, engaged in conversation, when Kavina hurriedly approached. Upon seeing the lifeless body on the ground, she let out a sigh of relief. "Bassin, you carry the body." Bassin lifted the corpse, and the trio proceeded towards the tavern. Upon returning to the Mermaid Tavern, they found a crowd gathered at the entrance, including patrol guards who had secured the area. Otluk stood at the doorway. Beside him lay the bodies of 2 wanted criminals. The corpses were placed onto a cart, and together they made their way to the guild. In the lounge, the 3 engaged in conversation. The swift and efficient capture of the 3 wanted criminals was indeed a commendable achievement. Not only did it bolster their income, but it also demonstrated the squad's considerable prowess. Although their pursuit and apprehension had appeared somewhat chaotic, the outcome was favorable, culminating in the successful elimination of their targets. After confirming their identities, it was established that they were indeed the wanted criminals. Here lay the bounty, along with the money they carried. Each individual would receive approximately 120 silver coins, with an additional 10 for the valuable information provided by Lily. These criminals had certainly been active. The total bounty for the three amounted to just over 100 silver coins, meaning that each of the four of them would receive a sum exceeding 100. Unfortunately, they had not spent much, remaining cautious within the tavern, ultimately leading to the demise of their targets. Let's just divide it evenly, Lily said, scratching her head. A bit bashful. This distribution ensures that next time, if someone provides accurate information, they can also receive a greater share, Kavina remarked, wrapping her arm around Lily's shoulder. Thank you all, Lily exclaimed joyfully as she collected her share. Wu Heng sensed that she ought to be financially secure. After all, her aunt managed a lucrative enterprise. And it was rumored that she also commanded a mercenary group. Yuli, having recently joined the association, was already equipped with magical armor, indicating an extraordinary background. Nonetheless, the young girl must have felt quite elated about earning her first wage. Remarkably, there was also a post-battle debriefing to consider. The reconnaissance skills of Xiao Xiao were commendable. Yet she needed to remain inconspicuous. As for Yuli's fearsome crow, it too possessed scouting capabilities, but its involvement in reconnaissance diminished the team's numbers, complicating the simultaneous execution of combat and surveillance. Furthermore, Yuli's proficiency in scouting required further refinement. The matter of targeting presumably pertained to the pursuit of fleeing criminals. Silence enveloped the group as they continued listening. Moving forward, the team would pay heed to these points and devise strategies to address their shortcomings. Understood, Captain. Several members nodded in agreement. Excellent. With that, the group rose and made their way outside, parting ways at the entrance of the association. They unsheathed their swords and commenced their training. The following day, in the realm of the undead, atop a rooftop, Wu Hong stood surveying the skeletal foes. The skeletons in this world had undergone considerable enhancement. There was one level 5 skeleton, 18 level 4 skeletons, and 77 level 3 skeletons, with the remainder being level 2 and 1, totaling over 500. Among them, several level 4 skeletons were on the brink of ascending to level 5, at which point they could unlock the basic soul trait, allowing for better comprehension of commands and a less rigid demeanor. After confirming the quantity and condition of the skeletons, Wu Hong led her skeletal army downstairs and out of the community. The path to the hardware store remains only partially cleared, having been delayed by the matters concerning the survivors. Today, I shall proceed to retrieve the steel within. Yesterday, I ventured north to clear the road, and today I will finish the task. Xiaodong's auto repair shop is situated on the roof, where Li Yahue and others cautiously lie in wait. Observing the skeletal procession passing by, one of them remarked, "What is their origin? The attire they wear resembles the gear from a movie. They do not appear to be a group of supernaturals. How could they possess the ability to conjure such armor and weaponry? I recall there is a temple on Suhua Mountain. I wonder if it could restrain these skeletons," he pondered. His words elicited no response as another individual interjected. "It seems they intend to head towards the building material street. Wasn't Xiangzi the one who fled from there, claiming that zombies swarm that area?" The person referred to as Xiangzi immediately turned to affirm, "Indeed, such places are inherently plagued by zombies. If they venture there, I question their chances of success." After a brief silence, Li Yahue gazed at the retreating skeletons and declared, "Let's act." Chapter 63. 2 assistants at the building materials street, hardware stores, paint shops, and lumber yards lined both sides of the road. The skeletal brigade, backed by the stores behind them, stands firm against the relentless tide of zombies. Wu Hong, shielded by the skeletons, seizes the moment to unleash the grease technique. A multitude of zombies fall to the ground, their bodies sprawled as they are trampled by the horde behind. Wu Hong lights a cloth and tosses it into the grease. With a whoosh, flames erupt, engulfing the fallen zombies in a fiery blaze. The sound of footsteps echoes in the chaos. The running and roaring did not cease. After a brief pause, a horde of zombies surged forth from the flames, engulfed in fire, relentlessly charging towards the skeleton ranks. Thud, thud, thud. The withered and decayed bodies collided with the spears, pushing and shoving, howling and clawing, resembling vengeful spirits. The spear-wielding skeletons continuously thrust and withdrew their weapons, while the knife-bearing skeleton raised its blade to cleave through the advancing undead. Zombies fell in droves, though some skeletons were torn asunder, leaving a scattering of white bones. Wu Heng concealed himself among the skeletons, unleashing Witch's arrow towards the rear of the zombies to amplify his allies' damage. The casting of spells was not as straightforward as in games, where distinctions between friend and foe were clear. The oily spell could also cause skeletons to stumble, and the witch's arrows could inadvertently ricochet off their companions. Thus, it was imperative to maintain a safe distance to avoid inadvertently harming one's own forces. Bawudong. The burly one, Basin, and several other skeletons of slightly higher levels were assigned to the front lines, eliminating some of the zombies that breached the defense. 2 skeletons above level 10 exhibited remarkable combat prowess. Notably, the burly one could send zombies flying 4 to 5 meters with a mere slap. Even if they did not perish upon landing, they were left crippled, laboriously crawling forward. Experience gained, 4. Summon. Skeleton Warrior, experience gained, 2. Summon. Summon. Skeleton Warrior, level increased to 5. Unlocking trait, Basic Soul. Strength 1, Perception 6, Intelligence 8, Charisma 4. Summon. Skeleton Warrior, level increased to 5. As the battle raged on, both Wu Heng and the skeleton's experience points surged rapidly. Several skeletal warriors reached level 5, unlocking the Basic Soul. Amidst the cacophony of roars and skirmishes, the number of zombies began to dwindle. Wu Heng surveyed the remaining foes ahead and issued a direct command to attack. With a thunderous clamor, the skeletal legion surged forward, akin to a relentless meat grinder, crashing into the remaining zombies. Their weapons fell mercilessly, dispatching each foe with precision. As the last crawling zombie fell, silence enveloped the street. The skeletal horde reverted to a standby position, standing rigidly in place. Wu Heng gazed at the multitude of corpses and curiously inquired, "Xiao Xiao, what of the dogs you mentioned?" Xiao Xiao, feeling a twinge of fear, nestled on his shoulder and replied, "I don't know. They were just here on this street. Perhaps they were frightened away." Prior to embarking on this path, Wu Heng had instructed Xiao Xiao to scout the area. In addition to the horde of corpses, they had spotted 2 dogs, the aberrant canines. However, after the battle, not a trace of them remained. It was likely that the aberrant dogs possessed a modicum of intelligence, sensing danger amidst the conflict and fleeing post-haste. This thwarted Wu Heng's intention to slay them for their corpses, which could yield valuable cores. He possessed an antidote, and the cores were akin to elixirs, directly enhancing attributes. Regrettably, they had eluded him this time. After confirming that the surrounding zombies had been vanquished, Wu Heng, accompanied by Ba Wudong and several skeletal companions, entered the hardware store. The interior was in disarray, with shelves overturned and the ground littered with shards of glass and various items such as screws and kettles. Each step elicited a creaking sound beneath their feet. Before long, a diverse array of tools came into view, along with the metal pipes and welding rods he required. The inventory within the shop was ample enough for the automotive repair personnel to fabricate a considerable quantity of weaponry. After rummaging through the store, he discovered a box of gas masks tucked away at the bottom of one side of the shelves. These masks featured a filtration system below and a transparent visor above. The packaging bore the inscription indicating its purpose for chemical pesticides, with a filtration efficiency exceeding 95. This reminded Wu Heng of the raven-beaked mask chosen by Kavina, which also possessed the capability to filter toxic gases, albeit with the adverse effect of poisoning the wearer. He mused that these gas masks were far superior. At least their filtration was straightforward without the implication that the masks themselves were toxic. The quantity of gas masks was plentiful, as he unearthed a large box filled with them. "Uncle, is this what you were looking for?" Xiao Xiao fluttered down from the rooftop and surveyed the surroundings with curiosity. "Indeed, there are quite a few," he replied. "Are these the items?" "Yes, merely some tools intended for the automotive repair staff." "Oh." Xiao Xiao circled around and inquired further, "If they do not work diligently, will you resort to killing them?" Wu Heng was taken aback by the question. "Why would you think that? What if they refuse to work? They must labor if they wish to exchange their efforts for sustenance. Otherwise, they shall face hunger," Wu Heng elucidated. "Then let them starve. If they refuse to work for you, what will you do? Must you be so obstinate?" He glanced around once more and spotted several tricycles parked by the roadside. The carts appeared to still serve a purpose. A few skeletons pushed the carts to the front of the shop, directing their efforts to begin transporting goods. Some carts are laden with supplies, while the remainder are filled with corpses. Once everything is managed, the large brute is instructed to move aside the damaged carts, clearing a narrow path. The procession, pushing the carts and bearing the bodies, sets forth with great determination. As the skeletal entourage gradually recedes into the distance, a colossal, quadrupedal humanoid zombie emerges slowly from afar. One of its massive claws drags along 2 limp, deformed hounds. Its sharp talons crush the hound's skulls, blood and putrid flesh oozing between its fingers, which it nonchalantly raises to its mouth to swallow. At the Xiaodong Auto Repair Shop, it is best not to perish entirely, as provisions have yet to be provided for us. If we are to die now, from whom shall we seek assistance? With such a multitude of zombies, even if we survive, A significant number of skeletons will undoubtedly be lost. Just then, the intercom on the table crackles to life. A palpable tension fills the air as everyone instinctively holds their breath. Hello? Can you hear me? Upon the second inquiry, Li Yang and the others finally come to their senses, their eyes widening in disbelief. They truly have brought out the goods. Grasping the intercom, one inquires, "Is everything all right on your end?" Li Yahong's expression shifts, yet she responds, "Oh, very well." Just as the intercom disconnects, the lookout hastily descends. A few swiftly ascend to the rooftop, where they behold skeletons escorting a procession of tricycles, advancing steadily towards them. In addition to the steel pipe tools visible on the vehicle, the most striking sight was the pile of charred corpses on the tricycle. On the roadside, the workers at Xiaodong's auto repair shop were trembling as they transported goods. A pair of eyes cautiously scanned the skeletal remains on either side, feeling a slight tremor in their calves. Under the gaze of numerous skulls, an unsettling anxiety gripped the heart. Not far away, Li Yuhong spotted Wu Heng, along with the diminutive specter resting upon his shoulder. Upon realizing the other was indeed human, she felt an odd sense of unreality. "Hello, sir. My name is Li Yuhong. Is there anything you would like us to do?" Li Yuhong's demeanor was exceedingly humble as she slightly bowed upon meeting him. Wu Heng glanced at her, noting she was younger than he had anticipated, in her 20s, not yet 30, with short hair and a slightly darker complexion. She was quite decent looking. Not a beauty per se, but exuding an air of competence. "I will assign you 2 assistants to aid in your tasks." "Ah? Oh, all right." Li Yuhong was taken aback and instinctively agreed. Spear 1 and Spear 2 accompany her and assist with some work. A skeleton wielding a pitchfork approached and stood beside Wu Heng. Li Yuhong gazed at the skeleton holding an iron spear, its skull emanating a blue glow, causing her legs to tremble. A skeleton? Chapter 64. Conversations with the deceased in this battle. A total of 6 skeletons reached level 5, unlocking basic soul. Including the previously leveled Spear 1, there were now 7 level 5 skeleton warriors. For the sake of convenience, the newly added ones were sequentially named Spear 2, Spear 3, Spear 4, and so on, up to Spear 7. Using spray paint acquired from a hardware store, numbers were emblazoned upon the skeleton's framework. In the future, these numbers would serve as a means to call for assistance, preventing an overwhelming influx of individuals. After a brief moment of distraction, Li Yang promptly regained her composure and exclaimed, "Ahem. Well, regarding the task you entrusted to us, we can certainly accomplish it without the need for these 2 companions to assist." She intended to allocate the 2 skeletons to her residence, fearing that their presence might haunt her with nightmares. Wu Heng glanced at the skeletons before shifting his gaze back to Li Yang, remarking, "You could enlist them for some laborious tasks, but it is essential to teach them how to operate various tools, such as generators and angle grinders." This was Wu Heng's perspective. The skeletons possessed a rudimentary soul, their understanding not vastly different from that of a typical human. Wu Heng contemplated whether these skeletons could be instructed in the usage of such equipment. Regardless of whether the individuals from the repair shop would remain, he himself required individuals adept in these tools. The physical capabilities of humans could not compare to those of skeletons. Once the skeletons mastered the operation of these tools to forge weapons, they could work tirelessly, devoid of the need for rest, making them exceptionally valuable laborers. "Boss, I believe this may be unnecessary. Leah, you must ensure that they pose no harm to us and do not spiral out of control. As long as you refrain from causing them any harm, they will not act against us." "Very well then." Li Yang could only nod in agreement. Wu Heng continued to inquire, "How many iron spears have been crafted?" 11 completed pieces, came the reply. "Is that all?" "We need to expedite the process," Wu Heng admonished before asking, "Do you know where we might find any mutated creatures? Specifically, the aberrant zombies. Are you seeking mutated zombies? I've heard from Xiangzi that there is a particularly formidable mutated zombie near the hardware store. He witnessed it while fleeing from that direction." "A mutated canine?" "No, it is a humanoid aberration with somewhat peculiar features." "Did you not see it?" Wu Heng furrowed his brow and shook his head, indicating he had not. "It may have already departed," Li Yang pondered aloud. "Are you intending to collect the white substance found within the zombies?" "The matter of the white substance is well known to anyone who can receive radio transmissions. Moreover, Wu Heng suspected that Li Yang's ascendancy to the leadership of the Xiaodong auto repair shop was likely due to her consumption of the white substance. If you come across any information regarding mutated zombies in the future, please inform me. Should the intelligence prove accurate, I shall reward you with provisions," Wu Heng stated directly. "Understood." The 2 continued their conversation when distant shouts reached them. "Hongjia, we are finished over here." "All right," Wu Heng nodded. Wu Heng instructed the skeletons to transport the gathered tools upstairs and to pile the bodies onto a distant heap. With each skirmish, the number of corpses continued to rise, while Wu Heng's conversion efficiency dwindled. He switched on the radio to listen to the broadcast before resuming the bone servitude technique to transform more into skeletons. As night fell, the following day arrived. Wu Heng promptly began converting skeletons when suddenly the intercom crackled with static. Picking it up, he heard Li Yahong's voice. "Boss, we've brought some iron spears and would like to exchange them for food and anti-inflammatory medicine." Wu Heng inquired, "How many do you have?" 35. "All right, I will meet you." Accompanied by his skeletons, Wu Heng exited the community. Ordinary skeleton warriors lacked intellect and would attack any unit that was not allied, rendering it impossible for Li Yahong and her group to approach. Upon exiting through the northern gate with several skeletons, Wu Heng spotted a cart laden with steel pipes fashioned into spears. Some were secured with drilled screws, while many were directly welded. After inspecting a couple, he felt quite satisfied, as they were undoubtedly sturdier than those wrapped in tape. "All right, GNE, hand over the goods." GNE presented half a bag of rice, 2 packages of sugar, and a box of anti-inflammatory medicine to the other party. Although he did not personally require these items, he adhered to the established trade agreements and preferred not to disrupt the standards. Witnessing the rice and sugar on the cart brought smiles to the faces of the others, affirming that the deal was trustworthy and that they could rely on producing iron spears for ample sustenance. This task was not particularly arduous. All tasks were executed by machines, with the most cumbersome aspects being the crafting and sharpening of the spearheads, which were then welded onto iron shafts to complete the process. The iron spears were distributed among the level 5 and level 4 skeletal warriors, while the replaced daggers and spears were allocated to the remaining skeletons. The number of spear-wielding skeletons was also increased. Leading the skeletal battalion, a sweep was conducted around the vicinity, eliminating any wandering zombies, thereby not only gaining experience but also mitigating potential threats. In the remaining time, Wu Heng engaged in the monotonous task of skeletal transformation. One by one, the skeletons rose from the corpses, accepting the knives handed to them, and took their places among the ranks of the undead. In Blackstone Town, at the Adventurers Association, Wu Heng approached the bar and inquired of the staff, "Could you please check if the commission regarding the antidote has been completed?" After acquiring a level 2 corpse nucleus previously, he had submitted it to the association for antidote formulation. Today, he returned to ascertain its status. The staff began sifting through the records on the table, searching from beginning to end, only to shake their head in response, indicating that the task remained unfinished. "Thank you," Wu Heng responded, turning to exit. This commission had taken quite a while, likely due to the complexity associated with the level 2 corpse nucleus. Though he was not particularly anxious, he worried that the nucleus might spoil if kept for too long. If it were to deteriorate, it could potentially result in further toxins being produced. Though he felt a sense of urgency, he was at a loss for solutions. Halfway through his departure, Wu Heng halted, pivoted, and left the town, boarding a cart marked with an empty sign, making his way towards the black market. The cart sped along, eventually arriving at the estate of the black market. Wu Heng paid the entrance fee and accompanied Bassin into the ancient castle. Ascending to the second floor, he stood beneath the notice board, observing the various quests posted. His own task concerning the alchemist's corpse remained unfinished, prompting him to descend the staircase. As he wandered among the stalls below, he noticed an unusual number of attendees today, a chaotic throng clad in black cloaks. Wu Heng strolled leisurely, taking in the sights until he squatted before a familiar stall. His gaze fell upon a tattered book resting on a piece of cloth, Conversations with the Dead, Chapter 65. A tome of necromantic lore. What sort of otherworldly skills are these? It was evident that this book belonged to the necromancer's repertoire. As he delved into the study of necromancy, he had begun to formulate his own hypotheses regarding this school of magic. Thus far, necromancers appeared to embody a dual role of summoning and support, with their summoned minions engaging foes directly while they remained at a distance, casting spells such as Debilitating Ray to inflict negative effects upon their adversaries. However, this was merely his preliminary conjecture, given that he had only learned a handful of skills and had yet to receive clarification on these matters. The spell Conversations with the Dead seemed to fall within the category of supportive abilities. Allowing the deceased to speak, well, it seemed rather impractical at first. Yet, upon further reflection, it could prove beneficial. As a member of a professional team, akin to an international police force in a fantastical realm, one could never know when a homicide might occur. If others were unable to solve the case, he could step in, allowing the corpse to identify the perpetrator without the need for evidence collection, swift and efficient. Glory and bounty would be easily within reach. Contemplating this, he found the prospect rather appealing. A magical artifact that allows for brief communication with the deceased. The stall owner, noticing his gaze, offered a brief introduction. How much? 55 silver coins. The price seemed reasonable. However, Wu Heng did not make an immediate purchase. Instead, he continued to inspect a nearby organ jar. This organ jar has been here for quite some time, unsold. What is it? Wu Heng inquired deliberately. An organ jar, designed for the preservation of organs. Priced at 220 silver coins, the figure in the dark robe replied. Wu Heng furrowed his brow in contemplation before asking further, besides organs. Can it store other items? What do you mean? Can it preserve meat or similar items, preventing spoilage? Wu Heng continued, I truly intend to purchase it. Indeed. It is a magical item. The figure in the black robe affirmed. May I open it to take a look? Wu Heng asked. Behold, the jar resembled a ceramic container, approximately 25 centimeters in height, adorned with vibrant patterns and symbols. The lid was fashioned in the likeness of a skull, the size of a walnut, and opened in a manner akin to a conventional jar. Holding the skull-shaped lid, he simply twisted it open. Inside, the jar was empty and remarkably dry. Very well. I shall take both this jar and the skill book. 275 silver coins, the stall owner stated, his tone remaining calm. Wu Heng instructed Bassin to procure the funds, his gaze wandering over the remaining items. Casually, he asked, what else do you have that I might need? The merchant's black robe stirred slightly, as if casting a glance in his direction. However, Wu Heng, clad in the dark cloak of the black market and adorned with the mask of a notorious bandit, felt no trepidation about being observed. After a brief silence, the figure beneath the robe began to rummage, eventually producing an aged tome, its cover seemingly crafted from leather, worn with the passage of time, bearing numerous marks upon its surface. The title, when translated, read The Book of Necromancy. Wu Heng furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on the volume. The absence of any system notification indicated that it was neither a skill book nor an item. He took the book into his hands and casually flipped it open, glancing at its contents. Each page was composed of fine parchment, yellowed with age, the edges frayed and rough, yet the inscriptions remained vivid. The page he randomly opened was densely filled with text and accompanying illustrations, detailing the crafting of armor for skeletal warriors. According to the text, skeletons possess only their bony structure and cannot don armor like ordinary individuals. Thus, the type of armor described was a one-piece upper garment resembling a skirt. It bore a resemblance to a woman's dress, where the lower armor was seamlessly connected to the upper piece, supported by it. This notion resonated with Wu Heng, recalling how Bassin and the first and second swordsmen wore trousers that were secured to their skeletons. It appeared as though they donned pants, yet they were actually laced within. However, the book specified that this was armor, which differed from conventional trousers. Flipping to another page, he found information regarding phantoms. This indicated that the tome functioned as an encyclopedia of the undead, chronicling pertinent knowledge. A remarkable find indeed. For other professions, or for necromancers with a legacy, this tome holds little value. However, from Wu Heng's perspective, it possesses significant worth. Is it necessary? Inquired the stall owner. How much? 200 silver coins. Wu Heng was momentarily taken aback. Isn't that a bit steep? He retracted his hand, then said, I'll take it. Bassin produced a coin pouch and handed it directly to the vendor. The stall owner said nothing further, pocketing the coins and resuming his previous posture. With the purchase in hand, Wu Heng departed the black market with Bassin, boarding a carriage to leave. They resolved their dinner at a tavern in the bustling district. Wu Heng laid out his acquisitions on the table. First was the jar of viscera, which emanated an unsettling aura. He carefully placed the blood-streaked second-grade corpse core inside, sealing the jar's opening. The sealing mechanism closed instantly, as if a layer of wax had enveloped the crevice, rendering the connection nearly invisible. Let us hope it proves effective, Wu Heng murmured, wishing for its efficacy before the corpse core deteriorated in a few days. He continued to peruse the skill book he had acquired. Necromancy entails the manipulation of mental energy and necrotic power, enabling the reanimation of the deceased. However, this is not a matter of defying fate or truly reviving the dead. Rather, it involves conjuring a false semblance of life through necromantic arts, allowing one to draw forth nevertheless. The ability to invent such magic is indeed remarkable. Wu Heng turned to the final page of the skill book, and the system notification promptly echoed in his ears. Skill unlocked. Communication with the dead. As anticipated, The skill was successfully unlocked, unlike the swordsmanship manual, which yielded no progress despite days of study. After putting away the skill book, Wu Heng was eager to examine the book of necromancy. However, the night had grown late, and fatigue began to set in. After a brief wash-up, he retired to bed, deciding to continue his exploration the following day. The next day, in the realm of the undead, Wu Heng assigned tasks to the skeletons and began to delve into the book of necromancy he had purchased. Rather than casually flipping through the pages as he had done the previous day, he approached the text with earnest attention from the very beginning. According to the book, the mental fortitude of a novice necromancer is exceedingly fragile, imposing limitations on spell casting and the control of the undead. A novice necromancer could, at most, command approximately 20 skeleton warriors. Upon learning that a novice mage could only manipulate 20 skeletons, Wu Heng was momentarily taken aback. Who authored this? Surely it cannot be a pirated copy. On his very first day of clearing the corridor, he had nearly summoned 20. How could the number be so scant? Furthermore, the text detailed that necromantic magic's transformation of corpses could only exceed a body's own level by 3. Otherwise, the corpse risks collapse, or the transformation fails to establish a mental connection, leading to the undead spiraling out of control. Yet, such occurrences had not transpired in Wu Heng's case. Now, at level 4, he had the strongest skeleton, Ba Wu Dong, who stood at level 12, presenting a stark contrast to the book's documentation. Wu Heng furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling sense of discrepancy. Either the records in the book were flawed, or he possessed an extraordinary talent for necromancy, a natural genius in the realm of the undead. Just as he contemplated delving deeper into his studies, a small figure floated towards him from the air. "Uncle." She pointed to the north. "The lady who makes iron spears has arrived." Li Yanhong? Indeed, he had urged her to expedite the crafting of the iron spears. But surely it was not necessary for her to deliver them daily. The surrounding zombies had been cleared away. Yet one could never be too certain that some stragglers from afar would not want her close. If they were to become infected, there was no one to instruct the skeletons in the use of such tools. "Where are we at?" "All right, I shall head out now." Upon stepping through the northern gate, Wu Heng beheld Li Yanhong along with the iron pipe spears arranged on her tricycle, 35 in total. "This efficiency is quite satisfactory," Wu Heng remarked, gesturing for several skeletons to emerge and carry the spears to the rear. Li Yanhong did not take her leave and continued. "Do you still require information on the mutated zombies?" Just the day before, he had mentioned the matter to her, and now she had news so swiftly? He was intrigued by the source of her intelligence. From our vicinity? The hospital? The second hospital was the only major medical facility in their district. Its medical standards were rather mediocre. Serious ailments necessitated a trip to the city, and here, only minor issues could be addressed. It seemed plausible that such a place could be the breeding ground for mutated zombies. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Heng decided it would be prudent to investigate further. Meanwhile, I shall elevate my own rank, as I am on the verge of reaching level 5. To speak plainly, do not take your leave. Let us proceed together shortly. Ah, what? I believe I shall forego that, lest I hinder your progress. Li Yahong's voice trembled, her face a mask of terror, wishing fervently to chastise herself for her imprudent words. Had she not just jeopardized her own well-being? "No worries, just come along. We shall go together when the time comes." Wu Heng reassured her. The first and second swords had already advanced, pushing Li Yahong's cart as they ventured deeper into the community. With no choice, Li Yang hastened her steps, cautiously evading the scattered skeletons. The skeletal procession exited through the east gate, heading south onto the main thoroughfare. Numerous vehicles had collided, transforming the road into a veritable graveyard of mangled metal, strewn with the remnants of tragic accidents. The skeletal entourage continued their march. While Wu Heng inquired about the cause of the zombie outbreak, she could not elucidate, only knowing that the zombies had erupted unexpectedly, as if chosen at random. One moment, they were ordinary individuals, and the next, they morphed into the undead. She had merely survived by chance when the auto repair shop found itself devoid of customers. Li Yang, along with a few others from the repair shop, had united later in a stroke of luck. Once they reached the main road, the hospital was merely 2 kilometers away, significantly nearer than the construction material street. The skeletal procession did not dawdle, clearing the zombies that emerged along their path while advancing onward. The number of zombies on the main road was considerably less than in the community, and their scattered presence was manageable. As the gaze fell upon the hospital sign, the skeletal crew halted their advance, taking a moment to regroup. In the distance, a multitude of zombies congregated in the open space before the hospital. Unlike the disordered horde of the undead, The deformed canines did not engage in conflict with the zombies, seemingly coexisting in an unexpected peace. Wu Heng, taken aback, turned to Xiao Xiao, urging her to investigate the interior of the hospital. With a nod, Xiao Xiao's form gradually faded, vanishing from sight. Inside the hospital, in a storage room, the tightly shut door created a barrier between the room and the corridor. Within the confines of this approximately 20-square-meter chamber, an assortment of pharmaceutical boxes was stacked high, while a filthy corner lay neglected. The already stifling atmosphere was permeated by a nauseating stench. At that moment, two distinct groups occupied the room. On one side stood a man and two women, all clad in somewhat soiled white coats. On the opposing side were two men, one in a black shirt adorned with a gold chain and the other in a security uniform. Each group brandished surgical knives and syringes, their eyes locked in a fierce glare. Do not overstep your bounds. It was we who allowed you entry, sparing you from the jaws of the undead. And now, you repay our kindness with threats? An irate nurse declared. The man with the gold chain nonchalantly waved his surgical knife, sneering, in times like these, who speaks of benefactors? Once this meager supply of glucose is exhausted, we will not survive much longer. Rather than face our demise alone, why not find a fleeting joy together? Indulging in a final moment of satisfaction? As he spoke, his gaze appraised the nurses across from him, recalling the scant provisions and glucose that had previously sustained them. Subsequently, communication via radio proved futile, and provisions had been entirely depleted, rendering it impossible for the individuals in the room to sustain themselves. Faced with inevitable demise, one might as well indulge in fleeting pleasures. You shall not meet a good end, exclaimed a female nurse vehemently. The man behind her hesitated briefly but ultimately nodded in agreement. What difference did it make at this point? Onward, declared the man adorned with a golden chain, brandishing a scalpel as he advanced. However, just as he approached, he abruptly halted, his body recoiling as he swiftly retreated, creating distance. A vague silhouette materialized from the shadows. Do not fight, oh dear ones, your uncle has come to rescue you. Chapter 67. Internal conflict among survivors. All present were struck with terror as they beheld the ethereal figure suspended in the air. They could scarcely fathom that, at such a critical juncture, a ghostly apparition would manifest, and moreover, it was capable of speech. The man with the golden chain, who had recently proclaimed his intent to revel before death, collapsed onto the ground, continuously inching backward until he collided with a shelf, bringing his movement to an abrupt halt. Meanwhile, several nurses clasped their mouths tightly to suppress any sound. The entire storeroom fell into an eerie silence. Good heavens, it seems this world truly harbors ghosts. The fallen man steadied himself against a cardboard box and approached another security guard. The three groups formed a triangular standoff within the cramped storeroom. The nurses huddled together in the southeast corner, while the man with the golden chain and the security guard positioned themselves in the northeast corner, with the spectral figure hovering near the western side. Each party maintained their distance, their eyes reflecting apprehension. What are you doing? Xiao Xiao sensed that the atmosphere was amiss and curiously inquired. What are you? The man with the golden chain asked, his hand gripping the scalpel, now slick with perspiration. Xiao Xiao looked at him and replied, I am Xiao Xiao. The Fuheng Silver Store is owned by my family. Oh, the man responded casually, then took 2 steps forward, suddenly thrusting the scalpel towards the phantom. The scalpel pierced the illusion as if it were a balloon, causing it to dissipate abruptly. The security guard also glanced at the phantom and immediately charged forward. Let us fight, shouted the doctor from across the room, rushing in with the nurse. Xiao Xiao's figure reappeared at the side as the two groups engaged in a fierce struggle. Clang! Bang! The two sides collided violently, toppling the shelves on either side, sending a myriad of items crashing to the ground, the sound of shattering glass echoing throughout the space. Roar! Outside in the corridor, the growls of zombies reverberated. An increasing number of footsteps converged towards this location, relentlessly pounding against the tightly shut doors and windows. Both factions were taken aback, a singular thought surging within them. It's over. Hang in there. I will go call my uncle to rescue you. Xiao Xiao shouted, turning and vanishing through the wall. Outside the hospital, the skeletal horde remained unmoved. Several zombies that charged in were dispatched one by the skeletons. How did you receive the radio message? Wu Heng asked Li Yahui. He had inspected the bus himself before discovering the radio that had picked up the transmission. He was genuinely curious how others had received the news, as he was quite unfamiliar with this aspect. Liang remarked, My father takes great pleasure in modifying his old vehicle, having equipped it with a radio to receive broadcasts. Did you hear the distress calls from the other party while in the car? Indeed, in such a world, Everyone is striving to establish contact with the outside, awaiting rescue or seeking signs of other survivors. She continued, those who manage to survive are fortunate, yet merely enduring is a form of torment. It will get better. Wu Heng softly consoled her. At that moment, Xiao Xiao floated over from a distance, exclaiming, Uncle, I've discovered living people. They're fighting, and there are countless zombies outside. Both Wu Heng and Li Yang were momentarily taken aback, then swiftly grasped the implication of Xiao Xiao's words. Survivors were turning against one another. Let me see. Wu Heng gestured, and Xiao Xiao seamlessly merged into his body. The scene unfolded in his mind. Initially, he beheld a throng of zombies outside the hospital building. There were at least 200 to 300 of them, and within, 2 grotesque dogs could be spotted. Should conflict arise, their numbers would only multiply exponentially, much like what Wu Heng had observed from afar. Remarkably, the ordinary zombies and the grotesque dogs were not engaged in battle. Coexisting in an unsettling harmony, it evoked a sense akin to that of skeletons and skeletal dogs. This was far from a favorable situation. Subsequently, Xiao Xiao's perspective became disordered as she entered the hospital building, swiftly passing through walls, revealing the wandering zombies in the corridors and those lurking in the rooms. It was uncertain how many floors she ascended before encountering the scene of survivors. Xiao Xiao's sudden appearance startled them, and soon thereafter, the survivors erupted into conflict, attracting the attention of the zombies. Even if one were to lead a charge into the fray, it would still require a measure of time, by which point the lives of many would surely be extinguished. As I traversed this path, I found that the man before me was not as daunting as I had initially perceived. At the very least, he was not as fearsome as I had imagined. Li Yuhong felt an urge to speak, yet the words eluded her. What a fate these individuals faced, with the skeletal army at the hospital's threshold. They were embroiled in internal strife at such a critical moment. After enduring for so long, they were but a step away from survival. A sigh escaped her lips. There seemed to be little recourse. Wu Heng released his companion, Xiao Xiao, allowing him to ascend into the sky for reconnaissance. The number of zombies within the hospital was indeed considerable. To charge in recklessly would incur significant losses, hence a modicum of strategy was required. Finding a sturdy structure, they positioned themselves against the wall, spears poised for action. Once preparations were complete, he commanded, Basin, draw those zombies over here, but exercise caution. Basin maneuvered through the skeletal ranks, approaching one of the adversaries. Soon, the air was filled with the cacophony of rapid footsteps and the chilling roars of the undead. A horde of zombies surged behind Basin, their grotesque forms rushing forward in a frenzy. Wu Heng gripped his staff tightly, ready for combat, while Li Yuhong, pale and trembling uncontrollably, stood beside him. As they drew near, Basin plunged into the throng of skeletons, swiftly making his way to the rear. Wu Heng raised his staff and unleashed the grease technique, a viscous substance spreading across the ground. He hurled a flammable object, and with a whoosh, flames erupted, creating a barrier between the two factions. The inferno engulfed the zombies. Yet soon, a few emerged from the flames, their bodies ablaze, crashing directly into the strategically placed spears. An increasing horde of zombies surged forth, colliding with the skeletal ranks. In an instant, chaos erupted as the two factions engaged in a ferocious battle. The air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries, the sound of flesh being cleaved, and the crackling of flames. The din of combat drew even more zombies to the fray, a relentless tide. After unleashing a spell known as Witch's Arrow, Wu Heng caught sight of 2 aberrant hounds at the periphery of the skirmish, seizing a skeleton and dragging it from the formation. With wild abandon, they thrashed their heads, reducing the skeletal warrior to a heap of shattered bones. Undeterred, they sought their next opportunity, darting forward to seize another skeleton, pulling it with all their might. They resumed their savage gnawing, targeting their quarry. Wu Heng's mission was precisely to capture the aberrant zombies, and he harbored a genuine fear that, once the battle commenced, these 2 hounds might flee. For dogs and a cat burst forth from the mass of bones. In the distance, the aberrant hounds, engaged in their gruesome task of dragging and tearing at the skeletons, heard the approaching sound of rapid footsteps. Upon raising their heads, they beheld the charging skeletal hounds. Before they could react, the skeletal hounds pounced, and a fierce struggle ensued, bodies entwined in a savage dance. Chapter 68. The beheaded zombie Li Yahue gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding before her. It was her first encounter with the brutal clash between the skeletal horde and the zombie masses. The spectacle was gruesome and horrifying. A skeletal chest was impaled by a severed zombie arm, while the zombies frantically tore at the ribs of the skeletons. The visceral impact was more profound than any cinematic portrayal. The surviving few had, both physically and mentally, acclimatized to the harsh realities of the apocalypse. Yet, the sight before her still sent chills down her spine. Wu Heng once again invoked the grease spell, igniting a searing inferno. The onslaught of the zombies intensified, akin to a colossal wave crashing relentlessly against the ranks of skeletons. The skeletons, undeterred, fought back fiercely, repeatedly dispatching the advancing zombies. At the nexus of the two factions, a boundary composed of corpses and bones gradually formed. Just as Wu Heng believed that perseverance would lead them to victory, a sudden shift occurred among the attacking zombies. Like a compressing mechanism, they constricted from both sides, closing in on the skeletons. Concurrently, some zombies surged into the corridors of the buildings flanking the battlefield, shattering windows and leaping directly into the heart of the skeleton formation. As they toppled numerous skeletons, chaos erupted as they began to engage in fierce combat. In an instant, the skeleton ranks descended into disarray. Wu Heng and Li Yahue gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. The zombies had begun employing tactics. How could this be? There must be some influence affecting these creatures. Wu Heng's gaze swept across the battlefield, seeking the cause of the zombies' sudden transformation. Having battled them numerous times, he knew that if zombies were capable of tactics, he would not have survived this long. Something was amiss. As he scanned the area, his eyes suddenly narrowed. In the rear of the zombie horde, a small cluster of zombies surrounded a peculiar figure. Its size bore a striking resemblance to that of a human, but its disproportionately large head appeared extraordinarily bizarre, resembling an inverted gourd perched atop a person's body. That was the commander zombie. Li Yahue interjected, "What commander?" The radio had delineated certain characteristics of zombies, indicating that there existed a type with an unusually large head, capable of controlling a specific number of zombies. Li Yong spoke swiftly, and Wu Heng understood. In essence, the movements of these zombies were being orchestrated by that colossal-headed zombie. To alter the course of the battle, it was imperative to eliminate this formidable foe. However, the opponent displayed considerable cunning, maintaining a significant distance outside the range of skills and firearms. Can Badong take it down? Wu Heng inquired. Badong glanced around before darting into the building behind him. Then, with a resounding crash, he shattered the glass of the third floor and leapt out, propelling himself beyond the bulk of the horde. With fists and feet flying, he sent the surrounding zombies sprawling, and then charged towards the position of the colossal-headed zombie. Though the creature possessed unique abilities, its courage was lacking. As the towering skeleton drew near, the zombie's composure wavered. The surrounding zombies attempted to hinder Badong's advance, but were all sent flying. The colossal-headed zombie began to retreat, albeit sluggishly, its movements unsteady and precarious. In the chaos, a standard zombie crouched down and hoisted the colossal-headed zombie onto its back, turning to flee into the distance. As the giant zombie fled, the attacking horde descended into disarray. Wu Heng promptly issued the command to advance. With a cacophonous roar, the skeletons surged forth from their original position, launching themselves at the retreating zombies. Instantly, a fierce melee erupted anew. The burly skeleton led the charge, swinging its arms with relentless vigor, rallying the skeletons in pursuit of the zombies. The skeletons clung tenaciously to the rear of the zombie horde, adhering to them like a relentless adhesive, tightening their grip as the retreat intensified. Only when under attack would one pause to launch a counteroffensive. Li Yong surged forward, trailing behind the horde of skeletons, her mind still grappling with the situation. Was it truly necessary to chase after the throng of corpses? Wu Heng, following closely behind, cast a glance at his status panel. Level 4, 6,454 6,500, keep pursuing. Wu Heng shouted emphatically. Ahead, the zombies fled, carrying a large-headed zombie, while Ba Wudong chased closely behind. Behind Ba Wudong lay a retreating mass of zombies, and trailing behind them were skeleton warriors, their bones rattling as they wielded their cleavers. A vast throng dashed along the road. Experience gained. 4. Your level has risen to level 5. Intelligence 1, Constitution 1, unlocking the specialty, Arcane Training, and your mental capacity has increased. At last, he had reached level 5. A surge of joy filled Wu Heng's heart as he promptly commanded, defend. The rushing skeletons halted their pursuit and began to engage the zombies that surged forth from the alleys on either side. They had chased this far, but the hospital was still nowhere in sight. Continuing this pursuit, he wondered where they would end up. Yet, he had failed to slay the large-headed zombie. Caution would be paramount in the future. Its abilities were too peculiar. At the hospital, the courtyard in front of the building bore no trace of zombies. Upon entering the registration hall, a few scattered zombies wandered about, all of which were swiftly dispatched by the skeletons. Wu Heng surveyed his surroundings and inquired, "What can we scavenge from the hospital?" Li Yang replied, "Medicines are crucial during this period, as well as alcohol. Disinfecting the corpse cores requires alcohol." Aside from medicine? Aside from the medication, perhaps some devices as well. Wu Heng nodded and turned his gaze toward Xiao Xiao, inquiring, "Xiao Xiao? Where are the survivors you mentioned?" "Upstairs. Let us go take a look." The group ascended the staircase and entered the storeroom described by Xiao Xiao. The door swung wide open, revealing a chaotic array of items and traces of blood within. Stepping inside with the skeleton, the sound of crunching shattered medicine bottles and cardboard echoed beneath their feet. "Let us see where that radio is," Wu Heng suggested. Li Yuheng nodded and began to search the area. As the two of them scoured their surroundings, a loud crash resonated. Wu Heng gestured towards Basin, who approached and cleared away the large pile of items, unveiling a device resembling a freezer beneath. "Open it." Creak. The lid lifted to reveal a girl curled up inside, clad in a nurse's uniform. Just as she was about to utter a word, she caught sight of the skeletal figure peering in at her. Her eyes widened in an instant, brimming with profound despair. Chapter 69. "You wouldn't sacrifice yourself, would you?" Xiao Xiao floated over from above, pointing at the cabinet and exclaiming, "Uncle, there's still a living person." "A living person?" "Basin, step back a bit." Basin retreated a safe distance. And Wu Heng continued, "Are you still alive? If so, come out." I am still alive." A trembling voice emerged from the cabinet. Then, a petite nurse cautiously stood up, arms crossed, her gaze filled with confusion and fear as she regarded the individuals and the skeleton in the room. Wu Heng scrutinized her and inquired, "Are you injured?" "Not merely from bites or scratches inflicted by the zombies. Any wound that has come into contact with zombie blood or decaying flesh could potentially lead to infection. Therefore, one must remain vigilant." No, she replied. "When the zombies burst in, I took refuge inside here, and then it seemed that the shelf collapsed, trapping me beneath it." "Step out." The young nurse emerged, obediently turning around to display herself. It appeared that she bore no visible signs of injury. Wu Heng continued, "Li Yang, Basin, please escort her aside for a thorough examination to ascertain if she has sustained any injuries." "Oh, certainly." Li Yang nodded and addressed the nurse, "Come with me this way." After a brief inspection, she reported, "She is unharmed." Wu Heng nodded and asked, "What is your name?" "Wang Ke." "Where is the communication device you were using?" The nurse pointed to a collapsed shelf nearby and said, "It was placed there earlier." "Go check." Basin stepped forward, clearing away the scattered boxes and bottles, revealing the equipment within, military green and evidently aged. "This?" Wu Heng inquired. "Yes." "Retrieve it," Wu Heng commanded. "You can identify some medications, can't you? Take Li Yang to gather some essential supplies. We shall depart shortly." The two women departed to the pharmacy in search of medicine, while Wu Heng located a cardboard box to store the radio equipment. Accompanied by the skeletal figures, they continued their perusal of the hospital's corridors. The edifice was replete with various objects, yet only a scant few held utility for their purposes, unless they entertained the notion of establishing a medical institution. After circumnavigating the premises twice and ascertaining the absence of any further requisites, the group descended to the ground floor and exited the hospital. The cadavers were consigned to a charnel heap nearby. "The intelligence proved remarkably accurate," quoth Wu Heng. "What is your desire? Perchance I possess it within my purview. Your contribution merits suitable recompense." Li Yang, without affectation, or rather, with premeditation, responded, "Grain, if you please." Wu Heng nodded, directing the skeletons to convey a sack of rice, a case of ale, and sundry packets of pickled vegetables and tinned fish, depositing them upon the tricycle. Li Yahong's eyes widened at the sight of the comestibles, and with a perceptible gulp, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Indeed, her involvement had been minimal, consisting primarily of trepidation. The acquisition of such provisions was an unexpected boon. Wu Heng, observing Li Yahong's elation, continued, "This wireless apparatus shall reside with you, enabling communication with the outside world and the collation of intelligence regarding aberrant zombies in the vicinity." Li Yang pondered briefly, perceiving no detriment to herself, and acceded, "Very well. Shall I gather data on all classifications of aberrant zombies? Discernible classifications are preferred, though imprecise intelligence is also of value." "Understood," she replied. Wu Heng's pursuit of aberrant zombies elicited no surprise, for he was known to pursue them and their hordes relentlessly. One must not compare ordinary survivors to others. In their eyes, the distorted zombies are the true prey. Li Yahuang nodded while casting a glance at the nurse in the distance, inquiring, "What about her? Let us take her over there and see what she can do." "We shall assign her some tasks," replied Wu Heng, who also surveyed the rescued nurse. She appeared quite young and was of a slender build, not suited for heavy labor. Nevertheless, the nursing profession holds significant importance as she possesses some knowledge of first aid. This expertise could be invaluable for treating injuries, fevers, or colds. However, Wu Heng himself did not require such services. In Blackstone Town, the potions worked more swiftly, providing instant relief. It was rather Li Yahuang and her group who would benefit from her skills. Li Yahuang gave a slight bow, summoned the nurse, and departed on her tricycle. After their departure, Wu Heng promptly examined his attribute panel. Name: Wu Heng. Class: Necromancer. Level: 5, 26, 14,000. Attributes: Strength 12, Agility 19. Constitution 20, Intelligence 18, Perception 10, Charisma 13. Specialty: Spear Proficiency, Novice, Arcane Training. Skills: Bone Manipulation, Acid Splash, Grease, Light Dance, Weakening Ray, Corpse Preservation. Communication with the Dead. Arcane Training enhances the caster's abilities, reducing mental energy consumption during spellcasting. Upon reaching level 5, he unlocked a specialty called Arcane Training, which differs somewhat from the specialties he had previously unlocked. From the perspective of the introduction to the expertise, it has enhanced the potency of skills while simultaneously reducing the consumption associated with magic. For him, it is a remarkably practical specialization. After reviewing the attributes panel, Wu Heng commanded the skeleton to drag the corpses of 2 mutated hounds from the pile of bodies. The 2 aberrant dogs, mangled and bloodied, presented a rather tragic sight. He promptly unleashed the bone manipulation technique. Flesh and blood fell away as the 2 skeletal hounds gradually rose to their feet. Skeletal Hound, level 5, shook off the decaying remnants of flesh clinging to their frames, then trotted off to one side, curiously rummaging through the remains. It effortlessly discovered 2 level 1 corpse cores. After rinsing them with alcohol, he placed them in a plastic bag for safekeeping. The skeletal hound was taken away by Xiao Xiao to play elsewhere, while Wu Heng resumed his perusal of the Book of the Undead. He sought insights within its pages regarding the transformation of corpses. Gradually, he intended to carry out the conversion. Given the population of this planet, he would never be able to transform them all in a lifetime. He pondered whether there existed a more swift and efficient method of conversion. At the auto repair shop, a few individuals stared wide-eyed, astonished at the sight of rice, beer, various canned goods, and pickled vegetables piled atop the tricycle. They had likely forgotten the taste of meat canned goods by now. Upon witnessing this, they instinctively swallowed hard. Then, the youngest man exclaimed, "Hong Jia, where did all this food come from? You wouldn't have sacrificed yourself just to trade for our food, would you?" Li Yahui shot him a fierce glare and delivered a sharp slap to the back of his neck, retorting, "What nonsense! I acquired this through intelligence." Then, stepping aside, he continued, "This is Wang Ku, who will be living with us from now on. She is a nurse from the 2nd hospital, and we shall depend on her for care whenever we are ill or injured, so let us extend her our utmost consideration." There was no objection, and several individuals nodded in agreement. As they inquired about the situation, they proceeded further inside. In Blackstone Town, Wu Heng inquired about the potion commission he had posted at the Adventurers Association, and upon confirming that there were no results yet, he issued a new commission for the production of a level 1 corpse core. The level 1 corpse core should yield quicker results, as he anticipated the potion could be crafted within a day or 2. After finalizing the commission, Wu Heng departed the city and made his way to the black market. Cloaked in a dark robe, he crouched before a familiar stall and directly inquired, "I wish to purchase the Battlefield of the Dead skill book." While perusing the Book of Necromancy, Wu Heng discovered the information he sought. In addition to the ability to independently cast bone control, there were 2 other methods for transforming corpses. One was the skill known as Battlefield of the Dead. Upon its release, it could instantly convert all corpses within a certain radius into skeleton soldiers, functioning as a mass transformation skill. This skill was developed during the racial wars when efficient corpse conversion was challenging. After all, the battlefield was replete with corpses, and converting them one by one was utterly ineffective. They would be outpaced by the enemy's slaughter. Thus, the Necromancer devised this skill, which could be learned at level 5. Coincidentally, the level Wu Heng had just attained. The other method involved a special structure enhanced by necromantic magic, known as burial ground. After casting the corpse into the designated area, the transformation into a skeleton occurs automatically. However, the creation of such a burial ground demands a considerable degree of sophistication, requiring numerous materials and the engraving of corresponding runes. When comparing the two methods, acquiring a skill book for self-study proves to be the most expedient option. After all, merely turning to the final page unlocks the knowledge, far swifter than the construction of a transformative edifice. The proprietor, clad in a black robe, did not lift his gaze. His raspy voice emerging, "I do not have it. Do not jest. I am indeed looking to purchase." Chapter 70, some referred to him as the King of Hell. Wu Heng furrowed his brow and inquired further, "Are you truly out of stock?" "Indeed. Then where might I procure it? How should I know?" Frustration welled up within him. If he lacked it, then in this place, Blackstone Town, where else could he possibly find it? His gaze swept across the entirety of the black market. Landing upon the Serpent Emblem Consortium, rising from his seat, he meandered through the throngs of people before ascending to the second floor. In a private room, a middle-aged man with a thin mustache greeted him with a smile. "Welcome, esteemed guest. How may I assist you?" "I wish to acquire a skill book." "Do you know its name, dear guest?" The middle-aged man continued to inquire. Wu Heng nodded. "The Battlefield of the Undead, a necromancy spell book." "Very well, sir. I shall make a note of this and will endeavor to gather it from the nearby branches. If it is unavailable, I will arrange for it to be directly transferred from our headquarters." "How long will this take?" "Do not take as long as the corpses you are acquiring. I wish for news in a timely manner." The skill book is not difficult to transport, nor does it impose particularly stringent requirements. Results can be delivered within 3 days. "Certainly." Wu Heng nodded in satisfaction. This skill falls under the category of advanced skills, being quite rare in the market, thus commanding a higher price. "How much?" "A deposit of 30 silver coins is required, while the total cost will depend on the specific expenses incurred during transportation and acquisition, but it will not exceed 120 silver coins." "All right, I can accept that." Wu Heng readily agreed. Beside him, Ba Sun promptly provided the payment. The middle-aged man respectfully accepted it, skillfully filled out the commission form, and then sealed it with a wax emblem. Once everything was processed, Wu Heng rose again and descended the stairs. Having no intention of continuing his exploration, he exited the premises. At the Xiaodong auto repair shop, smiles broke out as the sound of the radio filled the air. After all, this task was assigned by the skeleton. Failing to execute it properly could result in a deduction of their rations, and it was better to avoid inciting their wrath. Today, Li Yuhong had recounted how a man had been pursued by skeletons while evading mutated zombies and hordes of corpses. That was indeed terrifying. "All right, everyone, return to your tasks. Iron Spear, expedite the production. The more food we can exchange for, the less we will have to endure hunger." Li Yuhong clapped her hands and immediately stated. Several men rose, and one suddenly remarked, "Sister Hong, we are running low on gasoline. Use what we have, and when it runs out, we shall go find some." "Understood." The remaining men then proceeded outside. Li Yang continued to gaze at Wang Ku and said, "There are just 5 of us. Tonight, you and I, along with that older sister we just met, will stay together. The conditions are what they are. We shall see what can be done. If assistance is possible, let us lend a hand. If not, we will simply monitor the radio." "All right, thank you, Sister Hong," Wang Ku replied, somewhat reserved. No one inquired about the presence of any relatives or loved ones. After such an extended period of desolation, each person was acutely aware of their circumstances. To ask would merely reopen old wounds. "Sister Hong, the one who commands the skeletons, is he the so-called psychic mentioned by the radio?" Wang Ku whispered. "Did he rescue you as well?" "Rescue?" Li Yang shook her head. "No, we merely encountered him. He provided us with sustenance, and in return, we crafted some tools for him. It is more of a collaborative arrangement, I suppose. Will he harm us?" "Unlikely. However, it is prudent to maintain a peaceful relationship, as we rely on him for food." "Oh." The two fell silent, seemingly reflecting on the previous day's desperate call for help from the hospital, which had indeed borne some fruit. In this dire environment, doctors remain an invaluable profession, and certain survivor groups are willing to take risks to extract them. Of course, the first hurdle is to escape the hospital. Unless the military intervenes, no one can breach the hospital's interior. "Ah, this cursed world," came the voice of another woman. Wang Ke glanced at Li Yang, who nodded in agreement. Wang Ke then picked up a somewhat antiquated microphone and declared, "I am from the second hospital. I have been rescued." She refrained from saying "we," opting instead for "I," uncertain how to articulate her thoughts. She recalled the multitude of individuals who had sought help alongside her. Now, only she had been rescued. "You've been saved? You all managed to escape?" "Yes." "How did you manage to get out? Such a place seems impossible to leave. Are you certain you sought assistance from the second hospital yesterday? This is no time for jest." Wang Ke glanced at Li Yahui beside her, then addressed the radio. Someone entered the hospital and rescued us. Entered the hospital? How is that possible? Has a rescue team arrived? No, just other survivors. So remarkable? May we meet them? Perhaps we could look out for one another in the future. Wang Ke continued to regard Li Yahui, uncertain whether to divulge further, and she was unaware of the other's name. Li Yahui softly interjected. I only know that some refer to him as the King of Hell. Wang Ke frowned, but upon reflecting on the skeleton and spirits nearby, found the moniker rather fitting. Nevertheless, she picked up the microphone and stated, some call him the King of Hell. The radio fell into a profound silence. All survivors tuned to this channel were momentarily taken aback. The King of Hell? Someone actually bore that name? Noticing the stillness on the radio, Li Yahui seized the microphone and proclaimed, a large-headed commander zombie has been spotted east of the second hospital. Friends nearby should exercise caution. If you come across any reports of mutated zombies, please communicate and stay in touch. Understood. Agreed. Let us all strive to survive together. The following day, as Wu Heng finished his breakfast at the tavern and made his way home, he noticed his landlord, Roger, standing at the door, accompanied by a middle-aged woman clad in a light beige linen gown, adorned with an apron. Unlike the mature and alluring Mrs. Slater, the woman beside the landlord exuded an air of simplicity and caution, clearly hailing from the working-class district. Upon hearing footsteps, both the landlord and the woman turned to face him. Good morning, Mr. Roger, Wu Heng greeted with a smile. He held a favorable impression of his landlord. Not due to any exceptional character, but because Roger rarely involved himself with the property unless absolutely necessary. On previous occasions, it had only been when matters escalated that he sought Wu Heng out. Otherwise, he tended to keep his distance. Wu Heng opened the door, inviting the pair inside. He uncapped a bottle of iced red tea, pouring 2 glasses and offering them to his guests. Before he could pose a question, the landlord spoke first. This is Mrs. Bukimura, who resides in the northern part of the crowded district and works at the textile factory. Wu Heng regarded the landlord with a hint of curiosity, contemplating the purpose behind his introduction of the woman. After presenting Mrs. Bukimura, Roger continued, and this is Wu Heng, a core member of the professional association. The current stability in the crowded district is largely due to his presence here. Just think, if it were anyone else, they would have long since moved away. Those who remain do so to care for us ordinary folk, quite reliable indeed. He turned to the woman beside him. You may speak with Wu Heng. The woman rose and performed a bow, her eyes tinged with red as they brimmed with a desperate plea. Mr. Wu Heng, I implore you to assist me. I am truly at my wit's end. Chapter 71. Investigating the case indeed, there was a matter that required my attention. What is it? Speak. And I shall offer my aid where I can. Wu Heng replied directly, having grasped the essence of her plight. A child had been abducted. Due to the involvement of the professional team, Wu Heng no longer exercised the same caution as he once did. Yet this did not imply that the security of the crowded district had improved. The area remained chaotic, rife with altercations, robberies, and thefts. However, with his newfound strength, such disturbances had become less frequent in his life. In a society of universal professionals, the lack of a robust security system perpetuated the turmoil. What of the patrol guards? Wu Heng inquired. Today, they contacted me, revealing that the individual in question had been located, wanted by the municipal hall. During the apprehension, he was killed, and thus, all news regarding the child ceased. What do you wish for me to do? Wu Heng pressed further. The woman cautiously produced a small pouch of coins, placing it on the table before her. Could you please inquire about any information? I long to know whether my son is alive or dead. I would be profoundly grateful. She rose once more, bowing deeply in appreciation. Very well, he consented. The woman expressed her gratitude fervently before exiting the room with her landlord. Wu Heng contemplated briefly, organizing his belongings before stepping out with Bassin. To be frank, he was reluctant to entangle himself in such matters, as they often led to complications and peril. However, certain events unfold before our eyes, and it is hard to bear doing nothing at all. At the very least, one should consider what can be done about this matter. In the central district, beside the flower bed in front of the association, Yuli approached briskly, a small leather bag slung over her shoulder. Frowning at him, she inquired, Do you need something? I brought you some snacks, Wu Heng replied, producing a few treats to offer her. Yuli's expression brightened momentarily, but then she regarded him with suspicion, saying, What is this about? If you don't clarify, I want to accept it. With that, she licked her lips. Wu Heng glanced around before lowering his voice. There is indeed a matter at hand. I require a partner. A partner? What do you mean? He explained, today, my landlord, the one I mentioned who you kicked the door on, came to me with some people, asking for my assistance in investigating a certain issue. Wu Heng briefly recounted the situation and continued, you know me, I might be adept in physical matters, but investigations are not my strong suit. When I think of who around me could handle this, it seems you are the only one capable. Yuli took a chip, munching on it while questioning. What exactly are you implying? Let us investigate together. All right, but how do we go about it? Yuli readily agreed. Wu Heng leaned in closer and asked, is there a way to access the morgue of the guardhouse? What do you need to go into the morgue for? Certainly, I transformed into a bear and charged in directly. You follow closely behind and incapacitate them all, Yuli stated decisively. Wu Heng was left bewildered. If that were the case, I could simply don a mask and rush in myself. Are there no alternative methods that wouldn't bring us trouble later? As he spoke, he retrieved a carton of yogurt, opened it, inserted a straw, and took a sip to refresh his mind. Yuli took a sip, then turned her head away and suggested, what if I sneak over to my aunt's place and procure a search warrant? Ah, what a splendid idea. You truly are clever. Wu Heng exclaimed immediately. All right, wait for me a moment. Yuli turned and dashed away, patting her backpack to signal him to hurry. Wu Heng nodded, and the two hastily departed side by side. At the guardhouse near the morgue, the two guards stationed at the entrance glanced at the duo and the peculiar figure in the round helmet trailing behind them. One of them inquired, what are you investigating? We haven't received any notifications. What are you investigating? Do you really need us to inform you? Can you even apprehend anyone or conduct an investigation? Yuli retorted swiftly. The guards were taken aback by the girl's fiery temperament. After glancing at the documents, one of them replied, all right, you may proceed. After all, it's just a few corpses. There is little risk of theft. With her chest held high, Yuli strode confidently into the inner sanctum. While Wu Heng and Bison Fo accompanied by a solitary skull, the two initiated a meticulous inspection. Here, a voice beckoned, come quickly. Wu Heng hastened his pace and beheld a corpse reposing upon a wooden cot. A burly beard, a distinctive mark behind the ear. Could this be him? Affirmative. It appears to be him. How do you intend to investigate? Will you conduct an autopsy? I possess a method. Stand behind me for now, Wu Heng instructed. Yuri complied, positioning herself behind him. Instantly, Wu Heng unleashed the incantation, commune with the departed, a necromantic spell enveloping the cadaver before them. In a fleeting moment, the corpse, pallid and wan, abruptly snapped its eyes open, assuming an upright posture. Yuri, startled, instinctively grasped his arm. Wu Heng, fixing his gaze upon the animated cadaver, directly inquired, where have you taken the stolen children? The corpse swiveled its head, its gaze settling upon them, and rasped, I sold them to a trafficker for 100 silver coins apiece. Who is this trafficker? I am ignorant of his identity. He conceals his face during our encounters. My sole concern is the acquisition of currency. What is the nature of your communication? Which tavern serves as your rendezvous? The Crimson Mermaid. One final query. Wu Heng paused, deliberating, before continuing, describe any distinguishing characteristics. Or how did you discern that the individual arriving was indeed the one with whom you were to transact? His speech bore the cadence of the southern regions, and his person emanated the aroma of smoked tobacco. With the utterance of these words, the corpse slumped back onto the iron frame with a resounding clang, motionless, devoid of any semblance of life. In comparison to its previous state, the cadaver appeared even more desiccated, yet no other anomalies manifested. What happened to him? Yuli inquired, pointing. You can do this too? Let us step outside first. As they exited the morgue, the guard called out to them once more. Wait, what is it? Yuli retorted, hands on her hips, glaring up at him. The guard glanced at his companion and said, you keep an eye on them. I'll check inside. With that, he turned and descended into the depths. He soon returned, declaring, all is well. You may proceed. Humph. Yuli scoffed as the two of them walked away into the distance. Once they were far enough, Yuli asked, what is our next step in the investigation? Wu Heng pondered for a moment before responding, it's not entirely fruitless. The individual has a southern accent and carries a hint of smoke about him. Oh, and then what? How do we locate this person? You should probe the deputy clerk to see if he knows anything about him. I will check the tavern. Let us split up and reconvene at my place for dinner. All right. The two parted ways in the central district, each diligently pursuing their respective tasks. At the Blushing Mermaid Tavern, the establishment was nearly empty at this hour. Rather desolate, with the bartenders still engaged in cleaning. It was only after dusk that it would gradually come alive. Wu Heng pushed open the door and found a secluded corner to settle in. A woman carrying a tray approached him, but upon seeing his face, she turned to leave. It was none other than the waitress, Benny, whom he had encountered before. Wu Heng spoke directly, 2 misty cocktails, please. He produced 2 silver coins and extended them towards her. The woman's expression bore a hint of skepticism after a moment's hesitation. She grasped the item in her hands and turned to prepare the drinks. Soon, she approached with a glass in hand. Sir, here is the cocktail you ordered. Wu Heng nodded, and as he observed her retreat, he promptly called out, wait, share a few words with me. My apologies, but I have work to attend to. Just one drink. You wouldn't wish for us to remain in this impasse, drawing the attention of others, would you? Chapter 72. A shared objective. The woman hesitated once more before taking a seat beside him, her annoyance evident as she inquired, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? Previously, during an operation in the tavern, the 4th squad had apprehended individuals. Wu Heng had entered seeking information and had gleaned some details from her lips. Although no one was aware, she had no desire to become embroiled in such matters. Providing intelligence to the guards and the professional squads would inevitably incite the ire of mercenary groups and certain gangs, rendering her employment at the tavern untenable. This is your share from last time. A coin pouch was discreetly slipped from beneath the table into her hand. Benny, feeling the weight of the pouch, widened her eyes in surprise. What do you mean by this? The bounty for the information provided last time. No one knows, I assure you, Wu Heng whispered, leaning closer. At that moment, someone noticed the unfolding situation. Benny, what is going on? Came the call. With a composed demeanor, Benny forced a smile, replying, oh, it's nothing. Just a friend. I'm keeping him company for a drink. Recognizing the acquaintance, the onlookers ceased their scrutiny. Benny's hand, firmly gripping the money pouch beneath the table, showed no signs of relinquishing its hold. What exactly do you intend to do? Do not put me in jeopardy, she stated directly as she tucked away the pouch. I cannot harm you, Wu Heng continued. Have you noticed a man with a southern accent, perpetually emanating a smoky aroma? Benny furrowed her brow and shook her head. Think carefully, Wu Heng urged. As you are aware, taverns are chaotic. Apart from ordering a drink, there is little opportunity for conversation, let alone discerning any specific scents. In such establishments, a medley of odors intermingles, making it quite challenging to identify someone based solely on their scent. Benny then remarked, however, I have heard that a band of mercenaries has indeed arrived from the southern region. They have rented a warehouse in the western storage area. Wu Heng's eyes brightened as he inquired, is there any additional information? None that I am aware of. That is all I know, she replied. Thank you. Wu Heng rose and made his way outside. Benny secured the money pouch and approached the newly arrived patrons with her tray. As night descended upon the western storage area, Wu Heng, Yuli, and Bassin swiftly navigated through the labyrinthine alleys. Are you certain this is the place? Yuli asked. The duo had come hastily after dinner. Following the information provided by Benny, I am not sure. Let us investigate. All right, they whispered as they hurried through the narrow passage. However, just as they stepped outside, a sudden clatter echoed. Several birds of prey approached the 2 individuals, alighting upon the rooftop or circling in the air. It is the ranger's birds. We have been discovered, Yuli whispered. At that moment, footsteps echoed from one side. Without hesitation, Wu Heng drew his firearm, while Yuli prepared herself for combat. Under the moonlight, the figures of the squad leader, Arnell, emerged into view. What brings you here? Yuli inquired, a hint of surprise furrowing her brow. Shouldn't I be the one asking you what you're doing sneaking around? Arnell retorted. Why should I tell you? Arnell glanced at the 2 before stating, come along. The vice steward wishes to see you. The vice steward? Wu Heng and Yuli exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a shared sense of confusion. It seemed they had unwittingly become entangled in a larger affair. Following Arnell, they ventured deeper into the building. In the hall on the 1st floor, members from 3 of the squads, aside from the 4th, gathered alongside a number of guards. The already cramped room felt even more congested. Wu Heng and Yuli ascended to the 2nd floor. Upon pushing open the door, they beheld the leaders of 3 professional squads, the captain of the guards, and the vice steward, Slater, clad in leather armor with a leopard resting at his feet. As the door closed behind them, Slater's expression turned serious. What business do you have here? Yuli nudged him with her elbow. You tell him. We received intelligence that children were being abducted in the civilian district, and our investigation led us here, Wu Heng stated plainly. The other squad leaders exchanged glances, intrigued. The 2 newest members are conducting their own investigation? What have you uncovered? Slater continued to probe. After such a long journey, have you come to rescue someone? The investigation remains uncertain regarding their possession. How many days have you been searching? Since this morning. The two engaged in a question-and-answer exchange, while several captains nearby displayed expressions of astonishment. Although the pursuit was not singular, the objective remained the same, this foreign mercenary group. These two, the newest members, managed to trace the location in just one day? Slither intended to speak further when a voice from outside interrupted, announcing that the target had been located in the 4th building. With the current count of individuals known to be 8. Very well, let everyone prepare. Acknowledged. Slither cast a glance at the two and continued, saying, "You need not concern yourselves with this matter. We will handle it, so remain here quietly." Oh, understood. Clearly, it was better for them to apprehend the individuals, sparing themselves from unnecessary danger. Slither then exited the room with several captains. Heng and Yuli stood by the window, observing large groups of personnel rapidly converging from all directions towards a distant structure. After a moment's contemplation, Heng discreetly activated Little One, rendering himself invisible as he swiftly followed the team. Yuli sat down at the table, stifling a yawn as she remarked, "After all this searching, we ultimately collided with them. It's rather fortuitous, otherwise, we would have had to risk ourselves to rescue those in peril." Heng felt quite content with the situation. Indeed, Lily nodded, then suddenly recalled something and slammed the table, exclaiming, "No, it's not right. They're acting collectively. Yet why are we, as a small team, left in the dark? Aren't we on leave? Last time, we apprehended a fugitive. What is the point of a break if we're not included? You must be insane. A vacation is wonderful. This feels like an intentional exclusion." On the other side, the professional team and the guard swiftly maneuvered through the night. As they encircled the target building, the guard also sealed off the surrounding roads. With a resounding thud, Arnell kicked open the courtyard gate, and the team members surged inside. Meanwhile, from the building across, several armed individuals emerged. The leader, of medium height with a gaunt face, stood with his hands clasped behind him, showing little sign of fear despite the overwhelming numbers surrounding him. "What do you intend, Blackstone Town?" Slither stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the opposition, speaking coldly. "The town hall and the local association suspect you of engaging in perilous activities here. We kindly request you accompany us." The man's eyes narrowed as he surveyed everyone present. "We are merely passing through for business. Surely, there has been some misunderstanding." "We hope it is indeed a misunderstanding. This is merely a routine inquiry," Slither continued. "Very well, we shall cooperate," the man replied. Suddenly, 2 round objects rolled towards them, trailing wisps of white smoke. Chapter 73. She cannot strike me, can she? The thunderous sound erupted, signaling the commencement of battle. Whoosh! The crossbowmen, with their bows already drawn, released a flurry of arrows that pierced the night sky, soaring towards their adversaries. The sound of arrows finding their mark echoed. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, 3 or 4 mercenaries fell to the ground, struck by the onslaught. Before their cries of agony could resonate, they were met with yet more arrows, rendering them unresponsive. The fuse of the thunderous explosive beneath their feet burned down to its end. Team Captain Teresa stepped forward, her staff raised, as 2 spheres of energy enveloped the explosive, which swiftly solidified into a thick layer of ice. Bang, crack! The explosive erupted with a muffled roar, fracturing the ice into a web of cracks, with wisps of smoke seeping through the fissures, yet having no impact on the battlefield. "You have made a grave miscalculation. My current mood is far from pleasant. And for your city, this bodes ill." The voice of the man from within the chamber echoed. Whoosh! The sound of arrows slicing through the air emanated from the opposite room. Team members ducked for cover while simultaneously retaliating. "Prepare the poison smoke bomb," commanded Captain Annel. Slater glanced in their direction, shaking his head slightly. According to the intelligence from Heng, there might still be children inside. The poison smoke bomb could inflict irreparable harm on the young ones. However, Annel's shout still instilled a sense of dread among those present in the room. "My dears, drain the blood of those outside. Go now, everyone out." The man's low whisper resonated once more within the chamber. A low hum filled the air. Under the dim moonlight, a dense fog seemed to surge forth from the windows and doors of the opposite room, accompanied by a buzzing sound that swiftly enveloped the entire courtyard. "Beware of the venomous insects." The sentry atop the wall cried out, his voice ringing with urgency. A palpable shift occurred in the countenances of all present. A swarm of venomous insects, akin to an ominous cloud, eclipsed the lunar luminescence above. In a fleeting instant, the vanguard of the guard found themselves enveloped by the seething mass. Ah, the pain. Deliverance. What fiendish entities are these? I am beset by vermin. The afflicted guardsmen writhed upon the ground, their desperate attempts to alleviate the torment evident as they clawed at their bodies, divesting themselves of their armor in a futile attempt to dislodge the clinging insects. A member of the guard brandished a scroll, tearing it asunder. A lick of flame cascaded along the length of his blade. With a sweeping motion, he cleaved the air, unleashing a crescent of incandescent fire that arced across the heavens. The captain of the second squad inhaled deeply, his chest swelling with resolve. He tilted his head skyward, exhaling a cloud of vaporous mist that coalesced into a shower of icy droplets, each encapsulating frozen, ebony insects. The remaining members of the company unleashed their respective abilities or invoked the power of arcane scrolls in a desperate attempt to defend themselves. They attempt to abscond. The ranger, his senses augmented by a communion with avian creatures, declared with urgency. Several figures emerged from the dwellings ahead, diverging as they sprinted towards the flanking walls. A volley of arrows streaked through the air, finding their marks and instantaneously felling several of the fleeing figures. "Kuro!" Slater exclaimed, his voice laced with concern. His mount, a magnificent leopard with a coat the color of gold, transformed into a blur of motion, swiftly closing the distance between them and one of the fleeing figures. With a graceful leap, it pounced upon its quarry, felling the enemy and crushing his windpipe. The feline predator then swiftly redirected its attention to another target, seizing him by the ankle and dragging him from the wall, its fangs finding purchase on his throat. "One has eluded us," the ranger continued. "First and second squads, give chase. The third, secure the area and search for the children." With practiced efficiency, the company mobilized in accordance with the given directives. Humph! Had it not been for Yazd's sudden arrival, my aunt would have been the steward of Blackstone Town. Yuli crossed her legs, feeling disgruntled. "The association was appointed by the headquarters, as if you had designated it yourself," Wu Heng stated directly. "It was supposed to be my aunt's position, but Yazd's unexpected placement supplanted her, and you know nothing of this," Yuli said, her cheeks puffed with indignation. "Indeed, Slade holds a considerable influence in Blackstone Town. Capable of navigating both the underworld and the upper echelons, such a person must be given a position, lest she become an imposing figure in the underworld, which could lead to complications. Who becomes the steward is of little concern to me. It does not pertain to my interests." "Humph. You wouldn't understand even if I told you." Yuli leaned closer and continued, "Your ability to make the dead speak is rather useful. Investigating homicides would be exceedingly straightforward. That said, such information must remain confidential. If the murderer were to learn of it, they might tamper with the corpse, rendering it futile. Imagine a pile of flesh speaking. It would be quite terrifying." "Ugh, that sounds utterly repulsive. I was merely using it as an analogy. We must maintain secrecy and operate quietly." "Very well, I shall seek you out for future cases." In the next moment, the scene of the recent battle flashed through their minds. Suddenly, a heavy object fell outside the window. Wu Heng and Yuli hurried to the window, only to witness a man of average build tumble into the courtyard. Yuli frowned while Wu Heng swiftly drew his pistol and fired downwards. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening report of gunfire rent the night air. Augmented by the hunter's ring, the marksman's accuracy was greatly enhanced, resulting in several bullets finding their mark on the target's body. Arson immediately vaulted from the second story, lunging towards the stricken foe. Yuri, equally swift in her reaction, transformed into a raven and descended, subsequently shifting into a colossal bear, charging the adversaries. The man beheld the unfolding scene with mounting terror, unable to comprehend the ambush. The behemoth lumbered forward, pinning him against the wall with its immense bulk. The man's body slumped to the ground. The bear, now half-crouched, delivered a series of powerful blows to the target's chest. At that moment, Slater burst onto the scene, casting a cursory glance at the lifeless form on the ground before issuing a dismissive wave. Immediately, individuals stepped forward to ascertain the kill. Slater visibly relaxed, his gaze sweeping over Yuri and Wu Heng, before addressing his assembled team. "Secure the perimeter, sweep the area." The unit dispersed with alacrity, executing their orders with precision. The squad and guards swiftly concluded their task. All hostiles were neutralized, and no further suspicious entities were detected. Teresa, the leader of the second squad, escorted Wu Heng to a separate carriage, drawing back the curtain to reveal the 3 occupants within. The children were unharmed, merely unconscious. Their parents can retrieve them from City Hall tomorrow. "Understood. Thank you, Captain Teresa. Next time, consult your commanding officer before embarking on unsanctioned excursions with Yuri. Expect a summons from the deputy executor tomorrow," Teresa added sternly. Wu Heng bid her farewell. "Very well." The small team escorted the cart away, while Wu Heng and Basin made their way towards the crowded area. The following day, Wu Heng first sought out the landlord to inform him of the children they had found, suggesting they could go to the municipal hall to collect them. Furthermore, they had located 3 children and intended to see if there were any others missing. Upon hearing this news, the landlord expressed a measure of surprise. Such promptness. This tenant of mine truly possesses some remarkable capabilities. After a somewhat awkward exchange of compliments, the landlord proceeded to notify the children's mother. My aunt is looking for you. Oh, is it about yesterday? Yuli nodded. Did she hit you? Yuli nodded again. Well, she cannot strike me, can she? Chapter 74. The offering of extraordinary artifacts exiting the crowded area. The Money Cat's carriage halted at the intersection. Wu Heng boarded the carriage, and Yuli cautiously climbed aboard as well, gingerly settling onto a thick cushion laid on the wooden step, grimacing as she did so. Slater glanced at him and softly remarked, Did you encourage my child to steal? As anticipated, he had come to confront Wu Heng. Wu Heng cleared his throat and quickly defended himself, stating, It was not theft. It was merely a matter of urgency, and at that moment, you were not present, so I took it. Had you been there, you would have consented. Do you believe you are adept at finding excuses? Not at all. Since you have taken it, tell me what you are willing to offer in exchange. Slater continued, Or shall we consider it a purchase? Slater cast a glance at him and nodded, Very well. The Deputy Deacon's collaboration certificate costs 500 silver coins. Which is not exorbitant, is it? Certainly, I shall procure the funds for you. Wu Heng replied directly. Slater was taken aback, gazing at him with a hint of confusion. Given his living conditions and usual habits, he did not seem like someone who could readily produce such a sum. The price has increased. It is now 1,000 silver coins. Wu Heng furrowed his brow at her, grasping her intent. The request for money was merely a pretext. As someone operating a financial enterprise and serving as a deputy deacon, she could hardly demand money from him. What did the deputy deacon truly desire? That would become clear upon arrival. The carriage continued its journey, ultimately arriving at the association. They traversed the hall and corridor, reaching the association's mortuary. Slater's gaze fell upon one of the corpses. I need to pose a few questions to him. Wu Heng understood. She had intended from the outset for him to conduct the conversation with the deceased. He glanced at Yuli, who was trailing behind. She pointed to her backside, mouthing, I had no choice. The strikes were too painful. Very well, should you require my assistance again, do not hesitate to express it. Alleviating the deputy deacon's burdens is within my duties. You possess a way with words. Let us commence. You may inquire only 5 questions. Prepare your queries in advance. With that, he immediately cast his spell, enveloping the corpse in necromantic magic. In the next moment, the body lying on the iron bed jolted upright. Its gaze directed at the figures nearby. Wu Heng raised his hand, signaling that they could begin. Slater queried directly, What is the purpose of your visit to Blackstone Town? A peculiar artifact has been sold. What kind of artifact, you may ask? It is a sacrificial mask, capable of enhancing the efficacy of offerings. Upon hearing this, several faces grew solemn. Sacrifice? Offering? They were instantly reminded of the children who had gone missing just the day before. To whom did you sell this artifact? Slater inquired further. It was a commission from the Serpent Crest Consortium. We merely provided the artifact and are unaware of its final destination. The Serpent Crest Consortium. Any matter involving them is essentially untraceable. Even within the consortium, the identities of both the buyer and seller remain concealed, masked from view. Do you have any further plans in Blackstone Town? None. We intend to stay for a few days before departing. This was the 4th question. All inquiries had been satisfactorily addressed. Only one remained. Slater pondered briefly before asking, What is your purpose in abducting children? I have a preference for boys. This last answer was somewhat unexpected. It bore no relation to the sacrificial mask and was merely a matter of personal inclination. Very well, you may leave. Slater gestured for them to exit. It seemed he had gathered sufficient information on the matter. The group stepped out of the morgue. Slater continued, This matter will be put to rest. I shall report the child trafficking and the elimination of criminals, and appropriate commendations and rewards will be dispensed. Thank you. Deputy Clerk, we having spoken, he turned and departed. Wu Heng and Yuli made their way to the team's lounge. Upon entering the room, Yuli exclaimed, Give me the healing potion. My backside aches terribly. Wu Heng produced a vial of healing potion for her. After gulping it down, she finally exhaled in relief. Seated sulkily beside him, she glared at Wu Heng, indignantly questioning why only she had to endure such punishment. I am a mage. How could you bear to let a mage suffer? What nonsense. Why should a druid be spared? Wu Heng replied, Very well. Tomorrow. Bring me something delicious to replenish my strength, she retorted. Agreed. By midday, they parted ways to attend to their respective tasks. Exiting the association, Wu Heng abruptly halted, nearly forgetting an important matter. The staff began to peruse the records. All set, please wait a moment, they informed him. Wu Heng nodded and waited patiently. Mr. Wu Heng, both commissioned tasks have been completed. Here is the newly formulated potion, along with 2 vials of antidote. Both have been accomplished. A smile spread across Wu Heng's face, pleasantly surprised that the 2 potions were ready simultaneously. The first involved the analysis and potion creation from a second-level corpse nucleus, the results only now emerging. The second was the antidote crafted from a first-level corpse nucleus, which proceeded more swiftly due to the availability of the formula. Thank you very much. Considering the materials used and the difficulty of the concoction, you still owe a total of 115 silver coins, the staff member reminded him. Understood, Wu Heng replied, retrieving the coins and handing them over. He then stowed away the potion and turned to depart from the association. Upon returning to his residence, Wu Heng placed the newly concocted elixir upon the table. Unlike the antidote for the first-tier corpse nucleus, this potion was somewhat larger. The vial nearly the size of half a palm, revealing a pale blue liquid within. Mind Guardian Detoxification Alchemical Mixture. Description: a blended potion crafted for specific toxins, possessing multiple effects such as mental fortification and toxin elimination. In contrast to the first-tier corpse antidote, the name of this concoction had also changed, now referred to as a mixture. The description indicated a plethora of effects, evoking a sense of formidable intrigue. He ventured into the zombie realm to retrieve a second-tier corpse nucleus from the organ vat. After sterilizing it with alcohol, he tilted his head back and swallowed it whole. Strength 8, Constitution 5, Agility 2. The system notification appeared in an instant, leaving him no time for elation. An intense, searing pain surged through his body, akin to countless steel needles piercing his skin, boiling water within his marrow. Subsequently, an uncontrollable rage engulfed him. He could distinctly sense his rationality gradually dissipating. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly uncorked the potion and drank it down. As the elixir coursed through his abdomen, energy rapidly spread throughout his being. The pain gradually subsided, and the fury vanished. The muscles on his body became more defined, radiating a potent sense of strength. Even his height seemed to have experienced a slight increase. Could this thing actually stimulate secondary growth? After glancing around, he felt quite satisfied with the results, as he had directly augmented his attribute values by 15 points. The effect was truly astonishing. However, the radio mentioned the possibility of manifesting special abilities, which, it appeared, had not occurred in his case. Buzz. Just as Wu Heng rummaged through his drawer, intending to find a measuring tape to confirm whether he had grown taller, a crackling sound emanated from the intercom. Following that, a female voice inquired, "Hello, is anyone there?" Wu Heng picked up the intercom and replied, "Yes, who are you?" It was evidently not the voice of Li Yahui. "Is this Wang Ku, the nurse we rescued from the hospital last time?" The gas station shouldn't be located near residential areas, at most. They could siphon some gasoline from vehicles. Given that Li Yahui ran a repair shop, extracting fuel from the tank should not pose much difficulty. He had cleared out the nearby zombies, so encountering any danger should be unlikely. "How many went with you?" Wu Heng inquired. 5, Hongjie and 4 other brothers. "Where did they go for fuel? Do you know the location?" "I only know they headed north. They mentioned a spot where cars had crashed, claiming there were quite a few." Wang Ku continued. "Heading north leads to the street of building materials. There are numerous wrecked cars along the way, so they must be searching for gasoline." "Oh, understood. Thank you." After concluding the radio communication, Wu Heng began to harbor doubts regarding whether Li Yahui and her companions had encountered any peril. The auto repair shop, being situated close to the roadside, should not have delayed them for such an extended duration, even if they headed north. Had they been besieged by zombies, or had they encountered some other form of danger? The continuous consumption of corpse nuclei also imposed a burden on their bodies. Moreover, Li Yahui and her companions were indeed of significant utility. The number of skeletons under Wu Heng's command was increasing, yet he still relied on them for the provision of weaponry. Offering them food in exchange for the iron spears they needed represented a mutually beneficial arrangement. He aimed to ensure their safety to the greatest extent possible. After a brief organization of his thoughts, he summoned the skeletal team from the rooftop and began their descent. He instructed Xiao Xiao to scout northward for any potential targets, while he led his team out of the residential area, advancing along the road to the north. Li Yahui and her companions found themselves with their hands tightly bound behind their backs, leaning against the side of a dilapidated car, beside several barrels filled with gasoline. Not far away, four middle-aged men rummaged through a nearby shop in search of supplies. Li Yahweh exchanged glances with her companions, silently communicating escape strategies. The leader among the men was A.B. The individual before Li Yong was none other than Yang Dabin, a notorious figure in the vicinity known for his frequent run-ins with the law, often finding himself incarcerated for several days over trivial matters. It was surprising to see someone of his ilk not only survive but appear to thrive in these dire circumstances. Don't be in such a rush. We are old acquaintances. And in this apocalyptic world, it is only fitting that we catch up, Yang Dabin remarked, his gaze drifting towards a nearby oil drum. Are you gathering gasoline in hopes of reaching a safe haven? Suddenly, a cold expression crossed Yang Dabin's face. With a swift motion, he kicked the head of the nearest individual with a resounding thud. The unfortunate soul's head snapped back, crashing against the car door behind him with a loud bang. Startling everyone present, they instinctively glanced around, relieved to find no zombies approaching, and let out a collective sigh. The man who had been kicked groaned and collapsed to the ground. Where is this place? Yang Dabin and his companions inquired. Li Yong replied. Over by the Long Camp district. If we can make it there, the military will safeguard the survivors. Are you serious? Yang Dabin retorted skeptically. Why would I deceive you? Li Yong continued cautiously. If you let us go, we can head there together. Go there? Huh. Why would I want to? That area is crawling with soldiers, and I would have no chance of enjoying my life there, Yang Dabin stated bluntly, patting the handgun at his waist. Unlike the timid survivors, Yang Dabin was exceptionally audacious. After gathering a few survivors from the area, he began orchestrating efforts to scavenge supplies from outside. While others viewed this as a post-apocalyptic nightmare, he perceived it as an opportunity to break free from his shackles. With courage and capability, one might indeed accomplish something, even if one seeks a base. It is prudent to find one of similar strength, where opportunities can be seized. Venturing towards the military would be akin to courting death. How absurd! Li Yong exclaimed in outrage. Damn! Yang Dabin cursed, continuing, have you pillaged all the supplies here? The nearby shops have been stripped bare. Aside from the moldy vegetables and meat in the fridge, there is not a grain left. Li Yong regarded him. Do you believe we possess such power? I'm not referring to the zombies here. I mean to inquire whether the supplies are taken by you. No. Then how do you know there aren't any zombies here, that you could come to steal oil? Yang Dabin pressed on. We arrived just as you did. You bastard! Yang Dabin shouted furiously. His tone and demeanor indicated he was merely toying with himself, spouting nonsense, while his gaze remained fixed on Li Yong. With a smirk, Yang Dabin said, very well, hold her down for me. I shall deal with you afterwards. Understood. Several men advanced, seizing Li Yong and pinning her face down on the car hood. The remaining members of Shaodong Auto Repair changed their expressions instantly, ready to resist. Yet, with their hands bound and legs numb from squatting for too long, they were swiftly brought down again by a flurry of fists and kicks. What do you intend to do? Li Yong shouted defiantly. Yang Dabin, may you suffer a most wretched fate, she struggled, cursing vehemently. Her temper was as fiery as ever. And today, her uncle would teach her the meaning of courtesy in honor of her deceased father. Yang Dabin laughed heartily as he began to unfasten his belt. The others, bruised and battered, cursed loudly but found themselves powerless, just as he lowered his trousers to his ankles and reached for the waist of the woman before him. A sudden cacophony of footsteps echoed from afar. To their astonishment, several skeletal figures, resembling the size of tigers, rushed towards them, the sound of clattering bones resonating ominously. By heavens! What is this? Chapter 76. The Highest Constitution. Yang Dabin and his companions gazed in terror at the scene unfolding before them. The skeletal frames were actually running? Instead of zombies, they were confronted by a horde of animated bones. Meanwhile, Li Yahweh and her group looked upon the approaching skeletons with expressions of elation. Brother Yang, stop staring and run, someone suddenly shouted. Turning around, Yang Dabin noticed that his subordinates had already fled a considerable distance. Realizing the urgency, he immediately took off, only to stumble over his own trousers in his haste. Regaining his footing, he clutched his pants and continued his flight, shouting, wait for me. Those few can serve as bait. We still have time. However, a glance over his shoulder revealed that the skeletal monsters had bypassed Li Yahweh and her companions, seemingly fixated on their prey as they charged directly towards them. What in the world is that? Yang Dabin cursed, quickening his pace while holding onto his trousers. Yet, how could a human speed compete with that of the skeletal hounds? The distance between them shrank to less than 5 meters in no time. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp report of gunfire erupted. Bullets whizzed through the hollow frames of the skeletons, striking the ground. It was their first experience with firearms. Moreover, the handgun possesses a formidable deterrent effect against survivors. However, it proves ineffective against zombies and skeletons if one fails to strike true. Suddenly, the first skeletal hound pounced upon him, followed by a frenzy of its companions, viciously tearing at his flesh. After inflicting a few bites, they resumed their relentless chase after the remaining fleeing individuals. Before long, anguished cries echoed from the distance. Meanwhile, Heng arrived with a cadre of skeletons. Upon observing several captives bound, he commanded, "Release them." A few skeletal beings, endowed with rudimentary souls, stepped forward and severed the ropes, granting the captives their freedom. "Thank you." Li Yuhong exhaled in relief, adjusting her attire. The others echoed their gratitude, cautiously stepping aside. "We were collecting gasoline when they suddenly charged at us, armed with guns. We were left with no recourse," Li Yuhong recounted, her expression betraying her unease. Had it not been for Wu Heng's timely arrival, the fate of the group would undoubtedly have been grim. "Do you know that man?" Wu Heng inquired further. "He came by to fix a car when I was running the store. He is one of the local ruffians," Li Yuhong replied. Wu Heng nodded, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. In times of adversity, unity flourishes, yet it is equally unsurprising that darkness within individuals may surface. Indeed, someone had perished. All that remained was a solitary hand clutching a bloodied handgun. Wu Heng glanced at the others and said, "I will keep watch for you. Go gather the fuel, and we shall depart shortly." Li Yahweh nodded and, accompanied by several individuals carrying oil barrels, proceeded towards the location of the vehicles to siphon gasoline from the tanks. Wu Heng instructed the skeleton to drag the man's corpse aside, then invoked the spell, "Converse with the dead." Suddenly, the corpse sat upright, its gaze fixed in this direction. "Where did the handgun and stab-resistant vest come from?" "I acquired them after dispatching 2 zombies." "Is that all there are?" "Indeed, besides the ones who accompanied you." "Are there any others?" Wu Heng continued his inquiries. "None." With that, there was no further need for questions, and he dispelled the necromantic magic. The body fell back to the ground with a thud. Wu Heng retrieved the handgun and remarked to the side, "Remove the clothing." Jian Yi and Jian Air stepped forward and stripped the stab-resistant vest from the corpse. During his previous scavenging of the Public Security Bureau, it seemed he had not encountered such attire. Either he had overlooked it, or perhaps he had not searched the right places. Wu Heng continued to extract a second stab-resistant vest and the handgun. After waiting for a moment, the oil barrels were placed on the cart, and they turned back towards the direction they came from. Wu Heng said, "This vest is for you." "Thank you." Li Yahweh expressed her gratitude. "Tomorrow, accompany me to the gas station to procure fuel." Li Yahweh nodded. "All right." Upon reaching the intersection, the group dispersed. Upon returning to the community, Wu Heng retrieved 2 level 1 zombie cores and the detoxification potion. He took one, disinfected it with alcohol, and swallowed it directly. Strength 1, Agility 1. There is no longer that excruciating pain from before. The markings on my arm are not as severe as in previous instances. They merely appeared and are slowly fading. It feels as though my physical constitution has strengthened, diminishing the impact of the level 1 corpse core on my body. One could also interpret this as an enhancement of my own resistance, rendering the effects of the virus weaker. After contemplating this, I decided to consume the potion to prevent any unforeseen complications, as these are merely my speculations. After resting for a while, I took out the second level 1 corpse core and swallowed it. Strength 1. Only a slight increase. Is the effectiveness waning? Typically, a level 1 corpse core should grant at least 2 points to attributes, yet this second one has only yielded a single point. Has the effectiveness of the corpse core begun to diminish once my attributes reached a certain threshold? I opened the detoxifying potion and drank it down. Immediately, I checked my attribute panel. Name, Wu Heng. Profession, Necromancer. Level, 5 272 14,000. Attributes, Strength 22, Agility 22, Constitution 25, Intelligence 18, Perception 10, Charisma 13. Specialization, Spear Mastery, Beginner, Arcane Training. Skills, Bone Manipulation, Acid Splash, Grease Technique, Light Dance, Weakening Ray, Corpse Preservation, Conversations with the Dead. It indeed seems to correlate with the numerical values. The attributes of Strength, Agility, and Constitution have all surpassed 20. Consequently, the effects of the corpse core and the influence of toxins have begun to diminish. According to conventional attributes, one's constitution determines the resistance to various harmful toxins. Presently, with a constitution of 25, the body has begun to withstand the toxins emanating from first-level corpse nuclei. This compels me to slay second-level zombies. Wu Heng muttered under his breath, redirecting his focus back to his attributes. It appears that my developmental trajectory has deviated. As a mage, how has my intelligence plummeted to 4th place? Conversely, my constitution now reigns supreme among the existing schools of magic. It seems there is indeed no such thing as a melee mage. This will not do. My reliance remains on necromancy. And I must strive harder in the realm of spells, Wu Heng softly remarked. In the red-faced mermaid tavern, Benny served beer to the patrons, balancing a tray of drinks. Just as she turned to leave, snippets of conversation reached her ears. Have you heard? The Western Warehouse District was besieged by a team of professionals and the guards. The flames were soaring. It was quite the spectacle. I wonder whom they were apprehending? A burly man with a beard stated after taking a swig of beer. That place is merely a collection of factory warehouses. They must be catching thieves. No way. It wouldn't require such a large force for mere thieves, someone at the same table countered. At that moment, a man clad in leather armor from the adjacent table turned to speak. I have some information regarding this matter. Then do share. Is it true? Would they really intervene in such affairs? What would I gain from deceiving you? This news has already spread throughout the crowded district. Chapter 77. The entangling handcuff. Bring it here, and secure it tightly against the railing, Wu Heng instructed. A few sentient skeletal warriors transported the scavenged plastic mannequins to the rooftop. They secured them using wire ropes to the railing on one side, creating a series of upright human-shaped targets. You all should practice with your spears against these targets. Be diligent, Wu Heng stated directly. After several battles, the number of level 5 skeletal warriors had reached 77, a figure that exceeded Wu Heng's expectations. Previously, the elevation of skeletal levels had proven exceedingly difficult. Often, a newly ascended skeleton would be shattered in subsequent encounters, resulting in a continuous cycle of elevation and attrition. However, recently, this situation had begun to improve, with skeletons gradually attaining level 5 and unlocking basic souls. In light of the insufficient mannequins, they utilized scavenged scraps of fabric and curtains, binding them into humanoid forms to serve as targets. The expertise in weaponry could be unlocked through training and combat experience. It should be comparatively easier for skeletal warriors to unlock their specialties, as they required neither sleep nor rest, allowing them to practice whenever time permitted. After several days of training, they would likely achieve their goals. Upon hearing Wu Heng's command, a level 5 spear-wielding skeleton approached the targets and began to execute thrusting motions. Thud, thud, thud. The iron spear pierced the plastic, producing a series of faint, distinct sounds. In Blackstone Town, at his residence, after having instant noodles for dinner, he retrieved the book Grey Eagle Swordsmanship, practicing alongside as he read. With both his strength and constitution having improved, he continued his training. A palpable difference was evident compared to before. After wielding the sword, my arms no longer trembled, and my movements became decidedly more precise. Actions that were once challenging to execute now unfolded with ease. It became clear that the deficiency lay in my attributes. No wonder mastering this swordsmanship proved so arduous. My attributes were insufficient. I chuckled inwardly, realizing that as a mage, my strength and stamina were surprisingly high, yet I recognized this as a rare boon. Strength influenced my melee performance, as well as the explosive power of my muscles and my capacity to bear weight. The latter was equally vital. Adorned in leather armor, I envisioned a future where I could don heavy plate armor and stand among the ranks of skeletons, making it a challenge for anyone to slay me. Stamina, however, held even greater significance. Indeed, it was crucial for every profession. It represented one's physical condition and resistance to various negative statuses. The higher the stamina, the better the efficacy against toxins. Those with inadequate stamina, akin to fragile characters within the game, could easily fall prey to unseen foes. As I practiced late into the night, I eventually retired to bed after a simple grooming. With my considerable wealth, I mused, it would be prudent to hire a couple of maids. Should I apply through the guild to venture to a place where necromancers are disregarded? These thoughts lingered in my mind as I gradually drifted into slumber. The following day, I ventured out for breakfast. Upon my return, I encountered a staff member from the guild who was emerging from an alley. Our eyes met, and we paused, momentarily surprised. Mr. Wu Heng, Captain Odorluck requests your presence. The staff member promptly stated. Is there a task? I inquired. I'm not entirely certain, came the reply. The staff member spoke with a smile. Oh, very well. I shall head over at once. Nodding in acknowledgement, the staff member led the way. Upon arriving at the association, they traversed the corridor towards the team's lounge. Upon pushing the door open, they found 3 other members present. Captain, are there any assignments? Wu Heng inquired directly. Otlug shook his head and replied, no assignments today. I acquired a magical artifact. Carvina and Yuli are both here as well, and I wanted to gather you all to take a look. Captain Otlug, who was often found training in the association's training room, was always accessible. However, the others seldom visited the association, with even Carvina only occasionally dropping by, as she was preoccupied with her own affairs most of the time. Oh, splendid, Wu Heng said, taking a seat nearby. Yuli, on the other hand, was making curious faces, seemingly trying to convey something. During our last combat review, we noted the lack of methods to restrain the enemy. I have acquired an artifact from outside, and I will explain its function so that we can pay more attention to it in future battles, Otlug stated. All right. The others nodded in agreement. Otlug retrieved a silver bracelet from a shelf on the side and placed it on the table. This is the capturing bracelet. It can release an illusory beam, ensnaring the target in a hallucination. Wu Heng's gaze fixed upon the bracelet. Capturing silver bracelet. Description: a magical artifact inscribed with mental illusions, capable of delivering a hallucinatory impact to a single target, with the effect dependent on the target's mental resistance. It truly is an illusionary artifact. I have heard of it, but this is the first time I have encountered one. The item in question is somewhat superfluous. For high-level professionals, its effects are not particularly pronounced. Thus, once the target is compromised, it is imperative to capture or eliminate them swiftly, Otterluck elaborated. Oh, it must have cost a pretty penny, Yuli inquired. It was indeed rather expensive, but one must allocate funds where necessary to compensate for the team's deficiencies, Otterluck continued. Yuli nodded in agreement, acknowledging the soundness of his reasoning. Wu Heng pondered for a moment before asking, Captain, how should we respond if we encounter such restraining skills? Such effects typically manifest in 2 forms, traps and mental manipulations. The former, akin to the druid's entangling roots or the mage's web spell, can be escaped if one's strength and constitution are adequate, albeit at a cost of exertion. The latter is contingent upon one's mental fortitude. The higher the mental capacity, the less susceptible one is to influence. Wu Heng, why haven't you learned the web spell? Yuli pointed out. And why can't you use entangling roots? I am not pursuing that particular path, he retorted. Nor am I, Otterluck interjected, casting a glance at the two. For now, the effect of the bracelet is sufficient against our current foes. When we have a mission, we must remain vigilant regarding affected adversaries. Understood, the trio nodded in unison. Well then, there is little else to discuss. Over the next few days, I shall see if there are any commissions we can undertake. However, it seems that the 4th squad has been rather inactive. It appears Otterluck intends to take on some tasks himself. The 3 nodded, exchanged a few more words, and then parted ways. Wu Heng, are you heading to the black market? Yuli inquired as she approached. No, I have matters to attend to today. I shall wait until I am free. Thus, in this world of the undead, Wu Heng led his skeletal entourage out of the residential complex. Outside, he contacted Li Yahue. They had agreed to seek fuel at the gas station, but he had been delayed earlier in the day. After waiting by the roadside for a while, Li Yahue arrived on an electric tricycle adorned with a cargo bed, which contained 2 metal fuel drums. Even on the main road, the journey was far from smooth. After a few steps, they encountered a heap of wrecked vehicles blocking the way. Large trucks could not pass unless they either took the time to clear the obstruction or crashed through it. However, the small tricycle could navigate the sidewalk. They feared, though, that the weight of the filled fuel drums might be too much to bear. The two exchanged a few brief words before setting off, traveling along the residential streets and entering the main thoroughfare, continuing eastward toward the gas station. Have there been any recent updates from the radio? Wu Heng inquired. Li Yahue replied, there is nothing particularly useful. The central station is urging everyone to band together and avoid densely populated areas. Frankly, that is rather redundant. It is common knowledge, and the question is whether we can survive. And the survivor base? Wu Heng pressed on. Li Yahue glanced at the surrounding skeletons before continuing. To the south of the city, there is a base established within a prison, which is currently recruiting survivors. A prison? Wu Heng furrowed his brow. Is it not overrun by the undead? Yet, such a location, fortified with walls and electric fences, could indeed serve as a formidable stronghold. In the radio broadcast, they confidently asserted that possessing rifles and sniper rifles could effectively fend off the onslaught of zombies. Chapter 78, The Horde. Upon hearing Li Yahui's words, it became evident that the prison indeed served as a formidable sanctuary against the undead. Its location, distanced from residential areas, combined with the armed guards equipped with firearms and ammunition, rendered it a secure haven. Furthermore, the possibility of the prison having its own power supply ensured an uninterrupted energy source. Reflecting on this, it became clear that such a place was indeed a commendable choice. Are you truly considering going there? Li Yahui inquired. She nodded, affirming that it was once a consideration, though it remained under deliberation. Wu Heng was resolute in his decision not to seek out any survivor camps, as doing so would only invite unnecessary trouble. However, he harbored a desire to encounter some living individuals, hoping they could assist with tasks beyond the capabilities of the skeletons and perhaps infuse a semblance of vitality into their grim surroundings. Wu Heng chose not to elaborate further and continued on his journey with the military. As they traversed areas marred by severe accidents, he directed the towering giant zombies to clear the wrecked vehicles, allowing their electric tricycle to advance unimpeded. As they proceeded, a sign for a gas station came into view. Wu Heng turned to the small figure perched on his shoulder and said, "Xiao Xiao, please scout the gas station for any dangers, particularly within the buildings." "Oh, certainly." Xiao Xiao floated into the air, swiftly heading towards the distant station. "There are merely zombies, nothing unusual," she reported. "Let me take a closer look." Nevertheless, Wu Heng remained uneasy and decided to investigate for himself. With a huff, Xiao Xiao melded into his body, and in his mind's eye, the scene of the gas station unfolded before him. To his relief, there were fewer zombies than he had anticipated. The team gradually approached the gas station, where the skeletal warriors dispatched the zombies with ease. Wu Heng circled around the station, assessing the surroundings. The gas station housed 6 fuel pumps, 4 for gasoline and 2 for diesel. 2 cars occupied individual pumps, their drivers evidently having succumbed to the undead, as one had just been slain by the skeletal warriors. Wu Heng examined the pumps, discovering they were inoperative. Even attempts to draw fuel proved futile. What should we do? He pondered aloud. Li Yahua suggested, "We must extract it from the well." With that, she retrieved a crowbar from the truck bed and pried open the manhole cover on a concrete slab, releasing a pungent odor. Wearing a mask, Li Yahua employed an improvised long spoon, fashioned from rebar and tin, to delve into the well. She scooped out a generous ladle of gasoline, carefully transferring it into a nearby barrel. Had I not known this method, I would have been at a loss for how to procure fuel from the station," she remarked, diligently continuing to extract gasoline, albeit at a slow pace. Meanwhile, Wu Heng ventured into the adjacent station house, searching for items of value. On the counter, he noticed moldy sausages and skewered food, remnants of a time when the shelves had been full, now conspicuously empty, a testament to previous survivors' presence. He directed the skeletal warriors to assist Li Yahua in the ongoing fuel extraction. The first barrel was soon filled, and they proceeded to the second, tirelessly working until afternoon. When it finally seemed they had gathered nearly enough, Li Yahua stood up and sealed the well, while the vehicle began to tilt precariously to one side. With no other options, Wu Heng could only have a few skeletons push a tricycle toward the community's location. In the black market, Wu Heng and Bassin, cloaked in heavy garments, ascended to the second floor. After presenting their insignia, they were escorted to a private chamber. A middle-aged man with a prominent mustache followed closely behind, carrying a flat wooden box. "Sir, this is the item you commissioned." The box was placed on the table and slid toward them. Wu Heng opened it to reveal a remarkably old tome entitled Battlefield of the Dead. Description: within a maximum range of 60 feet from the caster, the skeletal remains or corpses are infused with foul, false life energy, summoning them as undead creatures, bone manipulation, transforming skeletons, corpse manipulation, transforming zombies. This skill expends up to 80 of the caster's mental power to ensure mental fatigue does not ensue. Upon seeing the skill book and its description, Wu Heng's heart soared with joy. Finally, it has arrived. The efficiency of the Serpent Emblem Consortium surpasses that of the Association. Dear client, you still owe a balance of 72 silver coins for the acquisition and transportation fees, the middle-aged man said with a smile, clearly pleased with the transaction. Bassin, pay the amount, Wu Heng instructed. Bassin produced a coin pouch and handed it directly to the man. The man poured out the silver coins and counted them meticulously. "Is there anything else you require, esteemed client?" "Not at the moment," Wu Heng replied as he rose to leave. The middle-aged man followed him to the staircase, waving goodbye. Once on the ground floor, Wu Heng blended into the crowd and began to peruse the stalls. The black market remains bustling, offering an array of peculiar items. Among these, Numerous components from various magical beasts and wild creatures abound. One cannot help but feel that, were alchemy not so advanced, the inhabitants of this world would have long perished. As Wu Heng wandered about, he found it curious that the figure in the black cloak, who peddled his shrouds and jars of organs, was absent from his usual stall. Had he sold out, or merely relocated? Eager to explore further, Wu Heng sought out the intriguing wares, yet he could not locate the familiar stand. He retrieved a skill book and began to peruse its contents. In the realm of the undead, west of the second hospital, the night was shrouded in darkness, with a chilling breeze carrying a foul stench. The sound of hurried footsteps grew increasingly near, accompanied by heart-wrenching roars that echoed throughout the night sky. On the upper floors of a commercial building, four survivors leaned against the windows, their faces etched with terror as they gazed down at the horde of zombies below. The streets, as far as the eye could see, were densely populated with the undead. Are they migrating? One inquired. Zombies have no such awareness unless something guides them. Another responded. Just then, a third voice interjected. Is that one at the back the big head zombie mentioned on the radio? The kind that can command ordinary zombies? As the group peered into the distance, they indeed spotted a large-headed zombie, slowly advancing amidst the throng of its kind. It truly is, someone gulped, suddenly awakening from their stupor. That's the big head zombie that escaped from the second hospital. Its direction leads back there. The remaining members of the group widened their eyes, staring in horror at the scene below. At that moment, in the distance, the large-headed zombie suddenly lifted its gaze towards the window and emitted a fierce roar directed at the commercial building. The horde of corpses erupted into a frenzy, creating a cacophony as they charged madly towards the structure. The expressions of the four survivors shifted dramatically. Chow, we must flee. Chapter 79. Love. You do not understand. The following day, after breakfast, Wu Heng passed through the portal into the realm of zombies. After confirming that there were no peculiar occurrences the previous night, he descended directly with the skeleton. He released the petite figure, allowing her to entertain herself, while he made his way towards the towering mound of corpses. This accumulation of untransformed bodies lay between two buildings, forming a slope. It was the essence of the zombie world and the necromancer profession that allowed him to accept the presence of the deceased. Otherwise, the hellish environment before him could easily instill terror. With his staff in hand, he unleashed the newly unlocked skill, Battlefield of the Dead. The moment the skill was activated, a grayish-white halo rapidly expanded from his being, sweeping over the piled bodies nearby. In an instant, the flesh and blood of the corpses began to disintegrate. One by one, skeletons slowly emerged from the mountain of bodies. Unsteady on their feet, they tumbled down the slope of corpses. After regaining their balance, they stood ready for action. Once Wu Heng completed the incantation, he too entered a state of emptiness, akin to a sage's time, with his mind blank and devoid of thought. This was likely due to the 80 mental energy consumption mentioned in the skill's description. Nevertheless, the effectiveness was undeniable. His gaze returned to the standing skeletons, and he began to count them roughly. Over 300, nearly 400 skeletons rose at once, transforming about a quarter of the corpse pile. According to the Book of the Undead, a normal transformation yields around 100. It appears that my mental strength is indeed somewhat superior. To that side, Wu Heng commanded. The rising skeletons moved aside. Jian Yi and Jian Er proceeded to distribute weapons to them. Following the orders, Jian Yi and Jian Er began to retrieve kitchen knives, handing them out to the approaching skeletal warriors. Wu Heng consumed 2 bottles of mental potions and took a moment to rest. He then continued to unleash Battlefield of the Dead, this time with just over 100 skeletons rising to join the ranks. It is difficult to gauge the extent of my excess mental energy. It seems that this brief respite did not significantly replenish it. Wu Heng sat nearby, observing the Book of the Undead, waiting for his mental energy to recover, releasing it intermittently to increase the number of transformations. Regardless, this method is far more efficient than transforming them one by one. In the afternoon, Li Yahweh delivered iron spears, due to a backlog of 2 days. Over 240 were brought today. Wu Heng glanced over them before leading the skeletons to fetch supplies. As bags of grain and cans were unloaded, a barely concealed joy illuminated Li Yahweh's face, her eyes gleaming. The radio allowed communication with the outside world, providing updates on various situations. Food is a scarce resource in any survivor settlement, even though the central station is promoting the identification of wild grasses and vegetables for sustenance. Currently, my small gathering place may not be the wealthiest, but it is certainly free from concerns of hunger and thirst. Perhaps in a few days, they will gain several inches in girth. The original plan was to procure some food from Wu Heng's side, then modify the vehicle before heading to the nearest survivor settlement. However, at this moment, everyone began to waver. Some were fearful of Wu Heng, who wielded control over so many skeletons, while others felt a sense of security working under his protection. With ample food and drink, it presented a perplexing dilemma. "Thank you very much," Li Yahue expressed her sincere gratitude. "As per our agreement, you must expedite the process." Wu Heng replied, and Li Yahue nodded before continuing, "I wish to accommodate some nearby survivors." Wu Heng regarded her with a glance. He had no objections to accepting survivors. More hands meant more labor. However, this would require a considerable portion of their food supply. "Can you manage so many people? They may not all adhere to the rules," Wu Heng cautioned. "Just for the nearby ones, if they can come over, we can temporarily provide shelter." "That is acceptable. I have no objections." "Good." In the afternoon, in Blackstone Town, as Wu Heng exited the crowded area, he encountered Yuli, who was walking and munching on a flatbread. Upon seeing Wu Heng, she waved from a distance. "What are you up to?" Wu Heng inquired. "I'm looking for you." "What about you?" Yuli countered. "Ah, I'm headed to the shop. Do you need something?" "Nothing in particular." "I'll accompany you." It seemed she was once again coming over to mooch a meal. The two of them proceeded toward the commercial street together. Wu Heng purchased more than 20 bottles of mental potions in one go from the deer antler shop, which he entrusted to Bassin to hold. Yuli gazed at him with curiosity and inquired, "Why did you buy so many potions?" Wu Heng, disinterested in participating in missions or engaging in magical research, piqued her curiosity further. "What could you possibly need with so many potions? They are hardly palatable, far inferior to the red tea at your residence." "It's for someone else," he replied. "Oh, you have a kind heart. Nothing like a necromancer at all. You ought to become a priest, bestowing blessings upon others every day. It's merely a profession. The worth of a person is what truly counts." Just then, Yuli suddenly grasped his arm, pointing ahead. "Isn't that the captain?" And to Ilissa, following her gesture, Wu Heng spotted Captain Otluk and the second squad leader, to Ilissa, strolling side by side along the path. Neither donned armor, appearing quite ordinary, as they conversed closely with laughter. Yuli reached out, eager to greet them, but Wu Heng swiftly covered her mouth, admonishing, "Do not shout." "Why are you covering my mouth?" "Do not interrupt the captain's important matters." "What important matters?" Wu Heng cast a sidelong glance at her and replied, "Love. You will understand when you are older." Yuli paused. Then, with a hint of surprise, exclaimed, "Are you suggesting they? Couldn't you see it before?" "Now I can," Yuli responded, realization dawning upon her. "All right." The two individuals circled around briefly, steering clear of the two boisterous captains in the distance, and made their way towards their dwelling. The following day, in the realm of the undead, Wu Heng stood before a mound of corpses, ready to unleash his skills. A pallid energy aura emanated outward, causing skeletons to gradually rise to their feet. The sensation of mental vacancy washed over him once more, inducing a sense of weariness. He retrieved several vials of potions and gulped them down. After a hearty belch, he resumed casting Battlefield of the Undead, transforming the last remnants of corpses. The once towering heap of cadavers had now all been transmuted into skeletons, densely populating the open space within the building. Once Sword 1 and Sword 2 had completed their weapon deployment, Wu Heng estimated their numbers to be around 2005 or 6, constituting a rather sizable force. Should these skeletal warriors manifest near Blackstone Town, they would surely keep the municipal officials awake at night. His skeletal army was beginning to take shape. Just as Wu Heng contemplated leading his skeletons into battle for experience, he was interrupted by Chapter 80, seeking vengeance against the formidable zombies. More zombies? Wu Heng glanced at the skeletons within the community. "Could there be more than I have? Where did you see them?" he inquired. "In my family's shop." "There are countless zombies," the young girl replied. Wu Heng paid little heed to her, allowing her to roam freely aside from the necessity of clearing out the zombies. Alternatively, she could play with a few skeletal hounds, for an ethereal being posed little danger. "Let me see." The young girl dove into the body, and an image promptly appeared. The narrow road was now teeming with a throng of zombies. At the forefront, a complete row of zombies, adorned with various iron implements like shovels and knives, clanged noisily as they ambled forward. Following closely behind was a horde of the undead, stirred by the commotion. Astonished by this sight, Wu Heng couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. How could such a multitude of zombies be attracted in this manner? He had only just gathered a significant number of skeletons and had yet to upgrade them. Now he was faced with an overwhelming swarm of zombies. He replayed the earlier scene in his mind. At the center of the horde, Wu Heng spotted a familiar figure, with an enormous, exaggerated head. The creature moved with remarkable slowness, its head swaying from side to side due to its sheer weight. This large-headed zombie was etched in Wu Heng's memory as the aberrant creature that had controlled the undead outside the hospital. According to Li Yuhong, it was known as the Commander Zombie, capable of manipulating a certain number of zombies. However, the swarm he observed far exceeded the number the Commander Zombie could typically control. It had cleverly orchestrated noise to lure the horde here. Such intelligence was impressive. He released Xiao Xiao once more and instructed, "Go summon Li Yuhong from the auto repair shop." "All right." Xiao Xiao responded, swiftly taking flight. Soon, a voice crackled through the intercom. "Did you call for me?" The intercom had limited range. Communication from the auto repair shop to the residential area was only possible when one approached the crossroads. "Wait for me outside the community." Understood. Upon arriving outside, Wu Heng encountered Li Yuhong, who was clad in work gloves and donned an apron. It appeared that work was underway when he was abruptly summoned. Wu Heng approached and stated directly, "The large-headed zombie we let escape last time has returned, accompanied by a horde." Upon hearing this, Li Yahui's expression instantly turned grave. "What? How can that be possible?" The notion of zombies seeking revenge was entirely new to her. "It takes about half an hour to reach the Fengheng silver store in the east." One could see the horde from the rooftop. Panic enveloped Li Yahui, her hands trembling slightly. They were alarmingly close. Simultaneously, she cursed her misfortune internally. Just a few days of relative peace after filling their stomachs. And now a horde was upon them. Wu Heng pondered for a moment before instructing, "Have your men prepare gasoline barrels. You need not concern yourselves with anything else. If we cannot halt the zombies, I will buy you time to escape." A blind retreat was fraught with peril. Blocked roads, the horde attracted by vehicles, and deformed zombies posed significant threats. Thus, they would avoid a reckless withdrawal as much as possible. Yet, given the circumstances, there was little choice but to agree immediately. "All right. I will prepare now." The earth trembled slightly, accompanied by a cacophony of footsteps growing ever nearer. On the sweltering road, a dense mass of zombies approached ominously. Witnessing it firsthand offered a vastly different perspective. The horde was thick and numbered at least in the thousands. Wu Heng glanced at the nearby skeleton, feeling somewhat at a loss. Was this fate a stroke of luck or misfortune? The fortunate aspect was that all bodies had been transformed before the horde arrived. The unfortunate part was that the transformation had just been completed when the horde descended upon them. Wouldn't they have exhausted their skeleton warriors again? "You stand there." "And you are." Wu Heng began to reposition the skeletons. Spears forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the spears faced forward. Wu Heng positioned himself at the rear of the formation, awaiting the horde of corpses to approach from the distance. On the rooftop of a residential building, two men, their faces ashen, cautiously peered over the edge. They were survivors from the cultural center to the north, having discovered that zombies were notably sparse in this area. They had come to scavenge for supplies, but to their dismay, found themselves trapped here without having gathered much. Although the zombies had not detected their presence, the oppressive stench emanating from the dense mass of undead below instilled a suffocating sense of tension. All the zombies were moving in the same direction, as if part of an organized and disciplined unit. They wondered how this area could possibly be safe, only to realize that the horde had congregated together. Could there be a gathering point they were heading to, perhaps to attack a human settlement? The younger of the two, wearing black-rimmed glasses, remarked, "I recall that there is an auto repair shop nearby with survivors. Could they have drawn the attention of the zombies? That seems unlikely to attract such a multitude." The bespectacled man continued, "Wait, what is that over there? Doesn't it resemble a mass of bones?" They gazed toward the direction the zombies were advancing. And at the horizon, they beheld a gathering of skeletons, their numbers rivaling that of the horde of zombies, armed and facing the approaching undead. Damn it, not only have the zombies not been dealt with, but now a swarm of skeletons has appeared. What on earth is happening in this world? On the street, the horde of undead surged over the wrecked vehicles, descending into a frenzied state. Roars and growls echoed through the air as they charged forward. Like a spreading flood, the mass of corpses instantly filled the entire street, clawing and gnashing their teeth as they rushed towards the skeletal army. The cacophony of running footsteps and deafening howls filled the atmosphere, while a putrid stench pervaded the surroundings. Wu Heng, his expression grave, gazed ahead. As the horde approached, he unleashed his oily technique, as was his custom, followed by tossing a source of fire. With a whoosh, flames erupted, engulfing the nearest zombies in an instant. However, a greater number of the undead circumvented the flames and charged from both flanks toward the skeletal ranks. Boom. The horde crashed against the skeletons like a colossal wave, toppling the front line and submerging them in a torrent of flesh. Yet, the skeletal army began its counterattack, thrusting spears and swinging blades, mercilessly slaying the zombies. Wu Heng stood back, releasing witchcraft arrows to fell the advancing undead. The horde began to scale the walls, resembling human-shaped columns, and with a thud, they crashed into the ranks of skeletons. A fierce battle ensued, with severed limbs, shattered bones, and splattered blood raining down, painting the walls on either side with the remnants of the clash. Amidst the chaos, a voice called out, "Uncle, I found that large-headed monster." With that, it dove directly into Wu Heng's body, sharing the vision. In the distance, within a building, a large-headed zombie peered out from a window, surrounded by a dozen other undead in the room. "So, you were here," Wu Heng mused, glancing at the rooftop beside him and then pointing toward the distant residential block. Chapter 81. Life is hard for humanity at Xiaodong Auto Repair Shop. Sister Hong. Everything is packed and we can depart at any moment. Wonka hastened forward, his face flushed with anxiety and busyness. Li Yang glanced towards the direction of the community and replied, "There is no rush, let us wait a bit longer." Chang followed closely behind and added, "No need to wait. With so many zombies around, even standing still could lead to a few being taken down. We should leave." The others turned their gazes towards Li Yang. In this era, humanity's mode of survival revolved around evading the undead, biding their time, while avoiding direct confrontation. Ordinary zombies were already formidable adversaries, let alone the current horde. The individual controlling the skeletons seemed disinclined to retreat, leaving them helpless, but they still had time to escape. "Sister Hong, that king of hell mentioned we wouldn't be needed anymore, so we should leave this place. I doubt there is much chance of holding back the zombies." Another man, wearing a duckbill cap, urged. He appeared somewhat older but still addressed her as Sister Hong. Li Yang, her gaze fixed on the direction of the battle, contemplated before responding, "Let us observe a little longer. If we leave now, we may lose a source of food, which could make our lives even more difficult. Let us wait. If the zombies seem victorious, we can pull that person along with us." The group furrowed their brows but refrained from further comments. Since Li Yang preferred to wait, they would comply. Yet, given the current number of zombies and those drawn in by the fighting, the chances of the skeletons prevailing appeared slim. A retreat seemed inevitable. A few individuals descended once more, continuing to fortify the vehicles and contemplating what further preparations could be made. The primary battleground resembled a tumultuous sea, with hordes of corpses crashing repeatedly into the ranks of skeletons. They jostled and tore at one another, trampling over the fallen, brandishing their claws as they lunged towards the enemy. The skeletal forces incessantly swung their weapons, cleaving through the advancing waves of undead, mercilessly dispatching the zombies. The brute skeleton wielded its arms like pendulums, flinging the surrounding zombies away with sheer might. Skeleton hounds and cats darted swiftly among their skeletal comrades, dragging zombies into their ranks while viciously tearing at throats and skulls. The entire battlefield had expanded from the initial clash to encompass a vast array of skeletons. The front lines of skeletons were becoming overwhelmed by the undead tide, yet amidst the chaos, some could still be seen struggling to fight back. It wasn't solely the horde summoned by the big-headed zombie that surged forth. Additional zombies were drawn in by the commotion. As the noise escalated, the surrounding undead began to converge towards this epicenter. Wu Hong raised his hand to unleash the witch's arrow and acidic spray, casting a glance towards the distant residential building. The scene remained tranquil there, yet he could discern the big-headed zombie standing behind a window, accompanied by ordinary zombies guarding the entrance. The casualties among the skeletons were mounting alarmingly fast, stirring unease within Wu Hong. He feared an impending disaster. The conditions on the battlefield compelled him to revise his strategy on the fly. Continuing this relentless assault could very well place him in peril. Having reached this realization, he swiftly drew his pistol and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The gunshot resonated through the cacophony of the scene, piercing the din with its clarity. Following the discharge of firearms, spectral figures materialized on the rooftops flanking the area, their ocular cavities ablaze with an ethereal, cerulean luminescence. They clutched plastic receptacles brimming with volatile liquid, casting a cursory glance at the scene below before releasing their cargo earthward. With resounding thuds, the plastic containers plummeted into the ravenous throng, toppling scores of the undead. The vessels shattered upon impact, their contents cascading in every direction, saturating the immediate vicinity with the pungent aroma of gasoline. The reanimated corpses, disoriented and floundering, began to coalesce towards the adjacent walls, driven by a primal urge to ascend the facades. Undeterred, the skeletal sentinels continued their aerial bombardment, dispatching approximately half a dozen more containers before retrieving makeshift incendiary devices fashioned from glass bottles and cloth wicks. Igniting the wicks, they hurled the flaming projectiles towards the pools of gasoline. Upon impact, the bottles shattered, unleashing a conflagration that rapidly engulfed the area. Walls of flame surged skyward, consuming legions of the undead in a maelstrom of fire and ash as their tormented shrieks echoed through the night. Yet, with grim resolve, the horde adapted their assault, dispersing to circumvent the inferno and maintain their inexorable advance. Undeterred by the towering flames and deafening explosions of derelict vehicles, they pressed forward. Nevertheless, the blaze served as a formidable impediment, disrupting the cohesion of the swarm. The skeletal warriors emerged from the pyre, continuing to cleave through the relentless tide of the undead. A mustachioed man of middle age and his bespectacled companion stood transfixed atop a distant building, their expressions etched with astonishment as they beheld the unfolding conflict. Initially, the sight of the undead assailing the skeletal figures had merely elicited a sense of morbid curiosity, as if witnessing a clash between denizens of the netherworld. In a brutal clash where canines turn against one another, it seems that both parties yearn for mutual annihilation. Yet, as one continues to observe the unfolding scene, an unsettling realization begins to dawn. The horde of zombies begins to divide its forces. One faction mounts a frontal assault, while another opts for a more cunning approach, employing climbing or human pyramids to infiltrate the skeletal ranks. This strategic maneuver leaves the two spectators utterly astonished. Zombies, it appears, have begun to employ tactics. Concurrently, their conviction in the inevitability of the zombies' victory solidifies. The skeletal defenders, already at a numerical disadvantage, seem destined for defeat. Yet the situation escalates dramatically when they witness skeletons hurling barrels and Molotov cocktails from the rooftop. Goodness, the skeletons have a backup plan. The bespectacled man exclaims in disbelief. This transcends mere tactics. It borders on strategy. The mannerisms and modes of attack resemble those of a devolved beast. Humanity has gradually devised methods to counter the undead. Yet it becomes increasingly evident that they have underestimated the formidable prowess of these creatures. The ability to craft weapons makes these skeletons quite terrifying, remarks the bearded man. The bespectacled individual swallows hard and continues. In this world, can we truly survive? Meanwhile, at the entrance of a residential building, over 20 restless zombies stand guard. Agitated and on edge, they are periodically drawn to the distant sounds of explosions, roaring in fury before quickly falling silent, resuming their vigil at the doorway. Suddenly, in the vacant space of the corridor, a figure materializes from thin air. Its iron-gray skeletal frame is draped in tattered, yellowed linen. The surrounding zombies momentarily freeze in astonishment. In the next heartbeat, they erupt in furious roars and charge forth. Bang! With a swift jab, the first zombie's eye sockets burst, and its body was sent flying, toppling the undead behind it. While Wudong quickly dashed into the corridor, two distorted hounds snarled ferociously as they leaped down the stairs, lunging directly at him. The force of his punch reverberated, sending the hounds crashing against the wall, their bodies collapsing in a heap. But Wudong hastened to the door of a room, delivering a powerful kick that sent it crashing open. His gaze fell upon the big-headed zombie, which was encircled by a throng of other zombies. Chapter 82. Even the true king of hell must bow 3 times. The grotesque, bloated head of the zombie widened its eyes in disbelief, staring at the skeleton that had burst through the door, as if unable to comprehend why this entity had materialized here or how it had discovered its hiding place. With a furious roar, the big-headed zombie unleashed a thunderous bellow, prompting the surrounding zombies to join in with their own howls and frenzied advance. But Wudong stepped forward with purpose, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks that sent the oncoming zombies flying or reduced them to mere pulp. In the blink of an eye, every zombie in the room lay lifeless. Outside, the remaining zombies continued to pound relentlessly against the security door. The big-headed zombie, helpless, leaned against the corner, watching as the towering skeleton approached with deliberate steps. Thud, thud, thud. The big-headed zombie attempted to escape, but stumbled and fell to the ground after just a few steps. Bao Wudong approached it, raising his foot to deliver a decisive kick. Bang! The massive head exploded like a balloon, splattering thick, dark blood across the walls and floor. On the main battlefield, the clash raged on. Zombies fell in droves into pools of blood, while skeletons collapsed like harvested wheat. At this point, the battle had devolved into a war of attrition. Ultimately, it is the number of surviving troops that will determine the victor. Heng ceased the use of necromancy and oily arts, simply standing within the ranks. awaiting the progression of the next strategic plan. He glanced at the battle unfolding ahead. Experience gained, 55. Summoned entity, skeleton brawler gained experience, 20. Suddenly, the experience points regarding Ba Wudong appeared. An increase of 20 was not a value attainable by merely vanquishing ordinary zombies. It signified the defeat of a second-tier mutated zombie. Concurrently, the organized horde of corpses began to descend into chaos. Although they continued their charge, the original order was lost, scattering in all directions, traversing the flames, and even drawn to the explosive wreckage of vehicles, violently hammering against the remnants of the cars. Wu Heng lifted his gaze towards the distant residential building. At the window where the large-headed zombie had once stood, Ba Wudong now held the severed head of the creature. Wu Heng signaled a thumbs up from afar before commanding, "Advance." With a sudden rush, the skeletons that had been in defensive formation sprang into action, launching themselves forward. They collided with the approaching zombies, wielding their cleavers vigorously to dispatch the undead before them. The 3-meter-tall behemoth swung its arms with all its might, sending zombies flying. Following the skeletons, Wu Heng advanced to the initial combat zone, raising his staff to unleash Battlefield of the Undead. A grayish-white aura radiated outward, and one by one, skeletons rose from the ground, joining the fray against the zombies. "Steer clear of the flames," Wu Heng shouted urgently as he witnessed the skeletons heading towards the inferno. The inferno had been raging for a while, its flames now diminished, yet numerous combustible materials continued to ignite. Should a skeleton venture too close, it would surely prove more flammable than the zombies themselves. The skeletal army began to condense into slender squads, navigating past the flames to resume their assault on the opposing undead. Wu Heng opened his backpack, retrieving vials of mental elixirs, which he consumed with fervor. Subsequently, he unleashed the battlefield of the undead, summoning a multitude of skeletons who continued to imbibe the potions and unleash their skills. The throng of skeletons surged across the fiery expanse, charging madly towards the zombies. Their blades swung with relentless precision, cleaving the zombies to the ground. At this moment, the tide of battle began to shift. The skeletons pushed the zombies back, their incessant slashes rendering the undead incapable of rising again. What manner of being is he? One could scarcely imagine he is the king of hell. Even the true lord of the underworld would surely bow thrice before him. On a rooftop at the rear of the battlefield, a few individuals from the auto repair shop observed the distant clash. The rapid evolution of the conflict left them momentarily stunned. Initially, the zombies held the upper hand, leading them to believe victory was assured and prompting plans for a hasty escape. Then, a barrel of gasoline was hurled down, engulfing swathes of zombies in flames. At that moment, they entertained the possibility of triumph, though they speculated that the king of hell must have suffered significant losses, perhaps depleting the skeletons entirely. Yet now, the skeletons charged forward, causing the zombies to crumble into disarray. It was evident that the skeletal faction was destined for victory. The zombies appeared to have suddenly lost their composure. Wang Ku, standing to the side, quietly inquired as to the timing of the skeletons' counterattack, which coincided with the chaos among the horde of zombies. Although nothing was visibly discerned, there was a palpable sense of an arrangement having been made. In the chaotic moment of the zombie onslaught, the skeletons charged forward. The chaos among the undead was likely instigated by the mention of a commanding zombie on the radio. Perhaps that very zombie had perished, causing the horde to descend into disarray, Li Yahue elucidated. The others exchanged glances, recalling the previous encounter with the formidable zombie at the hospital, which Li Yahue had recounted. They had been astonished at the sight of the skeleton pursuing the grotesque zombie, truly terrifying. "So, Hongjie, shall we proceed?" Strongzi inquired. "I mean, once we have sufficient provisions, shall we still depart?" Li Yahue fell silent for a moment before responding. "Let us first assess the situation. There is no need for haste. Unload the items from the vehicle. Once we are secure, we need not rush away." Meanwhile, on the rooftop, the bearded man and the glasses wearer leaned against the railing. The bearded man lit a cigarette and exhaled a plume of smoke, remarking, "It seemed there was a person among the skeletons, directing them." The glasses wearer concurred. "I saw it too, though I cannot be certain if it was indeed a human. Perhaps it was a creature resembling one. I suspect it might be the Esper mentioned on the radio." Adjusting his glasses, he continued, "If it is an Esper, there may still be hope for humanity. Though the likelihood seems slim, where would such a powerful Esper emerge so swiftly?" With that, the two men rose cautiously and began their descent down the stairs. As time passed, the battle drew to a close. The skeletal hounds and warriors were methodically dispatching the remaining zombies. The ribcage resembled a towel rack, draped with neatly folded shrouds, one hand grasping a large-headed corpse while the other dragged two distorted hounds. As the most formidable force within the team, Heng had initially intended to position him outside to eliminate the large-headed zombie. Otherwise, in a direct confrontation, should the zombie find itself at a disadvantage, it could very well flee, making it quite challenging to capture. Fortunately, the operation unfolded smoothly, as Dong swiftly dispatched it. Observing the corpse discarded before him, Heng felt a tinge of curiosity. This large-headed zombie, lacking in stamina and swaying unsteadily as it walked, left him pondering what form of skeleton it might transform into. Chapter 83. The large-headed spirit demon. 3 distorted corpses lay at his feet, alongside 2 mutated hounds, suggesting a high probability of aberration among canine species. Refocusing on the large-headed zombie, its cranium had been shattered, resulting in a gruesome demise. The strengths and weaknesses of the large-headed zombie were starkly evident, capable of remote control over other zombies, yet deficient in close combat and mobility. Once Dong approached, its elimination became a mere formality. Heng instructed Dong and some nearby skeletons to ensure their own safety while he individually unleashed the bone control technique against the large-headed zombie. The necromantic spell gradually enveloped the corpse, summons exceeding the caster's capabilities, instability factors increasing. An unstable notification emerged, indicating the corpse's level exceeded 5. The flesh of the large head began to disintegrate, revealing its stark, white bones that gradually stood upright. Its exaggerated skull resembled a balloon, with eye sockets significantly larger than those of a typical skeleton, showcasing the eerie blue flames of its soul within. Skeleton Spirit Mage, level 10. The name is changed to Spirit Mage, which is indeed a notable difference. The big guy at level 11 retains the designation of Skeleton Warrior during its transformation, albeit with enhanced attributes. However, the large-headed skeleton before me bears an entirely new name. The large-headed skeleton, with its hollow skull, slightly swivels as if surveying its surroundings. Skeleton Spirit Mage, level 10, level 10, 52,000. Attributes: Constitution 14, Strength 12, Agility 6, Intelligence 16, Perception 15, Charisma 5. Traits: Hollow Frame, Fundamental Soul, Specializations: Soul Distortion, Biological Distortion. Abilities: Soul Commander, Broodmind, Soul Distortion, Intelligence 4. Biological Distortion, Intelligence 1. Perception 1. Agility -3. Heng scrutinized the attributes of the large-headed creature, his brow furrowing slightly. Overall, the attribute values appear rather weak. In terms of physical prowess, it is not much different from an ordinary zombie, and its agility is a mere 6, which is rather insufficient. Intelligence and perception, reaching 16 and 15, are relatively high among transformed skeletons. This can be understood, as the large-headed zombie inherently possesses low physical attributes, with its defining feature being the ability to control zombies. Yet, this still seems rather inadequate, especially considering it is a level 10 entity. Continuing to examine its attributes, aside from the 2 specialized distortions, there are 2 newly added ability options. This indicates its capacity to command zombies has been retained post-transformation. It appears to be a commendable ability, allowing commands to be issued to the skeletons. The second ability, known as Motherness Thinking, does not resemble the capabilities of a zombie, but rather evokes the powers of the Zerg from the Star Wars game. According to the description, it allows for telepathic communication among nearby skeleton spirits, collectively establishing a master brain. Heng scrutinized the text multiple times, gradually grasping its intended meaning. Essentially, it indicates that the skeleton spirits within range form a sort of group chat, where all messages are shared among them. If his conjecture holds true, the utility of this spirit is indeed considerable, as it can forge an expansive network and facilitate the exchange of intelligence. Henceforth, you shall be referred to as Big Head Number 1. Heng promptly assigned a name. Emerging, the big head skeleton obediently positioned itself to the side. Its gait remained unhurried. However, with only a skull remaining, it was significantly lighter, avoiding the previous wobbling after a few steps. Grasping a nearby skeleton's kitchen knife, he scoured the ground until he unearthed a second-tier corpse core, which he carefully encased in a plastic bag. He then employed the bone control technique on the other 2 aberrant hounds. The 2 level 5 skeleton hounds rose, shaking off their bodies before darting to the side. From the remains, Heng discovered 2 additional first-tier corpse cores. 3 cores in total, 1 10th-tier skeleton and 2 5th-tier skeletons. The bounty was quite satisfactory. After transforming the 3 aberrant zombies, his gaze shifted back to the street. The entire thoroughfare lay in utter disarray, with wrecked vehicles billowing thick smoke, waves of heat from the flames, and corpses strewn across the ground. It resembled a pathway to hell, chilling and ominous. In the next moment, the skeletons, standing by in all directions, sprang into action, dragging the lifeless bodies of zombies towards this location. Indeed, it proved effective, and the results were quite commendable. This large-headed zombie seemed to be of greater utility than initially anticipated. He continued, instructing the skeletons to transport the corpses into the community and stack them together, while the others engaged in extinguishing the flames. The skeletons divided their forces. Some proceeded to carry the bodies into the community, while others began to gather soil to douse the flames on the ground. With the large-headed skeleton at his disposal, he could simply remain stationary and direct the operations. All the bodies were eventually dragged into the community, and the buildings on either side were charred black from the intense fire. The windows on the first and second floors had shattered, necessitating separate efforts to quell the flames. The cleanup and finishing touches consumed a considerable amount of time, but he sensed they were nearing completion. Heng then addressed the large-headed skeleton, saying, "Take some skeletons and clear the area of zombies, ensuring no harm comes to the humans. If any humans strike first, you may retaliate." The fierce battle had attracted a significant number of zombies, creating chaos in the vicinity that required tidying up. He also reminded the large-headed zombie to refrain from harming those at the auto repair shop. The entire horde of skeletons, with those possessing souls practicing their spear and sword techniques atop the building, was under the command of the large-headed skeleton, who directed approximately 500 ordinary skeletons to patrol the perimeter of the community and eliminate zombies. Once the area was sufficiently organized, he proceeded directly to the Practitioner Association. Upon entering the Team's lounge, he found it utterly deserted. It appeared that the morale of the entire fourth squad had greatly diminished, as no one seemed to frequent the association anymore. He filled out 3 commission forms for the zombie corps in the lounge and submitted them at the front desk in the hall. As I returned to the lounge to fetch something, I encountered a tall figure clad in a flowing gown, adorned with a luxurious leopard print. It was Slater, the subdeacon, approaching me. "Hello there." Heng initiated the greeting. "It's quite rare to see you at the association," Slater remarked. "Well, our team is on break, so we haven't been around much." Heng casually fabricated an excuse. Slater studied him with curiosity and then inquired, "Have you found a romantic partner?" "Not at all." "Why do you ask?" Heng was perplexed by her sudden question. Slater scrutinized him from head to toe and commented, "You seem different. I thought your entire squad was on the lookout for love. This fellow certainly possesses keen intelligence. It must be that the captain's affairs have been discovered. If they were seeking me, they should approach someone like the subdeacon." "Oh, do you prefer someone older than yourself?" Slater raised an eyebrow. "No. I simply have an affinity for beauty." Slater's lips curled into a smile, as if she found this statement quite agreeable. "Kid, I sense you might be trying to swindle me out of my money." After exchanging a few words with Slater, we bid each other farewell. Now that my physical constitution is robust, I no longer fear these trivial matters. While I indulged in instant noodles, notifications continued to emerge. Gained experience. 2. Summon Skeleton Warrior. Experience. 3. Gained experience. 2. Summon Skeleton Warrior. Experience. 5. Gained experience. It appeared to be a large-headed skeleton leading a cadre of skeletons in the vicinity to clear out zombies. This method had crossed my mind previously. However, the remaining skeletal beings endowed with souls do not exhibit such effects. Ordinary skeletons are utterly incapable of executing commands. Now, the large-headed skeletons can resolve this issue, and the results are quite satisfactory, evoking a sensation akin to counting riches at home. This also liberates him from the daily routine of accompanying skeletons into battle. Given the opportunity, he would prefer to acquire more large-headed skeletons to lead expeditions against monsters. After finishing his instant noodles, Heng resumed his practice of the Grey Hawksword technique, wielding his longsword repeatedly to execute complete movements. In the zombie-infested world, at the auto repair shop, the doors and windows were sealed, creating a stifling atmosphere within the room. "Is anyone still at Xiaodong's auto repair shop?" Sitting at the table, Wang Ku turned to Li Yahui. The latter furrowed her brow and took the microphone, inquiring, "This is the auto repair shop. What is the matter?" "They are still alive. Incredible that they have managed to survive. Could those skeletons have been conjured by them?" "Be quiet. They can hear you from the other side." The radio crackled with a cacophony of voices, revealing astonishment and discussions regarding the skeletons. After a brief moment of silence, a voice from the other side resumed. "Did you witness the battle between the skeleton horde and the zombie horde today?" Li Yahue and Wang Ku exchanged glances. Apart from themselves, there must be others who observe the events unfolding here. Do you know the origins of those skeletons? I mean, are there any supernaturally gifted individuals involved? The two were somewhat taken aback. These individuals should not have been too far from the battle site. They likely witnessed something noteworthy. Li Yuhong pondered for a moment and replied, I do not know. We can hardly afford to hide, let alone delve into such matters. However, this issue is one we dare not speak of lightly, as we exist under the protection of the skeletons. Without their consent, I would not dare to utter a word. Once again, a brief silence enveloped the conversation. Those skeletons can be rather perilous. Do exercise caution, she advised. Thank you. We shall be vigilant, came the response. The conversation continued. Is your food supply sufficient? Li Yuhong immediately grew wary. Food has become as precious as gold, and who would inquire whether one possesses gold? Is there something you seek? She questioned. If you have provisions, we could arrange an exchange, came the direct reply. The two refuge locations were not far apart, and they had indeed agreed that some form of barter could take place. What do you offer in return? I have medicine available for trade, under these circumstances. Such supplies are indispensable, she stated. We do not require that, was the unexpected and resolute rejection, plunging the conversation back into silence. After a moment, they asked, What is it that you desire? Li Yuhong found herself amused and replied, Think it over before contacting us again. The other side fell silent once more. Just as Li Yuhong was about to hang up and depart, the radio crackled back to life. This is the South City prison. If you have food, we can arrange an exchange. Li Yuhong felt an urgent need to keep the issue of food confidential and quickly retorted, We do not have much food on our end. We can exchange for firearms, be it rifles or sniper rifles. Li Yang felt a jolt of surprise, but replied, If we manage to secure ample provisions, we will seek you out for an exchange. Very well. The following day, Wu Heng rose early and, after breakfast, made his way to the realm of the undead. In the center of the community, a towering mound of corpses had accumulated from the previous day's battle with the horde. Wu Heng observed briefly before unleashing the battlefield of remains, causing numerous skeletons to rise and join the ranks beside him. He hastily consumed a couple of potions and continued to cast his spells, augmenting the number of skeletons at his disposal. In another magical realm, he was undoubtedly the most bountiful necromancer in terms of soldiers. By noon, Liang arrived, stating directly, Yesterday, someone inquired via the radio about the skeletons, seemingly having witnessed the confrontation with the zombies. Did you discover anything? No, they merely asked if I was an ability user. I replied in the negative, and the matter was left at that. Let us keep this under wraps for now. Liang continued. There are others seeking to exchange for food, offering rifles in return. Upon hearing this, Wu Heng turned to her and asked, Where? At the southern prison. That's quite far. We can address it later. Agreed. Just as he stepped out from the portal, he noticed a letter slipped beneath the door. It stated that the association had a mission for him to report to the vocational guild. Another task? It seemed that since their last assignment with the Divine Punishment Church, Squad 4 had not been engaged in any missions. Once again, I prepared a bowl of noodles to satiate my hunger, and then began to pack my belongings into my backpack. The magazine was filled to capacity, and I ensured I had ample spare magazines as well. Once everything was ready, Wu Heng led Basin out of their abode, heading towards the Adventurers Guild. Upon entering the hall, the remaining 3 teams had also gathered there, indicating yet another collective mission. Wu Heng spotted the location of Team 4 and approached directly. Odorluck and Kavina stood by, waiting, while Yuli was leaning against the wall, munching on something as she surveyed her surroundings. Captain, are we defending the base? Wu Heng inquired as he drew near. Odorluck furrowed his brow, comprehending the implication of defending the base. He replied, We shall await the steward's instructions. Details of the mission remain unclear. Ah, understood. Wu Heng stepped aside, joining the others in anticipation. Yuli leaned closer and said, Do not fear. I will protect you when the time comes. We are few in number, which may necessitate a defense. Isn't it more perilous to remain behind, like last time? Wu Heng paused, pondering her words, which indeed held merit. Before long, Steward Yazd and Deputy Steward Slate emerged from one side. The chatter among the team members ceased, and the hall fell silent. The steward proclaimed, We have received word from Blackstone Town regarding the presence of a necromancer. We must coordinate with the guard to eliminate the threat, ensuring no survivors. He seemed to be gauging their reactions. Wu Heng maintained his focus, avoiding the gazes of others. The affairs of other necromancers held no relevance to him. He was a law-abiding individual. With a wave of his hand, the steward signaled for everyone to proceed outward, not mentioning the individuals who would remain at the guild. It appeared there were alternative arrangements in place. The various teams convened outside, merging with the guards, and together they surged forth into the night. As darkness descended, the procession exited the city in a grand manner, heading towards a secluded estate to the east. Approaching their destination, the group began to slow their pace when a ranger clad in leather armor emerged from the shadowy woods. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "The target is inside." "He has not emerged thus far." Slither's expression turned serious as he quietly replied, "He didn't sense you, did he?" "Rest assured, he certainly did not detect my presence," the ranger assured with a pat on his chest. Due to Yuli's influence, Heng remained nearby. Upon overhearing their conversation, an unsettling premonition gripped him. He issued a direct command, "Attack. Surround them, leave no survivors." With a rustling of movement, everyone sprang into action, swiftly advancing towards the estate. Chapter 85. The corpse and the undead. A flurry of birds took to the sky, leading the charge towards the estate. The guards and the professional team quickly approached the ornate iron gate of the manor. Within the estate, all was dim and silent. A captain among the guards glanced at the ranger beside him. The ranger maneuvered the birds above, circling the area before stating, "There is no danger in the courtyard." He gestured towards the rear. Immediately, a figure clad in leather armor, with a short sword at his waist, stepped forward to tamper with the lock on the iron gate. With a sharp click, the door swung open. The captain motioned subtly, and the guards surged into the estate, encircling the central stone fortress. The professional team followed closely behind, prepared for battle. "Welcome, friends from Blackstone Town." On the balcony of the stone fortress's second floor, the glow of torches illuminated the scene. A figure clad in a black robe, of medium stature, emerged before the crowd, with hands resting on the stone railing. He gazed down at the assembled throng without a trace of surprise or alarm. Heng leaned closer to Basin. The Necromancer had indeed detected their presence long ago. The figure in black, still gripping the stone railing, continued, "I am aware of the purpose of your visit, but you have mistaken your target. I am not the Necromancer you seek. However, I can provide you with some clues." Suddenly, with a whoosh, a chilling beam of light shot through the air. With a sharp thud, it struck the black-robed man's chest with pinpoint accuracy. As the onlookers turned their gaze to the balcony, they beheld the black-robed figure stagger backward. Yet his hands remained tightly clasped around the railing, his body contorted in an unnatural manner. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the figure slowly righted himself, breaking the arrow shaft lodged in his chest, a portion of the arrowhead still embedded within him. A decoy? Or perhaps some extraordinary constitution? Was he truly unharmed? The black-robed man refocused his gaze on the crowd, his voice growing increasingly frigid. "It seems you intend to find a scapegoat. Very well. Let all of you remain as my servants." In the next instant, the ground within the estate began to tremble violently. Grimy, decayed hands erupted from the earth, resembling a mass of bamboo shoots sprouting from the ground. "Eliminate him," Yaz commanded once more. With a flurry of whooshes, arrows and bolts were unleashed towards the second floor. As the figure vanished into the shadows, the grotesque and decaying corpses littered the entire estate, a chilling sight beneath the gaze of Blackstone Town, which had become a graveyard of bodies. "Slater, leader of the guard, accompany me as we breach the stronghold and eliminate the Necromancer. The rest shall clear the estate of the corpses and secure the perimeter. We cannot allow any suspicious individuals to escape," Yaz commanded, surveying the surroundings. "Understood." The others nodded, promptly executing the orders. Yazd and his companions hastened toward the stone fortress's entrance. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed ominously. For enormous humanoid monstrosities descended slowly from the second floor of the stronghold, towering nearly 4 meters, with long, slender arms extending past their knees, claws sharp as blades. A mouthful of jagged teeth, and eyes devoid of pupils, a pallid gray hue. "Troll corpses." Slater whispered a warning. The others nodded in acknowledgement. From above in the corridor, a figure cloaked in black trailed behind the troll corpses, descending with deliberate slowness. "Slater, the secretive one of the association. I shall not desecrate your remains, at least not before they have fully decomposed. Attack," Yazd hissed, raising his staff to conjure a beam of energy that surged forth towards the trolls. Upon impact, the creature's decaying flesh erupted, revealing even more putrid entrails within. Simultaneously, the others sprang into action. The melee fighters charged the figure clad in black robes, deftly evaded the arrows that rained down, while the staff in hand conjured magical rays, unleashing them upon the adversaries across the way. The castle reverberated with the cacophony of battle. Outside, the guards and members of the adventurer squad engaged fiercely with the emerging undead. The sounds of combat and the sickening thud of blades penetrating flesh echoed throughout the courtyard. As one by one, individuals succumbed to their wounds, emitting pain groans. Heng raised his hand to cast Witch's Arrow, striking down 3 of the undead before him. Basin swiftly advanced, plunging his dagger into the eye socket of a corpse, delivering a fatal blow. These undead were unlike the typical zombies. While they exhibited little intelligence, they possessed the capacity to wield weapons. Some of the more formidable ones likely held fixed professions, serving as necromantic minions in stark contrast to Heng's own skeletal servants. Though they lacked the strength of the guards and adventurers, caution was still warranted. A brown bear, transformed from Yuli, sent the undead flying, toppling the remainder. With a resounding clang, Outlook stepped forward, his longsword intercepting a strike aimed at the bear. "Be careful," he advised. The bear nodded and again swung its powerful paws, hurling several undead aside. At that moment, Talisa from the second squad approached with her team, inquiring, "Are you all right?" The 2 squads clustered together, resuming their assault on the surrounding undead, while the guards exhibited even greater efficiency in their kills. Forming a tight formation, they managed to fend off a greater number of foes. The battle raged on, yet the tide was turning as the undead were gradually eradicated from Blackstone Town. Bang, bang, bang. As the majority of the putrid corpses were vanquished and collapsed, a further metamorphosis transpired. The deceased bodies detonated in rapid succession. Dense, saffron-colored fumes, unleashed by the exploding corpses, instantly permeated the entire estate. In the wake of the noxious yellow mist, nearly everyone in the guard and squad details commenced to cough vehemently, exhibiting symptoms of enfeeblement indicative of poisoning. Beware, this is the Necromancer's corpse explosion. The gas is toxic. It is written in the Necronomicon that necromancers can exploit corpses to unleash miasma, affecting living beings. It now appears that this spell was embedded within the bodies of the putrid corpses, creating a skill synergy. Upon the demise of the corpses, their bodies detonate, releasing this toxic gas. This, indeed, adds a secondary effect of releasing poisonous gas, a trait absent in skeletons. Upon hearing Heng's admonition, members of both squads sought methods to prevent inhalation of the toxic gas. Heng, holding his breath, swiftly opened his rucksack, retrieved an unopened gas mask, tore away the packaging, and affixed it to his face. With each successive demise and explosion of the putrid corpses, the mist enveloped the entire manor. Chapter 86. Undying Physique. It was arduous to discern the figures of companions beyond a distance of 3 meters. Bassin ascertained the location of the squad members. Heng placed his hand on Bassin's shoulder, and together they charged forward. The path was strewn with weakened, prostrate guards. Few possessed protective gear against toxins, and gas masks were not commonplace in this world. Heng expeditiously located the remaining members. Kavina donned the plague doctor's mask. Ataluk and the others from the second squad also produced scarves to cover their mouths and noses. "Withdraw at once," Heng commanded directly. In the current predicament, combat was utterly unfeasible. The rotting corpses were impervious to the toxic gas, while the living could scarcely endure it. "Cough, cough. My aunt." Yuli coughed intermittently as she spoke. "You are on the brink of death, yet you still mention your aunt," Heng retorted. Undeterred, Yuli transformed into a fearsome raven and prepared to fly inside. Heng grasped her leg firmly and said, "You go out first. I shall check on your vice director and the others." Yuli glanced at him and nodded. "All right." Each team began to retreat. The mist filled with the sounds of comrades being dragged across the ground. Heng continued, "Let us head towards the stone fortress." He climbed onto Bassin's shoulder, steering towards the stone fortress. Inside the stone fortress's grand hall, toxic mist surged through the doors and windows, swiftly enveloping the space. The combatants, adorned with protective gear or unleashing defensive scrolls, sought to mitigate the effects of the poisonous fog, but their abilities were still hindered. Crack! The golden leopard was sent flying by the troll's decaying corpse, crashing through the stair railing and tumbling down. Moments later, the troll's cadaver rolled down the steps, clutching 2 captains of the guard, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. The troll's rotting body swung its powerful arm, flinging one captain aside before raining down blows upon the commander. Gushing blood profusely, executed a difficult roll to create some distance. Heng, accompanied by Bassin, hastened into the hall, a muffled voice emanating from behind his mask, declaring they would hold off the decaying corpses. The warden and the commander swiftly reacted, once again rushing towards the troll corpses, preventing them from approaching the staircase. The figure in the black robe fixed his gaze on the figures that had stormed in. Upon noticing the association's ordinary members' leather armor, he sneered, "You think you can show off at a time like this?" He then began to pull the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A dense barrage of bullets rained down upon the target. As the black robe disintegrated, the robed figure looked down in disbelief. Raising his staff, he launched a fireball towards his adversaries, the scorching sphere of flames flying directly forth. Basin quickly repositioned, shielding Wu Heng, his body erupting as the fireball detonated, scattering a flurry of embers. "You also possess necromantic servants?" the robed figure exclaimed in surprise. Bullets continued to pour forth as if inexhaustible, reducing the once imposing robe to mere tatters. "My servants, protect me," the robed figure bellowed. However, the surrounding corpses were being held back by the others. Witnessing the approaching figure wielding a strange weapon, the necromancer unleashed a dense cloud of darkness, turning to flee upstairs. Wu Heng and Basin swiftly pursued. In terms of speed, Wu Heng and Basin both outstripped the necromancer. However, wary of potential ambushes, they allowed Basin to take the lead, rapidly catching up to the robed figure. A dagger was thrust into his back. The robed mage stumbled and fell to the ground. The cowl fell away, revealing a visage akin to a desiccated cadaver. Marshal Heng's eyes widened in an instant. The adversary was a necromancer, yet why had he devolved into this state? "Have you lost your senses?" Assisting them, the robed mage bellowed. Unperturbed, Marshal Heng continued to depress the trigger of his firearm relentlessly. Projectiles instantaneously rendered the target's cranium into a pulpy mess. Experience gained, 77. With the appearance of the experience notification, confirmation of the adversary's demise was evident. Beneath the confines of his gas mask, Marshal Heng exhaled in relief. Marshal Heng crouched, his fingers probing through the satchel affixed to the cadaver. Having executed a cursory frisk, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the lower level. He hastily seized what appeared to be a tome of arcane knowledge and stowed it within his rucksack. Marshal Heng arose to witness Steward Yazid and his retinue surging forward with alacrity. Upon beholding Marshal Heng and the prone corpse, a collective sigh of relief emanated from their ranks. "Marshal Heng, are you unharmed?" "Affirmative," Marshal Heng replied, rising to his feet. Yazid cast a glance at the deceased and continued, "Secure the body and let's evacuate. The remaining matters shall be entrusted to the guard." Understood. Chaos reigned supreme outside the confines of the manor. A multitude of guards lay prostrate upon the ground, racked by fits of coughing and vomiting. Wounds sustained were succumbing to rapid putrefaction. Each individual was imbibing potions, a costly endeavor for this singular evening. The fact that so many were required to apprehend a solitary individual, culminating in such pandemonium, could be construed as a failure to some degree. Yuri attended to Slater before rushing over, exclaiming in astonishment, "You vanquished the robed mage?" The others were taken aback, their gazes converging upon him in unison. "When I arrived, the other party was on the brink of death, and I swiftly delivered a fatal blow." Wu Heng casually fabricated a tale, which unexpectedly led to our encounter. Soon, the steward and the deputy steward approached. The injured golden leopard limped, while Yuli knelt down in concern, offering comfort. The steward remarked, "Very well. We shall leave this matter to the guard. Let us take our leave." The body of the necromancer was entrusted to the guards, while our professional team hastened towards the direction of Blackstone Town. At that moment, Yuli appeared much improved in spirit. She trotted alongside Wu Heng and exclaimed, "I just thought of something. He too is a necromancer. By killing him, does that not make you a traitor among your profession?" Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. Wu Heng opened his eyes to a brightening sky. Bassin remained seated at the dining table, gazing at the door. Upon hearing the knocks, he immediately rose to a state of alertness. Who could it be? Wu Heng called out, inquiring. If it were not of utmost importance, he would instruct them to return later. "Wu Heng, have you had breakfast? Come join me," came Yuli's voice from outside. How delightful it is to be young. Brimming with energy. Upon opening the door, Wu Heng beheld Yuli standing there, her cheeks bearing faint bruises, likely remnants from the previous day. He stepped aside, allowing her to enter. Curiously, he asked, "Aren't you tired?" Yuli settled herself at the desk, responding, "What fatigue? I could go days without sleep. Come in. Has your aunt been mistreating you, not even providing you with food? Your words are rather unappealing." Yuli took a seat beside me and continued, "My aunt has gone out. Yesterday, she vanquished the necromancer, thus resolving the troubles in Blackstone Town. Otherwise, the kingdom and the association would have dispatched an investigative team." "Oh." That explains the urgency of the town hall and the steward. They fear the arrival of higher authorities. Indeed, this is the second volume of the Book of Necromancy, she said, presenting it. I initially believed it to be a skill book, but I did not anticipate the existence of a second volume. As I awaited the instant noodles to cook, I began to peruse the pages. This second volume was considerably thinner, yet its content was more profound. One section discussed the transformation of the necromancer's profession. Melee classes could retain most of their characteristics and abilities post-transformation. However, mages and certain unique classes were somewhat different. Due to the infusion of a false soul into the corpse by necromantic magic, the inherent magical elements were altered. This implies that if one transforms a mage, regardless of their original school of magic, they could only become a necromancer after transformation, as they would no longer be able to sense other elemental powers. Additionally, priests, warlocks, and similar professions derive their strength from divine entities. Whether through bestowal or exchange, such power does not belong to them. Post-transformation, they could not retain this power. Particularly for priests, the transformation often leads to immediate collapse. Thus, the Book of Necromancy explicitly warns against transforming corpses associated with the divine. It is of little benefit and can invite considerable trouble. Heng continued to flip through the pages and came upon another one. The pure soul, ancient organs, and extraordinary bloodlines converge within the corporeal form, endowing one with the ability to harness necromantic power postnatally, thus crafting the body of a corpse demon, an embodiment of immortality. It is astonishing that one can gather necromantic energy in such a manner. Surely, it must resemble the necromancer from last night. Although immortality is granted, the resultant appearance, neither human nor ghostly, can indeed be quite difficult to accept. Moreover, the acquisition of such entities is not a simple endeavor. The pure soul refers to a specter, which inherently possesses the ability to become invisible and pass through walls, making it nearly impossible to capture. As for the ancient organs, procuring such items is not something an ordinary person can achieve. As these thoughts occupied his mind, a frown suddenly creased his brow. He had not participated in many captures since arriving in Blackstone Town. Could it truly be a mere coincidence? A chill crept up his spine. Beside him, Yuli, munching on potato chips, noticed his increasingly serious expression and hesitated to put another chip into her mouth. She whispered, "What's wrong?" "Oh, nothing," he replied, glancing once more at the text. He casually inquired, "Recently, in Blackstone Town, have there been any captures of wanted criminals with extraordinary bloodlines?" "I wouldn't know," she responded. "Wasn't the last one who abducted a child just a sorcerer?" Chapter 87. Thoughts on publication with the book officially launched. I apologize for the delay in sharing my thoughts due to issues with the update. The entire narrative revolves around a zombie world where one levels up by battling monsters, all while intertwining a cohesive storyline set in Blackstone Town. However, it is not without its challenges. Due to the pacing of the plot, I faced some criticism from my peers, which left me quite agitated. The conclusion of Blackstone Town signifies a liberation from constraints, propelling the advancement of the magical realm without limitations. It aims to fully harness the strengths of both worlds, with the aspiration of crafting a more captivating narrative. Chapter 88. Do you have any wishes? Yuli inquired while lifting the lid of her instant noodles, slurping as she spoke. What's wrong? Nothing, Heng replied, still grappling with the incredibility of the records in the Book of Necromancy. Could it be mere coincidence? It had only been a short while since his arrival in Blackstone Town, yet every subsequent task seemed to align perfectly with the entries within the tome. Regarding the matter of the infant spirit in the mining village, as recounted by the mine owner, it was revealed that 3 years prior, someone had informed him of the method to cultivate specters. Due to its association with specters, this incident was promptly attributed to the machinations of a necromancer. Thus, the individual behind this affair must have commenced preparations at least 3 years ago, following the acquisition of the infant spirit bought on from the Church of Divine Punishment. A sorcerer notorious for abducting children arrived in Blackstone Town to deliver heads. The ease with which these events transpired raises considerable suspicion. The necromancer who perished last night was likely the very vendor encountered in the black market. Based on the items he sold and the numerous corpses he had transformed, it was evident that he had been capable of becoming a necromancer for quite some time. Moreover, he seemingly had no opportunity to orchestrate the gathering of these items. So, why did he meet his demise? What had he said upon entering just now? Heng questioned Yuli. What did I say? Yuli replied, noodles dangling from her mouth as she looked up. What did your aunt go to do? Oh, my aunt has gone out to attend to some matters. So I came to play with you, said Yuli. And you mentioned something about not killing that necromancer, didn't you? Wu Heng continued to inquire. Yuli furrowed her brow for a moment before responding. The kingdom and the association take this matter quite seriously. If we do not apprehend the necromancer, they will dispatch an investigative team. The kingdom remains exceedingly vigilant regarding necromancers, pressuring Blackstone Town for a resolution. Thus, one must perish, the necromancer must die. Wu Heng felt a chill run down his spine. What is troubling you? Yuli asked once more. Wu Heng contemplated sharing his discoveries with her to alleviate his psychological burden. Yet he chose to remain silent. Gaining complete control over the information regarding Badong and the child-thieving sorcerer should not be insurmountable for the Whisperer, especially with Slater's influence in Blackstone Town. It's nothing, just a casual inquiry, Wu Heng remarked, closing the book in his hands with a smile. Aren't you going to eat? Yuli glanced at his instant noodles. Of course. He opened the lid and began to eat while engaging in light conversation with Yuli. At noon, there was a knock on the door of their residence. An associate informed them that they were to go to the association to incinerate the bodies. The number of corpses from the previous night was considerable, and given the weather coupled with the threat of the necromancer, prompt cremation was necessary. However, after Wu Heng had begun to suspect that the necromancer was merely a scapegoat, he felt this was a deliberate attempt to destroy evidence. Yet, he possessed no definitive proof of this, and the association and city hall personnel had proven unreliable. Together with Yuli, he made his way to the association. Upon entering the lounge, Otluk and Kavina had already arrived. Seeing the two enter, Otluk smiled and said, Wu Heng, these are the tomes I recovered yesterday from the Necromancer's stone fortress. The association is pleased to offer them to you for perusal, once you have finished. You may return them as a reward for your commission. As he spoke, he placed several skill books upon the table. There were 3 tomes in total, all aged and yellowed, appearing older than their owner. Corpse Control, Necrotic Blast, and Fireball. 2 belonged to the necromancy discipline, while the Fireball was presumably an offensive skill. Corpse Control is a spell for enslaving decaying corpses, akin to his own bone manipulation skill. The distinction between the two is not particularly significant. However, the decaying corpses themselves carry a severe contagion effect. Thus, in the realm of necromancers, bone manipulation is generally more prevalent. Necrotic Blast refers to the explosive event from last night, which released a toxic mist. While the description in the Book of Necromancy seemed unremarkable, the actual effect witnessed was rather exaggerated, suggesting it would be highly effective against the living. The tome also documented a technique known as corpse explosion, where a corpse detonates with tremendous force, essentially rendering it an insurmountable tactic. When a rotting corpse charges at you, whether you choose to engage or not becomes a dilemma. If you refrain from striking, it pursues you relentlessly. And if you do attack, it may explode, potentially claiming your life as well. Lastly, there is Fireball. This iteration of Fireball is not the basic skill found in games, but rather a high-level ability. Upon detonation, it generates flames that engulf the surroundings. Overall, aside from Corpse Control, the other 2 skills appear quite promising. Splendid. Thank you. Wu Heng stored away the 3 skill books. Otluk nodded, his gaze fixed on Wu Heng, and remarked, Your merit should be somewhat higher. If you can acquire a 3rd-level merit, it is entirely possible that the department will appoint you as captain ahead of schedule. In that case, you will have your own team members. Our squad is indeed quite good, Wu Heng replied. Yuli pondered for a moment and then asked, Captain, what about our merits? We will also receive merits, but they will be lower than yours. After all, it was you who defeated the Necromancer, thus your merit will be greater. The rest of us will receive some merit, but unless there are exceptional performances, it won't be substantial. If everyone received the same merit, then it would lose its significance. Oh, that makes sense, Yuli said after a moment of contemplation. If you are to be captain, I shall serve as your vice-captain. Wu Heng shot her a glance and replied, Why wait for me to be appointed? You could simply ask the current captain for a vice-captain position. No. Your abilities are lacking. You need someone to assist you. Who is lacking? The group engaged in light conversation for a while. The various squads began to assemble, preparing to incinerate the corpses. The bodies were placed outside the city, and the squad proceeded directly to confirm the identities before proceeding with the cremation. The 4th squad exited the city and arrived at the designated burning site. Otluk V. After all, it is a creation of the Necromancer. None can be certain whether another corpse might explode, releasing toxic gases. Flames soared into the sky, the wood crackling as it burned. With the ignition of the oily spell, there was no need to add any firewood, and the corpses were nearly incinerated. Yuli, with a playful demeanor, linked arms with Kavina, sharing light-hearted banter. It seemed that once the necromancer perished, everything returned to a semblance of normalcy, affecting no one adversely. Yuli was soon called away by her aunt. Meanwhile, Wu Heng made his way directly to the front desk of the hall to inquire about the progress of the antidote for the corpse core. The staff began to sift through their records, smiling as they addressed him. Mr. Wu Heng, the production of both antidotes has been completed. Please hold on a moment. Both had been achieved. With the formulas at hand, the concoction process was remarkably efficient, far swifter than the initial development. Holding 2 boxes, the staff respectfully placed them on the table. Upon opening the antidote boxes, Wu Heng beheld the 2 types of potions, Special Antidote and Wisdom Guard Antidote. After confirming that the potions were in order, he settled the remaining balance. With the antidotes in hand, he exited the association. Upon returning to his residence, he closed the door, instructing Bassin to stand guard outside. Wu Heng placed the second-tier corpse core and the potions on the table. After a breathe, the symptoms experienced this time were markedly different from those encountered when previously ingesting a level 2 corpse core. Without dwelling on it, he promptly opened the vial of serum and tilted his head back to consume it. Regardless of its efficacy, his immediate reaction was to ingest it. A wave of coolness instantly flooded his mind, providing only a modicum of relief from the mental strain. The sensation of his consciousness being ceaselessly stretched and torn persisted. A resounding buzz filled his ears, and his vision blurred. Nearby, the skeleton Barson, linked to Wu Heng's mental faculties, experienced a creaking tremor in its bones, as if on the verge of disintegration. This was untenable. Wu Heng, forcibly suppressing the pressure, opened and consumed 2 additional vials of specially formulated detoxifying serums. Even conventional remedies offered some degree of respite. Wu Heng clutched his head in his arms, his teeth grinding audibly. An eternity seemed to pass. Faint notifications materialized in his awareness. Perception 5, Intelligence 7, Charisma 5. Ability unlocked. Fortified will. In the aftermath of the agonizing ordeal, Wu Heng gasped for breath, beads of perspiration soaking his garments and pattering onto the floor. Presently, the sensation of mental duress began to subside gradually, accompanied by an augmented sense of perception. Even without deliberate focus, he could perceive everything within the room. The effects of the corpse core were undeniably potent, however, for a fleeting moment. He genuinely believed he was on the precipice of demise. Had he succumbed and transformed into a zombie, he surmised he would likely have become a level 2 variant. In a world dominated by the undead, he might have attained a position of leadership. However, in this reality, he would likely face extermination, his body subjected to scientific scrutiny, and his remains peddled as commodities on the black market. A chilling prospect. Taking a deliberate breath, Wu Heng straightened his posture. Commencing the examination of the attributes bestowed by the corpse nucleus, the initial observations reveal an enhancement in perception, intelligence, and charisma. Unlike the tangible attributes of constitution and strength, these 3 qualities manifest as latent potentials. Intelligence directly influences a mage's spellcasting abilities, as well as their capacity for memory retention and logical reasoning. Each mage embodies the essence of a scholar, indicating that the profession necessitates a certain intellectual threshold to comprehend the myriad texts and records. Perception quantifies intuition and insight, while charisma predominantly reflects one's personal magnetism, with a significant emphasis on the advantages it confers in mate selection. For instance, having secured the favor of Slither, one would ascend to the ranks of the affluent in Blackstone Town, devoid of concerns for sustenance. Ultimately, an ability has been unlocked, enhanced will. This augments personal resolve, establishing a barrier of willpower to counteract and dissipate negative influences that threaten one's mental fortitude. Wu Heng furrowed his brow. According to modern radio broadcasts, he should now have unlocked a supernatural ability. However, this newfound capacity appears to be passive in nature. While it may hold some utility in another realm, its efficacy seems rather diminished in the zombie-infested world. Even in the presence of formidable zombies, he has yet to perceive any impact on his will. It diverges significantly from his preconceived notions of supernatural powers, leaving him with a sense of futility. Nonetheless, possessing something is preferable to having nothing, and he finds little room for dissatisfaction. In the future, he intends to amass more corpse nuclei, hoping to unlock further abilities. After tidying up his surroundings, Wu Heng changed into a fresh set of clothing. A series of knocks resounded at the door once more. As he fastened his buttons, he opened the door, initially expecting Lily to invite him for dinner, only to find an associate from the guild awaiting him. "The steward requests your presence." "The steward? Very well." Wu Heng nodded. contemplating the matter of merit and rewards associated with the current mission. Oddluck claimed that his achievements were somewhat superior to those of others. After briefly organizing his thoughts, he stepped outside. Upon reaching the alley's entrance, he informed the landlord to notify him if the curly-haired girl arrived, stating that he had gone to the association. With that, he set off towards the association accompanied by Basin. At this hour, the association was nearly deserted. The hall felt empty and somewhat cold. Wu Heng approached the steward's study and knocked before entering the room. The study remained impeccably tidy. "Yost, the steward," he greeted. "Please, have a seat." The steward smiled as he gestured. Wu Heng took a seat beside him. Yost continued, "How do you find your experience at the association?" "Quite satisfactory, indeed," Wu Heng replied. "Your rate of progress has surprised me. I did not expect you to have vanquished the Necromancer last night." Yost leaned back in his chair, speaking softly. "It was merely luck," Wu Heng replied, observing the steward's tone, which seemed somewhat peculiar today, like he was on the verge of releasing suppressed excitement. Yost stood, leaning on his staff, and inquired, "Do you have any remaining wishes?" Chapter 89. It seems I've seen a ghost. Wishes? A sense of foreboding surged within him. He instinctively reached for the handgun at his waist, only to find that the entire study was enveloped in a shimmering barrier, rendering him immobile, as if he were frozen in place. Beside him, Basin stood rigidly, appearing to enter a state of alertness. At this moment, Yost no longer resembled the humble gentleman he once was. Though still clad in a sharply tailored suit, pristine white gloves, and wielding a cane, he now exuded an air of cunning, akin to a serpent concealing its fangs. "What does it mean, without enmity or grievance?" Wu Heng inquired. Yost maintained his smile. "Take a guess. Regarding your desire to become a corpse spirit?" Yost was momentarily taken aback, his eyes brimming with astonishment. "It appears you have acquired some knowledge through other means." "Indeed, a traitor lurks within." Everything began to align. Yost had been abruptly transferred to the remote Blackstone town, assuming the position of the Slater steward, coinciding with the time frame when the mine owner was seduced into nurturing deceased infants as spirit children. Thus, it was evident that he had deliberately positioned himself in this secluded locale, orchestrating an elaborate scheme. The entire association of professionals, along with the Blackstone Town Guard, were unwittingly laboring for him, gathering the items he required and delivering them to his doorstep. The individual who perished last night had become a scapegoat, symbolizing the conclusive end of an entire series of cases, thereby allowing him to continue executing his plans. Wu Heng, though astonished, endeavored to maintain his composure. "As a steward, do you not feel any shame for the countless lives lost in the mining village? I am more intrigued about your homeland. Everything here is scripted by the powerful. Do you know what those seated upon their thrones have done? This is a world where the strong devour the weak. If you do not consume others, they shall consume you, much like the dynamic between you and me at this very moment." Yost remarked with a smile. "Why do you wish to become a corpse demon?" Wu Heng continued to inquire. Yost glanced at him, displaying no impatience, and slowly peeled off one of his gloves, revealing a hand covered in festering sores. "What options do I have? I merely wish to survive. You have already gathered everything you need. Why summon me? I am no one of special lineage." Wu Heng pressed on. Yost's gaze remained fixed on him, brimming with anticipation, and he replied slowly, "I have discovered another method that will allow me to inhabit a new body, one that is youthful, possesses immense magical talent, and has no prior affiliations." Wu Heng comprehended his intentions. Initially, Yost's plan was to transmute himself into a corpse demon through materials, attaining an undying form that transcends human and demon. However, the emergence of Wu Heng prompted a shift in his strategy. He perceived Wu Heng as a viable vessel, even should he resort to murder. The absence of any background would likely evade scrutiny. The talent he referred to must pertain to the ability to swiftly master magic. "You intend to possess my body? You are quite astute," Wu Heng remarked. "But why go through such elaborate efforts? The materials you painstakingly collected, would all that endeavor be in vain if you do not become a corpse demon?" No, it is too unsightly. I have no desire to become that," Yost dismissed. "In truth, my own body is also in poor condition." He waved his hand dismissively and added, "You know what you need to know. Let us not prolong this any further." With that, he cast his staff aside. The wooden staff, positioned upright in the center of the study, suddenly revealed a gemstone at its apex, which manifested a pupil that scanned the surroundings of the room. In the next moment, circular halos emanated from the staff, forming a magical array. Meanwhile, Yost, with a flick of his hand, conjured various artifacts and arranged them in the center of the array. The frail figure of Yost stood before it, softly inquiring, "Do you truly have no lingering wishes? After all, you were summoned into the association by me, making you somewhat of a confidant." Alas! With a sigh, Yazd's body seemed to lose its spirit, collapsing to the ground in a feeble kneel. A blue specter abruptly emerged from the top of his head, soaring towards the youthful figure across from him. Outside the door, Yuli clutched a bag of chips as she walked forward. Upon reaching the steward's study, she encountered a squadron led by Anil stationed at the entrance. Glancing at him, Yuli softly queried, "Have you seen Wu Heng?" Anil's gaze narrowed, fixated on her. Feeling a wave of unease, Yuli took a step back, questioning, "What's the matter?" "I'm just asking. What do you intend to do?" Anil replied, "He has left. If you pursue him now, you might still catch a glimpse." However, as he walked away, a sense of discord lingered. He turned towards the vice steward's chamber, entered, and called out, "And, could you check on Wu Heng? Something feels amiss." Inside the study, the array exerted a tremendous pull, continuously drawing energy towards Wu Heng's form. The blue specter was forcefully extracted from his body, transforming into slender wisps of smoke that were incessantly stretched. The ethereal spirit of Yazd lingered nearby, brimming with anticipation. In an instant, the blue spirit was forcibly extracted from its corporeal form, converging into a nearby ceramic vessel. Yazd's spirit, however, immediately lunged toward the body ahead. Yet, in the next moment, Yazd gazed incredulously at the figure before him. He noticed that the pair of eyes remained fixated upon him. Confusion welled within him as he penetrated into the body before him. In the subsequent moment, he sensed that Wu Heng's consciousness was safeguarded by a formidable barrier, accompanied by an overwhelming, indescribable pressure that enveloped and constricted him. This was psychic energy, a vast force seemingly capable of tearing apart everything, enveloping his very soul. A sudden shock coursed through Yazd. He realized that something had gone awry. He struggled fiercely to extricate himself from this vessel. The blue spirit emerged from the body, yet still bore a visage of terror. "No, Wu Heng, don't." With a resounding crack, the spirit before him shattered like a balloon, dissipating into the ether. The clatter of the staff hitting the ground signaled the dissolution of the formation, and Wu Heng's body immediately regained its mobility. How did you conceive of stealing souls from a necromancer? Were it another method, perhaps Wu Heng would have had no recourse. However, in matters of the soul, a necromancer's expertise lies precisely in soul manipulation. Approaching the fallen container, a diminutive spirit floated out. It exaggeratedly glanced about, then exclaimed, "Uncle, I think I just saw a ghost floating in the air, and then I was drawn away." "Well, we are also ghosts. We need not fear him." Seeing that Xiao Xiao was unharmed, Wu Heng let out a sigh of relief. He then continued, "Go invisible and check the situation outside, then report back to me." "All right," Xiao Xiao replied, becoming invisible and passing through the walls. Wu Heng approached the corpse, his gaze settling on the hand. On the right hand, there was a ring, spatial ring. Description: an artifact inscribed with spatial magic, possessing an internal space of 3 cubic units. What a remarkable item. The various tools he had just taken out must have been retrieved from this spatial ring. Wu Heng refrained from taking it and instead activated converse with the deceased. The already prone Yazid sat up, his gaze fixated on Wu Heng's location. Chapter 90. Is there a backup plan? Yazid's eyes were vacant, staring blankly in this direction. "I feel somewhat insulted," he mused. "If you truly succeed, what further plans do you have?" "I have submitted a relocation request in your name. I will leave this place for an unfamiliar location, and in a few years, you will be forgotten. Indeed, there are still arrangements in place. Moreover, given my current merits, I should be able to attain a captain's rank upon transfer. What assets do you possess?" Wu Heng inquired further. "In Haishi Town, I have a residence. Part of my assets is held within the Snake Emblem Consortium, while the remainder resides in the spatial ring." "How does one utilize this spatial ring?" "Simply attempt to communicate with it using your mental energy." "There remains just one final question." Wu Heng pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Is there any background or special identity behind you?" "The Association of Practitioners, the Eye of Heaven cult." Upon finishing his question, he collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Apart from the Association of Practitioners, Yazdi was also a member of some obscure cult. Another peculiar organization he had never heard of, which was of little consequence to him. He merely hoped to avoid any entanglement with it. Wu Heng bent down and removed the spatial ring from Yazdi's finger. The ring appeared unremarkable, crafted from silver and adorned with a diamond-shaped white fragment at its apex. After wiping it with his garment, he donned it upon his own hand. Attempting to connect with the spatial ring using his mental energy, he immediately sensed the distinct space contained within it. Inside lay an assortment of items. And apart from clothing and daily necessities, Wu Heng's gaze fell upon a treasure chest. With a mere thought, the chest materialized before him and landed with a thud. He opened it directly. Inside, he found storage receipts from the Serpent Emblem Consortium and neatly arranged silver coins, giving Yazdi's position as a steward within the association. Acquiring such wealth was not surprising. He returned the treasure chest to its spatial confines and shifted his attention to the wooden staff lying on the ground. Sacrificial staff, curio, description. The malevolent deity can fulfill your desires while simultaneously taking whatever piques its interest. This staff was indeed an extraordinary artifact. Wu Heng hesitated to pick it up, his hand suspended in midair. However, this staff was unlike the ring. Yazdi had a habit of wearing white gloves. And had he not removed them earlier, Wu Heng would not have been able to see the ring. The wooden staff, which he always carried with him, was well known to all. His death in this place was already difficult to explain. Removing the most conspicuous staff would only invite further investigation. Moreover, the instrument of a pact with the malevolent deity was indeed a perilous object. After a moment of contemplation, he decided against taking it. Suspended in the air, he spoke. "Uncle." I circled around the hall and found an uncle guarding the entrance. "Is there someone at the door?" he wondered. Surely, the conversation from earlier could not have been overheard from outside. Before him stood a man clad in silver armor, wielding a long sword, stationed not far from the entrance, vigilantly surveying both sides. This was Ernell, the captain of a squad. Wu Heng's brow furrowed even deeper. Yazd had claimed there were no backup plans. Why then was Ernell still stationed outside? This led Wu Heng to suspect that something was amiss. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to venture out and test the waters. He unholstered his weapon and disengaged the safety, grasping the short spear that hung at the side of his backpack. Opening the door, he stepped outside. The two men locked eyes, yet neither spoke. However, when Ernell spotted the approaching basin, his expression shifted abruptly. He drew his sword and swung it down toward Wu Heng. The sound of metal clashing filled the air as the short spear deftly intercepted the strike. Ernell, astonished to find that a mage could so effortlessly parry his attack, revealed a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Wu Heng retaliated with a powerful kick to Ernell's chest, sending him stumbling back several steps, his disbelief palpable. Meanwhile, Basin seized the moment, drawing his dagger and charging forward, prompting Wu Heng to unsheath his pistol, intent on ending the confrontation swiftly. Einer's movements were remarkably swift, as he instantly produced a scroll and tore it open. Bang! A dense cloud of smoke rapidly enveloped the area, obscuring visibility. Following this, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Basin closely followed, diving into the smoke, while Wu Heng, gun in hand, hesitated momentarily before pursuing the indistinct figure of Basin. Reaching the side of the stairs, Wu Heng witnessed Einer leap through the window without hesitation. Wu Heng and Basin followed suit. At that moment, a singular thought consumed Wu Heng's mind. As a necromancer, he could not perish without consequence. Any misstep would only exacerbate the situation. Upon bursting forth from the confines of the association, he was met with the bustling street outside and abruptly halted. Pursuing blindly may not be the wisest course of action. Moreover, Einer's swift movements had already allowed him to disappear into the throng. Cursing under his breath, Wu Heng stood still, contemplating how to navigate this predicament. Should matters take a turn for the worse, he might consider probing the attitude of the assistant, Slater, or perhaps flee under the cover of night. Glancing back at the interior, he noted the once quiet association now swarming with people. A sudden jolt of anxiety coursed through him. Had the body of Yazd been discovered so soon? Drawing closer, he saw Yuli approaching briskly, inquiring, "Wu Heng, where have you been?" "Huh? What is happening?" "Yazd is dead," Yuli whispered urgently. At that moment, a figure in the distance emerged, carrying a corpse draped with a white cloth. The half-exposed sleeve confirmed it was Yazd's lifeless body. "How did he die?" Wu Heng inquired. "So he has perished, has he?" "A letter of farewell was discovered on his desk. My aunt has seen it. It seems to indicate that he was aware of his impending demise and made certain arrangements." Yuli, glancing around, continued, "A letter of farewell? This suggests that his plans were far more meticulous. Should he successfully usurp my body, coupled with the handwritten letter on the desk, he could effectively eliminate any incriminating evidence. He is also wary of the possibility of being replaced, which could invite unnecessary complications. Yazd has indeed imparted a valuable lesson. No matter how low-key one may strive to be, once one displays wealth that is disproportionate to one's prowess, one inevitably attracts scrutiny." "What is it?" Yuli raised her gaze to him before continuing, "By the way, didn't he the steward seek you out?" Did he impart any information? Given that matters had escalated to this point, Heng resolved not to divulge any further details. Yazd was dead, and he had survived. This outcome was satisfactory. Speaking too much would only entangle him in further complications. As for the fleeing Anil, it was of little consequence. Moreover, the likelihood of the adversary's plans coming to light was slim, as they were unlikely to be disclosed openly. The true concern lay in covert maneuvers. Before long, officials from the town hall arrived, conducting an examination of the corpse and the study. From the actions and conversations of those present, no unusual circumstances were discerned. Subsequently, preparations for Yazd's memorial were underway. With no descendants, the association would be responsible for his burial. Within the deputy steward's study, the affairs of the entire association were now under the deputy steward's jurisdiction, marking a significant moment as Slater finally assumed control of the association. Have you just seen Yazd?